In the following time, Mariah ate and slept on this small island, sleeping and eating, just like a dead fat otaku. No, he was originally a dead fat otaku. In the original work, Mariah stayed on the horror three-mast ship all the time and didn't go anywhere. Besides, with this seriously injured body, he couldn't do anything. A month later, Mariah's body began to recover gradually. Next to him, a huge Tyrannosaurus was lying on the ground, and blood was still flowing from the wound. The bloody smell attracted other beasts in the forest, but these beasts looked at Mariah fearfully and didn't dare to rob him. Mariah skillfully peeled and cut the Tyrannosaurus, roasted it on the fire, and applied the seasonings found in the jungle. Soon, the fragrance was overflowing. Although the conditions in the wild were simple, nothing could stop the soul of a foodie, not to mention that the things in the pirate world seemed to be more delicious. Ah, delicious. A pile of bones soon piled up beside him. Burp, I'm so full. Mariah got up and moved. I have to say that in One Piece, people have really good physical fitness. If they were injured so badly in the real world, they would have died long ago. It's incredible. In a month, from the state of near death to becoming lively again, this recovery ability really amazed Moria. The wound also began to scar and heal, and the small wounds were long gone. However, the huge wound on the head left a mark of suture, which is the mark of Moria's head wound, an onion head, seen later. Moria's image now is basically the same as that in One Piece, but now his height is not as tall as it was later, not reaching a height of 6 meters, and his figure is not so fat, and there is no such exaggerated beer belly. Moria is now more than 4 meters tall, with a well-proportioned figure and a strong physique. The huge scar on his head adds a terrifying atmosphere to Moria, which is daunting. In the past few days, Moria has been digesting all the memories of his original body. From the beginning of getting the devil fruit, starting from the West Sea, entering the Grand Line, and then to the New World. Along the way, Mariah can be said to have been smooth sailing, gathering many younger brothers and making a big name. Mariah saw the execution of the Pirate King, and moved forward in this great pirate era opened by Roger, thinking about finding the treasure of the Pirate King and becoming the Pirate King. Mariah has always cared for his crew members, and a large number of people followed him, reaching more than 10,000 people, which can also be seen from Mariah's confrontation with Blackbeard for Absalom. But unfortunately, most of these crew members cannot gain a foothold in the New World. To put it bluntly, they are cannon fodder. It can be said that Mariah was very similar to Luffy before, and he was obsessed with the dream of becoming the Pirate King. In the New World, in order to become the Pirate King and finally fight Kaido, Mariah lost his dream and the pirate group, and nothing. The difference is that Luffy takes the elite route, and Luffy has the aura of the protagonist. If Luffy is the European emperor, then Mariah is the non-African. Before, the great pirate group of more than 10,000 people was destroyed by Kaido. Some members died and some escaped. Mariah fell from the top of the mountain to the lowest point. The gap was so big that he could not recover from it. Now, when I think of the scene at that time, my body still trembles. Could it be that Mariah had been smooth sailing all the way before and used up all his good luck? In fact, Mariah's defeat still has its inevitable reasons. First of all, in his own pirate group, there is basically only himself, which can be regarded as a relatively strong combat force. More than 10,000 pirate members look scary, but in fact they are all small minions. Most of these people were recruited in the first half of the Grand Line. They can be said to be good in the Grand Line, but they can only be slaughtered when they enter the New World. Secondly, Mariah himself did not carefully collect Kaido's information. At that time, in order to quickly make a name for himself in the New World, he happened to see the news about Kaido in the newspaper, so he hastily challenged Kaido. In addition, the more than 10,000 people under my command were in chaos, and in order to maintain the survival of more than 10,000 people, there was a shortage of funds. The Bailey that had just been looted was used up in less than a few days, so they could only continue to loot. There was no time for orderly training and integration. When the war started, they rushed forward in a swarm and used human wave tactics to solve the battle. It can be said that their combat effectiveness was low. Now looking back, some things at that time were too coincidental. It seemed that they deliberately led me to go to war with Kaido. Are these people behind the scenes pirates or the world government? I will make him pay the price for daring to betray me. Kaido, you wait for me now. I will never repeat the same mistake again. Through these days of adaptation, Moria has basically mastered his own strength. Moria did use corpses and shadows to create zombies, but now he is not as deeply trapped in it as in the original work, and he does not have a habit of liking corpses. After all, digging other people's graves for no reason is a bit unethical. At least Moria will definitely not do such a thing now, and will not do it in the future. Of course, if there is a corpse of a strong man, he will also consider recycling and waste utilization. And skills such as the shadow horn gun used by Moria have now been mastered, and big moves such as the shadow gathering ground are also available. Moria's current strength can be said to be the peak state in the original work. Now, Moria can absorb up to 1,500 shadows. In the original work, Moria can absorb up to 1,000 shadows and was eventually defeated. From this, it can be seen that Moriya's ability has not improved at all, and even regressed. Moriya now not only has the ability of the Devil Fruit, but also has good physical skills. After all, he still has the two-color domineering and can fight Kaido. If his physical skills are not good, he can't get in front of Kaido. Now Moriya is still in the growth stage, which is the best time to train himself. But in the original work, Moriya was defeated by Kaido and lost his fighting spirit, which wasted his talent in vain. Even if Moriya does not have the talent like Big Mom, he can be a 7 warlords and fight Kaido, which is also a talent in One Piece. Now comprehensively speaking, Moriya should belong to the level of Vice Admiral, and the Vice Admiral should be relatively good, but he kept regressing later and should only be an ordinary Vice Admiral. Now Moriya's injury has healed, and his body has basically adapted. The next step is to prepare for the future. One Piece is a real world. According to my memory, the plot characters in the original work are basically still there, but we can't rely entirely on the plot. After all, everyone is not a fool. In the battle with Kai's team, Kaido did not directly fight Moriya, but first attacked Moriya's pirate group members. Because the big move of shadow gathering place requires a lot of shadows, and the fewer Moriya's crew members, the fewer shadows, and the weaker their own strength will naturally be. This is why Moriya's pirate group had so many members at the beginning. It can be seen from this that Kaido had already figured out Moriya's situation in advance, but Moriya knew nothing about it. From this, it can be seen that Kaido is meticulous and at least not a reckless man. No pirate who can be famous on this sea can be underestimated. Now Moriya needs to practice for a while before leaving this island and then leaving the new world. After all, there is no such strength now to gain a foothold in the new world. Now is the time for the 4 emperors to compete for territory. The new world is full of wars, and batches of pirates have launched attacks on the 4 emperors. It is a mess. This is the Great Pirate Era. Temporarily trapped on the island, but there are still news birds passing by here. In the newspapers every day, it is not which pirate group was defeated, but which kingdom was looted by pirates and riots occurred. There are no ships passing here for the time being, so I can only exercise my abilities and improve my domineering. The current observation haki can only see the surrounding area of about 100 meters. If you focus on one place, you can only see 500 meters away. It is far from the observation haki that can cover the entire island, or even the level of Fujitora that can detect meteorites. The two-color haki on his body was stimulated by the battle with the same pirate group after entering the new world. It can only be mastered basically, and it sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. In order to train his observation haki, he blindfolded himself and survived on the island. On the first day, he stumbled and was almost eaten by a lion, and he was injured. Moriya was so angry that he took off the blindfold and killed it with the power of the Devil Fruit. In the end, there was nothing left, but I have to say that the food in One Piece is really delicious. He. After the last lesson, Moriya no longer dared to walk around blindfolded. First, he practiced blindfolded in the morning, then untied himself in the afternoon, rewarded himself, and then practiced physical skills, trying to cover his entire palm with his armed color domineering that could only cover half of his palm. At night, beside the campfire, Moriya touched his round belly. I'm so tired. I have never been so tired before. As a standard otaku on the blue planet, how could I work so hard? I have to say that I really admire myself. This is the world of One Piece. After coming to this world, I really changed a lot. At least it made a dead fat otaka know how to work hard. I want to marry a beautiful and rich woman, become a CEO, and live a life of tall, rich, and handsome. Moriya was thinking about it in bed, but he soon fell asleep due to fatigue. He got up again the next day. I have to say that the people in One Piece have really good physiques. Moriya covered his eyes and drove his pitiful little observation haki to look for his opponent in the jungle. Walking in the jungle, he suddenly felt something approaching quickly from behind. With the help of observation haki, he survived the enemy's attack. It turned out to be a tiger, which rushed towards Moriya and attacked continuously. Big Moriya seemed to be able to predict its moves in advance and dodged all the attacks. In the tiger's continuous attack, Moriya kept dodging and did not fight back. Suddenly, Moriya seized a brief moment and punched the tiger, knocking the tiger to the ground. With Moriya's Devil Fruit ability, he could easily kill the tiger, and this time it was with physical skills. Moriya continued to move forward into the jungle. There was a constant vibration on a rocky hill, and gravel was everywhere. Moriya started to practice armament haki here 2 months ago. At the beginning, the fist hit the rock directly, causing Moriya's hand to swell for a long time. Start by smashing small rocks, then slowly move on to larger rocks, and then start bombarding this small rock mountain. Now Moriya can cover the entire fist with armament haki, although it is only a shallow layer, but this indicates that at least Moriya has fully mastered the primary armament haki. Ha! With a loud bang, the rock mountain that Moriya had been devastated by finally collapsed. Regarding the development of the devil fruit ability, at night, you separate yourself from the shadow, the body is sleeping and resting, and the shadow continues to exercise, which is equivalent to 24 hours of uninterrupted practice a day, and the shadow comes back before dawn. The body's practice during the day can increase its own strength, and the shadow's practice at night can also increase its own strength. As for why I don't do this during the day, because I don't have such a strong strength now, I can't support the body and the shadow to exercise at the same time. When exercising at the same time, the physical strength consumed is amazing. Now Moria can only support half an hour. Because the input is not proportional to the income, Moria gave up this method. Moria has also tried to collect other shadows and then enter the body, no, to be precise, inside the shadow. Shadow gathering place. This move can indeed instantly improve Moria's strength, but he must also bear the impact of many shadows on his consciousness at the same time. Without strong willpower, he will collapse. At the same time, many shadows entering his body can temporarily improve his strength, but after all, it is not his own strength that will reduce his control over his body, and various consciousnesses will have an impact on him. Even if the shadow that enters Moria's body is stronger than his own consciousness, he will be affected by it. Simply put, he may be possessed by it and become another person. When experimenting with the ability of the shadow fruit, Moria discovered that his shadow can eat other shadows. In theory, shadows cannot be eliminated, because as long as a person is alive, there will be a shadow. Even if Moria cuts off the shadow, as long as the body is not exposed to the sun, the shadow will not disappear, and the person can still live. Moria kept the shadow of a bison in his own shadow, and at the same time, locked the bison in a cave to prevent it from seeing the sun and dying. After 10 days, the bison's shadow disappeared. No, to be precise, it was digested by Moria's shadow. And my body acquired the muscle memory of the body that collided, and the collision became my instinct, and the bison eventually died and turned into ashes. Later, after many experiments, I, Moria, finally verified that my shadow can digest other shadows. But this is not without restrictions. First of all, its strength must be lower than my own. At the same time, during the period when my shadow digests other shadows, I must be constantly impacted by the consciousness of its shadow. After all, this is equivalent to killing a person. Can you still allow him not to resist? In addition, it must be ensured that his body cannot die during this period. When Moria's shadow digests the shadow, the pain suffered by the shadow will be fed back to the original body, and the original body may go crazy or even commit suicide, so Moria must control his body during this period. Finally, the growth obtained from the shadow changes with the strength of the shadow digested. The lower the strength, the higher the proportion obtained, and vice versa. The highest can only obtain half of the original strength. Moreover, the speed of Moria's shadow digestion is also affected by his strength. The weaker the shadow, the faster it digests, and the stronger the shadow, the slower it digests. Although most of the strength obtained and deprived of the original shadow by this method is wasted, and there are various limitations, even so, this method can make oneself stronger, which is equivalent to giving Moria an extra plug-in. It has to be said that the devil fruit is really an incredible existence. First, he practiced blindfolded in the morning, then untied himself in the afternoon, rewarded himself, and then practiced physical skills, trying to cover his entire palm with his armed color domineering that could only cover half of his palm. At night, beside the campfire, Moria touched his round belly. I'm so tired. I have never been so tired before. As a standard otaku on the blue planet, how could I work so hard? I have to say that I really admire myself. This is the world of One Piece. After coming to this world, I really changed a lot. At least it made a dead fat otaka know how to work hard. I want to marry a beautiful and rich woman, become a CEO, and live a life of tall, rich, and handsome. Moria was thinking about it in bed, but he soon fell asleep due to fatigue. He got up again the next day. I have to say that the people in One Piece have really good physiques. Moria covered his eyes and drove his pitiful little observation haki to look for his opponent in the jungle. Walking in the jungle, he suddenly felt something approaching quickly from behind. With the help of observation haki, he survived the enemy's attack. It turned out to be a tiger, which rushed towards Moria and attacked continuously. Big Moria seemed to be able to predict its moves in advance and dodged all the attacks. In the tiger's continuous attack, Moria kept dodging and did not fight back. Suddenly, Moria seized a brief moment and punched the tiger, knocking the tiger to the ground. With Moria's devil fruit ability, he could easily kill the tiger, and this time it was with physical skills. Moria continued to move forward into the jungle. There was a constant vibration on a rocky hill, and gravel was everywhere. Moria started to practice armament haki here 2 months ago. At the beginning, the fist hit the rock directly, causing Moria's hand to swell for a long time. Start by smashing small rocks, then slowly move on to larger rocks, and then start bombarding this small rock mountain. Now Moria can cover the entire fist with armament haki, although it is only a shallow layer, but this indicates that at least Moria has fully mastered the primary armament haki. Ha! With a loud bang, the rock mountain that Moria had been devastated by finally collapsed. Regarding the development of the devil fruit ability, at night, you separate yourself from the shadow, the body is sleeping and resting, and the shadow continues to exercise, which is equivalent to 24 hours of uninterrupted practice a day, and the shadow comes back before dawn. The body's practice during the day can increase its own strength, and the shadow's practice at night can also increase its own strength. As for why I don't do this during the day, because I don't have such a strong strength now, I can't support the body and the shadow to exercise at the same time. When exercising at the same time, the physical strength consumed is amazing. Now Moria can only support half an hour. Because the input is not proportional to the income, Moria gave up this method. Moria has also tried to collect other shadows and then enter the body, no, to be precise, inside the shadow. Shadow gathering place. This move can indeed instantly improve Moria's strength, but he must also bear the impact of many shadows on his consciousness at the same time. Without strong willpower, he will collapse. At the same time, many shadows entering his body can temporarily improve his strength, but after all, it is not his own strength that will reduce his control over his body, and various consciousnesses will have an impact on him. Even if the shadow that enters Moria's body is stronger than his own consciousness, he will be affected by it. Simply put, he may be possessed by it and become another person. When experimenting with the ability of the shadow fruit, Moria discovered that his shadow can eat other shadows. In theory, shadows cannot be eliminated, because as long as a person is alive, there will be a shadow. Even if Moria cuts off the shadow, as long as the body is not exposed to the sun, the shadow will not disappear, and the person can still live. Moria kept the shadow of a bison in his own shadow, and at the same time, locked the bison in a cave to prevent it from seeing the sun and dying. After 10 days, the bison's shadow disappeared. No, to be precise, it was digested by Moria's shadow. And my body acquired the muscle memory of the body that collided, and the collision became my instinct, and the bison eventually died and turned into ashes. Later, after many experiments, I, Moria, finally verified that my shadow can digest other shadows. But this is not without restrictions. First of all, its strength must be lower than my own. At the same time, during the period when my shadow digests other shadows, I must be constantly impacted by the consciousness of its shadow. After all, this is equivalent to killing a person. Can you still allow him not to resist? In addition, it must be ensured that his body cannot die during this period. When Moria's shadow digests the shadow, the pain suffered by the shadow will be fed back to the original body, and the original body may go crazy or even commit suicide, so Moria must control his body during this period. Finally, the growth obtained from the shadow changes with the strength of the shadow digested. The lower the strength, the higher the proportion obtained, and vice versa. The highest can only obtain half of the original strength. Moreover, the speed of Moria's shadow digestion is also affected by his strength. The weaker the shadow, the faster it digests, and the stronger the shadow, the slower it digests. Although most of the strength obtained and deprived of the original shadow by this method is wasted, and there are various limitations, even so, this method can make oneself stronger, which is equivalent to giving Moria an extra plug-in. It has to be said that the devil fruit is really an incredible existence. 3 months later, Moria ended his training. Now, after continuing to exercise, Moria feels that the effect is not so obvious. The improvement brought by exercise can no longer make his strength grow rapidly. Of course, it is not to give up exercise. It is still necessary to exercise every day to ensure that his strength does not regress. At the same time, you need to find an opponent to verify your strength improvement. By the way, I don't seem to have explored this island well. I should give myself a surprise. After all, this is a new world. He. Moria continued to go deeper into the jungle. Along the way, he saw a lot of wild beasts. As he continued to go deeper, the strength of the wild beasts Moria saw became stronger and stronger, until the center of the island. It seems that something incredible has been discovered. I saw that there was a gorilla in the open space in the center of the island. No, it should be accurate to say that this is also King Kong. This King Kong is really like the King Kong who climbed the Empire State Building in the movie. Hey, do you remember the Empire State Building? But unfortunately, Moria's reply was not a friendly greeting, but a fist as big as a mountain. Moria quickly jumped away from where he was standing, only to see that the place where Moria was standing had turned into a big pit. Hey, you're already a gorilla, even if you're not King Kong, you can't be so rude, but this is a good opponent. Moria's eyes flashed with excitement. Facing a fist as big as Mount Kong, Moria also clasped his hands and punched out. The two fists, one large and one small, collided, and the strong airflow blew the gravel and the trees swayed. In the end, King Kong only took 1 step back, while Moria took 5 or 6 steps back. You are worthy of being the overlord of this small island. Such a strong power, and it seems that you have awakened the armament haki. Moria continued to fight with King Kong, and after 5 or 6 fights, it is basically certain that King Kong has indeed awakened the armament haki. Although it is only a shallow layer, it has been mastered and applied in a simple way. This should be what King Kong awakened in the battle. After all, the scars on his body prove that he has fought a lot. This is just a comparison of my own training results, I thought to myself. Thinking of this, Mariah speeded up again and fought with King Kong. Although he is powerful, his speed is not as fast as mine. I can deal with him and keep honing my skills. This is King Kong, who has experienced many battles. In the battle, he took advantage of his strength and height, and then Moria suffered a lot. Obviously, this King Kong has a lot of experience in dealing with enemies who are faster than him. At the beginning, Moria was suppressed by this King Kong. However, as Moria became more and more skilled in fighting, his own strength became stronger and stronger, and the results obtained in the practice were constantly transformed into his own strength. Moria began to fight this King Kong with his physical skills, of course, without using his devil fruit ability. King Kong felt that this bug dared to use him as a whetstone, and felt extremely angry. Slapping his chest with both arms, Xiang Tian roared, and his eyes flashed with bloodthirsty light. Mariah felt that both the speed and strength were stronger than before. He was hit by the King Kong without paying attention, and a deep trench appeared in the jungle. In the smoke, Mariah stood up. He was scratched in many places and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. Damn, it seems that I still underestimated you. Let you try the results of my practice. I saw Mariah exert his strength with his legs and sprinted over with all his strength. He came to the front of King Kong with a distance of hundreds of meters, as if teleporting. His fist wrapped in armed color domineering hit King Kong's abdomen, and he should fly backwards instantly. Mariah did not miss a single opportunity and attacked King Kong one after another. In the end, King Kong fell down. Although King Kong's strength was very good, Mariah did not intend to digest the shadow of this King Kong. This King Kong was more than 30 meters tall and there was no place to hide on this small island. It would take about half a month to digest the shadow of this King Kong. I don't plan to stay on this island for half a month to accompany this King Kong for half a month. As for the technique that Moria just used, which is similar to the shaving technique, one of the 6 styles of the Navy, it is actually obtained from the wild bull. The physical memory of the collision, after continuous adaptation and practice, was finally transformed into its own unique physical technique. Use your legs to increase your speed for a while, and at the same time, use the generated acceleration to increase your attack power. Of course, this is different from shaving. After all, this is different from the real shaving. Now I can only rush forward in a straight line, and I can't move in other directions, and I can't do the same as shaving. This move, Moria named it Charge Step, and the punch thrown by the charge step is called Charge Punch. Of course, Moria actually wants to use a sword. Which man doesn't have a dream of being a hero swinging a sword to travel the world? But unfortunately, no weapons were found on this island. Even if there are a few swords, for Moria, it is almost the same as playing with a knife, and he really didn't find that feeling. Moreover, the original body's memory does not have any memory of its weapons. As for the big scissors in Moria's original work, they should be made to collect shadows. Not to mention that they are not good looking. In the war at the top, when fighting with Jinbei, his skills were so bad. Anyway, it is impossible to carry a pair of big scissors, at least carry 2 big swords, not to mention anything else. The momentum cannot be lost. Even if I don't have any talent for swordsmanship, I will pile up a swordsman with shadows. After knocking down the King Kong, Mariah walked towards the King Kong's nest. After all, as the overlord of this island, there should be some collections in this nest. The King Kong's nest is in a huge cave. In addition to a bed made of branches and dead grass, there is a pile of messy things, like animal bones, human bones, daily necessities, swords, the flag of the pirate group, some Bailey, and even the skeletons of the Navy were found. Of course, Mariah also fantasized that he could find something about the 6 styles or its training manual on it, but unfortunately, there was nothing. After all, he did not have the aura of the protagonist, and he did not have adventures wherever he went. In the end, Mariah only found 100,000 Baileys, and the rest of the things were useless, but it was already very good. Next, it was time to go out to sea again. I have been on this island for half a year. I wonder if I, Moonlight Moria, am still remembered on this sea. In other words, in the past 6 months, Mariah did not see any ships passing by this island. Therefore, in order to avoid the embarrassment of having no boat to use when going out to sea, in the past 6 months, I pieced together and barely repaired the broken pirate ship. This pirate ship is not Moria's pirate ship, but the pirate ship that was robbed when escaping. Later, it encountered a storm and hit the reef, and Moria was hit by the waves to this island. The original pirate ship had already sunk to the bottom of the sea in that war. At the beginning, Moria was also lucky. At the beginning, he was swept into the sea by the waves, but he was lucky and was hit by the waves on the shore and survived. It has to be said that the curse of the devil fruit ability is real. In order to feel the curse of the devil fruit, I used a barrel to get a bucket of sea water and put my hand into the sea water. That feeling, I couldn't use my strength and was limp. Only the most basic ability to move was left, and the strength I could use was less than 1/10. And I felt that my spirit was very tired, dizzy, and extremely uncomfortable. After taking my hand out of the seawater, I slowly returned to normal. Although seawater and sea stone have a strong inhibitory effect on devil fruit users, at least they can exercise to bring out their normal level. In the original work, didn't the Empress petrify and kick the weapon made of sea stone by Smoker during the war at the top? Although it may only be added with sea stone, it also shows that after exercise, some low-purity sea stone weapons will not work for powerful devil fruit users. After that, Moria had an additional exercise task, soaking in the seawater for an hour every day. Of course, it is not to run into the sea, which is too unsafe. Moria does not want to be accidentally swept into the sea by the waves. Life is still very precious. Moria built a large wooden barrel and stood in it every day to practice squatting, push UPS, etc. From being unable to do anything at the beginning, to later, Moria can also exert about 1/10 of his strength in the seawater, but his physical strength is also consumed quickly. After moving all the daily necessities to the boat, Moria raised the sail and prepared to go to sea. Although Moria is not a professional navigator, he has sailed from the West Sea to the New World, so he knows a little bit. Looking at the island getting farther and farther away, maybe he will come to see it in the future, or maybe he will never come. Who knows? The sky is clear, the sun is shining, the sea breeze blows in the face, it is intoxicating, and the white seagulls fly freely in the sky. Familiar taste, breath of adventure, exciting journey. New world, Moria is back again. He. After saying that, Moria was quiet for a long time before slowly taking out a complete life card from his body. Looking at this life card, I don't know what he was thinking. It turned out that in order to better manage his crew, Moria once collected the hair and nails of all the important crew members on the pirate group in public and made them into life cards. Later, when Moria woke up, all the life cards were burned out, leaving only this complete life card. In Moria's memory, in the battle with the Beast's pirates, this person's attack fell behind the team, and after the battle, he disappeared. At first, no one doubted it. After all, he was a sniper, so it was normal for him not to charge in front. Later, after the battle with Kaido, he was no longer seen in the chaotic scene. This is nothing. After all, he might be defeated in the battle. But now that I think about it carefully, it was this guy who brought me the newspaper about Kaido, and it was also him who started the plan to defeat Kaido. I, Moria, will never let go of any traitor. Don't worry, brothers, I will definitely use his head to sacrifice to you. Moria faced the sea breeze and looked into the distance, with a bloodthirsty light in his eyes. Along the way, Moria followed the guidance of the life card and sailed in this new world. The days of sailing alone are monotonous. Every day, I look at the scenery, read the newspapers delivered by the newsbird, and then exercise on the boat to develop my abilities. When I am really bored, I go fishing on the deck. My life is monotonous but fulfilling. Along the way, Moria also saw many pirate groups, some of which were peaceful, while others saw Moria was alone and rushed up to rob him. Seeing these pirates coming to his door, Moria certainly would not be polite. He used his devil fruit ability to defeat them, leaving a few chores behind, and took away the other party's navigator and unceremoniously replaced a new pirate ship. After all, sailing still requires professionalism. Moria, a half-baked man, almost capsized his boat and was buried in the belly of a fish when he was sailing alone. The new world at this time is in a period of chaos. Along the way, Moria saw many pirate groups fighting in chaos, and there were wars everywhere. Now, the title of the Sea Emperor has been proposed. At the beginning, facing the reputation of the Sea Emperor, many powerful pirates came one after another, hoping to become the great pirates who reigned in the new century and became famous in the sea. Since then, the sea has been caught in constant war. It is now the 1510th year of the Sea Circle calendar. After continuous battles, the New World has eliminated a large number of pirate groups after fierce battles, survival of the fittest, and the law of the jungle. And the powerful pirate groups, after continuous battles, annexed other pirate groups and gathered many powerful subordinates, which can be said to be strong and powerful. At the same time, in order to meet the needs of the expanding pirate groups, they also began to expand actively. For a time, the New World was full of wars. Now, in the New World, the recognized great pirates are Whitebeard, followed by Kaido, Big Mom and other pirate groups. At the beginning, it was Kaido's Beast's pirates who started the war. After Kaido occupied Wano country, after digestion, the internal situation began to stabilize, and the Beast's pirates took the lead in expanding. Later, Whitebeard and Big Mom, who were also big pirates, were also unwilling to lag behind and launched wars one after another. The expansion of the pirate group greatly squeezed the living space of other pirate groups. Many pirates who thought they were powerful directly challenged the title of Sea Emperor, or formed an alliance to fight against the Sea Emperor. There were also many pirate groups who thought they could not fight against the big pirate groups, and chose to flee before the arrival of powerful pirate groups such as Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom. But they were unwilling to leave the New World, so they attacked and occupied the chassis of other pirate groups, or directly attacked the member countries of the world government or other non-member countries in the New World, which led to more chaos in the New World. Of course, it was not only the pirates who were squeezed, but also the Navy. This time, the real intention of the pirates was to seal off the territory and really drive the Navy out of the New World. Before, although the pirates in the New World were strong, the Navy was still the overlord of the New World, and its strength could not be challenged by any pirates. Now, after this large-scale pirate war, it seems that it is just to expand the territory, but in fact, the pirates are constantly impacting the position of the Navy in the entire New World through their own strength. The Navy has been defeated in this war led by the big pirates and united by the New World pirates. Facing this unprecedented naval battle, the Navy has completely lost control of the New World. The Navy's base in the entire New World is only the G1 base. The Navy has been defeated all the way, and its morale is low. Although Sengoku led the Navy to try to stop the pirates' attack, as long as the Navy dares to go out, Whitebeard and other big pirates will unite to deal with the Navy. Once the Navy dares to go deep into the New World, it will face the joint stranglehold of all the pirate groups in the New World. The pirates wanted to drive the Navy out of the New World completely, but Sengoku and Garp, plus the three admirals, were on high alert at the G1 naval base and would never give up the Navy's last position in the New World. The two sides fought a war in the New World, and Sengoku and others united to severely damage the pirates' alliance and sent many famous pirates on the sea to impel down. This war brought great encouragement to the Navy and showed the world the strength of the Navy, but at the same time, the Navy itself was also severely damaged and could not launch a large-scale war again. In the end, the Navy and the pirates confronted each other in the waters near the G1 naval base, and neither could do anything to the other. On the surface, the two sides ended in a draw, but in fact, the pirates won this war. The pirates completely occupied the New World, while the Navy only retained the last position in the New World. In fact, the Navy's loss of power in the New World began in the Great Pirate Era. Batch after batch of pirates continued to flock to the Grand Line, and the Navy in various places was busy suppressing pirates in various places. In order to solve the problem of pirates, the newly appointed Sengoku adopted the strategy of first suppressing the pirates in the first half of the Grand Line in the Four Seas, driving them to the New World, letting them kill each other in the New World. The Navy will clear all the pirates in the Four Seas in the first half of the Grand Line, the New World will lose the newly injected pirates and its strength will decline, and then the Navy will gather its forces to eliminate the pirates in the New World in one fell swoop to end the Great Pirate Era. From now on, Sengoku has indeed completed the original established purpose. The number and quality of pirates in the Four Seas in the first half of the Grand Line have been greatly reduced, but the situation in the New World seems to be out of control. The pirates in the New World are getting stronger and stronger, and many large pirate groups have emerged. Their strength makes the Navy unable to act rashly, making the Navy feel uncomfortable. It is also unknown whether this war is a victory or a defeat for the Navy. Similarly, the world government has also lost control of the New World member states, although over the years, the world government has continuously increased its control over the member states in the first half of the Grand Line and the Four Seas. But in this huge pirate war, the kingdoms of the New World had to accept the pirates' conditions in order to survive, and the world government lost the actual rule of the New World member states. As for those New World kings who came to participate in the World Conference, they were just microphones for the pirate groups behind them to express their own interests. Many materials in the New World are irreplaceable. As a last resort, the world government can only reach an agreement with those big pirate groups to purchase the materials it needs, such as the sea stone weapons of Wano country. It is really ironic that the Navy and the pirates are fighting fiercely, while the world government is secretly making deals with the pirates. Moria drove the pirate ship to the New World. No, it should be said that it was an ordinary sailing ship, because there was no pirate flag on the ship. Moria asked the pirates to take down the pirate flag, and did not hang Moria's own sails, but hung ordinary neat sails. Because, although there were captains and crews on the ship, they were not Moria's men after all, and Moria had robbed them on the ship. Such a pirate group had no cohesion at all. Of course, with these little brothers, Moria was freed from the usual chores and could exercise with peace of mind. When Moria was training, the pirates on the ship were watching from the side. Of course, Moria would not stop these, and there was a boy named Kane among them. Every day, Kane would hide behind the cabin, secretly watching Moria training, and then he would imitate Moria and exercise like Moria. However, due to the difference in strength between the two, Kane could not complete what Moria was training, but even so, Kane would grit his teeth and persist until he had no strength left and could not move his body. Later, Moria was moved by the boy's perseverance and felt that he was a talented person, so he began to guide Kane in his training. At the same time, the pirates on the ship were allowed to train together. Moria also wanted to see what kind of strength each of the pirates on the ship had. Every day, the pirates were asked to do basic physical exercises, such as running around the ship 500 times, then more than 5,000 push UPS, and 300 weighted frog jumps. After completing these basic exercises, they then carried out their own skill training. At this time, Moria would point out some physical skills and tell some techniques. Among them, Kane's training volume was not so large. After all, he could not bear such a large amount of training at once. In this way, the whole ship became a scene of heated training, but as time went on, not everyone could stick to it. Some people gave up quickly, while others gritted their teeth and persisted, including the kid Kane. At the same time, Moria himself was also undergoing basic swordsmanship training. His instructor was an old swordsman on the ship who had reached the level of a swordsman and was a part-time chef. As he got older, his strength declined, but for someone like Moria who had no foundation in swordsmanship, basic training was more than enough. Moria had a reason for choosing these people on the ship. Moria was now single, and in the future, he would definitely form a pirate group. Moria wanted to see if these people had the potential to be his subordinates. Maybe, in the future, they might have their own partners. Among the people Moria selected, there were no captains or cotters, but ordinary crew members, even chores. Some of these people who were forced to be brought to the pirate ship were even slaves. Most of them were young people with less sailing experience and more potential. After all, even if those captains and cotters succumb to you, they will not be sincere to you, and those old pirates who have been sailing on the sea for many years have long become old-timers, just wanting to muddle through, without any potential for improvement. After these days of observation, only a few people really persisted in the training, including Kane, the kid. What surprised Moria even more was that during this period of time, Kane's changes were very huge, one day at a time, from the initial sloppy and thin appearance, to the image of a determined and mature young man. At the same time, Kane's strength improved very quickly, from the beginning, barely able to do one-third of the training volume, to the continuous increase later, and even now Ryan has increased the amount of training himself. It has to be said that such a speed of improvement is really amazing. Fortunately, it was just a period of rapid progress. After half a month, Kane's strength growth rate returned to normal. As for Kane's phenomenon, Mariah believes that it may be because his body has not received enough nutrition. After all, Kane has been sold as a slave since he was a child, and later sold to a pirate ship. He has been used as a coolie, has never had enough food, and cannot meet the needs of the body. During this period of time, the body absorbed enough nutrition to make up for the previous deficit, which made Kane change greatly and made his strength grow rapidly. But even so, Mariah had to admit that Kane was talented. Such a person, as long as he grows up smoothly, his future achievements will not be low. This is probably the so-called genius. Kane is only 15 years old now. Speaking of genius, I have to think of the guy with red hair. At the beginning, among those who watched Roger's execution in Rogue Town, there was Red Hair. Red Hair started to form his own pirate group from then on. It can be said that Moria and Red Hair are people who went to sea in the same era, and they are people of the same era. But now Red Hair has made a great reputation in the New World, and the bounty has reached 1 billion Baileys, while Moria now only has a few 240 million Baileys. As for Red Hair, although he is far behind Whitebeard, Kaido and others, he is already a great pirate in the New World. In the plot, in a few years, Red Hair will become one of the 4 emperors. I think too much. These are a bit too far from who I am now. Mariah was lying on the deck, lazily basking in the sun. There was juice next to him, and the chef would bring some snacks from time to time. Ah, what a wonderful afternoon. At the same time, the old swordsman is guiding Kane in swordsmanship training. In the words of the old swordsman, Kane has a high talent as a swordsman and will definitely become a great swordsman in the future. Lord Moria, it's not good. Ahead, the blood sword pirates were discovered ahead. The pirate responsible for the lookout ran over in a panic, came to Moria, and said nervously. Kane looked here curiously, but got a blow from the old swordsman. Moria closed her eyes and searched for the name in her memory, but she didn't seem to remember it at all. Oh, is this blood sword pirates very famous? Moria said slowly. Lord Moria, the Blood Knife Pirates are the pirate group that has recently entered the New World. According to legend, Blood Knife Cullen is a descendant of a noble family, but for some reason he lives on the streets. Half a month ago, Blood Knife forced his entire capital to be destroyed. They were all slaughtered, from the king and nobles to the common people and traders, and the whole kingdom became a hell on earth. It's absolutely horrific. A pirate in the crowd replied tremblingly. Lord Moria, this is his reward order. As he said that, the watchman hurriedly found a reward order and handed it over. The first thing Moria saw was a man with fiery red hair and a knife in both hands. Under the night cover, a corner of his face was exposed, making it impossible to see the full picture. Behind it, the entire city was ablaze, and it was hard to tell whether it was the color of fire or blood flowing, like hell. The 2 swords in his hands were already stained with blood due to too many killings, and his bounty is 390 million Baileys. He. 390 million belly, this guy killed so many nobles and commoners, and the bounty is so high, it's understandable. However, the fact that this guy can survive until now shows that he still has some strength. Otherwise, he would have been wiped out in this turbulent new world. However, let you reclaim my name as Moonlight Moria. After all, Moria's bounty is now 240 million Baileys. The bounty of this blood knife makes Moria very envious. What's more, this guy is a double swordsman. After so many days of training, Moria is no longer a novice in swordsmanship, and now he can barely swing a few times with both hands. However, the old swordsman said that you need to start practicing swordsmanship from a young age. Moria is now in his 30s. Although Moria's swordsmanship talent is not very bad, it cannot be said to be very good, only average. The old swordsman believes that Moria should be able to barely reach the level of a swordsman if he persists for 10 years, but if he wants to reach a higher level, it is basically impossible. The old swordsman himself was once a swordsman at the peak level of a swordsman, and he touched the threshold of a great swordsman. However, due to a failed battle, he was seriously injured, his energy was lost, and he lost the opportunity to be promoted to a great swordsman. Later, as time passed and age increased, his body continued to deteriorate and his strength continued to decline. According to the old swordsman, the best way to reach the level of a great swordsman is to succeed once. After failure, it is basically impossible to reach the level of a great swordsman. At least, in so many years of experience, the old swordsman has never heard of anyone who failed to attack the great swordsman and succeeded again. Seeing Kane's miserable appearance, Moria didn't want to keep practicing swordsmanship. If you want to improve your swordsmanship, it seems that you can only use unconventional methods now, and the bloody knife in front of you is a good opportunity. Moria casually threw the reward order aside, got up from the deck chair, walked to the bow of the ship, glanced at the oncoming pirate ship, then turned around and said to the pirates on the ship, "I believe everyone passing by after so many days of training, everyone must have made a lot of progress. Now, let us prove our strength." After saying that, Moria turned around and looked at the blood sword pirates opposite. Although Moria himself turned around magnificently, secretly, Moria had already activated the haki of seeing and hearing to observe the reactions of the pirates on the ship. After all, Moria can't just have 3 subordinates like in the original work, one of whom is a doctor and has no fighting ability. It can be said that in the original work, apart from the Lone Rangers among them, there is no Shichibukai that does not have a large number of people under its command. If we really compare their subordinates, Moria's subordinates seem to be the fewest and the weakest. Therefore, it is necessary to gather a group of powerful subordinates. Now, it is a test for the pirates on the ship. At least, Moria does not want any more traitors to appear among his men. After getting along with each other these days, everyone knows Moria's character and understands what kind of person Moria is. He is easy to get along with on weekdays, and as a captain, Moria is very qualified. Seeing the blood knife pirate ship getting closer and closer, some people's faces were full of excitement. They were not timid at all, but very excited, especially Kane, but of course, this was only a small part. Most of the people on the boat were still scared and had timid eyes. There were even some people who were looking around for the best route to escape, and their bodies were slowly moving back. There were a few remaining people who acted very calmly, most of them were experienced old people like the old swordsman. At this time, on the opposite side of the blood knife pirates, Blood Knife Cullen was also looking at Moria and the others on the bow. Next to him, the lookout was reporting, "Captain, the ship on the other side has no flags representing its identity, neither pirate flags nor navy flags, just a simple white sail." However, the leader on the ship on the other side seems to be a pirate, and the man on the bow seems to be Moonlight Moria. After saying that, he took out a Moria bounty from a pile of bounties. "Oh, 240 million Baileys. It's been so many years since we went to sea. The new world is not suitable for such weaklings. Senior, it's time for us young people to make way." "Ah, ha 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 ha." I saw that Blood Blade Kulin threw Moria's bounty forward, held the knife with both hands, and swung it forward with force. The blood-red cross-cutting blows from the 2 knives flew directly towards Moria's ship. Looking at the blood-red slash, Moria did not dare to be careless and used his Devil Fruit ability to fight back. Shadow Horn Gun. Moria's Shadow Horn Gun faced the oncoming slash, and the two collided in the air, causing a huge collision. The aftermath caused waves on the sea, but eventually disappeared, and the sea returned to calm. Seeing that his slash was blocked by Moria, Blood Blade Kulun was not surprised. After all, Moria had been sailing on the sea for more than 10 years. On the contrary, his eyes showed a bloodthirsty look, and his body felt ready to move. "Little ones, let's do a big fight and attack." The members of the Blood Blade Pirates immediately became excited when they heard this, waving their weapons in their hands and shouting, "Ahaha, big brother, let's send Moria on the road. Kill Moria and rob Moria's treasure. Kill Moria, our big brother is going to become the Pirate King." Amid cheers, everyone on the Blood Blade Pirates began to act. "Fire, fire quickly, hey, over there, bring the shells over quickly." The shells fired from the Blood Sword Pirates flew over quickly. Scattering bats, Moria intercepted the shells with the power of the Devil Fruit. "Hey, don't just stand there, the battle has begun. Hey, 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 hey." So, the people on Moria's ship also started to get busy, constantly firing shells, and the two sides started a cannon battle on the sea. There were gunshots, shells, and explosions, and shouting everywhere, and it was a mess. Because the number of the other pirate group was larger than Moria's, and there were several high bounties on his side, except for a few old people, most of Moria's people had less experience, and casualties soon occurred. Seeing that this was not going to work, Moria walked to the old swordsman and said to him, "I'll leave it to you on the ship, you take charge." After that, Moria used the skill of scattering bats, but not to resist the shells flying from the opposite side. Bats kept flying to various parts of Moria's body, grabbing Moria, flapping their wings, slowly taking Moria off the ground, and gradually flying towards the Bloodsword pirates on the opposite side. Moria had also thought about developing a pair of wings like Robin to fly freely in the sky, but due to the problem of height and weight, Moria could only give up in the end and use the flying bat method to lift her body up and fly. Although there are no wings, it seems good, making Moria more mysterious, and looking like flying in the clouds from a distance. The Bloodsword pirates on the opposite side soon discovered Moria flying over. "Damn, what kind of ability is this? Why can it fly? Gunner, shoot him down quickly. Aim, fire, fire." The Bloodsword pirates fired dozens of shells at Moria in a panic, but they were all blocked by Moria's flying bats. Moria soon landed safely on the pirate ship. As soon as he landed, Moria's bat left Moria and flew towards the crowd, biting everywhere, and the deck began to become chaotic. Suddenly, Moria felt threatened and quickly jumped away from the spot. Then, a slash flew over, and the dust dispersed. The deck disappeared. There was only a deep crack where Moria had just stood, and the cabin below had begun to leak. Moria turned around and saw Bloodblade coming from a distance and stopped in front of Moria. "Moonlight Moria, a weakling like you who has been wandering on the sea for so many years should become a stepping stone for me, Bloodblade. Be obedient and die. I, Bloodblade, am the one who will become the Pirate King, destined to rule the sea. Tremble in front of me, ahahaha." After that, Bloodblade attacked Moria. "Pirate King, you are really a kid who doesn't know how to live or die." Moria cursed and activated his own devil fruit ability. Scatter the bats. Many bats appeared around Moria and bit at Bloodknife. Tisk, what a troublesome ability. Bloodknife waved away Moria's bats with his sword, and then he accelerated instantly, came in front of Moria, and waved at Moria with his hands holding the knife. Facing the sword energy that was already in front of him, it was too late for Moria to jump away. Of course, Moria could also use the devil fruit ability to resist, but Moria did not do so. Instead, he clenched his fists with both hands, covering the armed color domineering, and offset the sword energy. In Moria's daily exercise, the progress of armed color domineering has been minimal. Now, the best way to improve armed color domineering is through fighting. After offsetting the sword energy, Moria took the initiative to attack, rushed to Bloodknife, and swung a punch containing armed color domineering. After Bloodknife noticed it, he swung the knife with both hands. After fighting for more than 10 rounds, the two dispersed and stood and looked at each other. "Well, Moria, as a senior, your physical skills don't seem to be very good," Bloodknife said sarcastically. "Tisk, you don't need to worry about it," Moria replied. "He is indeed a pirate with a bounty of 390 million berries. Although the Navy may increase the bounty of Bloodblade because he slaughtered a large number of nobles and civilians, it seems that the strength of this Bloodblade is not mixed with much water. He has two-color domineering, good swordsmanship, and good physical skills." Hiss, it hurts. Sure enough, it was too much of a stretch to resist the sword energy with both hands, but the effect was still significant. After more than a dozen moves, Moria felt that his armed color domineering had improved a little. Although it was very weak, it was indeed improved. After looking at each other for a while, the two launched attacks almost at the same time, and the two continued to fight together. The deck where the two stood had a big hole broken, and wood chips were flying. Many people on the ship were affected by the aftermath of the battle and were injured. Those who were unlucky were dragged into the center of the battle and died directly. Seeing this, the deputy captain of the Bloodsword pirate ship asked everyone to stay away from the two. So, where the two fought, the pirates fled one after another, leaving a large area empty. Although Moria was fighting with the Bloodsword, his bat did not disappear. At this time, on the Bloodsword pirate ship, Moria's bat had been biting the pirates on the ship. Many people were bitten, and some people were bitten in the vital parts, so many people lost their ability to fight. In fact, Moria's single bat is not very strong, and the pirates can defeat it, but the number of bats is too large, and even if the bat is defeated, it will only turn into a shadow. After a while, the shadow turns into a bat again and starts to bite the pirates. For a time, it caused many casualties to the Bloodsword pirates. Just as Moria and Bloodsword were fighting, he suddenly felt a tremor under his feet. Moria looked up and saw that the two ships collided with each other. The large-scale battle between the two ships finally began. "You are distracted in the battle, hum." Bloodsword seized the moment when Moria was distracted and swung a slash. Mariah quickly jumped away and used the armed color to wrap his fist and swung it forward. The two stirred up waves of air on the ship again. After seeing the Bloodsword vice captain being killed by the old swordsman, everyone on the Bloodsword pirates felt incredible at first, but then everyone felt extremely angry. For a moment, the pirates of the Bloodsword pirates rushed up and attacked the old swordsman to avenge their vice captain. Damn it, kill this old guy and avenge the vice captain. Brothers, go. That old guy is dying, kill him. For a moment, the old swordsman was surrounded, and everyone on the Bloodsword pirates surrounded him with murderous intent. Kill! Facing the attack of the Bloodsword pirates, the exhausted old swordsman had to use his flexible steps to dodge. However, the old swordsman had exhausted his physical strength in the battle with Kyuzo, and he was also injured a lot, and his speed was getting slower and slower. The old swordsman fought and retreated, dealing with the enemy, using his experience and the barrier of Moriya's bat to shuttle among the crowd, and at the same time, he also caused a lot of damage to the enemy. After killing the two people around him, the old swordsman had to stop, spit out a mouthful of blood, stand still, and take a deep breath. At this moment, a pirate swung a knife and chopped the old swordsman. After the old swordsman killed the pirate with force, his body began to shake, but many pirates still rushed up. Looking at the pirates who kept rushing up, although he still wanted to continue fighting in his heart, his body no longer allowed him to continue. In the end, the old swordsman fell on the boat. Looking at the knife that was about to chop over, the old swordsman couldn't help but look back at his life. Thinking back to the past, facing the adventure on the sea, how heroic it was, but now he is old, and he no longer has the momentum of the past. That mysterious man shattered the old swordsman's dream in one fell swoop, but the old swordsman has been wandering on the sea for so many years, hoping to find that person, but that person seems to have disappeared and has never appeared on the sea again. There is no news, which is really a pity. Seeing the pirate waving his sword and about to fall on him, the old swordsman gripped the hilt tightly, ready to defend his last face. Suddenly, a little ghost figure blocked the old swordsman and knocked the pirate's sword away. Seeing the figure blocking in front of him, the old swordsman said in a hoarse voice, "Why are you doing this? You will die. You are the one who has been really good to me for so many years, I don't want you to die. Besides, if you don't try, how do you know I won't win?" Behind the slightly immature back, Kane responded stubbornly. "Yeah, if you don't try, how do you know I won't win? I think I said the same thing when I challenged that mysterious man back then." The old swordsman smiled and said, "Let's try, will we win?" Ahem, stop talking nonsense, brothers, kill them and avenge the vice captain." A small pirate leader swung his sword and killed him, and then everyone from the Bloodsword pirates also rushed over. Take a step back, lower your head, swing your sword forward with all your strength under the command of the old swordsman. Kane actually killed the little leader just now, which made him unbelievable. The people of the charging Bloodsword pirates also couldn't believe it and froze there for a while, but then, the people of the Bloodsword pirates felt extremely angry and launched a violent attack. Under the guidance of the old swordsman, Kane hastily responded to the battle, constantly dodging the pirates' attacks and defending with great effort. Although Moriya's bats were constantly restraining the enemy, Kane was still too small after all, and his strength was not enough. He gradually had wounds of various sizes on his body, and he began to pant. "This kid can't hold on anymore, kill." Although Kane used up all his strength, he still couldn't stop the attack of the Bloodsword pirates. Kane was defeated and knelt on the ground, supporting his body with his sword. Kane saw that the knife was about to fall on the old swordsman, so he stood up with all his strength, held the handle of the knife with both hands, stood in a horse stance, and slashed forward with all his strength. At this time, Kane had only one thought in his mind, that is, he must save the old swordsman, because Kane had been bullied since he was a child. Slaves have no dignity. Kane, who has lived in darkness and pain since he was a child, has suffered humiliation in order to survive. He has always longed to be loved like an ordinary child, even if it is just a little bit. Now, although the old swordsman is very strict on weekdays and often hits him with a wooden stick, this old guy really makes Kane, who has lived in darkness since he was a child, feel warm. After training swordsmanship every day, the old guy will help him massage his body, take a medicinal bath, and force Kane to eat a bowl of unpalatable soup. Moreover, every night, the old swordsman will help Kane cover the quilt, and in the morning, he will prepare a delicious breakfast for Kane alone. "I really don't want you to die. Old man." Kane swung the sword and felt that he didn't know anything and fell to the ground. "I don't know how the old man is doing. The days on the ship were the happiest days of my life." The pirate who was about to see the old swordsman with his sword suddenly had a huge wound on his body, blood splattered, and the pirate fell to the ground. The old swordsman looked at the pirate lying on the ground in shock, and uttered a few words, "This is sword energy." Seeing their fallen companions, the Blood Blade pirates angrily picked up their knives and slashed at Kane. At this moment, a hand suddenly stretched out from the pirate's shadow, blocking the attack, and then a huge shadow emerged and punched the pirate away. "Hey, hee. I can't let you hurt this kid." Moriya's voice suddenly came from behind the Blood Blade pirates. Aren't you fighting with the captain?" the pirate in the crowd said. "Oh, are you talking about this person?" After saying that, Moria threw the bloody man onto the deck. A closer look revealed that it was the captain of the Blood Blade pirates, Blood Blade, Corin. It turned out that Moria had already dealt with Blood Blade Corin. Moria was in constant battle with Blood Blade, although, from the beginning, Blood Blade Corin used his superb swordsmanship to suppress Moria. But later, Moria continued to adapt to the battle with Blood Knife, and the results of half a year of practice were also reflected in the battle. Although Moria's speed was not as fast as Blood Knife's, Moria's strength was much greater than Blood Knife's. Moria used his own advantages and gradually fought back and forth with Blood Knife. Moreover, Moria's defense was much higher than Blood Knife's, and Blood Knife began to feel pressure in the battle. Faced with such a situation, Blood Knife did not dare to be careless anymore. He increased his speed and continued to swing his slashes to attack Moria, wanting to make a quick decision. Mystery blood all over the world. The blood-red slashes flew towards Moria densely, making Moria feel that there was nowhere to hide, as if he was floating on the sea of blood, and the huge blood waves swept over and were about to drown Moria. Shadow gathering place. Faced with pressure, Moria did not dare to be arrogant. He used his fruit ability to gather all the shadows of the pirates who fell on the ground and were injured on the ship into his body. Although there were only more than 200 shadows, this was the upper limit of the number of shadows that Moria could still control after absorbing the shadows. Although it could continue to increase, it would result in the consequence of being unable to control himself. Moria did not want to blindly absorb shadows like in the original work, and was defeated in the end. Moria covered his hands with armed color domineering and ran towards the Blood Knife. The fists and swords collided, and the air waves kept rolling. After the stalemate, both of them retreated due to the recoil, but Moria only retreated 3 steps, while the Blood Knife retreated 5 steps away. Damn, this guy is stronger. The Blood Knife's hands holding the 2 swords were both aching and trembling slightly. But Moria did not miss this opportunity. Moria quickly used the charge step and came to the Blood Knife in an instant, swinging his fist hard. So fast. Looking at the fist in front of him, Blood Blade could only hastily use his sword to block it, but he was a beat too late. His sword was knocked away, and his body was also knocked away by Moria, leaving a deep mark on the deck. Moria had no intention of letting Blood Blade go, and chased him relentlessly, with fists containing the color of armed color constantly falling on Blood Blade Kalen. Charge fist. Blood Blade Kalen was instantly knocked away, and a hole was instantly smashed through the ship. Blood Blade Kalen flew from one end of the ship to the other, smashed through the entire ship, and began to fall into the sea. The ship of the Blood Blade pirates also became dilapidated because of Moria's battle with Blood Blade, and many places began to leak water and began to sink slowly. Flying bats, I can't let you sink into the sea, otherwise it will be very troublesome to salvage it. He. Looking at Blood Blade, who was caught by the bat and had fainted, Moria said, "Now, it's time to go check on the little devils on the ship." So, there was the scene where Moria saved Kane just now. When the people of the Blood Sword pirates saw the unconscious Blood Sword Corin, their initial shock turned into fear. The captain was defeated. Damn it, this guy's bounty is obviously much lower than the captain's. Why did the captain lose to this guy? Everyone, run away, this is a devil. Moria looked at the pirates who were fleeing in all directions and did not intend to let them go. After all, these people participated in the Blood Sword massacre of the capital. Some of them, although their strength was not very good, had a high bounty. It was still good to exchange them for the bounty. Flying bats run. Finally, Moria organized the people on the ship to capture the people of the Blood Sword pirates, and transferred the treasures on the Blood Sword pirate ship to the ship, and began to organize the cleaning of the battlefield and the treatment of the wounded. Kane and the old swordsman were also treated in the infirmary. As for those who surrendered in the battle, Moria was not so merciful, and all of them were sunk into the sea. After completing this, Moria continued to move forward following the guidance of the lifeguard. That night, Moria held a grand banquet on the ship to celebrate everyone's victory over the Blood Sword pirates. Come on, cheers! Cheers to Lord Moria! Moria looked at those drunk people, who were going crazy. He. So full of energy. Yeah, you young people are full of energy, not like an old man like me at all. The old swordsman came from a distance, his upper body was full of bandages, and he held a cigarette in his mouth and said, "A lot of people were lost in this battle. Well, 37 people were killed, and 9 people rebelled and surrendered. Now there are 64 people left on the ship. But we also got a lot of good things. Bailey alone has 800 million, and other supplies, weapons, etc." Moria replied. "Next, are you going to form your own pirate group?" The old swordsman looked at Moria with his calm eyes. Moria also looked at the old swordsman, drank the wine in his hand, and said, "Yes, if these people on the ship agree, then they will be members of my Moria pirates. I wonder if the old swordsman is willing to board my ship." The old swordsman took a puff of cigarette, looked at Moria, and said, "Am I not on your ship?" Moria laughed. He. "Yes, you are on my ship now." The old swordsman threw away the last cigarette, stood up and said, "Let's get to know each other again. I am Gale Gallia, the 36th generation descendant of Gale swordsmanship and a part-time chef. You can call me Old Man Gia or Old Gia. Welcome to join the Mariah Pirates, Old Gia. From now on, you are a member of the Mariah Pirates. Mariah stretched out his hand, and the old swordsman also stretched out his hand, and the two held their hands tightly together. Yes, Captain. He. The next day, Moria continued to get up for daily exercise, and the ship returned to its former calm. Everyone was doing their own thing. The only thing missing was the little devil Kane, who was still lying on the bed. Now, Moria has greatly compressed the training time of domineering and devil fruit, and under the guidance of Jilao, he is specifically training in swordsmanship. Because Moria has cut off the shadow of the blood knife and let his own shadow begin to devour. Although the shadow of the blood knife is still in the body, Moria can already feel the sword intent of killing, making himself irritable. Moria plans to digest the shadow of the blood knife during this period of time, through the perception of the swordsmanship of the blood knife, continue to work hard to train, transform the swordsmanship of the blood knife into his own things, and improve his swordsmanship level. After all, after a few days of training, the little guy Kane has completely mastered the sword energy and has completely entered the ranks of first-class swordsmen. Moria doesn't want to be a second-rate swordsman all the time, which would be too embarrassing. According to the description of the old swordsman, swordsmen are divided into no-rate swordsmen, who fight with swordsmanship, second-rate swordsmen, who are proficient in swordsmanship, first-rate swordsmen, who can swing sword energy and cut stone, swordsmen, who swing and cut steel, and create their own swordsmanship secrets, great swordsmen, whose slashes can split mountains and seas and destroy an island. Time passed day by day, and Moria used the power of the fruit to continuously digest the shadow of the blood knife, while Moria was hit more and more by the killing sword intent, and Moria became more and more irritable. As a last resort, in order to alleviate his violent emotions, Moria began to train frantically, allowing himself to vent until he had no strength left. At the same time, the blood knife, who was locked in the cabin, also felt the pain transmitted by the shadow, and began to scream and scold Moria every day. At first, Mariah just trained with all her strength, but as she was influenced by the killing consciousness, she became more and more violent. Although training could relieve some pain, the effect was getting smaller and smaller. Mariah began to fight with others. So, in order to help Mariah, the old swordsman and others took turns to fight Mariah. So, Mariah's day became, when he got up in the morning, the first thing he did was to fight with the members on the ship, and after breakfast, he would do crazy training. At noon, after lunch, he would fight again, and then do crazy training. Later, the people on the ship didn't want to fight Mariah anymore, so Mariah began to think about the captives on the ship. Mariah promised them that as long as they fought Mariah and persisted for a period of time, Mariah would let them go back and not hand them over to the Navy. So, every night, Mariah began to fight with those pirates. More than 20 pirates fought Mariah together, which put a certain amount of pressure on Mariah, but also aroused Mariah, making Mariah's attack more crazy. More than 20 people let Moria loose, and in the end, the captives were beaten black and blue one by one. After a few days, all the captives would rather be sent to the Navy than fight with Moria, because if they continued like this, they would be beaten to death by Moria before they even reached the Navy base. Mariah saw this and thought of Blood Knife Kowloon. At night, he released Blood Knife to fight with Mariah. Although Blood Knife didn't know how he felt the pain all the time, he knew that it was all caused by Mariah. Once released, he fought with Mariah madly, and Mariah found that in the second battle with Blood Knife, Mariah had a deeper understanding of the swordsmanship and physical skills used by Blood Knife, and he was more eager to fight with Blood Knife. So Mariah deliberately didn't defeat Blood Knife, but soon, Blood Knife discovered Mariah's intention and took the initiative not to fight with Mariah. Mariah began to stimulate Blood Knife and tried every means to make Blood Knife fight with him. In this way, when Blood Knife himself had fainted from exhaustion and it was almost dawn, Mariah locked Blood Knife, who had been tortured for a night, back into the cabin. In this way, he trained madly during the day and fought with Blood Knife at night. And every night, people on the boat could clearly hear Mariah's laughter and Blood Knife Kowloon screams. As a result, Mariah got a new nickname, Night Punisher. Later, after Mariah let the other members of the Bloodsword Pirates go, this nickname became Mariah's new bounty. After many days of torture, Bloodblade was unconscious more and more, and when he woke up, he became more and more irritable and ate more and more. Even so, Bloodblade had so much rest time and ate so much in a day, but his body was getting thinner and thinner. Moria guessed that the energy obtained by Bloodblade from eating should be used to repair the shadow, but Moria kept digesting the shadow, so in the end, the energy went to Moria. During these days, Moria felt that he was energetic, so he could support 24 hours of crazy practice a day. After so many days of digestion, Moria's shadow constantly fed back to Moria about Bloodblade swordsmanship and some physical skills. Moria's swordsmanship began to improve rapidly. Moria basically mastered Bloodblade swordsmanship. At the same time, Moria could already swing the sword energy and officially entered the level of a first-class swordsman. At the same time, Moria also received some physical skills and improved Moria's offensive methods. Although Moria had to endure mental shock every day when digesting the shadow, and felt very painful every day, but isn't this a kind of exercise? As time went by, Moria gradually adapted to this impact and was less and less affected. During this period, Moria could clearly feel the growth of his mental strength. In One Piece, awakening the Conqueror's Haki requires extraordinary courage, in other words, it requires extraordinary mental strength, and the Conqueror's Haki cannot be trained, so it is said to be innate. But Moria's way gave Moria the possibility of becoming the world's strongest Conqueror's Haki. At the same time, Moria carefully observed that when digesting the shadow, something was digested and absorbed and entered Moria's body, and the body was very satisfied. Of course, most of them were inabsorbable, disgusted by themselves, and expelled by the shadow. Although I don't know what I absorbed, I know that it is beneficial to me through the reaction of my body. Devil fruit is really an incredible existence. There are still many undeveloped places in my own shadow fruit, which I believe will bring Moria many surprises. When I felt that the improvement brought by digesting the shadow began to weaken, Moria began to spend half a day studying my fruit ability. In this battle, Moria had a very obvious disadvantage, that is, he did not have a long-range attack. Among the moves that Moria has mastered now, except for the Shadow Horn gun, which has a certain attack power, the rest of the moves have no effect on the strong, and he urgently needs a move with strong attack power. On the sea, whether it is the Navy or the pirates, those who stand at the top of this world have their own big moves. Sengoku's Buddha Palm Impact, Aokiji's Frozen Moment, Whitebeard's Sea Shock, Kaido's Dragon Breath, and even the Bear Paw Impact of Tyrant Bear, who is also a 7 Warlords of the Sea. It can be seen that if the Devil Fruit ability user wants to become a strong person, he must develop his own big move to have a foothold in the sea. How can you develop your own big move? Moria stood alone at the bow, used the Devil Fruit ability, condensed a shadow ball in his hand, and threw it towards the sea. As a result, the shadow ball scattered, fell into the sea, and disappeared. There was no explosion or shock wave as imagined. Sure enough, I still thought too simply. How did the explosion happen, and why didn't my shadow ball work? The shadow fruit is the ability to control other people's shadows. Shadow is an optical phenomenon. It is a darker area formed by an object blocking the propagation of light and unable to pass through opaque objects. Theoretically, shadows cannot leave the human body at all, and there is no way to eliminate them, but the Devil Fruit did it. Sure enough, it is really incomprehensible to talk about science in this world of One Piece. Moria kept fiddling with the shadow in his hand. Since ordinary shadow balls are useless, what about compressed ones? What about Reborn? Moria condensed a shadow ball again, tried to compress it, and finally became the size of a bullet and threw it out. This time the effect was significant, and an explosion occurred, but the power was small, only equivalent to the power of a cannonball, and it was far from the kind of moves that could destroy an island at any time. But Moria was very happy, at least he found the direction. Moria tried his best to condense a huge shadow ball, trying to compress it, and constantly compressing it. The color of the shadow ball continued to become deeper, and a drop of black liquid seemed to condense in the center of the compression. When Moria felt that he could no longer compress it, he threw it out. At the moment the shadow ball was released, a huge shock wave was generated, waves rolled up on the sea surface, and the ship kept swaying. At this time, the people on the ship heard the explosion and rushed over. Moria told them not to worry, it was an explosion caused by his own experiment with the Devil Fruit ability. Everyone heard Moria's explanation and marveled that Moria's strength had improved again. Although it was successful, it consumed Moria's physical strength. The energy of the shadow ball all came from Moria's shadow, which was a huge burden for Moria. It could only be used twice at most. This result was not what Moria wanted. Although the power was enough to destroy a warship, the consumption was too large and seriously disproportionate. It would be great if it could absorb energy from the outside world. Yes, I can absorb energy from the outside world and condense the shadow ball. I am really a genius. Everything in the world, whether it is people, animals, flowers, trees, or even dust, has a shadow. Moria can extract a trace of energy from each shadow and condense it into a shadow ball. Where there is light, there is a shadow, and a shadow ball can be condensed. At night, there are shadows, but because it is dark, the shadows cannot be distinguished. Of course, the range in which Moria can extract shadow energy is also limited, only about 5,000 meters around. As long as Moria continues to develop the fruit ability, the range will also expand. The Reborn that Moria tested is several times more powerful than the non-rotating shadow ball. The faster it rotates or the larger the shadow ball is, the greater the power it exerts, but the shadow ball is also more difficult to control. Looking at the Reborn that can only double its power, Moria couldn't help but sigh, we still have to keep working hard. Moria was walking on the street, and suddenly, Moria walked into a remote alley. After 2 minutes, a naked man with 2 big swords on his back walked out, and Moria, who had just walked in, disappeared. It turned out that the man just now was Moria's transformation. According to Moria's shadow revolution moves in the original work, Moria thought that since he could use the shadow to change Oz's body shape, could he use the shadow to change his own body shape? So, based on this point, Moria kept experimenting and found that he could indeed use his devil fruit ability to change his body shape and appearance. After all, the shadow has no shape, so the shadow can also become any shape. But it doesn't mean that Moria can become anyone. Although the shadow can be changed into any shape at will, the body is still his own body. His own changes must consider the range that his body can bear. At least, turning Moria into a dwarf cannot be done. At the same time, there is a certain time limit. After all, if the body becomes someone else's appearance for a long time, it will cause certain damage to his body. After all, during the change, the body is distorted. Now Moria can only become a real big man. As for becoming the size of a normal person, Moria needs to constantly exercise the flexibility of his body. Moria plans to learn judo in the future. It would be even better if he can master the life return of the Navy. Moria's changes are simply not discovered by ordinary people, but this change in appearance cannot be hidden from people who are proficient in observation haki. After all, Moria's life breath has not changed. But who has nothing to do and turns on the observation haki every day to stare at Moria? Moria looked at the direction indicated by the life card, and from a distance, it was a huge castle. Moria found a tavern close to the castle, found a place to sit down, and then ordered some food, sitting there and eating slowly. Because the big man was huge, and the two big knives on his back made Moria look difficult to mess with, so there was no so-called plot to trouble Moria. Moria kept eating food there, while urging the waiter to serve the dishes and pour the wine. After all, with such a big height, the appetite would naturally not be small. The whole bar was noisy. Moria was in the bar, listening to the pirates talking about various things in the New World. At the same time, the pirates or locals also talked about some things about the island, which gave Moria some basic understanding of the situation on the island. However, no one in the whole bar noticed that there was no shadow under Moria's huge body. Yes, Moria had sent his shadow out and sneaked into the castle. On the other hand, Moria's shadow had sneaked into the castle. A black shadow kept moving on the ground, easily passing through the gate and entering the castle, while the two guards guarding the gate did not see the moving shadow under their feet at all. In the castle, there were patrols everywhere, and the defense was tight. Passing through the corridor in front of the court, entering the hall. I saw that the hall was gorgeously decorated, and all kinds of precious items could be seen everywhere. It seemed that the administrator of this Mumu town was really rich. Across the hall, there was a studio. On both sides of the table, two groups of people were arguing fiercely. It seemed that they were discussing a timber business. One of them, whom Moria knew, was one of the founders of the New World Pirate Alliance. His nickname was One Eye, and his bounty was as high as 1.2 billion Baileys. At this moment, he was watching his men arguing fiercely with the people of Mumu town about the price. If people outside saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked. The notorious One Eye would actually sit down to discuss business with people. Wouldn't he just rob it? The people at the table were arguing fiercely about the price. No one noticed that an arm stretched out from the shadow under the table. The shadow looked at the direction indicated by the life card and disappeared. Moria's shadow came to a room with a large number of books and antiques in the room. It seemed that the owner of the room was an elegant person. Going deeper, I saw a middle-aged man wearing glasses on a table full of documents, looking down at the documents, looking very elegant. Whether it was his appearance or his behavior, Moria could not connect the man in front of him with the cowardly sniper on the ship. Moria's shadow took out the life card in his hand again, and saw the life card slowly move, pointing to the middle-aged man who was working. The middle-aged man seemed to have discovered something and looked up at the place where Moria's shadow was. Strange, why do I feel a familiar breath? Impossible, that man has been dead for a long time. The middle-aged man said to himself, shook his head again, and lowered his head to continue working. Really? Then I disappoint you. The middle-aged man heard this familiar voice and immediately wanted to stand up and fight back, but suddenly found that his heart had been pierced. Before the middle-aged man could say anything, he fell on the table and looked like he was asleep. Moria took a look and saw that the middle-aged man on the table slowly disappeared, turned into a shadow, and finally disappeared. Hey, look, did that person disappear? A pirate who was drinking pushed the person next to him and said, no way, John, have you drunk too much? You must be drunk. Isn't he just there? John rubbed his eyes and looked at the big man who was eating with his upper body naked. It seems that I really drank too much. Come on, I'm full, pay the bill. Bring me another barrel of wine. The big man transformed by Moria said. The waiter looked at the dishes piled as high as a mountain in front of Moria, his eyes were full of smiles, and he said, Shengui, a total of 50,000 Baileys. The big man paid the bill, carried a bucket of wine, and left the bar. The big man was walking on the street, drinking as he walked. Along the way, he finished a barrel of wine. Suddenly, when the big man came out of an alley, he transformed back into Moria's original form. Moria stretched his body, thinking that it was better to be as he was before. To change into someone else's appearance, he always had to twist his body, which was really uncomfortable. Along the way, Moria kept visiting the weapon shops on the street, hoping to find the weapon he wanted. Moria wanted to change to 2 better knives. The 2 knives on his back were snatched from a pirate, but they were still a bit too small for Moria. This time he met a weapons store. Moria wanted to exchange for 2 larger ones. Although there are many shops selling knives in Mumu Town, there are very few knives as big as the 2 described by Moria, and most of them are the size of swords used by ordinary people. Along the way, the knives in the store were either too small or too light. Even if they came across knives with satisfactory styles and sizes, they were just too ordinary and not as good as the 2 knives Moria held. After walking around, Moria came to a blacksmith shop. Seeing the workers working hard beating large and small iron blocks, and various weapons such as axes, swords, etc. beside them, Moria looked at them and walked in. In the end, Moria left the blacksmith shop with satisfaction. I replaced the 2 knives on my back with 2 larger ones. Although the 2 new knives I bought are not among the famous knives, they are still considered good knives. But what Moglia didn't notice was that there was a telephone bug in the corner of the blacksmith shop. Due to many stops and starts along the way, it was already evening when Moria returned to the boat. Moria returned to the ship and found that the old swordsman was on the deck supervising Kian to practice his sword. After finding out that Moria was back, he said calmly, "There are still 30 people in total. Well, after all, it's everyone's choice. Besides, there were 30 people, and the day exceeded my expectations. Let's hold a banquet tonight to celebrate the return of the Moria pirates." Moria said happily. At this time, Moria suddenly felt that a sharp slash flew out from Mumujen, tearing the sea apart and causing waves of water to splash. Moria's eyes shrank, he looked solemnly at the direction of the slash, and murmured, "Great swordsman." Immediately, bursts of gunfire were heard in the town. Moria said to the old swordsman, "Jalao, be ready to sail at any time. I will come as soon as I go." After saying that, Moria used his devil fruit ability to fly towards the place of battle. Along the way, Moria saw the residents and pirates of the town running out of Mumu Town in terror, and the crowded people fled in all directions. Of course, there are also people who believe in their own strength. Like Moria, they walk towards the place where the battle takes place, wanting to see this fight between dragons and tigers. Moria flew slowly in the sky, and finally landed on the roof of a church. On the square below Moria, a fierce firefight was going on. The 2 sides were constantly exchanging fire, and the sound of guns and swords resounded through the sky. Although the 2 sides were fighting fiercely in the square, and people were constantly injured, Moria did not watch the fight between these people. Instead, he stared in the direction of the castle, where the center of the battle was. Suddenly, a slash flew out and cut all the houses next to Moria in 2, causing even greater turmoil. He is indeed a great swordsman. Just the aftermath of the battle is so powerful. Moria couldn't help but sigh. Through the haki of seeing and hearing, Moria can see the 2 parties at the center of the battle. One of them is the One Eye that Moria once saw in the castle. The person fighting the One Eye is a man wearing a man in a black suit with his face covered. One Eye's sword energy was sharp, and every wave of his hand was a slash. He was worthy of being a pirate with a bounty of 1.2 billion belly, and it also allowed Moria to see the glory of a great swordsman. The man who fought with One Eye had very good physical skills, especially his leg skills. His speed and power were impressive. Moria concentrated his energy and could only barely keep up with the movement speed of this man. Moria thought that if he fought with him, he might have been kicked away before he could react. The 2 sides fought very fiercely, and their strength was evenly matched. In the aftermath of the battle, a casual blow caused huge damage. The entire Mumu Town turned into a pile of ruins in the blink of an eye. The entire Mumu Town was filled with cries and wailings, and the 2 parties that had just been fighting in the square fled one after another and disappeared. The church where Moria was located had also been destroyed by a slash, and that slash left Moria with lingering fear. Moria felt the threat of death from that slash, and Moria quickly used the devil fruit ability to fly away from the place, and at the same time, retreat back a safe distance. Moria stood on a hill at the edge of Mumu Town and continued to watch the battle. At the same time, Moria also found 5 people in the distance. Each of them was scattered, with a long distance in between, looking at the battle in the center of Mumu Town. The 5 people felt that Moria was spying on them, released their own momentum, and looked at Moria. Moria released his momentum to fight back, declaring that he was not easy to mess with. Seeing that Moria's momentum was not weak and there was no hostility, the 5 people withdrew their eyes from Moria and continued to watch this duel between the strong attentively. In Moria's perception, the strength of these 5 people was strong, and Moria felt that none of them was weaker than the blood knife. It seems that there are many powerful people in this sea. But what puzzled Moria was that the masked man in a suit could fight against the one-eyed man, and why such a strong man was unwilling to reveal his true face, and what kind of power was behind it? It was really confusing. Moria shook his head, telling himself not to think about it anymore, and continued to concentrate on watching this rare battle. After all, no matter what the reason, that level of power struggle is not something that Moria can participate in now. In Mumu Town, the one-eyed man held the knife with both hands and continued to use his slashing, while the man in the suit used his ghostly speed to dodge the one-eyed man's slashing. After the two sides fought in the air, they fell to the ground and stood facing each other. "If I say that I don't know all this, will you believe it?" the one-eyed man said to the man in the suit. "Do you think anyone would believe this kind of trick to deceive children? You killed my people and stole all the treasure trees, but you came here to talk about business and delay time. Don't you think that your eating is too ugly? You stay here." The man in the suit looked at the one-eyed man with murderous intent. "But I really came here to talk about business." The one-eyed man spread his hands and looked at the man in the suit with an innocent face. The man in the suit launched an attack, and in a flash, he came in front of the one-eyed man and kicked him. So fast. The one-eyed man's observation hacky did not catch the suit man's action in time. The one-eyed man could only cover his body with armament hacky and use his sword to barely resist. The one-eyed man was kicked away in an instant, and the whole person flew backwards, and his body plowed a deep gully on the ground. The man in the suit did not miss this opportunity. While the one-eyed man flew backwards, he continued to fight with him. The aftermath of the battle between the two continued to roll up many house wreckages and trees. Moria had to take off the double swords behind him and cut open the flying houses and trees. When everyone in Mumu Town was focused on the battle between the two, in a remote harbor behind Mumu Town, 3 giant ships were docked at this time, and flying on them was the flag of the world government. People on the ship were coming and going. People from the Navy and the world government were constantly moving wood. Wood was piled everywhere in the ship's hold and on the deck. If Moria was here, he would definitely find that these woods were Adam's treasure trees. A piece of Adam's treasure tree was much more valuable than Bailey of the same size. These 3 ships were full of wood, and its value was inestimable. On the deck of a submarine, 3 people wearing white robes and masks were talking. "Is Kizaru coming soon?" the person in the middle said. "Yes, sir, Admiral Kizaru's warship is coming here, and it will take about half an hour," the person at the back on the left answered. "Very good, this time we must cooperate with Admiral Kizaru to capture this defector. It's been 3 years, and this time he can't get away. Go down and prepare." Yes, the person at the back on the left, but the 2 people left on the deck stared at the direction of Mumu Town, wondering what they were thinking. On the sea in the distance, there are 3 naval ships, and the 2 ships behind are only major general level configurations, and the leading naval ship is only an ordinary vice admiral level configuration, and is constantly heading towards Mumu Town. But no one dares to underestimate these 3 naval ships. On the leading ship, the Admiral of the Navy, Kizaru, stands prominently, and on the other 2 warships, the leaders are also the vice admirals of the Navy headquarters. In Mumu Town, the battle between the one-eyed man and the suit man is still going on, and both of them have more or less wounds on their bodies. "It's been 3 years, I have been cooperating with you for 3 years, don't you still believe what I say?" the one-eyed man said. "But how do you explain these things?" the masked man asked. "On this sea, the few ants under your command can be solved by any few people. Even the 6 pirates watching the battle next to them can be solved." The one-eyed man glanced at Moria and the other 6 people. "You investigate me," the masked man said angrily. "Ah, how can this be considered an investigation? It's only right to have the most basic understanding of your partners." Although the masked man didn't want to admit it, he actually believed what the one-eyed man said. After all, he knew the strength of his men. In the past 3 years, there were countless pirates spying on Mumu Town, and the masked man himself killed countless pirates. At the same time, there were also many pirates who were closely watching the Adam treasure tree in Mumu Town. There were indeed many pirate groups and forces that could do this. Moreover, if the one-eyed man wanted to occupy that batch of treasure trees, he didn't have to do so. The one-eyed man was one of the founders of the Pirate Alliance. With the help of the Pirate Alliance, the one-eyed man didn't have to fight with him like this, and could directly occupy Mumu Town. The masked man thought so in his heart, and the intensity of the battle with the one-eyed man gradually decreased. On the other side, the one-eyed man was also thinking constantly. In fact, One Eye had long been eyeing Mumu Town. At the beginning, when he fought with the masked man, he was unable to defeat him because of his strong strength. Therefore, he finally chose to cooperate with the masked man. Of course, there are other reasons. When One Eye was fighting with the masked man, he found that the masked man's leg skills were very powerful. However, during the battle, One Eye saw traces of the Navy's life return. Although it was very hidden, One Eye often fought with the Navy, and the life return trick could not be hidden from One Eye. At that time, Duyan speculated that the masked man might be a member of the Navy, sent to the New World as an undercover. So, in order not to alert the enemy, Duyan chose to cooperate with the masked man, and at the same time, sent his men to constantly inquire about the masked man. After so many years of inquiries, Duyan found that when the masked man taught his men, he had a very strong color of the Navy 6 styles. However, since he was an undercover, he should not expose his skills of the Navy 6 styles in front of everyone. After years of observation, Duyan came to a conclusion, that is, this masked man is a naval traitor. After Duyan deduced this conclusion, Duyan was not so concerned about Mumu Town, but was very envious of the ultimate secret of the Navy 6 styles life return. Although on the sea, after so many years of accumulation, there are many defected generals in the Navy who brought the Navy 6 styles outside. On the sea, if you are willing to collect, you can always collect one or two of the Navy 6 styles, but the ultimate secret of the Navy 6 styles life return, the Navy controls it very strictly. Once a general who has learned the life return skill defected from the Navy would pursue him with all their strength to prevent the life return skill from spreading over the sea. Moreover, most of those who can learn the life return skill are high-ranking generals in the Navy, and these people basically have no possibility of defection. Therefore, for many years, no one outside the Navy and the world government has ever used the life return skill on the sea. Since both of them were thinking about their own things, the battle finally stopped after one fight. After the two looked at each other for a while, the masked man said, "I'm going to see who is behind this. Now if you can help me get rid of the mastermind, I'll give you what you want." After that, the masked man glanced at Moria's people and turned away. When the one-eyed man heard this, greed flashed in his eyes and said, "So, do you want to get rid of these pirates first?" The one-eyed man showed a fierce look and looked at Moria and others with interest. Moria felt that he was being stared at by a ferocious beast, unable to move, and his life might be taken away at any time. The masked man did not answer the one-eyed man, and continued to walk to the back of Mumu Town. After staring at Moria's people for a while, the one-eyed man smiled and followed the masked man. Moria was relieved until their figures were blocked by trees and disappeared into the woods. Unconsciously, Moria's back was already wet with sweat. It seemed that he should leave. Who knew what would happen if he stayed on? This feeling of being helpless was really annoying. After all, it was because he was not strong enough and too weak, Moria thought secretly in his heart. Moria used the flying bats to lift his body and flew towards the pirate ship, ready to leave Mumu Town. On the other side, the masked man and the one-eyed man walked all the way to the place where the Atom treasure tree was. However, when they were halfway there, the masked man suddenly felt that the woods were too quiet, so he stopped and looked around. The one-eyed man also found something wrong and looked around. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking through the air, and the masked man jumped away from the original place, and an explosion was heard instantly from the original place. "You are still so vigilant, Lee." Two people wearing white robes and masks walked out of the woods. "But today, you can't escape." After saying that, the leader attacked the masked man, and the other attacked the one-eyed man. The four of them started a melee in the jungle, rolling up waves of air, and the forest instantly became fragmented, and a large number of trees fell. At this time, Moria, who was flying, noticed the sound of fighting in the woods of Mumu Town, and instantly had a bad premonition in his heart, and flew towards the pirate ship. Moria had just landed on the pirate ship, and the ship had just set sail from the port of Mumu Town. The lookout on the ship shouted, Lord Moria, it's bad." A naval fleet appeared on the sea. Everyone on the ship ran to the bow to watch when they heard the sound. Moria stood on the bow and looked at the approaching naval fleet. Looking at the size of these three ships, the corresponding navy should be a vice admiral and two major generals, but this is too strange, isn't it? Just a vice admiral and two major generals, but they dare to go deep into the new world. Aren't they afraid of not coming back? The old swordsman said with a puzzled look. When the people on the ship heard that the navy had only one vice admiral and two major generals, they were eager to fight and asked to go to the battle. "Captain, let me kill that major general. Then give me the other major general." "Damn it, don't grab it, the major general on the left is mine." The pirate ship in front of Moria saw that there was only a vice admiral and two major generals level ships coming, and they were also excited and rushed forward. "Little guys, charge for me. Twist off the navy's head." For a while, the three ships of the navy seemed to be in crisis and could be buried in the sea at any time. Many pirate ships began to fire at the three navy ships, and dense shells poured down, but the navy on the ships seemed to be frightened and did not fire back at all. This further fueled the pirates' madness, and many pirate ships surrounded them, and the three navy ships seemed to be torn apart at any time. Yasikani no Megatama. In an instant, dense balls of light flashed on the sea, not only knocking down the shells, but also falling on the pirate ships in the sea. Many pirate ships suddenly cried out, and the 8 pirate ships that were closer became fragmented and began to sink into the sea. "How terrible, the monsters of the new world," a navy said seriously in the air. "Admiral Kazuru, it's the admiral of the navy. Tell me, why is the new admiral of the navy here?" The pirates panicked and began to flee, but 3 navy ships blocked the pirates' way forward. In order not to be wiped out by the admirals, many pirate groups began to attack the other 2 major admiral-class ships, trying to open a way out and escape from here. However, the pirates suddenly discovered that the two major admiral-class ships were not occupied by major admirals, but vice-admirals. The slashes from the two vice-admirals cut the approaching pirate ship in half and sank it into the sea. Damn, these navy ships are so powerful, we must fight our way out. We have so many pirate ships here, and they only have 3, everyone charge. For a while, the port of Mumu Town was filled with the sound of gunfire and fighting, and blood dyed the sea surface and the port red. Vice Admiral Tanzwo and Mariah kept fighting in the air, and now it seems that Mariah has the upper hand. The Vice Admiral of the Navy kept retreating, barely using the moon step to maintain his body shape to prevent being shot down by Mariah. In the process of Mariah and the Vice Admiral of the Navy fighting, in the eyes of others, Mariah was once suppressing the Vice Admiral of the Navy. This moment improved Mariah's prestige. Everyone on Mariah's ship shouted, "Long live the captain! Lord Mariah, come on!" The old swordsman who had been watching at the bow remained silent, turned his head and looked at everyone on the ship, pressed his hand, and said, "Everyone listen to me, the captain's order is for us to leave here quickly. Don't forget, the Admiral of the Navy is still on this island, and none of us knows when he will come back." The crowd stopped cheering, dispersed with joy, and drove the boat slowly away from the port of Mumu Town and sailed away. Everyone on the ship has begun to prepare for the banquet, but only the old swordsman looked in the direction of Mariah and remained silent. At the same time, the pirates in Mumu Town saw this scene, their morale was greatly boosted, and they stepped up their attacks on the Navy, and the pressure on the Navy increased instantly. Although Vice Admiral Tanzwo was not as famous as the Admiral of the Navy, the pirates in the New World were very afraid of this Vice Admiral Tanzwo. In the past, Vice Admiral Tanzwo's daughter was killed by pirates and her limbs were cruelly chopped off. From then on, in order to avenge the pirates, Vice Admiral Tanzwo would cut off the pirates' limbs in the battle with the pirates. All the pirates who fell into his hands were either killed or had their hands and feet chopped off. Therefore, the pirates gave Vice Admiral Tanzwo a nickname, Broken Limb. In recent years, Vice Admiral Tanzwo has been teaching his new disciples and has not gone out to sea to kill pirates. Looking at the disciples' training, if there is no accident, his own children will be this big, and so beautiful. After a few years, seeing that his swordsmanship has an air, Tanzwo is very relieved and happy. The broken limb that makes people terrified can actually smile so happily. This time, Sengoku couldn't stand Tanzwo staying at the Navy headquarters. Although he was about to retire, he wanted to give some of his remaining energy to the Navy before he retired. So Tanzwo was kicked out by Sengoku to perform this mission. In short, Mariah defeated the broken limb Tanzwo step by step, which greatly increased Mariah's own prestige, and the pirates began to pay attention to Mariah's information. But only Mariah himself knew that Mariah seemed to have the upper hand, but in fact Mariah only had the advantage in the air. Mariah has used all his moves, physical skills, and devil fruit abilities, but Mariah did not use swordsmanship. After all, Mariah himself knew how much he was worth, and now he couldn't use swordsmanship to fight against the Vice Admiral of the New World. But even if Mariah played all his cards, he only had a slight advantage. Mariah felt that although the opponent looked miserable, he was actually at ease, and did not use his full strength, nor did he suffer any damage. Instead, Mariah himself felt that his physical strength was consumed very quickly. Whether it is physical training, swordsmanship, or domineering training, Moria believes that he cannot compare with Vice Admiral Tanzwo. Although at the beginning, Broken Limb Tanzwo rushed over and underestimated the enemy, the Navy did not know that Moria had developed the ability to fly. Although Broken Limb was defeated and seemed to be defeated by Moria, he was actually constantly consuming Moria's physical strength. As long as he used the moon step to keep himself from falling, it would be fine. The final victory would still be Broken Limb Tanzwo. Therefore, there was the illusion that Moria was in the upper hand. After all, the Vice Admirals in the New World are not comparable to the Vice Admirals in the first half of the Grand Line and the Four Seas. The Vice Admirals in the New World are all elites of the Vice Admirals, and this Broken Limb Tanzwo is a monster with the strength of a quasi-admiral. Moria and Tanzwo kept fighting in the air. Moria's attacks were more and more fierce. Moria felt that he had been stuck by Tanzwo and was very uncomfortable. He could only find a way to defeat him quickly, but he was defended by Tanzwo every time. Finally, in a fight, Tanzwo was hit by Moria again, accelerated and flew backwards, landed on a pirate ship, smashed through the deck directly, and raised a cloud of dust. After seeing this scene, the surrounding pirates began to cheer even more, and were happy that Moria had knocked Tanzwo away. Hearing these cheers, Moria only had a bitter smile in his heart. In front of Moria, a big wound had been cut in the previous fight. On the other hand, although Vice Admiral Tanzwo came out of the cabin covered in dust, he did not have any wounds on his body. No matter how good your face is, it can't be eaten. I don't have as good luck as Buggy. Now I am at a disadvantage and must leave. The old swordsman and others have also left Mumu Town for a distance, so leave first. This old guy is really powerful. Although Moria doesn't want to admit it now, he really can't beat him. Although this old guy looks gray, he has no injuries at all. Moreover, the opponent was full of energy, not even a drop of sweat, and his breathing was steady, while I had already consumed nearly half of my energy. If I continued to fight, falling into the sea would not be a joke. Moria thought silently in his heart. Moria looked at Lieutenant General Tanzwo, who had just walked out of the cabin, and said, "What an old monster." After looking at each other, they rode on the Bat Cloud to leave Mumu town, chasing after the old swordsman and the others, and flew away without looking back. Vice Admiral Tanzwo looked at Mariah, who left decisively, and said, "It seems that he is not a stupid person. But no matter how you look at it, it is only me who has lost face. Well, forget it, I am already a person who is about to retire. I am too lazy to make a fuss." This is the current broken limb Tanzwo. After a few years, Tanzwo learned some health preservation methods from his apprentice and from Kizaru, who he met most often at the Navy headquarters. Otherwise, if it were based on Tanzwo's previous personality, although Mariah could fly, it would be completely possible if he really wanted to keep Mariah. Sure enough, if you stay with Kizaru for a long time, you will become a salted fish. The pirates next to him felt very disgusted when they saw Mariah flying away directly. They thought that since they could defeat Vice Admiral Tanzwo, why not just kill him? It seems that there is only one possibility, that is, the old guy's fighting power has declined. After all, this Vice Admiral Tanzwo seems to have reached the age of retirement. Otherwise, how could he be defeated by a pirate like Moria, who is not well known? After thinking about it, the pirates next to him seemed to understand everything. That is, Vice Admiral Tanzwo's strength has declined, and he was defeated by a little-known pirate like Moria, and Moria was afraid of being hunted down by the Navy, so he dared not kill Tanzwo, so he ran away. After thinking about this clearly, the pirates next to him looked at Vice Admiral Tanzwo with ill intentions, and Vice Admiral Tanzwo was already an old and cunning man. How could he not know what these pirates were thinking after taking a look? It seems that I have not taken action for many years, and I have forgotten my old man's methods. Vice Admiral Tanzwo's eyes flashed with murderous light, which instantly made the people on the pirate ship feel cold. They looked around, but didn't know what was going on. "Let me exercise my body before I retire. Give yourself a wonderful retirement ceremony," Broken Limb Tanzwo murmured, while slowly picking up the knife and walking towards the pirates. Mariah rides on the cloud of bats and eventually returns to the ship. When everyone on the boat saw Moria coming back, they cheered loudly and were happy for Moria's return. However, when they saw Moria coming back empty-handed, people in the crowd asked curiously, "Captain, have you defeated the Vice Admiral? Why didn't you see the head of the Vice Admiral?" When Moria was about to answer, the old swordsman suddenly interrupted. "It's impossible for the captain to kill the Vice Admiral. After all, the Admiral is on this island. If we kill the Vice Admiral, then we won't be able to leave. Admiral, we are not able to compete now." After hearing the old swordsman's answer, everyone on the boat was convinced, and then they went to prepare for the banquet together happily. Moria tied a bandage and came to the old swordsman and said, "Thanks, Jilao. No, I just don't want to disappoint the young people on board. Besides, didn't you gain the upper hand in the battle with the Vice Admiral?" "What I said is correct." The old swordsman smoked a cigarette and said, "No, although it seems that I have the upper hand, in fact, I only have the advantage in the air, and soon, this little advantage will be gone. If not, I would be the first to fall into the sea after trying to get injured and not get away. Only after fighting against each other can you know what kind of old monster he is. My strength is still too weak," Moria said. "Let's not talk about this anymore. Today, our pirate group should be established," the old swordsman said with a smile. "Of course, today is the day for the Moria pirates to set sail again." He, Moria replied. At night, everyone sat around on the deck, and there was a lot of food and wine on the deck, but no one moved, but waited for Mariah to come out. With the sound of footsteps coming from far and near inside the cabin, everyone stared closely at the cabin. Finally, Moria came out from inside, holding a pirate flag in his hand. "Captain, let's take a quick look at our flag," said an impatient crew member. Let you see our flags." Moria opened the pirate flag in his hand and saw that the pirate flag was composed of a skull with cyan flames on both sides and a huge bat behind it. Everyone was very excited when they saw this pirate flag. "This is our pirate flag. We are all Captain Moria's subordinates. Cheers to the re-establishment of the Moria pirates." Moria asked someone to hang up the pirate flag in his hand and took down the original white sail. Looking at the pirate flag flying high, Moria looked at the revelers and said, "Today, the Moria pirates were re-established. Young men, cheers to the re-establishment of our Moria pirates." Moria raised the wine glass in his hand. Everyone also raised their glasses and drank together. "Long live Captain Moria. Celebrating the founding of our pirate group." Everyone toasted and the banquet began. "Captain, I will drink you down this time. TCH, we still don't know your drinking capacity. I'm afraid you are already drunk now." "No, I'm not drunk." Moria looked at the joyful people and joined in the drinking party. Soon there were people walking and stumbling on the deck, and the laughter continued until late at night. The next morning, Moria got up to exercise as usual. Although he lost, he also gained a lot of fighting insights. While he still remembers it, he came to exercise quickly to improve his strength. The first is the Devil Fruit ability. I am still not skilled in developing my fruit ability. In battle, in addition to the bat cloud composed of flying bats, which gives Moria the ability to fight in the air, only the shadow horn gun and flying bats can attack the navy. Lieutenant General had a little impact, but the other skills either had no effect at all, or they took too long to use, causing difficulties for themselves. Now, you should step up your proficiency in the skill of Shadow Ball. Shadow Ball. Moria plans to divide it into two types. One is launched instantly, with a large number and low power, and is used to deal with enemies in close combat. The other kind takes a certain amount of time, but is very powerful. In this case, it can be used to deal with enemies in the distance. Moreover, Moria also discovered that his shadow began to actively absorb a certain amount of shadow energy. Part of it was absorbed by the shadow, and part of it was stored. Moria could use it again during the battle. This may be because Moria digested other people's shadows, allowing the Devil Fruit ability to be developed, so that he can actively absorb the free shadow energy. This is undoubtedly good news for Moria. As for other skills, Moria feels that they are more difficult to use in battle, but they are very suitable for assassination. For example, use the Shadow Revolution to change your appearance, use the Shadow Mage to sneak in, and then use the Shadow Warrior to exchange and carry out assassinations. After this set of procedures, as long as you master it proficiently, it is simply a perfect assassination skill. As for physical skills, Moria can only say that the Navy's 6 styles are powerful and the old Navy has rich combat experience. He was taught a lesson in the battle, and he also has some experience in progress, but there is no way to improve quickly for the time being. As for Haki, it is even worse. His observation Haki and armament Haki are far superior to Moria. However, this battle has made Moria's armament Haki improve a little, which is the only benefit. But Moria was beaten too badly. When Moria fought with the Navy, there was also a physical skill contest between the two. When Moria's fist wrapped in armament Haki collided with the opponent's fist, Moria felt that he hit a piece of iron plate and was extremely painful. Moreover, Moria hit the opponent with his fist, but the opponent was not hurt at all, while he, although he was only hit by a Navy punch, had 2 broken ribs. Moria suspected that the opponent had mastered the advanced armament Haki Ryu Sakura. But all this is too early for Moria now, and his armament Haki is still only at the primary level. As for swordsmanship, Moria did not use it for fighting at all. Now, he should practice the basic skills first. Therefore, Moria decided that now he should first train his Devil Fruit ability. Improving the fruit ability can quickly improve his strength. At least, he will have a prominent place. Moreover, for the Devil Fruit ability users, the most advantageous thing is the Devil Fruit ability. On this day, Moria was training on the boat as usual. Suddenly, Moria felt as if his body was full, as if he had eaten a big meal. Moria felt that his body was full of strength, and his understanding of the sword was deeper. If he could barely reach the level of a swordsman before, he is now a senior swordsman. Although he has not reached the level of a swordsman, his swordsmanship can still be mastered. Moria felt it, and sure enough, the shadow of the blood knife had completely disappeared. This time, the shadow of the blood knife was completely digested, which benefited Moria a lot. His whole body and every aspect had grown. Whether it's physical strength, physical skills, or domineering, of course, Moria's swordsmanship has grown the most. It seems that my Devil Fruit abilities still have many untapped areas, Moria thought secretly in her heart. Not to mention other things, this time alone, by digesting the shadow of the blood knife, Moria's shadow has been able to actively absorb the free shadow energy, and even plunder the shadows of some weak creatures. At least, Moria saw that the seagull flying in front of him flew out of the shadow into a small group of shadows, and the seagull flew into ashes and was annihilated. Moria felt that that small group of shadow was the only thing useful to Moria, and the other parts of the seagull shadow were of no use at all. It seems that this can be regarded as the development of a new skill. Moria calls it devouring of shadows. Since you are so good at eating, then I will go find more shadows for you. Moria looked at his own shadow and murmured. Therefore, along the way, the pirate ships that Moria encountered were inevitably poisoned by Moria. At the beginning, Moria chose to take them all as ordered. Whether it was the captain or his men, Moria snatched them all, locked them in the cabin, and then digested them one by one. After all, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. However, as time went by, Moria discovered that when someone who was too weak compared to himself digested his shadow, his strength did not increase at all. On the contrary, when he digested his shadow, the energy absorbed was not as good as it takes a lot of energy to digest shadow, and it requires laborious efforts to expel its impurities. In other words, Moria's shadow ate something bad, had diarrhea, and hurt his body. Therefore, after Moria encountered the pirate ship, he never killed all its crew members. Instead, he brought back the people on the ship who had a bounty of more than 100 million. Later, Moria felt the shadow of 100 million. Although it could bring some growth to his strength, the efficiency was too low. He simply turned a blind eye to pirates whose bounties were less than 200 million, and only paid attention to pirates whose bounties reached 200 million. More than 100 million pirates took action. During this period, with Mariah's crazy attacks, Mariah's name also attracted attention again. And the Navy also issued a new reward for Moria, Night Executioner Moonlight Moria, a bounty of 360 million belly. The news bird carrying Moria's bounty flew to various parts of the world, and many people saw the news. Among them was the Beast Pirates. The people below handed over Moria's bounty order. A tall man with 2 long tusks looked at it and discarded it casually, saying, "TCH, this kind of person is not worth disturbing the captain. If he dares to come, let him be buried at the bottom of the sea." At the same time, Moria looked at his bounty. It was 40 million belly higher than the original Moria. It seemed that the battle with the Vice Admiral still made his bounty much higher. Although the newspaper did not publish any information about Mumu Town, it was correct. After all, even CP0 was dispatched. This kind of thing would definitely not be published. However, what is the description of Moria's nickname, Night Executioner? Moria is cruel and violent. Especially after losing to Kaido, he became even more cruel. Pirates captured by Moria will be tortured by Moria continuously at night, with miserable sounds, even continuously. For a month, he was tortured to death by Mariah. Mariah himself was the devil's executioner in hell, extremely cruel and inhumane. Seeing this paragraph, Mariah couldn't laugh or cry. "My methods are already very gentle and I never attack civilians. Moreover, I only captured the captain and let everyone else go. How did I become a villain? Is this my fault? It's because those people have too weak willpower. Imitate Zoro. He endured so much damage and didn't fall down. Do you blame me?" Moria said with an aggrieved look, feeling sorry for herself. However, in the past few days, the number of pirates caught has been enough for the time being. My shadow is a little indigestive. I must polish my strength. Furthermore, I have been subjected to continuous mental shocks, and I can't bear it anymore, Moria said. Think about it carefully. In the past few days, with Moria becoming famous again in the New World, many pirate groups are coming towards Moria, and there are many powerful pirates. If Moria is not powerful, even if you become stronger, you may not be able to win. Even if Moria was fine, the people on Moria's ship couldn't bear it, and there were many casualties. It seems it's time to leave the New World. Moria looked at the tired faces and murmured, "After all, if you continue like this, you may be targeted by those monsters, which is not a good thing. But when I came back, it was a different scene." Maglia and his party left the New World directly. However, on the way, Moria saw many pirate groups, and these pirate groups all entered the New World from the Grand Line, and they all shouted loudly that they wanted to take down Whitebeard's head. The battle between the pirates and the Navy was over, so the Navy that had been gathering at the entrance of the New World also left. As a result, all the pirate groups that had accumulated a lot of Grand Lines rushed forward and poured into the New World. Although the war between the pirates and the Navy was over, the impact was undoubtedly far-reaching. The New World has since become a paradise for pirates. In this war, Whitebeard was very powerful. The ability of the Tremor fruit was so destructive and powerful that it was shocking. It can be said that Whitebeard alone directly drove the Navy out of the New World. Although the high-ranking Navy officials such as Sengoku and Garp could completely take down Whitebeard together, they were always restrained by other pirates and could not target Whitebeard. The consequence of this was that it caused extremely heavy losses to the Navy. Whether it is the Navy's base in the New World or the large fleet, they have no power to fight back against Whitebeard's Tremor fruit. If the Navy base cannot be destroyed with one punch, then another punch will be given. The Navy's large fleet, a sea shock, the fleet was directly overturned by the waves, and the Navy was all swept away by the waves, and the Navy suffered heavy losses. Under the power of Whitebeard's Tremor fruit, only a few senior generals in the Navy can escape, while the middle and lower-level lieutenants and soldiers suffered huge casualties. And the Navy can't rely on a few generals and lieutenants to fight against the many pirates in the New World. As for Aokiji's ice fruit, it can freeze tsunamis, but Whitebeard is not at the top of the war now, and he doesn't need the ice surface to serve as a battlefield. The sea is frozen, it doesn't matter, another punch, all the ice will be shattered instantly. In the Navy command in the New World, listening to the Navy's casualties and losses, Sengoku was trembling all over, and the faces of the Navy generals present were also very ugly, and even Garp, who was usually short-sighted, looked serious. After discussion, everyone decided that although the Navy had lost the territory of the New World, they had to teach Whitebeard a lesson before leaving the New World. After Sengoku applied, the world government finally agreed to teach Whitebeard a lesson and sent a great swordsman to fight Whitebeard together with the Navy. Although Whitebeard was very powerful, he still couldn't resist the attack of Sengoku, Garp, and a great swordsman. But in the end, other big pirates in the New World arrived, and the Navy and the world government had to leave. Although Whitebeard was not finally captured, the Navy's goal had been achieved. Whitebeard was severely taught a lesson and the arrogance of the pirates was hit. Moreover, the world government could not really kill Whitebeard. After all, what the world government needs is a stable sea. If the monsters in the New World lose Whitebeard's suppression, then I am afraid that the entire sea will go out of control, which is not what the world government wants to see. And Whitebeard was chopped several times in this battle alone. But this is not the most fatal. Sengoku's Buddha palm impact and Garp's iron fist caused great damage to Whitebeard's internal organs. At the same time, due to the side effects of the tremor fruit, Whitebeard's body has collapsed. Since then, Whitebeard's strength began to decline and later, he basically couldn't do without a ventilator. Therefore, in the top war, it can only be said that it was a miracle that Whitebeard could hold on for so long. And now, Whitebeard's record, it must be said, is really worthy of being recognized as the strongest man in the world, the boss of the pirates. From now on, his position in the entire pirate world is even more unshakable. Although he is not the pirate king, there is actually no difference between him and the pirate king. Roger didn't have the power that Whitebeard has now. If Whitebeard was not unwilling to be the pirate king, I'm afraid that the entire plot of One Piece would not happen. Maybe now Whitebeard has unified the entire new world. If that's the case, then Moria's only choice is to hug Whitebeard's thigh tightly, but unfortunately, Whitebeard is not interested in this. The current Whitebeard, in terms of reputation, is no less than Roger back then. In terms of hand power, no one among the current pirates can compare to him. In terms of strength, who can win against Whitebeard in a one-on-one situation? The power of the tremor fruit is simply invincible. Therefore, the current Whitebeard is more suitable to be the pirate king and the supreme king of the sea than Roger back then. We have to admit that this era is called Whitebeard, but Moria is also skeptical about Whitebeard's so-called excuse. After all, if you just want to form a family, then becoming the pirate king is not a conflict. Whitebeard became the pirate king, and he can also form a family, and he can form a larger family, so that he can better protect his family. It can be seen from this that Whitebeard is afraid of something, and the only possibility is the world government. The world government has always been low-key. The mysterious CP organization, Steel Bone Kong, was promoted to the commander-in-chief of the three armies. Among these three armies, in addition to the Navy, are there Army and Air Force? The Red Earth continent is so huge, what secrets are there? The world government can send anyone who has the strength of a great swordsman. How many such strong people are there? All of this is a fog that makes it impossible to see through. This is a real pirate world. It's not as simple as the one in the comics. Moria looked at the newspaper about Whitebeard and murmured, "Just let me slowly see the world clearly. He. There are many archi mangroves, very tall and straight, as if they are going to grow to the sky. The bubbles constantly produced by the mangroves float in the air, making people feel very dreamy when viewed from a distance. Boats come and go on Shampoo Island, and the flow of people is very large. Looking from a distance, it feels like a dream in paradise, but is this really the case? Pirates, navy, world nobles, human traffickers, and all kinds of people gathered on the Shampoo Islands. Here, underground channels gather all kinds of dark transactions, population, weapons, crime, etc., and the prosperity is why there is such a prosperous Chambord Islands. After all, in the world of pirates, the best business is pirate-related business. After Moria's ship was parked, he paid for the ship's care and handed it over to the shipkeeper on the island. Moria asked everyone to relax on this island. Although Moria and others are not very powerful in the New World, they still have the ability to protect themselves on this Shampoo Islands. Therefore, Moria felt free to let everyone go have fun, and 3 days later, they would gather and set off. Moria also plans to relax here. It seems that Moria hasn't had a good time to relax in the past 6 months. Let's take a look around this Shampoo Islands. Moria and others left in groups, and the old swordsman also said that he was going to see some old friends and left alone. In the end, only Mariah and Kane were left. So, the two people started wandering around Shampoo Island. In fact, Kane didn't want to come out. He wanted to stay on the boat and continue practicing his swordsmanship, but Moria felt that sometimes he needed to relax and not be tense all the time. Besides, Kane, your life must have been very difficult before. You have never experienced the joy of playing. Take this opportunity to have some fun and compensate yourself. When people live, they always need a little happiness. After listening to what Moria said, Kane, who was practicing swinging his sword, stopped, froze for a while, walked up to Moria, and said, "Okay, master." Since Kane is a slave and Mariah defeated his original master, Mariah can theoretically be regarded as Kane's master. Then, let's go. That shampoo park seems very interesting, let's go there first. Moria said. Kane did not answer, just followed Moria silently. On the Chambord Islands, Moria and Kane kept visiting various stores. As a foodie, how could he not taste delicious food when he had the opportunity? Of course, Moria will not forget Kane's share. At first, Kane still felt very reserved and couldn't let go. After all, after Kane came to the Moria ship, he was eager to continue to become stronger. The hardest working person on the ship would be Kane. Due to his childhood slave life, Kane has been in the hands of various dark forces. In order to survive, Kane can only try his best to prove himself, because he understands that once he has no value, he will be discarded, and then, waiting for the only thing left to him is death. After arriving on Moria's ship, Kane was very diligent in doing chores, survived among various dark forces, and finally survived. Kane had already learned to observe words and emotions, and was good at expressing his own value. But later, Kane discovered that his new master seemed to be observing everyone on the ship. After many days of observation, Kane came to the conclusion that this new master was looking for new companions. Kane immediately realized that this was an opportunity to get rid of the bottom. At the same time, Kane watched Moria exercising on the deck every day, and he also longed to become stronger. Because of so many years of experience, Kane knew the importance of strength. In the end, Kane succeeded and successfully joined Moria's pirate group. Moreover, after so many days of getting along, Kane felt something he had never felt before on this ship, although he didn't know what it was. I just feel very comfortable and happy. On the Chambord Islands, as Moria and Kane continued to eat various delicacies, Kane gradually let go. He felt very uncomfortable while eating the delicacies, and a smile appeared on his face. Finally, Moria took Kane to the amusement park, where Moria also experienced the addiction of the amusement park. Of course, Moria has not been seen here, and there are no navy or other pirates to disturb the so-called dragon people. After the two of them had eaten and drank, Moria continued to wander around. Suddenly, Moria saw a flyer for an auction, which recorded various precious items and slaves. Moria suddenly became very interested and thought it would be a good idea to go take a look since he had nothing to do. So, Moria and Kane walked towards the lawless zone. This auction is in the Shampoo Islands, above the lawless zone, so to go to the auction, you must reach the lawless zone. Moria and Kane began to walk towards the lawless zone. As soon as she left the prosperous amusement park and entered the lawless zone, Leah immediately felt something different. Here, the prosperity is gone, there are traces of battles everywhere, and it is also a paradise for many pirates, human traffickers, and bounty hunters. Within a few minutes of entering the illegal zone, a group of bounty hunters targeted Moria. In the following time, Moria and Kane encountered no less than 10 groups of bounty hunters. Although these people were not strong enough in Moria's opinion, they made Kane, who was traveling with him, out of breath. Watching Kane chop down the last bounty hunter, Moria asked, "How is it? Are you okay? Leave the next bounty hunter to me. Take a short break." Kane replied, "Master, the old man said that only in battle can you truly master swordsmanship. I'm okay." "Okay, whatever you want. But we have to speed up. Now we haven't even walked 1/3 of the way to the auction house." After Moria finished speaking, he continued to go deeper into the illegal area, and Kane followed closely behind. At this time, on a red tree, a man looked at the backs of Moria and the others, and murmured, as expected of a pirate with a bounty of 360 million Baileys, "A little devil is so powerful, but my mission is just to collect intelligence." Moria and Kane kept walking towards the auction island number 1. At the same time, many people on Shabayati Island were walking towards the auction house. Moria looked at the magnificent auction hall in front of him and had to admit that he was really rich. To describe it in one word, it is luxury, which is much more luxurious than the auction house in the original book. But now, this auction house is not Doflamingo's. After all, Minga is still in the North Sea. However, later, the auction here became Doflamingo's business, but I don't know how he did it. Looking at the scale of this auction and the guards, the power behind it seems to be not weak. Who cares, it has nothing to do with me. However, whether I should come to participate in it at that time, after all, this business is a lot of money. Moria shook his head and kicked these irrelevant thoughts out of his mind. Now, let's take a good look at the auction. It's still too far to think about these things now. Doflamingo is a celestial dragon, but I don't have this background. I have to deal with the Navy and the world government. There are so many things here. Let's talk about it later. Moria looked at the magnificent auction house and walked in with Kane. Moria also got his number plate and found his seat. It was not too good, nor too bad. He waited quietly for the auction to start. At the same time, people on the Sabayati archipelago began to enter the auction one after another. Among them, there were nobles, pirates, bounty hunters, and even Moria saw people from the world government. Of course, some of the important people went directly to the VIP seats from a special channel. Moria couldn't see those people here, but Moria felt that there seemed to be some extraordinary people in the VIP seats. In Moria's sense of observation, many people were very strong, and there were a few people who gave Moria the feeling that they were no less than Vice Admiral Tanzo, who fought with Moria in Mumu Town. Even in the VIP seats, when Moria's observation haki swept over, the threat of Conqueror Haki came. This person's Conqueror Haki was very powerful, and his control was very strong. It only targeted several people who looked at him, and the others were not affected. At this moment, Moria wanted to escape from here. After all, Moria had only felt this level of Conqueror Haki on Kaido. The irresistible dominance and the power of no resistance really impressed Moria. However, the person only warned and took back the Conqueror Haki in a blink of an eye, but it also had a very prominent effect. Many of the people present were strong, and they looked at the VIP seat with fear, and they did not dare to use the observation Haki blatantly. As the auction approached, more and more people came, and more people with strong strength. Some people had no seats because they came late, so they could only stand. But there was a pirate with a hateful personality. He was unwilling to stand behind and started fighting directly, causing chaos in the venue. All the powerful people watched coldly to see how things would develop. The man who was making trouble was quite powerful. Someone in the crowd soon said that he was a pirate with a bounty of 100 million Baileys. Moria had the experience of the New World and knew how powerful this world was. So in Moria's opinion, the strength of this pirate was barely enough. If he was lucky, he could survive in the New World. If he was unlucky, he would only be cannon fodder. But in the first half of this great route, this kind of strength was already very good. After knocking down dozens of ordinary guards, the pirate who made trouble became more arrogant. At the same time, many people in the seats began to get restless. At this time, more guards emerged from the auction house, but these guards did not take action. Instead, they lined up to welcome someone's appearance. As the footsteps got closer and closer, an old man finally walked out of the team, with wrinkles all over his face, a hunched body, and a cane, as if he would fall down at any time. Moria used his observation Haki to feel the past, but he couldn't feel anything different about the old man. He was just an ordinary old man, but it turned out that the old man was very unusual, because as soon as the old man appeared, all the powerful people at the scene used their observation Haki to inquire about the old man, and the scene became very tense. The pirate saw that it was an old man who came out, and smiled very arrogantly. "Old man, go to hell." When the pirate's attack was about to hit the old man, the woman present screamed and covered her eyes with her hands, fearing that she would see the scene of blood flowing. Even Moria felt that if no one did it, the old man would die. After all, in Moria's observation Haki, this was just an ordinary old man who was about to be buried. However, at this moment, the old man directly touched the pirate with the head of his cane, and then leaned on the cane again. This process was completed in the moment before the pirate's fist reached the old man's head. So fast! Moria's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, surprised at the old man's reaction speed. After being touched by the old man's cane, the pirate seemed to be frozen there, motionless, like a sculpture. The old man began to lean on his cane and slowly walked towards the center of the auction stage. But according to Moria's perception, this pirate has not lost his breath of life and is still alive, but his whole body cannot move. He has lost consciousness and only his heart keeps beating. It can only be said that this pirate seems to have become a grown man, like a vegetative state. Devil fruit powers? Moria thought silently in her heart. Moreover, this feeling felt a little familiar to Moria. It seemed that he had this ability in the original work, but he couldn't remember it for a while. If I can't remember it, I won't. Anyway, looking at the various people in the auction who were very interested in this old man, Moria believes that this mystery will always be revealed. Seeing more and more people, all kinds of powerful people began to gather in the auction house. Those who were stronger than Moria were no less than 10. The atmosphere became more and more weird, and many people were whispering to each other. Connected with something, all the characters are suspicious. Some ordinary civilians and nobles felt something was wrong in the atmosphere and left the table one after another. However, it was quickly filled up. Although some people kept going out, the number of people in the auction did not decrease. The remaining ones were not confident in their own strength. Yes, there are wealthy people with special bodyguards, as well as people from all walks of life. There was a mixed crowd in the auction house, and there was an undercurrent. Moria looked at the various monsters in the auction house and smiled unconsciously. Soon after, the auction time was up. All the lights in the auction hall went out, leaving only the one in the center of the stage. Then, a host came out from behind the curtain to announce the start of the auction, and then left. There was no singing and dancing as Moria had imagined, and there was not even any entertainment. The auction started, and the auctioneer turned out to be the old man who defeated the pirates. This was too simple. With this scale and this occasion, there was no opening performance to liven up the atmosphere, or to let the auctioneer dress fancy to attract attention. Could such a plain-dressed old man liven up the atmosphere of the auction? Just as Moria was secretly complaining that the operators here had no business talent, the old man began to speak. Today, all the people who came to my silver auction are famous big names. I believe they all came for this auction. Then let me, an old man, host the auction for the last time. I believe that this time, no one will blame me, an old man. Because there are a lot of auction items, we have to finish the auction today. We are in a hurry, so there will be no performances. Sorry, Everyone. Okay, without further ado, the auction officially begins. Please welcome the first auction item. Immediately, more than a dozen staff members lifted a huge item and placed it in the center of the stage. The old man took down the red cloth, and the item instantly revealed its true form. When the people in the auction hall saw this item, they immediately started to talk about it. Yes, as you can see, the first auction item is this huge atom tree. Whether it is used to make the keel of a super large ship, or it is completely disassembled and disassembled to build a small treasure ship made entirely of atom trees, it is worth the money. The first auction item, the starting price is 500 million, and the bid must not be less than 20 million Baileys. Start bidding. When seeing the first item, Moria was also surprised. Such a huge atom tree is so perfect that it can be said to be the best material for making the keel of a super large ship. Because the treasure tree is very precious and the growth cycle is indeed very slow, most of them are cut down as soon as they can be used as the keel of a small ship. In the original work, Luffy's new ship Sunny Days was sold for 200 million Baileys. This is the kind of treasure tree used to make the keel of a small ship. Therefore, the larger the atom tree, the more valuable it is, and the rarer it is. Shouldn't this rare treasure be the last bottom of the box? Is it to start the first auction at the beginning? Moria thought about it, but couldn't figure out the reason. However, why bother about it? Moria is now very jealous of this atom treasure tree. You know, in the original work, Moria's horror three-mast sailboat is huge, and it is not easy to find a suitable wood. Although this treasure tree cannot be the keel of the horror three-mast sailboat, and there is no tree that is so big that it can be the keel of the horror three-mast sailboat. Therefore, the horror three-mast sailboat is not a single keel, but a combination of many huge trees, which together constitute the keel of the horror three-mast sailboat. In Moria's memory, although Moria tried his best to bring the horror three-mast sailboat from the West Sea to the Grand Line, it was too huge along the way, and it was impossible to complete such a huge coating project to reach the New World. Therefore, Moria had to put it in the Magic Triangle. Moreover, this horror three-mast sailboat was not built by Moria, but was discovered by Moria in the West Sea. At that time, Moria thought it was just an ordinary island, but it turned out that the island was actually moving with the current. Moria and others, after continuous exploration, finally confirmed that this was a ship. Although the pole was gone and the rudder was broken, everything on the ship was covered with lush plants, with only a few relics. From a distance, it was an island. If it weren't for the current that happened to push it to move, Moria wouldn't have found that it was a ship. Later, Moria organized a major repair, first repaired the rudder, and then barely, relying on the current, drifted into the Grand Line. Later, after continuous repairs, Moria finally installed the pole and hung up the pirate flag. Of course, the wood of the pole is made of all kinds of messy wood. There is no such a big tree in reality, and all of it must be better wood. There is not so much Bailey at all. At the same time, the boatman also told Moria that the ship had been built for many years. The reason why it did not fall apart was that the ship was originally built on the basis of an island. It was just filled with a lot of floating objects underneath to make the entire island float and move like a ship, but its speed was not good. This ship did not have a so-called keel, but it had 108 huge treasure tree woods that fixed floating objects. These 36 treasure trees were the keels of the horror three-mast sailing ship. The horror three-mast sailing ship was so heavy that it had to be able to withstand the weight of the island and fix many floating objects, so the keel wood could only be made of atom treasure trees. The remaining wood was used to fix floating objects around these 108 keels, so that the horror three-mast sailing ship could float and sail on the sea. However, after so many years of floating, even such huge 108 atom treasure trees were damaged to varying degrees, and many other woods were rotten. Although there is no impact now, there will always be a day when the wood will not be able to hold up. When the floating objects gradually disperse, the island on the horror three-mast sailing ship will stop moving and truly become an island on the sea. Moria's horror three-mast sailing ship shocked the shipwrights who came to repair the ship at that time. They did not expect that the ancient people could build such a huge ship and such a big deal. But the shipwright told Moria that if he wanted to repair it comprehensively, he had to find 108 equally huge atom treasure trees, but this was almost impossible. Not to mention 108, even one, is basically extinct in the current sea. And today, Moria saw one. Therefore, it is very important to buy this huge atom treasure tree, which Moria can use to repair the horror three-mast sailing ship. Yes, it is a transformation. Moria never thought that he could collect 108 huge atom treasure trees. This is impossible. Even if there are so many atom treasure trees, Moria would not use them like this. It is too wasteful. Although the technology of the ancients is very good, it is a technology from a long time ago after all. In the world of pirates are always the mainstream, so shipbuilding technology is constantly developing. The shipbuilder's suggestion is to continuously transform the horror three-mast sailboat and add current technology, but it also requires huge atom treasure trees, but at least not 108. But Moria finally gave up. Not to mention the incalculable cost of transformation, the many defects of the horror three-mast sailboat alone, slow speed, huge ship, just a target, etc. Moria finally abandoned the horror three-mast sailboat in the Magic Triangle. But now it's different. After all, the horror three-mast sailboat is a supergiant ship in the world of One Piece, which is on par with the Golden City, but one is built by the ancients and the other is built by the technology of modern One Piece. Tezero can turn his own Golden City into the world's largest entertainment city. As the largest pirate ship in the world of pirates, it can't be unknown. The horror three-mast sailboat still has a lot of potential that has not been brought into play. So, this Atom treasure tree, Moria is determined to take it. But Moria is not the only one who is interested in this Atom tree. Such an Atom tree has not been seen for many years. Therefore, everyone at the scene was very interested in this Atom tree. As soon as the old man started bidding, someone immediately placed a bid. 600 million Baileys. I offer 650 million belly. 800 million. In the blink of an eye, the price of this Atom tree exceeded 1.2 billion belly. Moria didn't have time to bid. The price of this Atom's treasure tree had already exceeded the range that Moria could bear. On the Moria ship, after so many days of fighting, the number of Baileys on the ship has reached 1.5 billion. However, the expenses on the ship and the expenses for the crew, the remaining amount that Moria can use is only 12 the appearance of billion Bailey. Moreover, judging from the crazy looks of everyone, the price is still rising. 1.2 billion belly is far from the highest price. For Moria, it is no longer possible to auction the Atom tree. I just don't know who will auction this Atom tree in the end. Finally, after a fierce competition, the Atom tree was sold for 1.56 billion belly. The person who auctioned it off looked like a chamber of commerce. At this time, there were many pirates in the auction house looking greedily at the place where they were sitting. It seemed that they were waiting to take action after the auction. The representative of the Chamber of Commerce seemed to be fine and continued to wait for the next auction item to appear. The guards following him felt the greedy eyes of many and released their momentum. Feeling that they were not easy to mess with, many pirates withdrew their prying eyes. However, Moria knew that all of this was just an appearance, and he didn't know how many people were making small calculations behind their backs. Moria withdrew his gaze and continued to focus on the auction table, looking forward to the next auction item. The first auction item was such a treasure when it came up, which greatly aroused everyone's interest, and they were all looking forward to the next item. It was a small object, covered in a fine red cloth. I believe everyone can't wait. After the fierce bidding just now, everyone is looking forward to this item. Okay, without further ado, let's take a look together. After saying that, the old man lifted up the red cloth, revealing the hidden items. This is a bunch of bananas, but this is no ordinary banana. This banana is red, and there are many strange lines on it. Yes, this is an animal devil fruit. In an instant, the auction house became noisy. Let me introduce myself. This is an animal-type devil fruit, and it is very cherished. It is an ancient species in the animal-type velociraptor form. With this devil fruit, you will have powerful power and unparalleled speed. I wish you to become a strong person. Okay, the starting bid for this devil fruit is 300 million, and each increase in price must not be less than 10 million belly. As soon as the old man finished speaking, many pirates started bidding. 400 million Baileys. 430 million Baileys, our demon pirates wanted. TCH, 500 million belly belongs to the White Fang pirates. Damn it, I'm offering 530 million Baileys. Although there are many people competing this time, most of them are from some pirate groups, and the devil fruits, although very precious, are still not as rare as the huge Atom tree in the first auction, so when the price comes after reaching 600 million, it stopped. 640 million Baileys, is there anything higher? The old man said on the auction stage. 670 million Baileys. At this time, another voice came from behind. Okay, 670 million, 670 million once, 670 million times. Just when the old man was about to shout for the third time, a voice of 700 million came. Very good, 700 million Baileys, is there anything higher? After hearing this, the old man said. In the end, after bidding, this ancient velociraptor species devil fruit was sold for 710 million Baileys. Moria was not interested in this devil fruit. After all, he had already eaten one. Although this devil fruit grown in ancient times is very good, Moria feels that the price is exaggerated, and 500 million belly for this fruit is more reasonable. Without thinking too much, Moria continued to look at the next auction item. This was an antique, very gorgeous and noble, but not so attractive to pirates. On the contrary, the nobles and businessmen were so enthusiastic that they actually auctioned it for a sky-high price of 1.2 billion belly. I really don't know what those people think, spending so much money to buy a useless decoration. Maybe this is the world of rich people, Moria sighed. The items to be auctioned were all treasures without exception, such as seastone weapons, cultural relics, calligraphy and paintings, various slaves, etc., and all of them fetched high prices without exception. Among them, there was something that Molia was interested in. Moria was interested in a big knife. Although it was not among the famous swords, it was indeed very sharp and domineering. It was no worse than some famous swords. Moria had the idea in his heart to shoot it. Down thoughts. Moria called the price once, but soon someone offered a higher price. The price of the knife soon reached 800 million belly. At that time, Moria felt that there was only one thought in his mind: I must auction this knife. So, Moria almost shouted out a high price of 1 billion, but Moria's strong consciousness quickly came back to his senses. In the end, Moria did not shout it out, watching others continue to bid. In the end, the knife was sold for a sky-high price of 1.3 billion baileys. Looking at the final decision of the old man, the big knife was auctioned off by a pirate. Moria suddenly found that most of the auction items here were auctioned at unreasonable sky-high prices, and even Moria almost shouted out a high price of 1 billion when bidding for this knife just now. If Moria had not been impacted by the consciousness of the shadow during this period of time, his consciousness would have been much stronger, and I am afraid it would be difficult to break free from it. If this knife was outside, it could be made with 600 million baileys, some precious meteorite iron, and a master. Perhaps, in order to make money at the auction, a higher price is acceptable, but the sky-high price of 1.3 billion berries is completely out of the original value of this knife. 1.3 billion berries can already buy a large and sharp knife among the 21 works. In the following auction, Moria no longer paid attention to the items on the auction table, but used his observation haki to inquire about the situation in the entire auction venue. Moria found that people seemed to have entered a state of enthusiasm, and the auction items were all bought at prices twice, 3 times, or even higher than the value of the items themselves. If the price occasionally appears to be 1 or 2 times higher than the item itself, it may be because the buyer likes the item very much, but if such an unreasonable high price always appears, it is worth thinking about. Moreover, Moria found that the people sitting in the VIP seats did not bid once. Perhaps they already knew that even if they bid, the item would eventually be sold at an unreasonable high price. At the same time, there were some people who did not appear in the venue, that is, the places that Moria felt could threaten his life before. The others in the venue were bidding crazily, with the prices getting higher and higher. Even Kane, who was sitting next to Moria, seemed to be affected. Kane only had 10,000 baileys on him, but he was thinking about bidding. Wake up, Kane. Moria knocked on Kane's head and said, Master, what's wrong with me? Kane, who had woken up and figured it out, broke out in a cold sweat and asked, I'm afraid this is a devil fruit ability, and everyone here has been affected a lot. Moria stared at the plain-looking old man on the stage solemnly and said in a low voice. Moria had guessed, but after thinking about it carefully, Luo had indeed not eaten the fruit of the surgery yet. In this way, this old man might indeed be a user with the ability of the fruit of surgery. This old man's surgical fruit ability has been developed to a superb level by him, and it has reached the point where it can block the domineering power of the observer. It seems that the old man has transformed his body with the surgical fruit ability, allowing the observer to Beiki was unable to sense the old man's strength. As for the crazy people in the auction house, Moria guessed that this was also a kind of surgery fruit power. It used the power of surgery fruit to send out radio waves to interfere with people's brains and stimulate people's nerves, causing people to lose their minds. It was really scary. I just don't know if this old man can perform the ageless surgery. However, judging from the old man's development of the fruit's ability, it shouldn't be a problem, so the old man will modify his body to make people think he is an ordinary old man. However, the old man appeared so openly today, didn't he intend to hide it? It turns out that so many big shots gathered here, they were all here for the old man, but they just didn't know who would be able to live forever in the end? It's getting really interesting. Moria stared at the old man in the auction house with burning eyes and murmured, I believe many people have noticed it, and many people are ready to make a move? Kane next to him didn't know why Mariah said such words, and looked at Mariah curiously. In Moria's experience, apart from those who knew the old man's news from the beginning, there were many people who were attracted by the auction just like Moria. Although they didn't feel anything was wrong at first, many people with relatively good abilities gradually discovered something was wrong in the auction house, and then began to be secretly vigilant. In the end, after constant observation, many people, through inference or various channels, knew that the old man might be a user with the surgical fruit ability. Then, many big shots came to the auction house, which confirmed this guess in their hearts. For a time, many people contacted their subordinates through phone bugs, preparing to participate in this feast, hoping to get a share of the pie. At this time, Moria also told the old swordsman through the phone bug, notifying everyone to return to the ship first. Something big will happen soon on the Chambord Islands. At the same time, a naval fleet suddenly arrived on the Chambord Islands, and a large number of navies began to pour into the Chambord Islands. Quick, all streets were closed and evacuations began immediately. A Navy headquarters rear admiral commanded. Yes, the Marine behind him replied. For a time, a large number of streets on the Chambord Islands began to be blocked, shops closed, and ships began to be prohibited from entering and exiting the Chambord Islands. Especially in the illegal zone, many Navy began to pour in and began to move towards Island Number 1 where the auction was located. The leader was Moria's old acquaintance, Lieutenant General Amputated Limb Tandro. A large number of pirates and criminals in illegal areas were directly killed by the Navy. Although the Navy's mission is to move towards Island Number 1, wouldn't it be better to deal with some pirates conveniently? Really, I am an old man and I still want to retire honestly? Those guys from the world government actually came up with a retirement assessment, it's really crazy. Lieutenant General Tandro complained with a dissatisfied look on his face. Ah la la la, Lieutenant General Tanzwo, as long as you successfully complete your mission, you can sleep as much as you want in the future, and there will be various benefits. I'm so envious. Stop complaining. I saw a bicycle riding over from the sea, and it didn't stop until it reached Lieutenant General Tanzwo. The person on the car said lazily. General Ching Pheasant, the Navy man next to him, saw Ching Pheasant and immediately saluted. King Z, on the other hand, waved his hand sleepily and yawned. You guy, you think everyone is you and you like sleeping so much. Hurry up, I want to complete the task quickly and start a wonderful retirement life. Lieutenant General Tanzwo said, turned around and walked towards Island Number 1. What an energetic old man. He looks like he's about to retire there. Ching Pheasant looked at the furious Tanzwo and said. At the same time, he followed. Not only people from the Navy and the world government took action, but people from all major forces also started to take action, and the Shampoo Islands began to become stormy. But no matter what happened on the Shampoo Islands, the auctions continued. People kept shouting sky-high prices for the exquisite auction items, and the bidding was coming one after another. The auction scene was very hot. Moria has been sailing for many years and has seen a lot. But today, Moria suddenly felt that he was still a frog in the well and had never seen the world. Exquisite items, various antiques, powerful weapons, powerful devil fruits, various rare materials, trained slaves, legendary treasure maps, high-tech products, various items. One by one the pieces dazzled Moria and opened his eyes. Although there may be the influence of the old man's devil fruit ability, it must be said that the items presented at this auction are all priceless treasures outside. Even without the influence of the old man's devil fruit, the price of the auction items will not be low. There is no need to worry about the price of real good things. As the auction gets later, the items taken out are becoming more and more precious, and the prices are getting higher and higher. Ordinary people can no longer afford the price of the items. Some big guys who have never made a move before have also started bidding. Looking at the things on the auction floor, Moria wanted to rush forward and grab all those things. A huge dragon egg. Moria can feel the majestic breath of life in the egg, and the pressure emanating from it. This is undoubtedly a dragon egg. Think about it in the future, riding a dragon in the sky, how majestic it is. Moreover, after the dragon is hatched, it is also a powerful combat force. A colorless and odorless poison, very toxic, one drop is enough to poison 10 huge sea kings. In addition, there are ship design drawings that can transform into different forms. In addition to sailing on the sea, they can also be converted into diving mode. They can dive to a depth of 10,000 meters like Mermaid Island without coating. There is also the cultivation method of high-level armament haki that Moria is very jealous of. In this world where strength is respected, it is simply inestimable value. If you can master high-level armament haki, it means that you have stepped into the ranks of the strong and become one of the top people in the world. Of course, there are far more than that. There are also various rare secrets. Even a manuscript of swordsman's enlightenment from a swordsman to a great swordsman appeared. Moria also wanted it very much. Although he may not have that talent, Kane does. But unfortunately, Moria has no way to do the above. He can only watch others take those things into their pockets. This price is simply unbearable for Moria. Looking at the price of 2 billion and 3 billion, Moria sighed that the big guys are the big guys. They always spend money like water. When will I be able to do this? Moria thought to himself. Just when everyone thought the auction was over, the old man on the stage suddenly said, "Let's have the last auction. It's also the most important auction of this auction. That's the auction of me." Hearing the old man say this, many people who didn't know laughed at the old man. Who would want an old man like you? Ah ha 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 ha. You'd better get off now. Don't waste time, end the auction quickly, I still have to get my items. But no matter how everyone ridiculed the old man, he still stood there quietly and started selling and taking pictures of himself. Auctioning myself, there is no reserve price, no limit on the increase, and no upper limit. The last auction starts now. Many people who were about to leave laughed when they heard the old man's words. Who would want an old man like you? What's the point of taking a picture of you? Ah ha 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 ha, you're crazy. Old man, you must be stupid. Then, some people stood up and prepared to leave, or went backstage to get their auction items. But just as most people stood up and prepared to leave, a price was suddenly called from the VIP seats. 3 billion Baileys. Everyone was stunned. Someone actually bid, and the price was so high right away. Are you kidding? 3 billion Baileys. This old man is actually worth 3 billion Baileys. Those who had left their seats all turned around in surprise and looked at the ordinary old man standing in the auction hall. Moria was also surprised. Although he knew that the old man might be the user of the Operation Fruit, after hearing the offer, Moria was very sure that the old man was the user of the Operation Fruit, and he had developed to the point where he could perform the immortality surgery. In the original work, Moria was already very familiar with Law's ability of the surgery fruit, but in fact, Law's strength should not have reached the level of being able to perform the immortality surgery, otherwise, the world government, the navy, the four emperors and other major forces would never let Law go, and Law would not be able to sail freely on the sea. Although Moria had been prepared in his heart, when this opportunity of immortality was in front of him, Moria still underestimated the temptation of the immortality surgery. Moria himself knew clearly that with his current strength, he was far from being able to participate in this feast. However, this is immortality, the dream of countless people in the legend, something that only exists in myths. Moria felt that his blood was burning, his body was eager to move, his breathing became rapid, his eyes looked at the old man on the stage very greedily, and his heart was very eager to be immortal. It was not just Moria. The major forces and pirates who had received the news or had some guesses in their hearts, after hearing the offer of the VIP seats, all looked greedily at the old man at the auction, eager to take the old man back and realize the legendary immortality. After hearing the offer of the VIP seats, the old man smiled slightly when he saw Moria and others who were eyeing him. The old man slowly took off his coat, moved his body a little, and then burst out with amazing momentum. The domineering aura mixed with the momentum of the superior swept the whole audience. In an instant, a large number of civilians, nobles, pirates and others lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Even Cain, who was next to Moria, fainted after holding on for more than 40 seconds. The rest were only some powerful people who were not stunned by the domineering color, not affected by the domineering aura, and remained awake. There were only more than 50 people left in the whole audience. Such a powerful domineering aura, compared with Kaido's domineering aura, I'm afraid it's almost the same. At the same time, Moria could also feel that the old man's thin body had amazing strength. Preliminary estimates showed that the old man was probably at the level of a general. Moria was also very wary of the old man, and at the same time calmed himself down. After about a minute, the old man retracted his domineering attitude, looked at the situation in the auction hall with satisfaction, and smiled. Then he slowly said, "First, let me introduce myself. My name is Campoli, I am the owner of this auction and also the founder of the auction. Yes, just as everyone thinks, I am the current user of the Operation Fruit, and I have developed to the point where I can perform the immortality operation. This last auction is to auction the quota for the immortality operation. In this auction, the highest bidder wins, and the ownership of the immortality operation will be decided directly in the form of an auction. At the same time, one of my conditions must be met. I believe that no one will embarrass an old man like me. Okay, the auction officially begins." That's wrong, the auction continues. After the old man finished speaking, the auction hall fell into a brief silence, and everyone was digesting the old man's words. First of all, you definitely can't rob it by force. After all, you have to rely on this old man to perform the immortal surgery. You can't offend the old man. If you offend him, you might not be immortal when performing the immortal surgery, but be killed instead. Secondly, the old man said that the highest bidder wins, which is really unbearable for pirates. Although pirates have a certain amount of Bailey, it is difficult to compete with the big guys here and the world government. This is undoubtedly bad news for Moria. He doesn't have much Bailey on him. Even if Longma and Kiyoshui were not auctioned just now, he can't compete at all. Moria is undoubtedly out. Finally, the old man said to meet one of his conditions. The condition that can be used as a price for the immortal surgery is probably difficult to achieve. I just don't know what the condition is and how much the price is. After listening to the old man's conditions, Moria calmed down and knew that he had lost the competition for the immortal surgery quota. Although he was very unwilling, the fact is that nothing will go as you wish. Moreover, the old man's strength was already above Moria's, not to mention that among so many powerful people, he took the old man away. But Moria did not leave, but sat there quietly, observing every move in the auction. Although he did not have the opportunity to bid for the immortal surgery, it did not prevent him from watching the excitement. What if he really had a chance? There are always opportunities to fish in troubled waters, right? Even if he did not get the quota for the immortal surgery in the end, there were so many auction items here, and he would make a profit if he got a few of them. After a while of silence in the auction hall, the silence was broken. Facing the old man's conditions, the representative of the world government in the VIP seat smiled and was very satisfied with the conditions. It seems that this old guy is still very wise. After all, in this pirate world, whether it is financial resources or power, the world government is a well-deserved overlord. Who can compare with the world government? 4 billion Baileys, Senior Campoli. Our world government will offer 4 billion Baileys and will perfectly meet one of your conditions. If even our world government cannot fulfill your conditions, then no one in the world can fulfill your conditions. I just hope that your conditions can be fulfilled by our world government," the representative of the world government said. "Ha ha ha, my conditions are not too much. It's still very easy for you, world government." The old man looked at the people of the world government and said, "If that's the case, that would be the best. Then, Senior, is it convenient to set off now? We have prepared for you. We will escort you all the way to the Holy Land of Mary Gosa. Everything will be received with the highest etiquette," the representative of the world government said. As soon as the world government finished speaking, a large number of elite Navy officers rushed into the auction hall, lined up in a queue, and lined up in front of the old man. Then a major general came out of the queue and said to the old man, "Senior, please." Seeing all this, the old man laughed. "You world government are really anxious. But it's okay, lead the way." The school-level Navy officers lined up on both sides, with their coats of justice neatly draped behind their backs. When the old man started to walk into the queue, the Navy officers on both sides saluted and looked at him with burning eyes. And behind the old man was the Major General just now. And in the VIP seats, the people of the world government still did not leave their seats. Others in the auction hall, seeing this scene, those who were ready to participate in the bidding had to give up. It was tantamount to hitting a rock with an egg to rob someone from the hands of the world government, and it would be tantamount to self-destruction. Most of the people present were, without exception, smart people who knew the importance of things. But there were still some pirates who did not want to give up the opportunity in front of them, otherwise, once the old man reached the Holy Land of Mary Gosa, there would be no chance at all. Bang, do it, now is the best opportunity. Just as everyone's eyes were on the old man, a gunshot and a shout came from somewhere. There was a gunshot, aimed at the rear admiral behind the old man. The rear admiral seemed to have anticipated the danger and dodged it, but the bullet still hit the Navy. A major in the queue next to him was hit in the body and squatted down in pain. At the same time, many pirates appeared from nowhere and shot at the Navy frantically. The Navy also reacted quickly, protecting the old man in the middle and organizing a counterattack. For a moment, the auction was in chaos. The Navy and the pirates were constantly exchanging fire, and bullets were flying in the air. Hey, don't shoot randomly." Moria dodged a bullet and said, "I still want my auction items." But no one seemed to care about Moria, and they were still fighting in a mess. Room shock. Suddenly, all the pirates who opened fire were electrocuted, fell to the ground, and their hearts stopped beating. Brainwave stimulation scalpel. All those who were stunned by the domineering power woke up and stood up from the ground. Moreover, the bullets of the Navy who were injured and fell to the ground in the battle just now were all taken out, and the wounds stopped bleeding. "Everyone listen to me," the old man said when he arrived at the auction. Because there were pirates trying to rob the auction items just now, but fortunately the Navy arrived in time and eliminated the pirates. Now the auction is over, please cooperate with the staff, collect the auction items, and complete the transaction. Leave the auction. The people who were awake in the auction hall, after hearing the old man's words and seeing the Navy in the auction hall, seemed to understand what happened, and completed the final transaction with the staff, took their auction items, and hurried away. Seeing this, Moria also completed the transaction with the staff, gave the auction hall 1.01 billion Baileys, and got his auction items, Ryoma's body, and the famous sword Kieshui. With the items he got from the auction, Moria also left directly without staying any longer. Those who stayed awake all the time also completed the transaction and gradually left the auction hall. The reason why Moria and others left was actually what the old man said, not only to the general public, but also to Moria and others. The auction was over, and the final buyer had been decided. Although it was the best place to take action in the auction hall, because there are the least people from the world government and the Navy in the auction house, and there are so many powerful people in the auction house who are interested in immortality, which can also disperse some people from the world government and the Navy. Once they leave the auction house, the number of the Navy will increase, and even admirals will come. However, no one expected the old man's reaction to be so intense. He directly used the power of the devil fruit to kill the pirates who rushed into the auction. This also made many people give up the idea of competing, because if the old man's reaction was not too intense, it would mean that there was still room for things to turn around. But from the old man's performance, it seems that he must complete the deal with the world government. Even if the old man is captured, the old man may not be willing to perform the immortality surgery and may even harm his own life during the operation. Sure enough, compared with the world government, our forces are still not very attractive. This is undoubtedly the voice of everyone who walked out of the auction. Everyone left disappointed. The last auction ended so plainly, which surprised Moria and everyone present at the time. There are many scenes in my mind, which may be fierce bidding and incredible sky-high prices. It may also be that everyone will directly take action and fight in the auction, and whoever wins will be able to obtain immortality. But I didn't expect it to end so peacefully, and the world government won the last auction. This auction was both reasonable and unexpected. As soon as Moria left the auction house, he used the power of the devil fruit to create a large number of bats, lifted himself, Kane, and the coffin obtained from the auction, and flew towards the ship. As soon as he landed on the ship, Moria asked, "Are all the people here? Including you and Kane, everyone is back on the ship." The old swordsman replied, "Okay, set sail immediately and leave the Sabayati archipelago." Just when Moria was in a daze, suddenly, the radio from Shampoo Island shouted, "Hello fellow residents of the Shampoo Islands, I am the mayor of the Shampoo Islands. Now, I am announcing an emergency announcement. Because there are pirates causing trouble on the Chambord Islands, the Navy has sent an admiral to capture the pirates. In order to prevent the pirates from causing trouble and escaping, from now on, all streets in the Chambord Islands are closed. Entry and exit are prohibited in the Chambord Islands. Please return home and do not go out easily." Repeat it again. Hearing this announcement, people on the boat came over and asked Moria if he wanted to continue going to sea. "Ignore him and keep sailing," Moria replied. Yes, just when Moria's ship was about to leave the port of call, suddenly the entire sea began to freeze. Ice Age. I saw that the sea in the distance began to freeze, and the ice continued to spread. In the blink of an eye, all the ports were blocked by ice, and Moria's ships were frozen in the blink of an eye. World government, what a big scene! Moria looked at the frozen sea and said, "Lord Moria, our ship is frozen and cannot move." The navigator on the ship ran over to report. "I know, then just wait here. Since there is no way to leave, let's go and see the excitement. Don't move around. Just wait here. If anything happens, call me." Originally, Moria wanted to leave directly and did not want to participate in such a scene. After all, even the generals arrived, which showed that the world government valued the results of the operation. Moria originally thought, out of sight and out of mind, he didn't have the strength to participate, so he would just leave after such a long time. Follow the merchant ship directly and get the Adam's treasure tree. Moria was already letting his shadow follow him all the way, but he seemed to have discovered something incredible. The Chamber of Commerce seemed to be planning an immortality surgery. Although in the auction, the Chamber of Commerce and the guard did not faint under the old man's domineering aura, but that guard could barely reach the strength of a lieutenant general and was not outstanding at all among the last ones. Moria didn't pay attention to that person at all. He didn't expect that this Chamber of Commerce would be so bold. He, it's really amazing, you dare to pull out the tiger's teeth. Everyone on the boat didn't know why Moria said this, and when they were about to ask, suddenly, fierce gunfire came from the Chambord Islands. "I'll leave it to you on board, Jilao," Moria said to the old swordsman, and then Moria's body gradually turned black and turned into a shadow. On the other side, Moria walked out of the shadow under a red tree, jumped onto the tree, and looked at the fighting place from a distance. After the world government and its navy let Aoki freeze the sea, they took the old man directly on a specially modified ship and prepared to go to the Holy Land Marie Joa. The original plan of the world government was to use Aokiji's frozen fruit ability to freeze the sea so that the pirates on the Chambord Islands would not be able to catch up. At the same time, the Chambord Islands would be blocked, allowing the navy to clean them up. There are many pirates and criminals on the Shampoo Islands. Therefore, on one side, General Aokiji and World Government CP0 and others protected the old man on his way to the Holy Land Marie Joa. On the other side, the navy, led by the vice admiral, began to sweep away pirates and criminals in the Shampoo Islands. At first, there were no problems with the navy's strategy. However, for some reason, suddenly, a large number of powerful pirates emerged, rushed towards the old man, and started a fierce exchange of fire with the navy. Although the ice blocked the sea and prevented pirates from going out to sea, it also provided a perfect battlefield for the pirates. Suddenly, a large number of pirates rushed towards the navy, making it impossible for the navy to resist. No, on the one hand, the navy protected the old man and speeded up to the Holy Land Marie Joa. On the other hand, it cancelled the original plan and recalled the rest of the navy in the Chambord Islands to encircle and suppress the overcoming pirates. Facing the onslaught of pirates, the navy seemed to be retreating steadily, breaking through several lines of defense of the navy and rushing towards the ship where the old man was riding. Something's wrong. Logically speaking, the navy headquarters is nearby, and these pirates are going too smoothly, Moria thought as he looked at the battlefield. Moreover, those people from the Chamber of Commerce encouraged these pirates and disappeared in the blink of an eye. They don't know where they went. The world government is building a plank road in secret. There is no old man on this ship at all. Instead, it is a bait thrown out to lure those behind the scenes to take the bait. But now it seems that this strategy has not succeeded. In the blink of an eye, the modified warship was overtaken by the leading pirate. The leading pirate is an animal-type eagle devil fruit user. He is very powerful and has a bounty of 130 million Baileys. Since I had the advantage of flying and was very fast, I quickly caught up with him. Looking at the ship in front of him, the pirate leader laughed, and in a blink of an eye he landed on the ship and entered the ship. Soon, the ship stopped, and the sound of fighting came from the ship, and then it became quiet. Suddenly, a hole was punched through the boat, and the pirate leader was beaten out and seriously injured. Then, an old man walked out of the cave, and like the user of the Operation Fruit at the auction, he fell on the ice, stood there, tore off the mask on his face, and revealed his original face. Soon, all the pirates on the ice were captured by the Navy. Seeing this, Mariah already understood that this was indeed a trick of the Navy to lure the enemy, but now it seems that the enemy is also very smart and has not been fooled at all. So, where did the real user of the Operation Fruit go? Where are the world government and Admiral Aokiji? Where did those who plotted the immortal surgery go? Where will the real battlefield be? It is very likely that the old man has been sent to the Holy Land of Marijoa. After all, Mariah remembered that there was a user of the Dordor fruit in CP9. It was indeed easy to send him from the Sabayati archipelago to the nearby Red Earth continent. However, the world government put on such a big posture, and CP0 was dispatched, and there were admirals and many elite Navy forces to blockade the Sabayati archipelago. Mariah always felt that it was not that simple. It's such a headache. I'm always confused and I'm the only one watching this boring farce here. Where did all those people in the auction go? I don't believe they would give up the opportunity so easily. Damn, those people from the Chamber of Commerce are also lost. My Adam's treasure tree. As the huge iron cage continued to sink, the people in the iron cage also disappeared into the darkness. The depth of the descent became deeper and deeper, the light above their heads became less and less, and the surroundings became quieter and quieter. The bounty hunters and pirates who had been yelling and cursing stopped cursing at some point. The iron cage suddenly became very quiet, without any sound. The only thing they could hear was the constant clacking of chains and gears, leading them to the dark hell. Crack, 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 crack. The prisoners in the iron cage kept listening to the clacking sound of gears and chains. This sound seemed to be a countdown to death. As the iron cage continued to descend, it continued to go deeper underground. In their hearts, they all knew that they were stepping into hell step by step, and what was about to wait for them was death. How long would they stay in this world? 10 minutes, or 20 minutes? In such a deep underground, would they enter hell? Will they suffer terrible punishment? In the clacking sound of gears and chains, time kept passing, the atmosphere became more and more oppressive, and the fear of death became more and more intense, just like this deep and incomparable darkness, lingering in people's hearts. Finally, in the darkness, someone couldn't hold on any longer and shouted, "I don't want to die. I don't want to die, let me out." The choking voice was mixed with fear, but the only response to him was the sound of the cold gears running. Just when he was about to collapse, suddenly, he seemed to see a ray of light. This ray of light was so dazzling in this thick darkness. Did God send an angel to save him? There is light, look, there is light. This light is so warm and comfortable. We are saved. God sent an angel to save us. The people in the iron cage heard these crazy words and thought that this person had been scared silly and had hallucinations. They didn't believe what this person said, but they all raised their heads and looked around. After all, what if this was true? After looking up for a while, I didn't find any light. It was still the darkest darkness, which made me feel desperate. Sure enough, there was no light at all. It was all an illusion. There was no angel at all. Instead, I was on the way to hell. Suddenly, I seemed to catch a very faint light in my eyes. This light shone on my body, and I felt very comfortable, as if I was back in my mother's arms. I rubbed my eyes and kept looking with my eyes wide open. Finally, I was sure that it was indeed light. I cheered and shouted, "It's light, there is really light. Everyone, look." The people in the iron cage stood up and looked around. The light gradually increased. Everyone could see this bright light, and it shone on their bodies. It seemed that they really felt like they were back in their mother's arms. The fatigue on their bodies disappeared instantly, making people feel very comfortable. Suddenly, the light was so bright that everyone had to cover their eyes. After a while, they put their hands down and looked around. As the iron cage continued to descend, it came to a huge underground cave. Inside this cave, there were huge green tree roots everywhere. The light came from nowhere. It was very vast. The originally huge iron cage looked very small in this space. Below, you can see many people from the world government and the Navy, escorting the prisoners who came in before. I wonder where they are going to be escorted. The iron cage finally landed on the ground, and the iron cage was opened. Many Navy rushed in and escorted the prisoners out. Following the escorted prisoners, Moria kept looking at this place. Unexpectedly, there is such a place under the Sabayati archipelago. Because the depth of the dive was too deep, it exceeded the limit distance between Moria's body and Shadow. In order to find out, Moria used the Shadow Warrior again in the dark, and Moria himself came to the iron cage, and then let the Shadow come here quickly. When he came to the huge underground cave, he replaced the body with the Shadow again, left the iron cage, and hid in the dark. As the team continued to move forward, Moria found that countless huge tree roots, like spider webs, were constantly intertwined, forming a huge underground maze with no end in sight. Moreover, Moria also found that in addition to the tree roots, some places here were reclaimed by the Navy and planted with a kind of plant. Moria had never seen this plant before, but he could feel that it contained a strong vitality. This plant is small and very distinctive. At the end of each slender leaf, there is a green gem, which is very eye-catching. The places where this plant is planted are guarded by the Navy and the world government, and the defense is tight. Moria also saw a huge processing plant from a distance, and all the collected plants were sent there. This plant seems to be extraordinary. This place itself has a strong breath of life due to the huge roots of the Yarkai mangroves. Living here for a long time can increase life expectancy, and the green gems at the end of each leaf of this plant exude a strong breath of life. Moria's body instinct tells him that eating such green gems will be of great benefit to his body. As expected, it is the world government. I don't know how this place was discovered in the first place. Moreover, this plant seems to be able to improve people's vitality. It seems that following here this time is indeed the right choice. Just knowing this plant, Moria has made a profit this time, but it seems that it is not so easy to get such a plant. Although the underground space is large, there are only a few places where this plant is planted, and they are all heavily guarded. But now is not the time to explore this plant. Moria's shadow found that there are traces of the old man in front. It seems that what the people of the world government said at the auction house was to send the old man to the holy land of Mary Joa, which was a cover. Moreover, the old man appeared here, which means that the immortal surgery is likely to be carried out here. Moria wants to see what the legendary immortal surgery looks like. Moria glanced in the direction the Navy escort team was heading, smiled slightly, and his body gradually disappeared into the shadows. As the team continued to move forward, they kept turning around in this huge maze. Finally, all the pirates were taken to a huge tree hole. Although it was just a tree hole, it was incredibly large. Moria's terrifying three-mast sailing ship could fit in it. And this place was not made up of various tree roots, but was originally a huge tree hole. Moria guessed that the Achiman mangroves in the entire Sabayati archipelago were actually a tree. This huge Achiman mangrove fell for some reason, and then the remaining roots gradually grew saplings, and the current Sabayati archipelago was formed. The entire tree hole was full of the plants that Moria had seen before, but the plants here seemed different from those outside. The plants outside were very small and exquisite, with green gems hanging at the end of the leaves, which made people feel very beautiful. But the plants here are obviously bigger than those outside, and they look very ferocious. There are many sharp barbs growing on each leaf, and the gems at the end of the leaves are different colors. The ones outside are all green, full of vitality and vigor, while the ones here are dark green, which makes people feel very uncomfortable. Although Moria can also feel the strong vitality from this dark green gem, there seems to be a resentment lingering on it, which makes people feel uncomfortable. Moreover, there is a pillar standing everywhere in the space inside, and all the plants are planted around the pillar. The closer the plants are to the pillar, the more luxuriant they grow, and the stronger the vitality contained in the gem. Is there something magical about the inconspicuous pillar? Just as Moria was thinking, the Navy's next move directly told Moria the answer to this pillar. Each prisoner was tied to the pillar by the Navy, and then the arteries of each prisoner's limbs were directly cut, and blood kept flowing out. All the blood that flowed down was absorbed by the plants on the ground. After absorbing the blood, the whole plant looked more lush and green, the gem also looked more lustrous, and even the breath of life in the whole space became stronger instantly. Seeing all this, Moria has understood why the plants here contain more vitality. Why is there a huge difference from the outside? It turned out that all the plants in this tree hole were irrigated with blood. After the plants absorbed human blood, they would inevitably become different. As for the resentment lingering on the gem, I am afraid that it was all the endless resentment and unwillingness of the people who died before the blood was drained. Watching the skilled operation of the Navy, cutting off the prisoner's limb arteries to ensure that the prisoner would not die from excessive injuries, and at the same time, the blood in the body would flow out fully to irrigate the plants on the ground. In such a place full of vitality, if such a place is discovered at ordinary times, people will often cheer, but at this time, it is a nightmare. Due to the strong vitality, death will come slower than usual. Watching your blood slowly drain away and then heading towards death is undoubtedly a hellish torture. It's really terrible. There are so many pillars here, and people are tied to each pillar. How many people will be killed when watering once? Under every inch of land here, there are countless people's bones piled up. Wait until the Navy sends all the people here, and you will be able to see the legendary immortal surgery immediately. The legendary immortal surgery, the leader of the world government felt the growing breath of life in the air, greedily inhaled a breath, and laughed out loud at the air mixed with blood. The world government has had several experiences in performing immortal surgery during its 800 years of rule. Although it is said that as long as the Devil Fruit ability user is found and the Devil Fruit ability user reaches the level of awakening, the immortal surgery can be performed at the cost of life. But there are no other requirements for performing an immortal surgery. Once, when the world government found the person with the ability of the operation fruit and was about to perform the first immortality operation, it was due to insufficient preparation that the immortality operation failed. Not only did the person with the ability of the operation fruit lose his life, but the person who was subjected to the immortality operation not only did not gain immortality, but also died. The fact that this person can obtain the quota of immortality shows that this person plays an important role in the world government. Either he is at the pinnacle of power, or he has the power to make the world tremble. No matter which one, or both, any blow to the world government is huge. That immortality operation almost caused turmoil in the world. After this lesson, the world conquest was much more cautious when performing the immortality operation for the second time. Finally, after careful preparation, the immortality operation was successful. At the same time, the world government also knew that there were other conditions for the implementation of the immortality operation. First of all, to perform the immortality operation, you must choose a place with strong vitality. The anti-aging surgery can make a person immortal, but it does not mean that infinite life can be achieved by relying on the life of the person with the ability of the surgery fruit alone. It is necessary to absorb enough life energy from the outside world to meet the needs of immortality. Secondly, it is necessary to replenish the vitality of the person who has the ability of the operation fruit and the two people who are about to undergo the immortality operation. A person's life is like the life of a tree, growing from a seed to a big tree, and finally withering and dying. To perform the immortality operation, the life state of the two people must be kept at the best, so that the success rate of the immortality operation will be high. Therefore, the corresponding life potion must be prepared. This is why the world government asked Vegapunk to continue to study the bloodline factor. Of course, the world government has started research on replenishing vitality a long time ago. At the beginning, the world government just wanted this research to ensure the smooth progress of the immortality operation, but as the research deepened, new secrets were constantly discovered, such as the life return technique in the Navy, which was accidentally obtained during a study. The current Vegapunk's bloodline factor research and the North Sea Vinsmoke family's clone research are all the results of the original research. Another thing is that there are 10,000 young and middle-aged people with abundant vitality to be prepared. In order to achieve immortality and resist the erosion of time, an extraordinary body must be obtained. These 10,000 people are prepared for this. Although it is better to transplant younger organs, they are not from the original body after all, so it is inevitable that there will be some rejection. So how to transform them? That is to extract all the blood of these 10,000 young and middle-aged people, use the ability of the surgery fruit to extract the blood essence, and then inject it into the body that has undergone the immortal surgery, so that the blood can be revived, flow throughout the body, and repair various organs to achieve perfect results. These are the three conditions for the immortal surgery. Of course, the most important thing is to look at the immortal fruit ability user itself. If it is not developed enough, the immortal surgery will eventually fail. There was an immortal surgery in history. All conditions were fully prepared and the surgery was completed, but it did not achieve immortality. He lived for 150 years and eventually died. The final conclusion of that failure was that due to the problem of the operation fruit ability user itself, the immortal surgery was not completed at all. Although the lifespan was extended, it was far from the level of immortality. However, we cannot let down our guard for the time being. We can't take it lightly now. Such a big movement on the Chambord Islands must not be hidden from some people. It will soon be discovered that there are no surgical fruit-capable users in the two escorting Navy teams. When the time comes, you will know that the Chambord Islands is the real place where the ageless surgery is performed. The person from CP0 next to him said, "Ah ha ha. You are too cautious." The Navy's generals, 5 lieutenants, and many naval elites were dispatched. Excluding the Navy, 5 elite members of CP0 were dispatched this time. 2 of them are adults who belong to the Dragon People's strongest shield, plus the members who were originally stationed here. In such a scene, even if the monsters from the New World come, they will come back defeated. Don't tell me, there are many Navy outside. What's more, this is a secret. I'm afraid they won't even be able to find it. Listening to what the official representatives of the world government said, the people in CP0 also felt that in this kind of scene, they couldn't believe that anyone could break through the many defenses, get here, and snatch the immortality surgery. Thinking this way, this CP0 person also relaxed, but why does he always feel something is wrong? According to the news coming from outside, one of the routes has been seen through. No one took the bait at all. The only ones caught were some pirates who were encouraged by others and didn't know anything. On the other hand, the situation on the other side was a bit strange. There was no one to stop them. They reached the Holy Land Marijoa all the way. The people in the Navy and the world government were a little confused. Could it be that everything went so smoothly? Although the other road is not as blatant as the previous one and has a certain disguise, it can still be found and discovered if you follow it carefully. However, there were no obstacles at all along the way, and the journey was very smooth to the Holy Land of Marigio. Could it be that our disguise ability has improved, but this can only be hidden from ordinary people? Those guys' intelligence capabilities should not be so weak. Or is it that the district is under our power? But they dare to plan riots even on the Red Earth continent. What else can they not dare to do? Everything is going so smoothly now. It's so smooth that CP0, who often interacts with that force, can't believe it. Does he really have no idea about the immortality surgery? Moreover, those who are interested in immortality surgery are not only external enemies, but also internal enemies. After all, after 800 years, the world government has also been full of factions, and there are many people who long for immortality. This time, I have heard various rumors about the competition for the quota for immortality surgery. I don't know how many big figures are involved. Maybe the faction that failed to compete for the quota may send someone to obstruct it. He is also involved in the overt and covert fights between the factions. I have experienced a lot, otherwise, I would not be able to climb to where I am today. Anyway, it's better to be cautious. Anyone who knows about ageless surgery and is able to participate in it is not an ordinary person. Just when the CP0 was thinking wildly, the phone bug on him rang. Bulu, yes, my lord understood. After hanging up the phone, he said to the world government official next to him, "The chief just told me that the adult who finally received the immortality surgery has arrived. Let's go and greet him as soon as possible." "Oh, are you here already? I just don't know who it is, sir," the world government official said with a curious look on his face. Since it was confirmed that those with the ability to use the surgical fruit have awakened, there are many powerful politicians in the Holy Land Marie Joya, either retired military commanders or prominent Celestial Dragon Clan leaders, all of whom are behind the scenes. For this reason, they fought hard and fought openly and secretly to win the spot for this immortality surgery. Therefore, there was a bloody storm in the Holy Land. I don't know how many officials and military generals were reduced to pawns in this fight. Even the usually majestic Tianlong people were ordered not to leave. In your own home. Although the Tianlong people are known as the nobles of the world, over the past 800 years, the Tianlong people have been greedy for pleasure, and generations of political dignitaries and powerful military figures have continued to divide the power in the hands of the Tianlong people. Among the 20 heavenly dragons, except for a very few, they still hold some real power. The rest have been completely reduced to captive pigs and have lost their actual power and strong strength. In addition to relying on the power of the world's nobles, identity can be used to dominate others. But in the Holy Land, this kind of Tianlong people are looked down upon by the big guys. Except for relying on the glory of their ancestors, everything else has been lost. Of course, there is a deeper reason, which is the legendary Heavenly King. Regarding this secret treasure of the celestial dragons, it is said that it has the ability to destroy the world, and the key to this Heavenly King is held in these 20 celestial dragons, in the hands of the patriarchs of men. Although most of the Tianlong people have long lost their power, they all know the function of this key, so these 20 keys are firmly in their hands. Although most of the celestial dragons have lost their actual power and strength after so many years of corruption, they are extremely determined to keep the King of Heaven key, because once they lose this key, they know that they may fall from the altar at any time and their bodies will be gone. The protection of the key has been deepened by generations, and it has long been engraved in the bones of these celestial dragons. Even if they lose their lives, they must protect this key. This is why the celestial dragons have been criticized for so many years, but the world government has always maintained the celestial dragons. This is the secret about the celestial dragons that this world government official can understand. Because they are in a weak position, even if there are several celestial dragons who still hold a certain amount of power, it is still far from enough compared to the power of the world government and the strength of the military generals over the past 800 years. Therefore, in this competition, the celestial dragons were the first to be eliminated, and the only thing they got was to strengthen the protection of the celestial dragons, which is a gain. But compared to immortality, this is undoubtedly insignificant. Afterwards, the government and the military fought fiercely for the quota this time, and the two sides were deadlocked. As for which side won, this official of the world government did not know. At that time, he had been sent out to carry out the task of the immortal surgery. At the same time, he was very fortunate to be able to win this mission. If he continued to stay in the Holy Land of Marie Joa, he would not even be left with ashes in such a big boss-level competition. According to the news from the Holy Land, most of the officials who worked with him in the past, even his superiors, were transferred from their positions or even demoted. Some were even imprisoned, and the more serious ones were the cost of their lives. And this time, as long as he completed this mission, he would definitely be promoted and given a raise when he returned, and further progress was certain. Thinking of this, the official of the world government quickly tidied his clothes and greeted the adults who came with the best image. After receiving the order to welcome the big shot, all the people in the base were ready to go. They lined up one by one to welcome the big shot who was coming. The people from the world government and CP0 also lined up, waiting for the big shot to arrive. At the same time, the guards in the bases also lined up to welcome the big shot. Seeing this scene in front of him, Moria couldn't help but feel happy. Hey, hee hee. Now, isn't it my chance to sneak into the processing plant? Only the things that are really in hand are the best. Although Moria also wanted to see the demeanor of this big shot, there was no benefit in staying here, just to satisfy his curiosity. Moreover, Moria might be exposed. As the time for the immortal surgery got closer, the guards here became more and more strict. From time to time, there were strong people who were good at seeing and hearing color, scanning every corner. Moria kept changing his position to avoid being discovered. To be able to obtain a place for the immortal surgery, there must be powerful guards around, and there may be strong men at the level of generals. At this tense moment, the observation haki will definitely be activated. Moria stepped forward at this time, and there was a great risk of being discovered. After all, for the immortal surgery, no matter how strict the measures are, they are not excessive. While everyone's attention was on the big man, Moria's shadow quietly slipped into the processing base and found a blind spot for surveillance. Moria's figure gradually appeared in the processing plant and then disappeared. Moria was hiding in the processing plant, constantly looking at the people coming and going, constantly looking for something, and finally, his eyes stopped on a tall Navy Commodore. Just as the general was passing through an empty aisle, he suddenly screamed, and then there seemed to be a sound of struggle, but then it disappeared, and everything returned to silence. A Navy who heard the sound felt strange, and out of caution, went to check, and ended up bumping into the Navy Commodore who had just entered. "Excuse me, sir." The Navy soldier saluted and said, "Why are you running around instead of patrolling properly? The adults from the Holy Land are coming. If you are seen, you can't take the responsibility. Tidy up your appearance and return to the team immediately." Yes, hearing the Brigadier General's reprimand, the Navy soldier immediately ran back to the team and patrolled seriously. The other Navy soldiers also saw the Brigadier General's fierce eyes, and they also cheered up and patrolled seriously. Looking around the Navy soldiers present, the Brigadier General didn't seem to find anything wrong, nodded with satisfaction, and left. Seeing the Brigadier General leave, these Navy soldiers were relieved, and at the same time they laughed at the soldier who was scolded just now, saying that you were patrolling properly. Why are you running around? You are not unaware of the Brigadier General's temper. You are very lucky to be scolded for just a few words. At this time, the Navy soldier was also very depressed. He clearly heard the Brigadier General's screams just now. Why is it like this? Did I hear it wrong? But I clearly heard it just now. Is it an illusion? I really don't understand. Walked away with a depressed face. The Brigadier General just now was transformed by Moria. Moria thought he could kill with one strike, but he didn't expect that the strength of this Brigadier General was actually at the level of a top Major General. Although the sneak attack was successful, his observation color made the attack slightly deviate, and it was not fatal. Moria spent a little time and made a little noise to attract the soldiers to come and check. It seems that we can't underestimate the enemy in the future. I really didn't expect that a Brigadier General would have the strength of a Lieutenant General. Such a person should have the rank of Major General in the Navy, not to mention Lieutenant General. What Moria didn't know was that the previous Brigadier General was indeed a Major General, and even entered the list of Navy promoted to Lieutenant General, but unfortunately, this person had a bad temper and was very irritable. He often beat and scolded his subordinates. His relationship with other naval generals was also very bad, and he even contradicted his superiors, so he was sent here. No longer caring about so much, the Brigadier General transformed by Moria has been going deeper and deeper, looking at the processing plant all the way. It's really amazing. Whether it's the level of protection here or the level of high technology here, it's far from what the outside can compare to. The processing of UNCO here has reached a very high level. Some of the lower-level processing in the front, such as the cleaning of UNCO, the classification and processing of UNZU, and the grading, have all been automated. Only the more difficult purification and condensation in the back still need people to watch. UNCO is the kind of plant that Moria saw, and UNZU is the green bead growing on the back of the leaf. This is the name of the plant Moria saw in the processing plant. Looking at the staff wearing research clothes, various high-precision instruments, and neat automated production lines, Moria seemed to have returned to the modern era. It's hard to imagine that in this pirate world where most of them are still sailing ships, even steam engines are not popular. Here it is already fully automatic. But when you think of the appearance of cyborgs, laser weapons, and even pure gold in one piece, automation is not so surprising. In short, the world of pirates is a world with a seriously distorted technology tree. As he walked along, Moria even found a warehouse where UNE was stored, which was full of green extracts. UNE is a medicine extracted from UNCO, which can extend the life of the human body and have effects on all aspects of the body. However, this is only a primary extract. Although it has some effects, it needs to be taken for a long time to slowly produce effects, and this is far from enough for the world government. Every year, there are many retired strong men, and the demand is huge, but the annual output is only so much, which is not enough, so more efficient life medicines must be developed. After years of research, the world government has developed a stronger life medicine as expected. The UNE here is only the raw material of the life medicine, and it will be sent to a more secret base to make the latest life medicine. Although the processing plant here is only a raw material base, there is no research data on new life medicine here, but there are still some data, and the main research here is how to better grow UNCO, cultivate high-quality UNCO, expand the scale of planting, etc. Most of them are research on planting, but for Moria, it is enough. Once Moria robs UNCO, he will definitely be wanted by the world government. This kind of thing will definitely not be circulated in the market. Once discovered, the world government will definitely follow the clues and find Moria, so it is enough for one person to use it. Although the effect of UNE is slow, as long as you master the planting technology, everything will be fine. As long as you can plant a large number of them and pile them up in quantity, it will bring huge benefits to Moria. Thinking of this, Moria couldn't help but speed up his pace towards the research room. Although the Navy got the quota for the immortal surgery this time, it also lost a lot between gain and loss. I don't know whether it is worth paying such a high price. No matter how the Navy and the world government are playing games, the immortal surgery has officially entered the countdown. The Navy continues to guard the important roads. At the same time, the closer to the huge tree hole before, the tighter the defense. In the tree hole, all the things needed for the surgery have been prepared. I don't know how the Navy built an operating table in such a short time. Everything is ready, and the legendary immortal surgery is about to begin. The user of the surgery fruit ability and the big man who is about to gain immortality are ready, and the rest of the people have withdrawn from the tree hole. Of course, there are also protective measures. 2 CP0 people are left inside, and a lot of surveillance telephone bugs are installed. These data will be kept as top secrets. First of all, the immortal surgery will transform the body first to make the aging body full of vitality again. If you want to change your appearance, you can do it. After all, cosmetic surgery is much simpler than anti-aging surgery. As for how to replenish the lost vitality in the body, you can only rely on the ability of the surgery fruit to inject the life energy floating in the air into the body. This is also the reason why we choose to perform anti-aging surgery in places with strong vitality. Of course, after so many years, the world government has also gained some experience. Now it is easier to perform anti-aging surgery than before. Before, the anti-aging surgery was performed to replenish vitality, and all of them relied on the ability of the surgery fruit to inject the vitality floating in the air into the body. Now, since the world government has developed a life potion, it can be replenished by the life potion, which is much easier. Of course, it cannot be said that anti-aging surgery does not need to be selected in places with strong vitality. Although this restriction has been reduced now, it can still make the implementation of anti-aging surgery smoother in such places. Injecting vitality into the body is only the first step, and the body has not yet recovered. To truly reverse it, it is still necessary to digest and absorb it, and use the power of the surgery fruit to reverse the aging body, return from old age to middle age, and finally restore vitality. Life stimulation, ha! Watching the old man activate the devil fruit power, and the big man lying on the operating table, in the perception of the sight, its vitality is gradually recovering, and I have to sigh at its magic. About 2 minutes later, the old man took back the surgery fruit power and rested slightly. You can also see the sweat on his forehead, and you know that this process is not easy. However, the world government has also been prepared for this, and has prepared a lot of recovery potions and life potions for the old man to restore his physical strength and reduce some unnecessary life losses. I opened the lid of a bottle of green potion, and instantly a very strong breath of life emanated from it. The breath alone made the old man relax, which shows its efficacy. This kind of potion is probably more than 1,000 times stronger than the essence liquid that Moria saw. After the old man drank the potion, his face instantly glowed red, and he could clearly feel the changes in his body. Not only did the physical strength and vitality he had just consumed recover, but over the years, the lifespan consumed by using the devil fruit seemed to have increased. This made the old man want to study this potion carefully, but unfortunately, he would never have the chance again in this life. Retracting his thoughts, the old man continued to start the anti-aging operation. Although the vitality in the body has been restored, it still cannot reach the standard of immortality. As time goes by, the vitality will gradually decline and eventually reach the end of life. What the old man has to do next is to stop the loss of his vitality, so that the body can withstand the erosion of time and have the characteristics of immortality. At this time, the old man looked at the many prisoners present. Room life extraction. All 10,000 prisoners were shrouded in it, and bright red blood flowed out of everyone's body, gathering in the air, and the blood cells grew larger and larger. At this time, every prisoner was ready to wail loudly, but suddenly found that nothing seemed to happen. It was just a little bleeding, nothing serious. But suddenly, everyone found that they seemed to be aging faster. Their healthy and rosy hands began to be covered with wrinkles and became dry. After discovering their changes, the prisoners began to check themselves and found that their whole bodies began to age rapidly. Their originally black hair began to have a little white hair, their eyeballs began to sink, their bodies became hunched, and their voices became hoarse. No, don't do this, please give me back my life, I don't want to die yet, I'm still young. Cough, cough, cough. No, the prisoners were still shouting loudly at first, but as time went by, the originally young and strong prisoners had all become gray-haired and withered. They had to gasp for a long time to say a word, and their voices became weaker and weaker. When the last trace of blood flowed out, the prisoner finally died of old age and lost his life. When all the people died, the blood ball on the top of the head had become very large. The old man looked at the blood ball on the top of his head, drank another sip of the potion, and continued the anti-aging operation. Life condensation. The blood ball on the top of the head began to shrink gradually, and the blood became brighter red and very dazzling. In the end, this ball of blood was like a ruby, crystal clear, and there was no smell of blood, but instead there was a fragrance. This ball of blood made the two CP0s present feel their body's desire for that ball of blood. Instinctively told themselves that as long as they drank a drop, it would be of great benefit to their bodies. But when they thought of their mission, they forced the throbbing in their bodies to suppress it and continue to perform their mission. Seeing the compressed blood, the old man nodded with satisfaction, smiled and drank a sip of the potion, and continued the next step. Life transformation. Seeing that the ball of blood began to flow down, the old man lying on the operating table, his body was instantly cut into pieces, and balls of blood began to wrap various parts, and the transformation of the body officially began. From this point on, the immortal surgery officially entered the core stage. In this stage, there must be no mistakes. Once there is a slight mistake, the operation may fail. With the help of the ability of the surgery fruit, the old man used a scalpel to accurately remove all the aging and dead cells in the body, found the healthy cells, wrapped them with blood, and transformed them to make them immortal. This is a long process. All organs and parts of the human body must be transformed and finally assembled to make this body have the characteristics of immortality. This is undoubtedly a huge challenge for the person with the ability of the surgery fruit. The old man was fully focused and did not dare to be distracted. The CP0 also tried to lower his breathing and did not dare to disturb him. The blood on the old man's head is constantly decreasing, and the old man who has undergone the anti-aging operation has all parts of his body disassembled. Now there is no human shape at all. Some are just various organs floating in the air, wrapped in blood, which looks very strange. But in this strange state, the old man on the operating table, although he has been disassembled into pieces, still has a clear consciousness. The old man can feel that his body seems to have returned to the mother's body, very warm and comfortable. For so many years, he seems to have not been so relaxed. In the body, the hidden injuries accumulated over the years are being removed bit by bit. At the same time, the body that has long been weak seems to be growing. The body breaks through the laws of the world and grows a second time. This is the ultimate ability of the surgery fruit ability, which can make people immortal. With years of medical literacy and precise control ability, the surgery fruit ability user is repairing this body bit by bit. In the end, the blood completely wraps all the organs and bodies. Under the gaze of the 2CP0s, a complete body can be vaguely seen in the blood. Finally, the blood cocoon shattered, revealing a body full of vitality and vigor again. This withered body has regained its youth, and the old man's appearance has become middle-aged again, much younger, like a different person. In fact, it is not necessary to change the appearance, but this big man doesn't seem to like the old look, so he restored him to middle-aged. The body has regained its youth, and all the hidden injuries have been removed, all preparations have been completed. Then, the most critical moment has arrived. The old man looked at the young body, took a breath, drank a few bottles of potion, and murmured in a low voice. The anti-aging operation, as the name suggests, makes it immortal and breaks the iron law of birth, aging, illness and death of all things. Then, let's start. The old man drank the last potion in one gulp and walked back to the operating table. On the other side, Moria, the Commodore played by Moria, saw everyone go in, and then Moria started to act. Moria did not go directly to the warehouse, but went to the monitoring room first, killed all the people inside, and then went to the warehouse where the UN liquid was stored. When he arrived at the warehouse, Moria destroyed the surveillance den mushy along the way to prevent anyone from finding clues from the video, and then following the clues to find Moria. Moria was familiar with the way and soon came to the warehouse. There were only 2 guards, and they were quickly knocked down by Moria. Moria looked at the many medicines on the shelves in the warehouse and was very excited. Hey, he. These are all mine. Moria, will take these things. Moria immediately tried his best to grab the UN liquid, leaving no drop. As for where to put so much UN liquid, of course, it was put in the shadow. In the world of One Piece, you can take out many things from your body at will, but you don't know how to put them in. And Moria's words can actually be regarded as an application of the power of a devil fruit. The shadow world can be said to be a very magical place. Moria can move through the shadow, and at the same time, he can also hide his shadow in the shadow. All this shows that Moriya's shadow can still hold things. After training, Moriya developed his own shadow space based on the shadow box. The space is about the size of a room, and he can put his things in it, which is very convenient. Even if I don't know whether there is a shadow world in the world of One Piece, whether there are creatures in it, and whether I can summon a shadow army in the future. Soon, Moriya put all the UN liquid on the shelf into his shadow space. Looking at the empty warehouse, Moriya couldn't help but complain, why is there so little? Moriya looked like there were a lot before, but when he actually did it, he found that there were only about 800 UN liquids. If those people in the processing plant knew that Moriya thought so, he would definitely vomit blood. 800 UN liquids are already the output of this processing plant for a month. Moriya opened a UN liquid and smelled the fragrance of the potion. Moriya suddenly felt very comfortable. Without hesitation, Moriya drank it in one gulp. After swallowing a bottle of UNE, Moriya felt his physical strength slowly recover, and it seemed that his body was also much lighter. It was really a good thing. This kind of UNE can repair the hidden injuries in the body, and according to the information, it can also prolong life and make your vitality stronger. Long-term drinking will definitely bring great changes to your body. Should I get all the UNCO outside? Moriya thought about it and decided to forget it. For the sake of safety, he should not make too much noise to avoid suspicion. For now, he will retreat for the time being. Just when Moriya was about to leave the warehouse, suddenly, Moriya's observation haki sensed that someone was approaching the warehouse quickly. Master Moriya thought in his heart that he could only get close to him with a distance of only 100 meters, which allowed him to discover the life breath of this person. Although Moriya's observation haki is still very weak, it can already cover a range of 500 meters. Being able to lurk at such a close distance shows that this person's observation haki is higher than Moriya and his understanding of observation haki is very high. Could it be that what he did was discovered so quickly? In this case, he can only fight desperately now. Although he will be topped by the world government, he can't leave his life here. Now he is changing into the appearance of a Commodore of the Navy, and his strength may not even be half exerted. Just when Moriya was about to restore his original appearance, fight hard and escape from here, Moriya suddenly discovered that the person who was approaching the warehouse quickly was not from the Navy or the world government. He avoided the patrol team all the way up. After discovering this, Moriya thought of a plan in his mind. As long as the operation is good, Moriya can not only escape perfectly, but also wash away the suspicion on his body. Moriya felt that the masked man was approaching, so he tore open several holes in his navy coat, covered in dust, and felt that there was not much rain left, so he directly pressed the alarm button on his body. Due to this anti-aging operation, each Navy general has an alarm on his body, which can react quickly and eliminate the enemy when they invade. Before, Moriya attacked secretly, and the Brigadier General did not have time to press the button. Moriya knew this later, and he could not help but feel fortunate that he acted quickly enough. If he was a little later, he would be exposed first. At the moment when Moriya pressed the alarm, in this space, in a hidden room, the machine instantly sounded the alarm. Hearing this alarm, the researchers on duty quickly found the source and the location. Hello, this is the control room, the Navy is requesting support, the location is the processing plant, the location is the processing plant. Repeat, someone invaded the processing plant, requesting support. On the other side of the Den Mushi, a CP0 person hung up the phone after listening. There were 5 CP0s, 2 vice admirals, and 3 soldiers in other uniforms in this room. All of them were strong. Let the nearest Navy go to support us. This is just to distract us. Their real purpose is the anti-aging operation. Yes, facing Moriya's punch, the masked man who came in was naturally confused. Who am I? Where am I? It stands to reason that you are a traitor to the Navy, or a spy of other forces. Aren't you afraid of attracting the Navy? People like you will end up much worse than invaders like me. Of course, although he was stunned, facing Moriya's punch, the masked man still reacted quickly, tilted his head, and easily dodged it. Hey, stop it. I don't know what your purpose is. Give me half of the benefits. It's not good for everyone to attract the Navy. Give me half and leave immediately. Listening to the tone of the masked man, it seems that he is not an invader, but a thief who comes to steal things. But Moriya doesn't care so much. Anyway, you are bound to take the blame. Moriya didn't say anything and continued to attack. The masked man looked at Moriya's disloyalty and continued to attack, and he was also a little angry. It seems that if I don't show you some color, you don't know how to be a good boy. The masked man swung his knife and slashed at Moriya, and the sword energy was overflowing. Moriya barely blocked it with his fists. His huge body could not dodge, and many places were cut by the sword energy. Seeing Moriya's embarrassed appearance, the masked man was even happier and increased his attack. Isn't it just a brigadier general? I'll kill you. You are so ungrateful, then I'll take the things myself. On the other side, Moriya also had a lot of questions in his heart. Logically speaking, he was able to deceive his own perception of observation and hearing, and he was only discovered so close, so his strength should not be weak. Why do I feel that this person's strength is weaker than that of the Commodore I killed before? At this level, at most, it is only the strength of an ordinary major general, so how did he block my perception of observation and hearing? With such questions, Moria continued to fight with the masked man, and deliberately controlled himself to keep himself at a disadvantage, but he just couldn't defeat the masked man. The battle continued, but the masked man felt something was wrong. His strength was obviously stronger than that of the Commodore, and he had always been in the upper hand, but why couldn't he defeat him? In any case, he had to fight quickly and decisively. If the Commodore was attracted, it would be troublesome. The masked man's offensive force continued to increase, and Moria was indeed defeated. Many times, the masked man almost defeated him, but Moria narrowly avoided him. After many fights, Moria could be sure that the masked man had not awakened his observation haki, and even his armament haki was sometimes effective and sometimes not. He had just awakened and had not yet mastered it. However, the masked man's fighting skills were very superb, and the swordsmanship he used was also very good. If he was not careful, he would be injured. Moria's doubts became more intense. He could block the perception of observation haki to a certain extent, and he also had very superb physical skills and powerful swordsmanship. Although the opponent did not fully master these skills, it can be seen from one or two moves that the power is very good. As far as Moria knows, there are only the Navy and the top pirate groups on the sea who have such exquisite skills, but those who can practice them are all core figures or strong men, and ordinary people have no chance at all. Even if it is the Navy, to practice the 6 styles of the Navy, you have to go through layers of tests. If you don't have enough strength, it is impossible to practice. There may be someone on the sea who has created a very superb physical skill, but he is only proficient in one aspect. Moria has never seen such a person who has such strength but mastered such comprehensive skills. The masked man saw that he could not solve it for a while, and he had the idea of retreating in his heart. However, when the masked man retreated a little, Moria would entangle him, and at the same time, he would let the masked man feel that he could defeat him. In this way, time passed little by little. Suddenly, in Moria's perception of the color of observation, a Navy vice admiral was rushing over quickly. Seeing this, Moria smiled knowingly. In the following battle, Moria was defeated step by step. In the end, the masked man spent a lot of effort to defeat Moria. Moria was directly knocked into the corridor outside the warehouse, and a big hole collapsed in the entire wall. The masked man stared at Moria, who was knocked to the ground, and the damage he caused. He was a little bit unconvinced. Was this really the damage he caused? When did he have such great power? At the same time, the admiral who had just arrived happened to see Moria being knocked away. He immediately drew his saber and slashed at the masked man with a mixture of armed color domineering. You know, this warehouse is made of special alloys. Ordinary attacks may not even leave traces. Those who can directly destroy the warehouse must be strong. Well, it must be a strong man. How dare ordinary people destroy it at such a critical moment of performing the immortal surgery? The admiral thought in his heart, so he went all out as soon as he made a move, without any reservations. The slash mixed with armament haki went straight through the wall and flew towards the masked man. While the masked man was still surprised by the damage he had caused, the vice admiral's record had already flown over. The masked man had no time to react and was knocked away by the slash. At this time, Moria, who was lying on the ground, just opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. This was not pretending, but he was really injured. Oh my god, why is the wall of this warehouse so hard? Moria originally thought that he could use the attack of the masked man to pretend to be knocked out, and then he could clear himself of suspicion. But who would have thought that the wall of this warehouse was so solid? In order to make his injury more realistic, he did not use the armed color domineering to cover his back. As a result, his internal organs were injured. This was a big loss. Moria, who had just opened his eyes, saw the masked man being hit by a huge slash. When he was excited, his internal injuries were affected, and Moria spurted out another mouthful of blood. I worked so hard to act like this, wasn't it just to get the masked man's exquisite physical skills and swordsmanship? You slashed right at the beginning, and used the armed color domineering, you killed the man directly. I have a bad temper. And Moria's action, in the eyes of the Navy Vice Admiral, is a different scene. Well, yes, although I have heard that this Brigadier General has a very bad character, but now it seems that it is inconsistent with the rumors. This kind of hatred for the enemy, and as soon as he wakes up, he clenches his fists, and is very vigilant. He can still deal with such an enemy for so long, never compromise with the evil world, and resolutely defend justice. Very good. After returning from this mission, I will ask for credit from Marshal Sengoku. It is a waste for such a navy not to capture pirates on the sea. If Moria knew what the Navy Vice Admiral was thinking, I am afraid he would faint. Cough, cough, cough. After the smoke dissipated, the masked man knelt on the ground, supporting his body with a knife, coughing blood from the corner of his mouth, and his clothes became torn. After looking at the Vice Admiral of the Navy, he slowly stood up and stood with his knife. Sure enough, he is a strong man. I slashed with all my strength, but he was only slightly injured. The Vice Admiral of the Navy thought in his heart, and at the same time, he was secretly alert and held the handle of the knife tightly with his right hand. When Moria saw this scene at this time, 10,000 alpacas ran through his heart. What on earth is going on? It was just a scratch on the clothes, and there was no wound on the body. How could he have such a perverted defense? If it was really that powerful, he would have been knocked down long ago. After the masked man and the Vice Admiral of the Navy looked at each other for a while, he seemed to have made up his mind. His other hand was pulling something out from behind his back. Before taking it out, he glared at Moria fiercely. Looking at the direction where the masked man disappeared, Moria felt that he needed to slow down and think carefully. My God, which force is this masked man from? Such advanced technology, but it was not cut in half. Even if Moria himself had to bear the blow from the Vice Admiral, he would not dare to take it head-on. Didn't you see that this warehouse was split open by this blow? And this warehouse was specially built. I'm afraid that a warship outside would be cut in half, right? But just like that, he was unscathed. Moria really didn't know how the masked man did it. When he was fighting with himself, his strength was only that of a major general. How could he suddenly ignore the full-strength attack of the Vice Admiral? Could it be that the big boss's trumpet was used for fun? Or was he wearing some high-tech armor? Can it reduce 99% of the damage? The legendary anti-armor and resurrection armor? But which force can do this now? The Navy's pacifist project should still be in the development stage. The combat suits of the Vinsmoke family in the North Sea should not have come out yet, right? Sanji is still a little kid now. What kind of force is this? Is it sent by the world government to assassinate? Or is there a huge dark force that Moria doesn't know about? If it's not technology, then it's the power of a devil fruit? Well, it should be the power of a devil fruit, otherwise, how could it be possible? There is only this reason. It should be a shield, or it can teleport. Moria guessed that it was probably a superhuman devil fruit. Well, that must be the case. Anyway, it's good that he didn't die. Moria is very envious of the skills of the masked man. Just when Moria was stunned, everything Moria did was naturally seen by the Navy Vice Admiral. Well, a good seedling. After the battle, he knew how to reflect on his combat mistakes and speculate on the other party's purpose. Very good, not arrogant or impatient, it is worth cultivating well. Now, the outstanding freshman of the Navy within 5 years will be selected by the world government. In the next 5 years, the high-level combat power of the Navy will not be a problem, but the lower-level Navy may face great difficulties, and also face the problem of the future Navy successor. Therefore, it is very important for the Navy to dig out some talents that were usually buried and promote them. After all, he is already a Navy, and the world government has no reason to transfer him there again. In this way, Moria's actions were self-made by the Navy Vice Admiral, so that the Navy Vice Admiral came over, patted Moria on the shoulder, and said eagerly, "Come on, the future belongs to you." And Moria was confused throughout the whole process. What did he do? What does your eager eyes mean? Why do I feel that I have become a person favored by the Navy inexplicably? Then should I join the Navy by taking advantage of this Navy Commodore's quota? Well, it seems not bad to think so. Now this guy is already a Commodore, and if he rises one more level, he will be a Major General, and then he will burst out his potential, and there will be no problem with a Lieutenant General. This is already considered a high-ranking figure in the Navy. After all, the starting point is now a Brigadier General, and the rank is already very high, perfect. As a otaku, when I become a Vice Admiral, I will be like Admiral Kizaru, clocking in and out on time every day, receiving wages, making tea, and being very leisurely. This life is simply perfect. As a otaku, what else is there to be dissatisfied with? This is much more comfortable than Moria's original work, where he stayed in a place where the sun never rose and dealt with corpses every day. But this is just a thought. Moria doesn't even know the name of this Brigadier General, and he doesn't know all his interpersonal relationships and living habits. Moreover, what about the devil fruit ability? What's more, Jasmine, the things she has on her body are not easy to show in the Navy. Although it is very tempting, Moria still gave up this idea. Although he can deceive for a while by impersonating someone, he can't keep it secret forever. The high-ranking officers of the Navy must have gone through layers of strict screening and investigation. The world government certainly doesn't want another person like Dragon to appear. By then, Moria's various suspicions may be investigated. Anyway, take good care of your wounds now, and then find an opportunity to die directly in battle, which is also worthy of this Navy Commodore. Use your Navy identity and finally become a martyr who sacrifices for justice, while Moria himself hides his merits and fame, waving his sleeves and leaving nothing behind. Sure enough, I am so noble, a good person hidden behind. Moria thought silently in his heart. If it is proved that the Vice Admiral of the Navy is still alive, he will definitely get up and fight with Moria. In any case, Moria was lifted down by the Navy and sent for bandaging. At the same time, the immortal surgery has also come to the most critical moment. The old man took a deep breath and adjusted his state. Room, super scalpel, immortal surgery, eternal life. For a time, the scope covered by the old man began to extend and expand from this huge tree hole. The scope continued to expand, and the Navy, the world government, and the base outside were all included in this scope. Moreover, the scope of this room continued to expand, extending upwards and expanding outwards. In this process, the old man's vitality is constantly being consumed. After drinking the potion of life, her original rosy appearance quickly became withered and old. If there is a doctor next to him at this time, he will find that the old man's lifespan is rapidly decreasing, and this decrease is irreversible. His life is permanently gone and cannot be restored. This space is still expanding. This space breaks through the limitations of the underground and finally reaches the surface of the Shampoo Islands. The naval base above was the first to discover it. The Navy on patrol discovered this unknown phenomenon and hurriedly reported it to the Admiral. King Z, who was sleeping at this time, took off his blindfold and listened to the report of his subordinates with sleepy eyes. After listening to the report of his subordinates, the usually lazy King Z miraculously stood up from the couch, changed his lazy look, looked at the expanding space, and said seriously, "Cheer up and patrol well. Now is not the time to be lazy." Yes, when his soldiers turned to leave, King Z said something in a voice that only he could hear. Has it finally begun? The surgery for immortality. The last step of the immortal surgery is being carried out continuously, suturing the soul and the body together, which is undoubtedly a huge project. But the most important thing is to endure the pain that penetrates the soul. As the old man's devil fruit ability is fully developed, more and more life energy begins to gather towards the Sabayati archipelago, and the movement is getting louder and louder. All the life energy around begins to gather on the Sabayati archipelago, and the green light is as bright as starlight, shining in the sky. For a time, all the residents on the Sabayati archipelago felt that there seemed to be something more in the air, making their bodies very comfortable. The closer to the naval base, the stronger this feeling is in this direction. Even people with injuries suddenly found that their wounds were healing faster. How many residents have detected this change? They opened the windows one after another, or people stuck their heads out in the middle of the night to see what this green light is? The Navy and the naval base naturally discovered this green light. Some of the curious ones even touched it with their hands. The Navy felt that their bodies became lighter and more comfortable, and the hidden injuries accumulated in the battle were more or less healed. When Aokiji saw this, he did not stop it. He just sent someone to pass on the order to defend well and strengthen vigilance. Then he continued to lie on the armchair, feeling the rare bath of life energy. In the perception of others, perhaps these green light balls can cure diseases, but in fact, it is far more than that. As a Navy admiral, Aokiji is also a person who has mastered the return of life. Lying on the armchair, he can clearly feel the tiny hidden injuries in his body, which are constantly being healed. As a Navy admiral, the battles he has personally experienced can be said to be countless. Although the Navy itself has a complete medical back system and will receive timely treatment after each war, there are still more or less hidden injuries that cannot be healed. This subtle hidden injury is deeply hidden in the cells and is difficult to heal. More importantly, Aokiji feels that his life energy has become more abundant. You know, throughout a person's life, vitality is constantly lost, and there is no way to replenish it. Such an effect is really magical. Aokiji thought silently in his heart that it seemed that this mission was not bad, but with such a big commotion, I'm afraid it will not be easy next time. I just don't know who it will be. At the same time, the injured Moria was simply bandaged and sent to the place where the immortal surgery was performed. It should be said that this can be regarded as the light of injury. After all, only Moria was injured, and the rest were all killed by Moria. Otherwise, Moria would have no way to get so close to the place where the immortal surgery was performed. In the same position as Moria was Vice Admiral Sandming and 3 CP-0 people, and behind them were the Navy troops. This position was obviously the last line of defense outside the tree hole. If you get closer, you will reach the huge tree hole where the immortal surgery was performed. With a curious look, Moria slightly touched the green light ball that flew past him with his hand, and this ball of green life energy entered Moria's body and began to repair Moria's wounds. In less than 3 minutes, all the entropy changes on Moria's body were healed, and Moria also felt that his body had become stronger. This improvement was an all-round improvement. If you want to make such progress in normal times, I'm afraid it will take at least half a month of practice. Moria estimated in his heart that any ball of green life energy was equivalent to the 100 bottles of Yuan that Moria had just drunk, not to mention the effect of enhancing his own strength. After understanding the role of this green light ball, Moria didn't care so much, and frantically touched the green light ball around him, and then was absorbed by his body. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many masters around, Moria would have rushed directly into the tree hole. After all, Moria was here, and he could actually see how terrifying the life energy in the tree hole was, and it had reached the level of liquefaction. Moria was frantically touching the life light ball that flew past him, and the Vice Admiral of the Navy and the people of the world government in the same position did not take the initiative to absorb the green light ball. If the green light ball directly hit the body, it would also be directly absorbed. While they were alert to the surroundings, they also paid attention to Moria, as if they wanted to see how many light balls Moria could absorb. No one from Moria's world came to stop him, and he became even more unscrupulous. All the green light balls that passed by Moria were absorbed by Moria alone. 10, 20, 30. In this way, the entire tree hole fell into a weird picture. All were silent, neatly arranged, and constantly alert to the surroundings. But the only one who broke this silence was Moria, who was constantly moving around and touching the green light balls. But as the number increased, Moria's speed of touching the light balls became slower and slower, and Moria could clearly feel that his body seemed to be full. 98, 99, 100. After absorbing 100 balls of life energy, Moria never absorbed life energy again. Moria now exudes a green glow, and is full of life energy, and has expanded. And because Moria has absorbed too much life energy, the excess life energy keeps running around in Moria's body. The life energy absorbed has reached the limit of his body, and Moria feels that his body is about to explode. What's worse is that Moria feels that he can no longer suppress his transformation. Once the Shadow Warrior is released, he will be in the midst of so many Navy around him. I'm afraid he will die or lose a layer of skin. At this time, the Vice Admiral who had just supported Moria came over, looked at Moria with a smile and said, "Very good, I didn't expect you to be able to absorb 100 groups of life energy. I am very optimistic about your future. Go down. Don't stay here. If you continue to absorb life, your body will not be able to bear it. Find a place to digest it well, which will be very good for your future." Yes, hearing the Vice Admiral say this, Moria's heart instantly burst into laughter. This is a good person. Moria saluted the Lieutenant General, turned around and left. At this time, Moria's hands and feet had returned to normal. Moria didn't dare to stay here any longer. In a while, he might have completely changed back. Fortunately, absorbing too much life energy might cause some changes in people, so the Navy didn't doubt Moria too much. Moria turned around and left, walking towards the processing plant. When no one was paying attention, he walked to a remote place. Moria changed back instantly. He. I never thought that I could get such benefits after being injured. It's such a huge profit. Now, just hide in the dark and enjoy the show. After Moria returned to her original shape, she suddenly felt that her clothes seemed a little smaller. Only then did Moria realize that she seemed to have grown taller. The height has grown from 8 meters to 6 meters. Moreover, Moria feels that this time it seems that he has inspired a trace of demon blood in himself, and in the future, it should be higher than in the original work. After all, Moria's appearance originally had a hint of demon characteristics, so there was probably demon blood in his body, and this time, the blood was inspired. Now, although there is nothing that can be obtained, Moria still wants to see the legendary immortality surgery. Anyway, I won't be able to leave the Chambord Islands for a while now. Where can I stay, not stay? Moreover, there were so many people missing, and anyone on the Chambord Islands could notice such a big movement. Moria didn't think that the immortality surgery could be completed without incident. Moria stood on a hidden tree root and looked at the place where the immortality surgery was performed from a distance. At the same time, the old man who was undergoing the ageless surgery seemed to pause for a moment, and then continued the surgery. It's so fun! The old man fully activated his devil fruit ability, and the entire Chambord Islands were covered by him. Within this space, it was the old man's absolute domain, and all disturbances could not escape the old man's perception. All Moria's actions just now fell in the eyes of the old man. The old man did not expect that there was a pirate sneaking in. Of course, the old man saw much more than that. Hidden Navy elites, government people, and troops that the old man had never seen before. At the same time, there are many people approaching here quickly. Obviously, these people belong to another camp, and they are all people who are interested in the immortality surgery. The immortality surgery is continuing. The life energy gathered from all over the place is constantly converging towards the center. The green light is getting stronger and stronger, continues to condense, and finally turns into a liquid. The water of life formed by the accumulation of life energy exudes a faint blue light, and the copper-green life energy is completely different. While performing the immortality surgery, the old man sprinkled the collected water of life into the body in front of him, nourishing its body and giving it the characteristics of immortality. As soon as this big blue water of life appeared, the senior officials of the world government present never took their eyes away. In the memory of this senior official of the world government, the big man behind him told himself before performing the mission that this time was not only to complete the immortality surgery, but more importantly, to collect 10 drops of this light blue of water of life. Although the effect of this water of life cannot reach the level of immortality, the big man behind him said that this water of life can break the limit of human life and make human beings live longer. This world government official believed this, because he had once inquired that this big shot had retired to the Holy Land of Marie Joya and became one of the big guys due to his great achievements 100 years ago. In other words, 100 years ago, this big man was at least 60 years old. Therefore, now this big man is at least 160 years old, or even higher. This does not look like the lifespan that normal humans can achieve. Therefore, when senior officials of the world government saw the appearance of the water of life, their bodies couldn't help but get excited. This behavior of the senior officials of the world government naturally fell into the eyes of the Vice Admiral and CP0. Although they did not know why they did this, it must have something to do with the water of life that appeared. While everyone was nervously watching the surroundings and watching the immortality surgery, no one noticed that the danger in the dark was approaching quietly. The naval guards outside were all killed at some point without making any sound. What was even more frightening was that the rear admiral stationed outside was killed in an instant. He was killed before he even had time to press the alarm for help. If anyone is here, they can see that with one move, all the naval guards on the periphery were hurt almost instantly, without any time to react. The intruder had already disappeared into the corridor. After a while, many people in white robes appeared here, with crosses hanging on their bodies and cross patterns printed on their clothes. Like the CP organization, these people in white robes all wore masks, and everyone was wearing a mask. Well trained, he quickly disappeared into the aisle. If you identify them carefully, you will find that the costumes of these white-robed men seem to be similar to those of the world government CP organization. At the same time, both in terms of action and organization, these white-robed men have the shadow of the CP organization. Who are these people? Could it be that someone from within the world government, not affiliated with the military, came to assassinate him? This should be impossible, it is so blatant, and the world government will never allow such a thing to happen. After a while, footsteps came from behind again. This time, the footsteps were fragmented, far from the neat and uniform sound of those who had run away in vain before. Finally, the people behind also showed their traces. This time, there were more people coming, but the composition was more complicated. These people did not belong to the same force. Looking around, there were members of the Chamber of Commerce that Moria had followed before, and the number of members of this Chamber of Commerce accounted for about 1/3. They all walked in neat steps and held the same weapons. It was obvious that these people were carefully selected. Although they were already considered elite soldiers outside, they were far inferior to the white-robed people before. The other 2/3 of the people were much more complicated. Among them, there were strong men from the dark forces, gang bosses, and some famous pirates. Although the personnel were noisy and wary of each other, everyone's strength was very strong. Among these people, the weakest had reached the level of Major General, and several others even had the strength of Quasi-General. If these people can unite, then it is very likely that the Navy will not be a match, but unfortunately, these people were originally put together temporarily, and they have their own ulterior motives in their hearts. I am afraid that they will fight each other at that time. When everyone came outside, they were also frightened by the scene in front of them. One of the swordsmen said after checking the wound, this was caused by a great swordsman who followed the fast sword lineage. All the people were killed within 1 second. There was no time to react. After listening to the explanation of the swordsman, everyone took a breath and became more vigilant about the next journey. The leader of the Chamber of Commerce looked at the wound and did not stop. He led the people of the Chamber of Commerce to continue moving forward. At this time, everyone followed, but as they walked, some people inexplicably disappeared in the team. The leader of the Chamber of Commerce seemed to notice these phenomena, but did not pay too much attention. He just sneered and continued to move forward. Soon, the team disappeared in the distance. Just after this wave of troops disappeared, several shadows seemed to appear in the dark passage and disappeared into the distance. But after a closer look, nothing was found. There were only the bodies of the Navy soldiers lying on the ground, the damaged surveillance, and the suffocating silence. As the immortality surgery continues, more and more water of life condenses. Although the surgery for immortality is required, the speed of condensation seems to be a little faster than the speed of use, and the amount of water of life seems to be slowly increasing. As the water of life continues to increase, everyone's eyes are attracted to it. The light blue liquid surrounded the old man, making him very conspicuous. Whether it is the image seen on the surveillance camera or the defenders outside, this light blue liquid can be clearly seen. These people were chosen to carry out this mission not only because of their own strength, but also because they knew some of the secrets of the immortality surgery, and more or less understood the preciousness of this water of life. The ageless surgery, to this extent, is already half successful. The soul lasts forever. The old man moistened the body of the big man on the operating table with his water of life. He was also nourishing his soul, making his soul stronger and keeping the soul at the same level as the body. After doing this, the old man's soul became even thinner, and half of the old man's body disappeared, leaving only his upper body. The old man's soul took a breath and wanted to take a sip of the potion, but suddenly found that he passed through the potion directly. Only then did he realize that he was now in a soul state. Haha, that's all, I don't need any medicine now. Just let me, old man, finish the final stitching. The old man turned around and continued working. The surgery for immortality was about to be completed. Just as the old man was doing the final suturing, he suddenly felt the ground shake. The old man did not stop and continued the operation. Although he knew what was happening outside, it had nothing to do with him. His life was about to end. It's come to an end. Enemy attack. Quickly, organize a counterattack and don't let them break through the defense line. Immediately, a siren sounded, and the Navy began to quickly organize a counterattack. From a distance, Moria could clearly see that the men in white robes were attacking in an organized and disciplined manner, and each of them was very strong. Therefore, a hole was opened in one fell swoop. It's getting more interesting. It's so lively. Moria suddenly found that there were more people coming behind these white-robed men. It seems that I have to start taking action, otherwise, there will be nothing if it is too late. Then Mariah's figure gradually dispersed and disappeared. The people behind also heard the sound of gunfire here, stepped up their pace, rushed over and joined the battle. With the addition of these underground forces, pirates, and people from the Chamber of Commerce, the battlefield became more intense, and the Navy also began to lose. The enemy has broken through the first line of defense and reached the second line of defense. The third line of defense is where Mariah used to heal. If you break through these 3 lines of defense, you can enter the tree hole and reach the place where you will be immortal. The place of surgery. The battlefield was very stalemate. Although the Navy was caught off guard at first, the elite Navy defending here were all school-level elites. They quickly reacted and began to counterattack. For a time, the battlefield fell into a stalemate. However, the Vice Admiral, CP0 and others on the Navy side had no intention of taking action. They just looked at the white-robed leader with great vigilance. Crusader ACP0 said very seriously, "Is this what you call a crusade? Why do they look a bit like the people in your CP organization? They are well-trained and well-organized. Why do they feel like they are more formal than you?" said a Vice Admiral. Because the CP organization was developed on the basis of the crusade. After hearing these words, the Vice Admiral just glanced at the CP0 man, said nothing, and continued to be on guard. "Be careful, he's about to take action." I don't know who said it. I saw that the man in white robe who was still on the outside suddenly arrived at the third line of defense. No one knew how he got here, but everyone present was not a weakling. They reacted instantly and attacked the man in white robes. It can be said that the Vice Admiral is very skilled in the use of the 6 styles. Skills such as shaving are already deep in his bones. The nearest admiral used his sword to reach the man in white robes and slashed him with his sword. Just when the Vice Admiral's slash was about to fall on the man in white robe, the man in white robe drew his sword. In the flash of lightning, the 2 men had finished fighting. The man in white robe slowly put away his knife, while the Vice Admiral suffered a huge wound on his chest, blood spurted out, and he fell to the ground. Before the other 2 Vice Admirals could react, their side had already lost a Vice Admiral. At this time, everyone no longer held back and attacked the white-robed man with all their strength. Facing the attacks of 2 Lieutenant Generals and 3 CP0s, the men in white robes were still able to do so with ease. Within 20 seconds, another Navy Lieutenant General was injured. The speed of this man in white robe is simply terrifying in terms of instantaneous burst speed. It is even faster than General Kuzuru. The injured Lieutenant General looked at the opponent's fight and murmured. At the same time, he also pressed the alarm on himself. Compared with the outside, every movement of the old man during the operation seemed so slow, and the old man seemed to be deep in thought. "How is your life going? I was humiliated at first, but later I became stronger, formed a force, and became the boss." Those days of humiliation are gone forever. After all the experiences, battles, and hardships on the road to growth, I finally got the fruits of the operation. Although I was scared, no one can resist the temptation of immortality. Since I can perform an immortality operation, why not perform an immortality operation on myself? Later, after years of experiments and inhuman training, I started experiments again and again. Although I couldn't perform an immortality operation on myself, I seem to have found a way to extend my life. I call this operation a pseudo-immortality operation. After many pseudo-immortality operations, my lifespan has been continuously extended, and my understanding of immortality operations has become more and more profound. Until the latest pseudo-immortality operation, I seem to have fully understood the secret of immortality operations and can perform real immortality operations on myself. But looking back, I suddenly found how lonely I was. My former life and death partners have long gone, and I am the only one left. Suddenly, I realized that I was already 189 years old. Why did I pursue immortality? I don't remember it anymore, but it was definitely not for this terrible loneliness. Thinking of this, the old man looked at the big man on the operating table with pity. Then he continued to perform the immortality surgery. Alas! The immortality surgery not only makes people immortal, but also imprisoned forever. Although the Vice Admiral and CP0 tried their best to stop him, they were still no match for the man in white robe. Such strength was already that of a general, and he was already the top figure on the sea. After defeating the Navy and CP0, the man in white robe walked into the tree hole easily and came to the place where the immortal surgery was performed. Facing the white robe who came in, the the last two CP0s guarding the tree hole did not show any fear. This was the last line of defense, and the Crusaders must not be allowed to interfere with this immortal surgery. Just as the man in white robe was about to walk in front of the two CP0s, he seemed to have discovered something and stopped. Space shift. The space where the man in white robe stood became distorted in an instant, and the man in white robe disappeared, and everything returned to calm. In a blink of an eye, the figure of the man in white robe instantly fell on an island. The white runner immediately stood firm, alertly guarding his surroundings, and at the same time using the sight color to explore the surrounding situation. According to the information fed back by the observation hacky, this is a deserted island. The only trace of people is a ship of the world government parked next to the island. The burial place I chose for you is not bad, right? In an instant, a person suddenly walked out of the air in front of the white-robed man. This CP0 looked at the white-robed man coldly. About the devil fruit ability of space, the white-robed man said cautiously, "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am CP0, the strongest shield of the celestial dragons, and one of the 20 guardians." The CP0 said calmly, "I am really attracting much attention. I was dispatched. I am one of the strongest guardians of the 20 celestial dragons. I am really honored." The white-robed man replied, "If you, the Crusaders, had not rebelled that year, with your strength, you would not be missing out on your position among the 20 final guardians. But unfortunately, a traitor is a traitor. The only way is to go to hell." After the CP0 finished speaking, he attacked the white-robed man. In an instant, CP0 came to the white-robed man. Just as the white-robed man drew his sword, CP0 disappeared. CP0 reappeared behind the white-robed man in an instant. The white-robed man reacted in an instant and attacked CP0, but disappeared in an instant. The two competed in speed. The white-robed man was a great swordsman of the fast sword lineage. His sword-swinging speed was already amazing, and this CP0 was also a space fruit ability user. He could teleport in an instant, and the speed was very fast. The two competed in speed. The afterimages of the two were dense. The whole island was full of their figures. No one knew which of the thousands of afterimages was the real body. On this unknown island, the battle was fierce. The place where the immortal surgery was performed was also very fierce. Thanks to the road opened up by the white-robed man before, and at the same time, the Navy and CP0 were injured, the powerful people had broken through the Navy's defense line and directly entered the tree hole of the immortal surgery. If there is a first one, there will be a second one. When everyone saw the defense line being broken, their morale was even higher. The Navy began to be unable to hold on. More and more people broke through the defense line and entered the tree hole. Facing the attacking people, the remaining two CP0s did not relax anymore and began to step forward to meet the enemy. The remaining two CP0s are worthy of being the last line of defense. Both of them have the strength of a quasi-admiral. In an instant, they slaughtered many people. But those who can enter here are all strong people, and there is no shortage of people at the level of quasi-admirals. Soon, these two CP0s met their opponents and could not get away for a while. But the enemies who attacked were still pouring in. Whether they were Crusaders, pirates, dark forces, or Chamber of Commerce figures, everyone was almost close to the old man. In an instant, the situation was precarious, and the immortal surgery seemed to fail. Military fist. Just when a pirate was about to reach the operating table, he was punched out and fell to the ground, his life or death unknown. The black snake with a bounty of 230 million berries was defeated with just one punch. What kind of army is this? Why is it different from the Navy's uniforms? Is this the last guardian? Everyone was looking at the 5 people who suddenly appeared. These 5 people were also wearing military uniforms, but they were very different from the Navy's uniforms. Their uniforms were khaki, and the military emblem was no longer a seagull, but the red Earth continent, plus the cross logo of the world government, with the word army written below. The only thing in common was the word justice written on the cloak. This is the army. Why have I never seen it before? The world government also has an army? The appearance of the army undoubtedly gave the people present a major shock. For a long time, everyone was only familiar with the Navy, and the world government's army was little known, and they didn't even know that there was such a unit. Everyone was on the sea, and everything was unknown on the vast red Earth continent, and everyone didn't know what was on it. Although everyone was surprised at the appearance of this so-called army at first, they recovered instantly and continued to attack and move forward. Neither the army nor the Navy can stop the pursuit of immortality surgery and the legendary desire for immortality. "It seems we have been underestimated," said an army general. "Then let them have a taste of our power," replied another army man. Military boxing. One by one, the army began to join the battle, and everyone saw how powerful the army was. The Navy has the 6th form of the Navy, and the army also has its own unique physical technique, military body fist. Unlike the comprehensive development of the 6th form of the Navy, which has corresponding moves for every part of the body, the army focuses on the use of boxing, and all the moves are concentrated on a pair of fists. Although it is not as comprehensive as the sixth form of the Navy, it is similarly, the attack power of Juntaquan is much greater. Military boxing. Punching boxing. Lu Jun's fist was seen faintly glowing white. This punch formed a huge shock wave, killing the enemy in front of him and causing huge damage. Military boxing. Quick boxing. For a moment, everything in front of me was densely packed with fists. Hundreds of people were knocked away, and a large area was cleared. Military boxing. Chi boxing. The fists were clenched and white steam began to emit. He clasped his hands and punched out two fists at the same time. There was no wind in the air, and he finally sent out a wave of energy, just like the turtle-style Qigong, to strike at enemies in the distance. The will-o'-the-wisp is gradually disappearing, and at the last moment of his life, the old man completes an extremely exquisite ceremony, which makes all the forces in the world take action and engage in intrigues. The old man's performance is completed, so now it is time for the major forces to perform. The will-o'-the-wisps watching Fu Lishao's surgery began to disappear, and everyone present began to revel in the excitement and attack crazily towards the operating table. And here, as for the world government, two CP0s suddenly appeared at some point and came to the side of the operating table. They faced the body lying on the operating table. I don't know what medicine was injected into the body, which had been quiet and motionless, began to react, moved his fingers, and opened his eyes. As his consciousness gradually awakened, the big man on the operating table slowly stood up, feeling the changes in his body. Congratulations, sir, you will live forever. Congratulations to the two CP0s. Does this mean you will live forever? It's really hard to believe. I feel like this is a dream. Although the big man said this, the smile on his face could not be hidden. CP0 next to me reminded, sir, let's get out of here quickly. After hearing what CP0 said, the big man turned his head and looked around, smiled and nodded. In this way, accompanied by two CP0s, the big shot left here. However, when CP0 left, with the murderous eyes of everyone, he took most of the water of life away, leaving only 100 drops. Looking at everyone's eyes, CP0 could tell how much everyone present hated him. Fortunately, CP0 also knew the severity and left a 100-drop look. Otherwise, if we take them all away, I'm afraid those people will go crazy, and it will be difficult to deal with it then. However, although the world government has taken away most of the water of life, it still has not given up the remaining water of life. The Navy, Army, and CP organization all know that the world government has taken away most of it, and what is left is completely his own. But the premise is that how much water of life can be obtained in this competition, now it is up to each one according to his own means. From now on, there are no partners on this battlefield. Except for people in the same camp, everyone else is an enemy. Even the Navy, Army, and CP organizations that all belong to the world government have begun to be wary of each other and be wary of each other. As for why the world government does this, it can be regarded as a competition, and the strong will have its rewards. At the same time, it is also a way of balance. Only by preventing one family from becoming dominant and interconnected, and the people under its subordinates competing and having conflicts, can the world government sleep well. Otherwise, everything will be peaceful. I am afraid that one day, the world government will he was overthrown by his own men. Now, as soon as the big shot leaves, the situation becomes strange instantly. Everyone stopped. Crusaders, underground forces, pirates, chambers of commerce, and other people involved no longer fought with the Navy, Army, and CP organizations. They all began to group together and guard the surroundings for fear of others. The powerful people suddenly attacked. At the same time, the eyes of everyone present were all fixed on the remaining 100 drops of water of life. The scene began to become more and more depressing, the atmosphere became more and more tense, and some people had sweat on their foreheads. Moria looked at this weird scene and couldn't help but feel a little amused. If the Navy, Army, and CP organizations here unite together to deal with all the outsiders first, and then distribute the remaining water of life, it will also it's more than what you can get from a melee like this, but unfortunately, looking at it like this, it's impossible, and you can't do it. It looks like it's time to use the status of Commodore again. Let me start this melee. Moria looked to the sky, where there was a huge mass of life energy condensed together. This was what was left after the light pillar that shot up into the sky disappeared. Moria could clearly feel that there was still a lot of it. Of water of life. Something seemed to flash in the air, and Moria's body gradually disappeared and appeared in the large ball of life energy. There seemed to be a sound of something breaking, and then the sound of water dripping was heard. Look up there. I don't know who shouted. In the sky above everyone, a huge ball of life energy began to break, and a few drops of water of life dripped out from the middle. More importantly, a naval commodore fell from the sky, holding a glass bottle in his hand. I filled a small bottle of eau de life, with about 50 drops. Why did the Commodore suddenly appear here? In everyone's mind, they did not think about this problem, but stared closely at the bottle in the Commodore's hand. Moria, who was still in the air, instantly felt the danger coming, and saw a slash flying straight towards Moria, making Moria unable to avoid it. Someone took action, and the silence was broken. Everyone also began to take action. Those close to the operating table began to fight for the remaining water of life, while the remaining people rose into the air and began to fight for the water of life in Moria's hand. Slashes and various attacks shot up into the sky one after another. Everyone no longer held back and attacked with all their strength. For a moment, the huge tree hole began to shake, and all kinds of sawdust could be seen everywhere. On the Navy side, seeing Moria in the air, all the vice admirals of the Navy also used the moonstep to soar into the air, but it was obvious that they could not do so. The people of the CP organization next to them began to stop the Navy. "What do you mean by this?" "CP0, said a vice admiral of the Navy. "No meaning, just don't like your Navy. I have already got the quota for this immortal surgery, and I still want the water of life. Don't you think your Navy is too much?" CP0 said sarcastically. "You, the vice admiral of the Navy, didn't know what to answer." The one who got the quota for the immortal surgery this time was indeed from the Navy, but that was a Navy marshal many years ago. Even this old Navy who was in the same class as Kongu had only heard of the marshal's name. He was already the most senior in the Navy. How many people in the current Navy knew this Navy marshal who suddenly appeared, and how much recognition did this Navy marshal have for the current Navy? In short, according to the news that the old Navy knew, the Navy suffered heavy losses this time. Not only were all the Navy seedlings within 5 years sent to the world government, but also the Navy admiral seeds cultivated by the Navy over the years, such as Jun and Cake, were also sent to the world government. Although they still retained the Navy's organization, they were actually separated from the Navy. In addition, there are restrictions on the Navy's organization and military expenditure. It can be said that the Navy's losses are no less than a large-scale battle with pirates. So, the Navy has been injured and its foundation has been shaken this time. The old Navy's silent contemplation, in the eyes of the CP0, is another expression, a tacit consent to this incident, and a mockery of himself. Seeing this, the CP0 came up with a fierce attack on the Navy Vice Admiral. At the same time, facing the crazy attack of CP0 and thinking of the various losses of the Navy, the old man who dedicated his life to the Navy was also furious, and he fought back with all his strength without mercy. The two began to fight with real fire, and every move was fierce and merciless. Although the Navy and the CP organization fought fiercely, there was still a Navy Vice Admiral who broke through numerous obstacles and came to Moria. It can also be said that it was fate. The person who came to Moria was the Vice Admiral who had supported Moria before. Seeing a familiar person coming, the Commodore looked at the Vice Admiral with a smile and handed the half-filled bottle of water of life to the Vice Admiral. When the Lieutenant General saw Moria's actions, he smiled in return and reached out to take the water of life from Moria's hand. This scene is very touching in the eyes of others. A Commodore risked his life and went through hardships and obstacles, and finally completed the mission and delivered the water of life to the hands of the Vice Admiral. He was recognized and commended by his superiors, and the Navy won a great victory. Indeed, as long as the Navy obtains the water of life obtained by Moria, it will basically be in an invincible position in the competition with the Army and CP organizations. Because the rules of this competition are very simple. Whoever gets the most water of life wins. The winning party will be rewarded by the world government, which is related to future military expenditures, tilt of various resources, etc. Although the Navy has been restricted in various aspects due to this immortality surgery, the world government cannot suppress the Navy during the game. After all, this sea still needs the Navy to maintain stability, and if the Navy is forced to, if you are too hasty and cause turmoil, the consequences are unimaginable. Therefore, as long as the Navy wins this game, the world government will not only increase the prizes, but also give additional awards in an effort to win over a group of generals in the Navy and appease the Navy's mood. Adding carrots and sticks is a common method used by rulers, but it is also the best method. In short, it is impossible for the world government to take the blame. You see, the world government gives such huge rewards to meritorious officials, including immortality. Therefore, as long as you dedicate yourself to the world government and achieve merit, maybe one day you will be able to do so. Can live forever. As for why it is necessary to cut so much naval military expenditures, transfer elite generals to the Holy Land, and other strict conditions, these are just surgery fees. What do these things mean compared to immortality? Moreover, this was decided by the upper echelons of your Navy. It was your Navy that wanted to compete for this immortal spot. There are so many Tianlong people, various dignitaries, army, CP organizations, etc. in the Holy Land. How can you get this without paying something? Quota. If you want to blame, you can only blame your naval superiors for exploiting you. Our world government has taken great care of your Navy. You see, we do not hesitate to reward those who have made meritorious service. In short, if you follow our world government, we will never treat you badly, and it is your Navy's upper echelons who are responsible for this. Our world government refuses to take responsibility for this. Therefore, after the Commodore gave away the water of life in his hand, he smiled very happily. This smile is the joy of success. As long as this mission is over, the Commodore will definitely rise to a leader. And this lieutenant general also looks very optimistic about you, boy, do your best. However, suddenly, the Commodore showed a very shocked expression on his face, pointed at the vice admiral in front of him, and said angrily, you. But it's a pity that before he could say a word, the Commodore's body plummeted, with a dagger stuck in his heart. And this dagger was inserted by the vice admiral, who was very optimistic about Moria's future just now. All this happened in the blink of an eye, and no one saw it, except for this pirate who had just arrived at Moria's location. This pirate relied on his flexible body and the help of his companions to reach high in the sky, preparing to snatch the water of life. However, he did not expect to see such a scene, and he looked at this pirate in shock. A very benevolent-looking admiral. Although pirates are the representatives of villains, if you ask yourself, in the pirate group you are in, although everyone sometimes has conflicts and there are also signs of the weak taking advantage of the strong, they will never fight during a battle. Backstabbing. If there is any dissatisfaction or conflict, everyone will resolve it privately, perhaps using some means, but stabbing in the back will never happen. For a moment, the pirate felt creepy when he saw the smiling admiral. He suddenly felt that the little tricks he had seen among the pirates were not as good as the smiling admiral. No matter how you look at it, you are more righteous than this vice admiral. Now that I've seen it, then I have no choice but to ask you to go to hell. For justice. After the vice admiral shouted, for justice, he started a fierce battle with the pirate. During the battle, the bottle containing the water of life was accidentally broken, and the water of life scattered. The scene became more confusion. In the end, the vice admiral killed the pirate in the chaos and snatched 10 drops of water of life, but at the same time his body was stained with blood and scarred. Afterwards, this vice admiral was commended by the world government and recognized by many of his naval colleagues. Although he could not become a candidate for the rank of admiral due to various reasons such as his strength, he had greater authority among the vice admirals. In the end, this vice admiral retired from the Navy due to injury and transferred to the world government, becoming a senior official in the Holy Land. It seemed that his career was smooth and he was promoted step by step. As for the Commodore played by Moria, he also fulfilled Moria's promise and was named a naval martyr. His name was forever engraved on the historical inscription of the Navy for people to admire, and his relatives and family members received preferential treatment and compensation from the Navy. Of course, this is a later story. In a remote corner far away from the battlefield, a figure suddenly emerged from the shadows. This was Moria pretending to be a Commodore. At this time, Moria had a horrifying wound on his chest and was bleeding continuously. Ahem, hiss. I never thought that this smiling vice admiral would be such a ruthless character. Fortunately, my body proportions are different from those of normal people. After I became a Commodore, the position of my heart also shifted, avoiding this fatal blow. Ahem. Otherwise, I would have really died. Others may not know what happened, but as one of the parties involved, Moria knew exactly what happened at that time. Just after the vice admiral inserted the dagger into Moria's heart, the vice admiral fought with the pirate who arrived. As for breaking the bottle of water of life during the battle, this was completely false. The bottle was deliberately crushed by the vice admiral. Moria saw clearly that of the 50 drops of water of life in the bottle, 20 drops spilled out, 20 drops were privately swallowed by the vice admiral himself, and the remaining 10 drops were snatched from the pirates by pretending to fight with them. So, in the eyes of others, in order to fight for the water of life, the pirates first killed Moria, but the water of life was taken by the vice admiral of the Navy, so they fought with the vice admiral of the Navy. During the battle, the bottle of water of life was accidentally broken, but the vice admiral of the Navy went all out, killed the pirate with injuries, and saved 10 drops of water of life. So the vice admiral of the Navy not only did not make any mistakes, but also made great contributions. As for the dead Moria, a dead person, will he suddenly come back to life and tell everyone the truth? As for why there are so many vice admirals of the Navy present, is there no one who uses the color of seeing and hearing to perceive the situation here? But the scene is so chaotic, everyone has their own opponents, and they are really angry. Shouldn't they concentrate on dealing with their opponents? There can't be a trace of days. In this kind of battle, a little distraction can be fatal. How can I be distracted and use the color of seeing and hearing to perceive the situation on Moria's side? So cruel. He is cruel to his teammates. He is also cruel to himself. But now I have disappeared from this world forever, there is no place for me here anymore. It must be said that the life energy that Moria had absorbed before had helped Moria a lot. Moria simply cleaned the wound, and then the life energy that had not been absorbed in his body began to repair the wound automatically. Before a minute had passed, the wound had already scarred. In a few minutes, Moria felt that the wound would be completely healed. For a moment, Moria felt that he was also as unkillable as Kaido. As long as you can't kill me in seconds, with my thick blood, super strong recovery ability, and abundant physical strength, I can kill you. But Moria knew that this was only possible with the support of life energy. Once the excess life energy in the body was digested, this immortal special effect would disappear. However, Moria was still very excited. After all, I am now an unkillable man. Who else? Who else? Now, I am the best in the world. Moriah was on his way while constantly fantasizing in his heart. His heart was surging, and his mouth was drooling. He looked like a pig brother. Looking at this rosy face, people who don't know would think that Moria has done something good. In any case, Moria is now full of energy and full of strength. Now some life energy has been digested in his body, which has brought great changes to Moria's body and stimulated some potential. When Moria was riding on the bat cloud and running all the way, the absence of Moria did not have any impact on the battlefield for the water of life. It can even be said that the bottle of water of life brought by Moria made the battle more intense. When the bottle containing half a bottle of water of life was broken, the water of life scattered, and the people present began to snatch it. Pirates and underground forces took off and began to snatch the water of life. In addition to the 20 drops of water of life that the Navy Vice Admiral embezzled, the remaining 30 drops of water of life had to be competed among more than 50 people at once, which shows that the competition was very fierce. Although the Vice Admiral killed the pirate who saw the truth, he solved the problem. But he snatched 10 drops of water of life in full view of the public, which immediately attracted the attention of many forces. Just after putting the 10 drops of water of life into the test tube, before he had time to put the lid on, the Vice Admiral's perception of the color of seeing and hearing saw only a dozen attacks coming towards him. Looking at the people who were eyeing him, the Vice Admiral was also shocked. But no matter what, he had to keep these 10 drops of water of life and rush out with all his strength. Finally, after a fierce battle, the Vice Admiral trembled and handed the 10 drops of water of life he had snatched to the leading Vice Admiral of the Navy. Looking at the scarred Vice Admiral of the Navy and the tearful eyes, the leading Vice Admiral of the Navy was moved. For the Navy, he really went all out and didn't care about his life. Therefore, the Vice Admiral was later rewarded by the above. But in fact, the tearful look in his eyes was really not pretended this time, but the baby was in pain and couldn't say it. If possible, the Admiral did not even want to be rewarded. I used only 5 drops of the 20 drops of water of life that I embezzled to save my life and breakthrough. Every drop is a priceless treasure, it hurts. Regardless of how the Admiral of the Navy is proved, the battlefield is always changing rapidly. In addition to fighting for the scattered water of life in the air, the fight for the water of life on the ground is even more intense. After all, no matter what, there is more water of life on the ground. The Navy took off to fight for the water of life in Moria's hands, while the CP organization was disgusted with the Navy and tried to stop it. The water of life on the ground is the goal of the Army. No matter what, although the Army's military boxing is very powerful, it is still at a disadvantage in the air battle. There are more competitors on the ground, and the Army generals gather together and use military boxing together. They directly use their fists to blast a way out and push all the way. No matter who comes to stop them, they will kill the Buddha and the gods. After all, you can imagine that the power of a punch used by an army general may be just that, but if 2 or 3 are continuously superimposed, the power will be incomparable. Shock waves can be continuously superimposed, and the cooperation of the army generals is very appropriate. The shock waves are constantly overlapping, and the power is naturally constantly amplified. The air has already had a few cracks, and the huge tree hole is even more earth-shaking, and the cracks are constantly expanding. This is simply a low-profile version of Whitebeard. These are only 5 Army lieutenant generals. If they are used together, if there are 10 people, 20 people, or even hundreds of people, they may really be able to compete with Whitebeard. Of course, such shortcomings are also obvious. The more people there are, the more difficult it is to cooperate perfectly. After one person swings a punch, the other person must make up for it immediately, without any error, and must perfectly match the shock wave, otherwise, it will reduce its power or even cause injury. And if there are many people, then they will become live targets, moving slowly, and the steps cannot be disturbed. But in any case, its power cannot be underestimated. Although there are more people competing for the water of life on the ground, the only ones who can really threaten the army are the Crusaders, the Chamber of Commerce, and the underground forces. The rest of the pirates are fighting on their own and don't know how to cooperate and fight collectively. This Crusaders itself broke away from the world government because of a power struggle, and the current CP organization was formed according to the requirements of the remaining Crusaders. Therefore, the Crusaders who came this time also know how to cooperate in combat, and they are all extraordinary. Everyone used the razor, one of the 6 styles of the Navy, and the erratic figure to cooperate in combat, and soon came to the place of the water of life. And this time, the underground forces were nothing at the beginning. After all, the underground forces were complicated, with various hills standing in a row, and when they came here at the beginning, these underground forces had no signs of joining forces at all. But when the war started, the members of these underground forces, somehow, all connected together and fought side by side. Although there was no close cooperation like the army and the Crusaders, everyone was extraordinary and killed the pirates directly. It is obvious that the big guys of the underground forces have planned to join forces from the beginning. As for the only Chamber of Commerce participating this time, the Hill Chamber of Commerce, there is nothing outstanding at all, but it can't stand it, there are many people and a lot of money. According to individual strength, among the people who came here this time, the Hill Chamber of Commerce is the weakest, and one-on-one is absolutely a state of complete instant kill. But this time he brought the most people, and he can use people to pile up, and this Chamber of Commerce is even richer. All kinds of weapons are taken out without life, everyone is equipped with combat clothing, and there are all kinds of high-tech equipment, and bullets are not like free, crazy shooting. Finally, after a fierce competition, each force snatched the corresponding water of life. Among them, the one who gained the most was not the army that rushed all the way, nor the Crusaders who cooperated closely, nor the Hill Chamber of Commerce with a large number of people. It can only be said that the result was very unexpected. The one who took the most water of life was a masked man who suddenly appeared. Yes, a masked man. It was the masked man who had fought with Moria. There was a mark on his clothes on his chest, which was left by the slash of the Navy Vice Admiral. I have to say that this can only be regarded as luck, really luck. Sometimes things are so incredible. Everyone who came here, except Moria who didn't know about the water of life, and some pirates who fooled here. Whether it is the Hill Chamber of Commerce, the underground forces, or the Crusaders, they all know something about the immortal surgery. As for the world government, let alone. So everyone came prepared. The bottles used to hold the water of life are not like Moria, who just took a glass bottle. It was a special container, not only very strong, but also able to prevent the loss of the efficacy of the water of life. But in this big melee, everyone wanted to collect more water of life, so in order to be able to collect more, they fought against all forces except themselves and prevented them from collecting the water of life. Therefore, often when the container was opened to collect a few drops of water of life, the attacks of other forces came and they had to stop collecting the water of life. A container can hold 500 drops of water of life, but unfortunately, there are not so many here. And in the big melee, as soon as you start collecting the water of life, all the attacks around you will come. A container often only collected a few drops and was forced to stop collecting. Those who collected more only collected a dozen drops of water of life. Even some people were attacked as soon as they took out the container. So, for a while, in this big melee, containers filled with water of life and those without water of life were flying all over the sky. In order to rob the water of life this time, everyone had at least one collection container, and the Hill Chamber of Commerce was even richer, with at least 5 containers for each person. Since the container was originally translucent, and the amount of water of life collected was small, if you didn't hold it in your hand and observe carefully, you wouldn't know which one contained the water of life and which one didn't. When all the water of life was collected, the people present fell into an awkward situation. There were only a few containers containing the water of life, but can you tell me which of these thousands of containers contained the water of life? Everyone present cast murderous eyes at the Hill Chamber of Commerce. It was simply a troublemaker. The Hill Chamber of Commerce knew that it was unlikely to collect the water of life, and even if it could, the amount would definitely be the least. So, the Hill Chamber of Commerce came up with a solution. Although we can't grab much water of life, we can grab what you have collected. After all, there is only a little water of life, and in this big melee, the collection time is just a moment, and there is definitely no way to collect a lot of water of life in each container. Then, the Hill Chamber of Commerce prepared a lot of containers for collecting the water of life, and even put a few drops of light blue liquid in them to act as the water of life. As long as you don't open it, you have no way to tell from the appearance whether it is the water of life or not. Therefore, in order to compete for the water of life, the people of the Hill Chamber of Commerce began to scatter containers and distribute them. Among them, the collection containers in the hands of underground forces and pirates were all obtained from the Hill Chamber of Commerce. At first, everyone thought that there were some monitors or something like that, but after checking, there was no problem, and it was free, so don't miss it. Moreover, the containers made by the Hill Chamber of Commerce are exactly the same as those of the world government. As for the Crusaders, the containers they collected were also bought from the market, but only the Hill Chamber of Commerce met this requirement on the market. So, in summary, the Hill Chamber of Commerce has been deliberate and spent a lot of money for the competition for the water of life this time. You should know that for a container like this, the materials alone cost 100,000 Baileys, and this does not include the manufacturing process. So, under the guise of fishing in troubled waters, Hill Chamber of Commerce successfully obtained 15 drops of water of life by this method. However, in order to prevent people from seeing the flaws, Hill Chamber of Commerce did not mark the containers specially, so Hill Chamber of Commerce itself did not know which ones contained the water of life, which ones were empty, and which ones were fake. Although they wanted to kill all the people in the Hill Chamber of Commerce, Reason told everyone here that now was not the time to retaliate against the Hill Chamber of Commerce. The most important thing was to find the water of life. So, for a while, these masters on the sea started a treasure hunt. One by one, they patiently picked up the containers in front of them to check, but there was none, and this one was not. Someone found a container with the water of life and laughed, which instantly attracted the siege of the people around him. After another fierce fight, the strong one, but when they opened it, there was no fluctuation of life energy at all, and this one was fake again. In this treasure hunt, it is the Hill Chamber of Commerce with a large number of people that has the upper hand. Although the Navy, Army, CP organization, underground forces, and Crusaders were the first to collect the water of life, and although most of them were kept in their own hands, there were also many containers of water of life that were separated in the melee and mixed in with many containers. Doing so is of great benefit to the relatively weak Hill Chamber of Commerce. Similarly, the weakest party here, the pirates, can also take the opportunity to pick up leaks. There are always a few lucky people who find a few drops of water of life. As for the masked man who fought with Moria before, he was the lucky one among the lucky ones. He just came here and found 3 containers of water of life, one of which contained 15 drops of water of life, and the other 2, which contained 7 and 8 drops of water of life respectively, adding up to 30 drops of water of life. I don't know what to say. You know, the army, which got the most after all the hard work, only had 28 drops of water of life in total. This is simply the possession of the Emperor of Europe. If other people knew about this, they would definitely be shocked. After the masked man got the 30 drops of water of life, he did not stay any longer and turned around and left. But this move still attracted the attention of those who were interested. Others were still looking for the water of life, but the masked man turned around and left, holding a container of water of life. The only explanation was that he had the water of life on him. Finally, this feast of the immortal surgery came to an end. As for the gains of each person, they are as follows. First of all, the lucky masked man got the most water of life, and got a total of 30 drops of water of life, making him the biggest winner in this battle. This mysterious force that suddenly appeared has attracted great attention from the world government. Unique physical skills, superb technology, and powerful strength, and more importantly, they don't even know the existence of this force. There is a blank in the information, which is absolutely unbearable for the world government. Others have robbed the water of life and found such a hidden place. They have learned about this kind of thing, but the world government knows nothing about this mysterious force. This is absolutely unbearable. For this reason, the world government severely criticized its intelligence agencies and set up a special action department to search for the whereabouts of this mysterious organization. Later, this matter set off a bloody storm on the sea, and the world government fought against this mysterious force. Next, the army got 29 drops of water of life, the navy got 24 drops of water of life, and the CP organization only got 17 drops of water of life. The underground forces also got 13 drops of water of life, the Crusaders also got 12 drops of water of life, and the Hill Chamber of Commerce only took away 5 drops of water of life in the end. Except for the 20 drops embezzled by the Navy Vice Admiral and the 30 drops taken by the masked man, the rest of the water of life was divided up. In fact, in terms of the biggest gain, the Navy Vice Admiral can be regarded as the one who made a fortune in silence. On the world government side, the Army is the well-deserved first place, and because the Navy was obstructed by the CP organization, the gain was not much, but the worst was the CP organization. Not only did it gain the least water of life, but also a mysterious organization emerged, and the CP organization had no news at all. After this incident, the CP organization was vigorously rectified by the world government, and many corrupt officials were found. For a time, the CP organization was in chaos, and this incident made the Navy vent its anger. As for the other forces involved this time, there were even fewer. The losses of the underground forces were relatively small, and the gains were already good compared to other forces. As for the Crusaders, more than half of them were lost, and the leaders were teleported out, and I am afraid they will never come back. But the goal was achieved, and the water of life was obtained, which was enough. As for the Hill Chamber of Commerce, it suffered heavy losses, and only 3 people escaped, and the rest were wiped out. Moreover, there were originally 15 drops of water of life, but only 5 drops were retained. Although there were some fish that slipped through the net, I am afraid that from now on, there will be no Hill Chamber of Commerce on this sea. The worst is actually the pirates. None of the pirates who participated in it escaped, and the whole army was wiped out, and naturally no drop of water of life was obtained. Except Moria. All the news about the end of the anti-aging operation was naturally quickly conveyed to the hands of the 5 elders. They looked at the information above and remained silent for a long time. I didn't expect that a mysterious organization would suddenly appear this time. What a surprise! The old man in kimono was the first to break the silence and said, "Yes, we must pay attention to this sudden organization. We didn't know about such strength and such advanced science and technology," the bearded old man replied. "More importantly, the balance on this sea is about to be broken again. The pirates have occupied the New World, and the Navy can only passively defend in the next few years. And the underground forces involved this time are also ready to move, and there is also a troublesome Hill Chamber of Commerce to deal with, plus an organization that has never appeared. If we are not careful, the sea that has just calmed down may set off huge waves again. We must discuss it carefully." The pointed old man who had been quiet all the time spoke. "Yes, we have to discuss countermeasures carefully." The other old men also nodded and replied. For a while, the 5 elders gathered together to discuss the next countermeasures. At the same time, a round of cleansing began on the Sabayati archipelago. This time, it was not just aimed at pirates and bounty hunters. All the shops related to the Hill Chamber of Commerce began to be closed by the Navy, and there was a mess everywhere. For a while, many shops were unlucky. After all, the Hill Chamber of Commerce can be said to be the one who fully expanded the business on the sea. In layman's terms, it is almost the richest man. Therefore, the business network of the Hill Chamber of Commerce is very large, covering the entire 4 seas. In the first half of the Grand Line, only the New World has not been able to open up a trade route. Moreover, the Hill Chamber of Commerce will send gifts to the celestial dragons every year, so that the world government will turn a blind eye. After all, the gifts received every year, the Navy, the world government, and the celestial dragons, everyone has a share, and they also know how to build a good relationship. But unfortunately, this time it has crossed the bottom line and can no longer be tolerated. Feeling the messy streets, Moria is also very moved. No matter so much, just act if you are moved. He. The figure disappeared in an instant. When Moria returned to the boat, he was still carrying a large bag. When the contents were revealed, everyone on the boat took a deep breath. Then they started cheering. Long live the captain. I've never seen so many Baileys in my life, so much treasure. Moria looked at the cheering crowd, waved his hands and said, "Why don't you move it into the cabin quickly? Why don't you just leave it outside like this? This is too conspicuous. Get ready to set sail." Yes, when everyone heard this order, they acted quickly and hurriedly separated the treasures and money, while the old swordsman was also counting the amounts. Even Cain, who had woken up, saw so many treasures on the deck and looked around. He saw a sword made of gold with many gems inlaid on it. He couldn't put it down and it caused a burst of laughter. Indeed, even the experienced old swordsman was shocked when he saw so many treasures at once. How many people's treasury must have been stolen? Are you afraid of directly robbing the bank? Looking at the shocked expressions of everyone, Moria thought to himself, if you knew that half of my shadow space is Bailey, then I'm afraid I'll be even more surprised. To be honest, Moria was also shocked at the time. Moria did not rob the bank, but took it from the municipal government warehouse on the Chambord Islands. Moria felt that there was probably not so much money in the bank. In fact, this is precisely due to the war between the New World Navy and pirates. Many pirates on the Grand Line are unable to reach the New World and are constantly backlogged on the Chambord Islands. With so many pirates, their daily consumption is astronomical. Therefore, the world government plans to make a lot of money by raising prices, charging pirates, etc. After a series of measures, the Navy and pirates in the New World, the fight was fierce, and the world government was making a lot of money on the Chambord Islands. In the warehouse, Moria not only found Baileyan treasure, but also a devil fruit and a famous sword. These were all taken from the pirates. Moria's version of waste recycling principles is also the same, and brought it over. It can only be said that Moria is lucky. Just in Moria, when I was thinking wildly, the navigator came over and said, "Captain, you said you were ready to set sail, but our ship has been frozen. Looking at it like this, it will take at least a week to thaw. Only then can we leave." Moria heard the navigator's words and looked at the frozen sea again. Indeed, the entire ship was unable to move, and it would be impossible to leave without clearing the thick ice. At this time, bursts of gunfire were also heard from the Chambord Islands. The cleaning has begun. Many pirates had been backlogged on the Chambord Islands, and the Navy was also fighting pirates in the New World, unable to mobilize its troops. But this time, with the Navy withdrawing from the New World and this time's immortality surgery, the world government is determined to clean up the Chambord Islands. The sound of gunfire and screams continue to be heard from the Chambord Islands. After hearing the sound, everyone on the Moria ship also recovered from the joy of the treasure, and there was a hint of solemnity on their faces. He. Let's all set sail. Leave it to me to leave, Moria said with a smile. Although I don't know why Moria is so confident, he still chooses to believe in Moria. After all, no one wants to stay. Moria glanced at the Chambord Islands. Although Moria still wanted to stay, after all, the huge Adam's treasure tree was still in the hands of the people from the Hill Chamber of Commerce. Although Moria later met the people from the Hill Chamber of Commerce, the scene was in chaos and it was impossible for Moria to stay. Although he did not get the huge Adam's treasure tree this time, Moria felt a little regretful in his heart, but the good things cannot be taken up by one person. The unexpected gain from this visit to the Shampoo Islands has already made Moria was very satisfied. Moria is a contented person, and the harvest this time is far greater than expected. There is no need to take risks for the Adam tree. Moria will definitely renovate the terrifying 3-mast sailing ship. If we can't find such a big Adam tree, we will have to find another way. Now, it's better to leave the Shampoo Islands as soon as possible. Flying bat. Moria's bats kept flying out and gathered under the ship one by one. Yes, Moria just wanted to lift the entire ship, leave the ice, and fly directly away from the Chambord Islands. If it were normal times, Moria would not do this at all. The consumption is too great, and he may not be able to hold on for more than a minute and a half. But now it is an exception. Moria is full of energy now, and there is endless energy in his body. Moria had absorbed so much life energy before, and in order to collect the water of life, Moria directly broke into the large group of life energy, and the life energy poured into Moria's body desperately. At that time, Moria really felt like he was going to explode. His whole body was inoperable and swollen. The blood vessels on the surface burst directly, and his whole body was surrounded by blood. But his consciousness was very clear, and his life energy was able to repair the wounds, but his body could not bear so much life energy, and his blood vessels exploded again. Over and over again, the feeling was simply hellish torture. The only thing Moria could do at that time was to use his devil fruit ability desperately. Use the shadow space to store the water of life and life energy, use the shadow's devouring ability at full capacity, and expel excess life energy from your body. Just when Moria's body reached its limit, a huge suction force came from Moria's shadow, sucking in the excess life energy, and Moria was freed. It turned out that it was Moria's shadow that contained so much life energy that allowed Moria to escape this disaster. Now, Moria is worried that there is nowhere to vent his excess energy. Moria can clearly feel that his shadow is in great pain now. There is too much life energy and it cannot continue like this. Moria also tried to release the life energy in the shadow, but it didn't work at all. The life energy seemed to be integrated with the shadow and there was no way to get it out. Now, Moria can only use his devil fruit ability desperately to consume some life energy. Flying bat, Moria's bats seemed to be in an endless supply, constantly flying out of the shadows and gathering under the pirate ship. Everyone on the boat looked at the bats that were gathering below, looking curiously, and at the same time cheering for Moria. Long live the captain. Come on. As the number of bats continues to increase, pirate ships begin to make movements. Click, click, look. The bottom of the boat is starting to crack. As the number of bats increased, Moria found it more and more difficult, consuming more and more energy, and sweat began to appear on his forehead. For a time, life energy began to be consumed in large quantities, and the life energy in the body began to decrease continuously. The number of bats is increasing, and they are densely covered on the bottom of the boat. From a distance, they look like a big dark cloud. The nearby ice surface began to crack, and the cracks became larger and denser. Finally, at a certain moment, the pirate ship completely broke away from the ice and began to rise slowly. It's moving, it's moving. The pirate ship broke off the ice, it's going to fly, it's going to fly. Everyone saw the pirate ship start to rise and shouted in joy. Don't stand there, quickly fold up the sails, the navigator shouted loudly. Hearing the navigator's words, everyone reacted, climbed up the boat pole, and began to fold up the sails. Feeling that the pirate ship had escaped the control of the ice layer, Moria used the devil fruit ability again. Flying bats. As more bats joined, these bats kept flapping their wings, lifting the pirate ship up and flying high. At the same time, the navy on the Sabayati archipelago had begun a large-scale sweep and continued to advance, and the pirates on the Sabayati archipelago suffered. The navy quickly advanced to where Moria parked the ship, led by Admiral Aokiji. As for why the admiral came in person, it was mainly because Moria was included in the list of the 7 warlords of the Sea of the World Government. He has a life and death hatred with Kaido in the New World, and his strength is not weak. Moreover, Moria is easier to control than other scheming pirates and will not escape the control of the world government. As for the navy, the top leaders basically disagreed with the 7 warlords' plan. They admitted that pirates were legally plundering and compromised with pirates. This was absolutely unacceptable to the navy, which was responsible for justice. But the navy's defeat in the New World, the various conditions of the immortal surgery, and the suppression of the world government forced the navy to accept the 7 warlords' plan. Aokiji came here this time to see what Moria was like? If Moria was not a vicious and ambitious person, Aokiji would only give Moria a warning and let him turn to the navy. But if Moria was guilty of a heinous crime, then Moria would have to be sent to Impel Down to spend the rest of his life. However, when Aokiji arrived at the place where Moria's ship was docked, he only found an ice hole and the pirate ship disappeared. In the perception of the observation haki, Aokiji looked up at the sky, where there was a dark cloud moving. I never thought that they have developed this flying ability. It seems that the battle with Kaido is a blessing in disguise. At this time, everyone on the Moria ship ran to the deck one after another, looking at the vast sea below and touching the clouds flying by. The feeling of flying in the air made everyone feel very novel. This was an experience they had never had before. Everyone was chattering and enjoying this extraordinary experience. If you ask me, we should get a special sky pirate ship. That would be so cool. What the hell? If you want to do it, you have to make it big, like Golden Lion Shiji's aerial fleet. That's what makes it so popular. No, we should build an air base. That would be awesome. The more Moria listened, the more outrageous he became. These wild fantasies made him really think he was Shiji the Golden Lion. My devil fruit ability is not that powerful. Being able to fly away from the Shampoo Islands with a pirate ship this time can be regarded as a special case. Even if it is possible to fly in the future, it will only be possible for a small boat with only 1 or 2 people to fly for a long time. A big ship like this can't fly for long, let alone float in the air forever. Even now, with the blessing of life energy, Moria is still very strenuous and can still hold on for more than 10 minutes at most. Fortunately, Moria has now left the frozen range of the blue pheasant, and no longer needs to work hard to maintain flying status, and is ready to descend. Bang! The pirate ship finally landed back on the sea, and the flying experience ended briefly. After landing on the sea again, everyone on the boat was still very regretful and kept discussing the feeling of flying. It would be great if I could fly for a while longer. Yeah, this feeling of flying is so great. Several young crew members on the ship continued to discuss in a lively manner, but suddenly they felt a chill on their backs. At some point, Moria looked at them with a dark face and his fists crackled. "Sorry, Captain, I still haven't finished my training, I have to leave first." "Captain, someone seemed to be calling me just now. I have to go take a look." All of a sudden, the few people who were having a heated discussion just now disappeared. "It's so whimsical." Moria looked at the few people fleeing in embarrassment and said, "You are young. Don't take it too seriously." The old swordsman's voice came from behind. "This is my first time flying like this. You look like you're spending a lot of money. Are you okay?" "It's okay. It's no problem for a short flight. It just consumes a lot of money. I'm going back to my room to rest. Jilao, please keep an eye on it. Let's count the treasure and go directly to the magic triangle," Moria said to the old swordsman. The old swordsman nodded. Back in the room, Moria sat down, took out paper and a notebook, and sorted out this experience. First of all, it is the improvement of one's own strength. After absorbing so much life energy, Moria's potential has been greatly stimulated, so for a long time, Moria will train himself and return to that kind of hard training. Although it is very hard, you can feel your progress every day, which is a very good feeling. Now that Moria's potential has been unleashed, if you don't make good use of this period of time to practice, you will miss such a good opportunity. Then there is the matter of the water of life. This trip to the immortality surgery was a complete accident. I never expected that there would be such a surprise. The water of life is Moria's biggest gain this time. Moria received 300 drops of water of life, which Moria never expected. Originally, after watching CP0 take away most of the water of life, Moria felt that he had no chance with the water of life this time. But because Moria was directly above it at that time, due to the obstruction of various tree roots, there was still a space above the tree roots, and there was a huge group of life energy here. People below have no way of seeing this ball of life energy, and Moria happens to be in a high enough position to get the water of life. In fact, it was the world government that was negligent. They did not expect that the old man had reached the level of proficiency in using the fruits of the surgery, and he had been studying the ageless surgery for many years. This time, the amount of water of life left after the immortality surgery was far more than in previous immortality surgeries. Below Moria's position, there were several large and small groups of life energy floating in the air. After the immortality surgery was completed, 50 drops of water of life were sprinkled from them. This prevented the people from the world government from continuing to search carefully to see if there was still life energy on it. In the previous immortality surgeries, at the last moment of each immortality surgery, a green light pillar would rise into the sky, and more or less some water of life would fall down from the floating life energy. And the 50 drops of water of life that dropped this time are already the most in all previous operations. Together with the remaining water of life below, this time the world government, in addition to the 100 drops of water of life left behind, a total of 600 drops of water of life were obtained. This is the most water of life obtained since the previous immortality surgery. As for whether there is still water of life on it, the world government did not continue to search. After all, the immortal surgery requires a lot of water of life. This time, it is a great surprise to have so much water of life left. You know, the least one time, there were only about 70 drops of water of life left. And Moria just picked up this bargain, but because the noise was too loud when collecting the water of life, Moria was afraid of attracting other people's attention, so he had to reluctantly distribute 50 drops of water of life. But now thinking about it, it seems that he gave too much at that time. When thinking about this, Moria felt a burst of heartache. However, even so, Moria's harvest is very huge. Moria has 300 drops of water of life in his hand, which does not include the life energy in the shadow space and the part of water of life absorbed by the body. In this way, Moria is the one who has made the most profit besides the world government. If we talk about individuals alone, the biggest winner is Moria. After all, the world government has so many people. Although 600 drops of water of life were collected, if it was distributed to individuals, it would definitely not be as much as Moria had. Moreover, Moria seemed to have obtained something extraordinary. Moria thought about it and took out a small piece of light blue crystal from the shadow space. As soon as this small crystal was taken out, Moria could feel the pure and incomparable life energy contained in it. This was a kind of suppression of the life level. In front of this crystal, Moria felt very small and humble. Mariah guessed that this should be the energy crystal formed by the rapid compression of the water of life. Although it was only the size of a thumb cap, Mariah felt that this small piece was worth far more than the 300 drops of water of life that Mariah had obtained. Counting this piece of life crystal whose function was unknown, Mariah was the one who benefited the most except the immortal. Moria looked at the life crystal again, played with it for a while, and then put it back into the shadow space. Next, it was the UN liquid in UN grass that Moria obtained in the Navy's secret base. Although this kind of thing is far less effective than the water of life, it can be supplied continuously and is not a one-time consumable item. The planting materials, UN grass and seeds are also in hand. Moria plans to plant this UN grass on the terror bark and secretly produce UN liquid for his own use and to cultivate new subordinates. Of course, Moria will strictly control it at that time, and only the most core people can know this secret. However, the headache now is where to find such an expert. Whether it is planting technology or refining UN liquid, or continuing to develop stronger life potions based on UN liquid, this requires a large number of professionals and scientists, and ordinary people are not qualified for such a job. I really don't know how Moria in the original work found this hog bag. In the original work, he became Moria's subordinate this year. I really don't understand. Could it be the butterfly effect of my own time travel? If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. Moria is like this. You can't just live as Moria is because you are afraid of change. This collection of professionals will be seen later. At worst, it should not be difficult to find a few doctors in the Drum Kingdom. Then there is the treasure Moria got. At that time, it was purely a flash of inspiration. I didn't expect that there would be such a big harvest. In addition to the treasure Moria took on the ship, there are many Baileys in Moria's shadow space. These things, scattered together, should be worth 2 billion Baileys. In the days to come, Moria doesn't need to worry about money. There is also a devil fruit and a famous sword. Moria doesn't know what this devil fruit is. Anyway, take it first. As for this famous sword, Moria doesn't know what kind of sword it is. But at that time, I felt that this sword was good, so I took it back. After asking the old swordsman, Moria knew that this sword was a famous sword. Big Fast Sword 21 were Kinkan according to the old swordsman. According to legend, this chinkwan was made according to a special process, and it took 10 years of quenching in the spring to become this knife. Although I don't know if this is true, when this knife is pulled out, there is a sound of spring water, which is crisp and pleasant, and this knife is very neutral and peaceful, which can make people calm. The knife is a good knife, and Moria is also very jealous, but unfortunately, Moria can't use it. This knife is really a bit small for Moria. In the end, Moria could only give this chinkwan to the old swordsman. The old swordsman has not used any famous swords for so many years. As for Kane, he has taken the Kiyashui in Moria's hand. Now Moria, after absorbing life energy, began to develop again, and his body began to grow slowly again. Moria is sure that his height will be taller than in the original work, but as for how tall he will grow, Moria doesn't know. When he thought of this, Moria was deeply worried about himself. Although I have the blood of demons, I am not a giant after all. My height will be between that of giants and ordinary humans. It's scary to think about it, but it seems that I am like this now, taller than ordinary people and shorter than giants. No, I can't do this. Since my physical potential has been stimulated, I must work hard to exercise, otherwise I will be too embarrassed to be neither tall nor short. For your future happy life, come on, Moria. When Moria thought of this, he was immediately full of fighting spirit. Anyway, his physical strength has been restored now, and there is still so much life energy in his body, so he doesn't have to worry about any damage now. Moria closed the diary, left the room, went to the deck to start exercising, and tried the newly bought training equipment by the way. Seeing Moria's passionate look, the crew members who were relaxing on the deck were embarrassed to continue to have fun, and they also followed the training one by one. You are really hardworking, you are worthy of being the captain. Well, the captain's physical strength is really amazing. I have been training for only half an hour like the captain and I am already exhausted. The captain has been doing it for 3 hours now. Otherwise, how did the captain get his strength? But why does the captain measure his height every hour? Moria didn't hear any of this. In the eyes of the crew, Moria is now a symbol of hard work, but in fact, Moria is thinking about something else. 6 meters is more than 1 centimeter. In half a day, I have grown 1 centimeter. Sure enough, this life ability is still very effective, but I am afraid that once this life energy is used up, it will stop growing. No, keep working hard. Try to grow taller. Moria was measuring his height while talking to himself. Suddenly, Moria seemed to have thought of something again. He turned around and yelled to the men next to him, "Prepare milk for me in the evening." No, milk must be prepared for all 3 meals in the future. Yes. The people around were frightened by Moria's sudden roar. Although I didn't know why, seeing Moria's murderous look, I obediently ran to the kitchen to inform him. Moria's sudden hard training was a bitter experience for everyone on the ship. On the Chambord Islands, they were called back before they had a good time. And now, his captain suddenly went crazy for no reason and was going crazy at night, training and preparing milk and a nutritious meal for him? This is what the captain said: vegetables, meat, fruits, bread. This is no different from an ordinary dinner. I really don't understand why it is called a nutritious meal. Also, the captain suddenly stopped drinking, not even coffee, but only drank tea. He even went to the kitchen himself and made a recipe, saying it was to be more nutritious. In short, after this period of time, everyone on the ship felt that they were tortured, and they might as well fight with those pirates in the New World. The captain's nutritious meals are really not for human consumption. He also comes up with weird recipes every day for everyone to try. This is the feeling expressed by a person under Moria who did not want to be named. Moria and his gang were still heading towards the magic triangle. On the other side, the Navy was also discussing matters related to Moria. Aogi, how do you feel about Moria? The Warring States Marshal looked at the wanted notice for Moria on the table and asked Aoki, who was sitting on the sofa. How should I put it? It always feels different from what was analyzed in the intelligence. Kingsley pulled the blindfold on his head and replied, no matter what, the quota for the Shishibukai must be determined as soon as possible. The world government has begun to put pressure again. Moria has a life-and-death feud with Kaido, and his strength is good, but all his men were killed by Kaido, and his strength was greatly damaged. Moreover, Moria is already quite old and has limited room for improvement. Moreover, he has directly exited the New World this time. I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to have the courage to go back in the future. Our intelligence officers learned at the auction that Monia had auctioned a corpse at a high price. If I remember correctly, Moria should be used to make zombies. From then on, he began to use foreign objects, strength, and ambition to make zombies. Stop it. Whether it's in terms of character or strength, Moria is our best choice at the moment, the Warring States Marshal said slowly. Since the Marshal has said so, then it is him. Aoki stood up from the sofa, walked to Sengoku, looked at Moria's reward order, and said, however, we still have to pay attention. I always feel that Moria is not that simple. After Ching Pheasant finished speaking, he turned and left. Of course, no matter how you say it, a pirate is a pirate after all. When Moria asked if they had ever seen a huge island or a huge pirate ship like an island, all the members of the Green Bean Pirates knew where it was. It was a pleasant surprise. I didn't expect that I would know where the Thriller Bark was when I met a pirate group. Moria thought it would take a long time to find it. According to the Green Bean Pirates, there are many pirate groups in this magic triangle that cannot survive on the Grand Line and live by robbing merchant ships on the route. The Green Bean Pirates are like this. In addition, there are many other pirate groups like the Green Bean Pirates in this magic triangle. And this magic triangle is ruled by the Gilson family. These lower-level pirate groups must pay a certain amount of treasure to the Thriller Bark every month. If they do not pay, the Gilson family will send people to strangle those pirate groups that do not know the rules. And there will be other pirate groups in the magic triangle. Among these newly joined pirate groups, there are strong and weak ones. And there are always some people who will not obey the rules of the Gilson family, so there will be battles between the two. And there are also some powerful pirate groups. But 3 years have passed, and the Gilson family's rule has not been affected at all, but has become even stronger. After occupying the Horror three-mast ship, they have been recruiting soldiers for many years, and their strength has expanded many times. Now, in this magical triangle, there is no force that can threaten the Gilson family. Even this Gilson family has many strongholds on the Grand Line. In recent days, it is the day to pay tribute to the Gilson family every month. Moria and others let the Green Bean Pirates lead the way to the Horror three-mast ship. Moria also wants to see this Gilson family. On the ship, after listening to the introduction of the Green Bean Pirates, everyone couldn't help but have some interest in this Gilson family. The highest number of pirates killed was 250 million Baileys, which was a year ago. The current strength must be more than that. Moreover, they have opened up many strongholds on the Grand Line, constantly recruiting soldiers, but they don't accept any crooked melons and cracked dates. Everyone who joins must be assessed. At the same time, there is a reward system. Now I heard from the Green Bean Pirates that the Gelson family has also begun to be involved in some arms business. The most important thing is that according to the Green Bean Pirates, the boss of the Gelson family seems to be the owner of the Conqueror's Haki. Anyway, this Green Bean head saw the Gelson family fighting with other pirate groups by chance, but at that time the Gelson family had only one pirate ship, but was besieged by 3 pirate ships. Somehow, the boss of the Gelson family released an amazing momentum, and then the Green Bean head felt dizzy, fainted, and knew nothing. After waking up, I found that the battle was over, the Gelson family won, and the 3 pirate ships had been smashed to pieces, and there were wreckages everywhere, floating on the sea. After hearing this, Moria felt bad. Where did this Gelson family come from? Why is it more mysterious the more I listen? Isn't this a real hero? You know, he was able to kill a pirate with 250 million Baileys a year ago, so his current strength has reached at least 300 million, and he is also the owner of the Conqueror's Haki. His strength is not weak in the sea, and he is fully qualified to go to the New World. And this guy seems to be a talent. This green bean head has been getting more and more excited, and his eyes are just shining. From the lines, it can be seen that this is definitely a smart man and a hero who uses both kindness and force and strives to improve his strength. And it is not so easy to create such a force in just 3 years. If there is such a Gilson family in the original book, Moria doesn't know. How did the original body defeat this Gilson family in the original book? It seems that this time it's not that simple, the old swordsman said beside him. As an old man who has been drifting on the sea for so many years, he has seen too many things. He has been able to set up a base in the Grand Line in 3 years and build such a force. Such people, the old swordsman has not seen many in his life. But without exception, such people will have great achievements in the future. Once they grow up, they will be a famous existence on the sea. Yeah, tell them not to underestimate the opponent just because this is the first half of the Grand Line. If they are defeated by then, it will be really funny, Moria said. The old swordsman emphasized to everyone on the ship not to ignore the opponent this time, but everyone didn't take it seriously at first, thinking that in such a place, could the strength be more terrifying than in the New World? But later, seeing that Moria didn't seem to be joking, everyone was more or less on guard, but they still looked down on him in their hearts. Moria saw that everyone was like this, and there was nothing he could do. After all, he had seen so many pirates in the New World, and it was understandable that he looked down on the pirates in the first half of the Grand Line. Moria always felt that something would happen again this time, and he felt a little uneasy in his heart. Could it be that I have been overtraining these days and have suffered from neurasthenia? Logically speaking, although my strength cannot compare to those powerful and prestigious ones, I am now much stronger than Moria in the original work. I have swallowed the shadows of many powerful people, and the life energy has stimulated the potential of my body, plus the unremitting training during this period of time. Not to mention that I can reach the level of quasi-admiral, but now I have the strength of an elite vice-admiral, and I am not at all inferior to the pirates of 500 million. In the first half of the Grand Line, I should be considered the most powerful group of people, but what is the uneasiness in my heart? No matter what, this terrifying 3-mast sailing ship Moria must be taken back. If the enemy comes, the general will stop him, and if the water comes, the earth will cover it. The current Moria is not the Moria in the original work. If I can't even solve a force in the first half of the Grand Line, how can I seek revenge on Kaido? How can I understand the secrets of this pirate world? If that's the case, doesn't it mean that I am more useless than Moria in the original work? It means that I am only at this level. After thinking about this, Moria felt a lot more relaxed, and his control over his body also improved a lot. Although there were no problems before, I always felt that I couldn't perfectly control this body. Now it is a pleasant surprise. It seems that I was still an outsider before, and now I have integrated into the sea world. Although I don't know what happened to Moria, everyone on Moria's ship still feels that their captain has become more confident, and they have also aroused their fighting spirit, rubbing their hands, and preparing to do a big job. Soon, Moria and others came to the horror 3-mast ship. Looking at the pirate ships coming and going here, Moria couldn't help but complain, is it too late to leave now? This is the Gilson family. A new trade market has been opened on the horror 3-mast ship. Trade with people outside, and you can exchange items with each other and buy the goods you need, the green bean head explained. At the same time, his eyes were full of envy. When Moria heard this, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart, my god, so awesome, wouldn't he have traveled through time? Just thinking about it, Moria boarded the horror 3-mast ship. It has to be said that this Gilson family is really well managed. In this trading place, although the area is small and very simple, and it looks like it has just been built, it has also taken shape and is in good order. The soldiers of the Gilson family kept patrolling to ensure order. You guys also go around and get to know the situation first. When the time comes, wait for my signal and start together. When the men heard Moria's order, they nodded and scattered. Moria also started to move and walked directly towards the castle in the center. Moria used the Shadow Warrior to hurry on the road, and soon arrived at the castle area. Hi ha, just approaching the castle area, I heard the sound of training. Moria looked carefully and found that this place was turned into a training area, and the soldiers of the Gilson family were trained here. Although the strength of these soldiers was only this, they only carried out simple basic training, and their strength was uneven and crooked. These should be new soldiers. However, this kind of training is indeed very systematic and planned. Although Moria is like most people on the sea, his strength is slowly explored by himself and he develops his own suitable physical skills. Now from Moria's point of view, although his strength is very weak, the training is very reasonable and can lay a good foundation. Being strong is one thing, being able to teach others to learn physical skills is another. The path that a strong person has explored may not be suitable for others, just like if you insist on learning Garp's Iron Fist. Moria thinks that few people in the world can train a pair of fists to that level. Since Garp's Iron Fist is so powerful, why doesn't the Navy promote it throughout the army? Moria thinks that, on the one hand, it is because not every Navy is a monster like Garp, and the physical requirements cannot reach Garp's, so naturally it is impossible to achieve Garp's Iron Fist. On the other hand, everyone's fighting habits are different. Garp's Iron Fist is only suitable for a very small number of individuals, and there is no way to popularize it on a large scale like the 6th Division of the Navy. Otherwise, although most of the Navy does not have extraordinary talents like Garp, those who can reach the position of Vice Admiral and higher in the Navy are all monsters on the sea without exception. Popularizing the physical skill of Iron Fist should increase the combat power of the Navy. Just like the Navy 6 styles, although it has high requirements for practitioners, there are still many people in the Navy who can practice it. Although the Iron Fist has high requirements, it should not be a problem for people at the level of Vice Admiral. But it is obvious that Garp's Iron Fist has not been popularized. This shows that there is no way for the Iron Fist to be spread on a large scale, just like the Navy 6 styles. This is a personal unique physical skill. Others can imitate it, but there is no way to learn its essence. Most people on this sea are like this. I don't know how many strong people have appeared in history, but several of these strong people's famous moves have been passed down. It can be seen that physical skills like the Navy 6 styles that can be learned on a large scale are so rare. Moria has only seen 2 types so far, one is the Navy 6 styles, and the other is the Army military physical fist that he just saw at the Immortal Surgery. And now, he has seen a new kind of brand new physical skill suitable for large-scale learning here, which really shocked Moria a little. One by one, these mysterious forces emerged, and Moria couldn't help feeling a sense of urgency in his heart. It seems that we must work hard to enhance our strength before slowly unveiling the mystery of this sea. Moria continued to hide in the dark and kept observing. Finally, it was determined that this new physical skill was neither the Navy 6 styles nor the military physical boxing, nor was it Tai Chi, Taekwondo, Bagwakwan, etc. in Moria's memory. This is a physical skill about the spear. After confirming that it was not a kind of ancient traditional martial arts, Moria felt a little disappointed and happy. The disappointment was because he was not a traverser like Moria, and there was no fellow villager to talk to. You know, there are neither mobile phones nor computers in the pirate world, and such days are really a bit boring. The happy thing is that it is also because he is not a traverser. At least, there is no protagonist or system traverser. Otherwise, his advantage of being familiar with the plot would be useless. However, looking at this, Moria doesn't know whether this plot is useful or not. With so many mysterious forces that have never been seen before, Moria doesn't think that the development of this world will follow the plot. After all, this is a real pirate world, and this world will definitely be more exciting than the original. The pirate world is getting more and more interesting. I want to see who this Gilson family is. Moria's figure disappeared in the darkness. On the other hand, Moria's men gradually discovered that this Gilson family was different from other forces on the Grand Line. In the dense forest, Kane, who was moving forward, met his opponent. I didn't expect that a mere kid was so powerful. A fat man touched the knife wound on his face, put his finger in his mouth, licked his blood, and said, "Of course, as a member of the Moria Pirates, I can't embarrass the captain." Kane replied, "Let your blood open the sword for this autumn water. Shameless kid, go to hell." The fat man rushed over in an instant and attacked Kane. Although he was fat, he was very agile. He came to Kane in an instant. The two began to fight again, startling the bats. Kane was unable to react and was knocked away by the fat man. After knocking down several trees, Kane stood up again, holding Chu Shui tightly, and looked at the fat man. "It has always been the people on the ship who have taken care of me and have been behind me in every battle. Now, I want to show everyone that I am not the one who holds back." In the new world, the weather is fine and the sky is clear. Blue sky, white clouds, sea, beach, a beautiful island, and the sea breeze blowing in the face. It is really a beautiful start. But a corpse on the beach broke the beauty here. No, now it should be said that it is a person, because his fingers seem to move. Ugh, it hurts. The man tried to open his eyes, but an extremely strong pain made him fall into a coma again. There are still many wood chips and various sundries scattered on the sea. On a reef in the distance, you can also see a broken pirate ship, which is constantly beaten by the waves and may fall apart at any time. It can be inferred that the person lying on the beach should have encountered a shipwreck and fortunately survived. However, looking at the appearance of this person, I am afraid that one foot has also stepped into the underworld. The whole head was almost split open, and the skull inside could be seen. The body was tattered, and there was almost no intact place on the clothes. There were wounds everywhere on the body, and some of the wounds had been soaked in the seawater and turned white. There was a small crab, still at a wound, waving its claws hard, trying to clamp the rotten meat from the wound and put it into its mouth. On the tree next to it, there were a few black crows, cacking and circling over the body, but none of them dared to land. Only the small crab was eating the free meal. But after pulling for a long time, the rotten meat was not eaten by the crab. In anger, the crab's claws clamped deep into the wound, and bright red blood kept flowing out. Or maybe it was this stinging pain that made this corpse that had no reaction start to move. The The crab felt bad, clamped a small piece of meat, and ran into the sea and disappeared. After an unknown amount of time, the corpse got up again and sat on the shore muttering to himself, "I am Mariah. I was reborn as Mariah. Ah, hiss, it hurts, it seems that I should deal with my wounds first." Mariah dragged his broken body towards the island, looking for some daily necessities, preparing to clean the wound. People in the pirate world have really good physical fitness. You shed so much blood, you can even see your bones, but you are fine, otherwise, you would have died long ago. At night, the moonlight shines through the clouds next to Mariah. Mariah ate roasted beast meat while recalling the memories in his mind. It turned out that Mariah challenged Kaido after entering the new century, but in the end, Mariah's pirate group was almost wiped out. At the same time, he was also seriously injured, which led to this possession. When Mariah challenged the beast's pirates, Kaido fought with Mariah's members. Seeing his partner dying in front of him, Mariah fought Kaido and was defeated. His partner was brutally killed in order to cover Mariah's escape. Although Mariah was in one piece, he was finally defeated by Luffy. However, his real strength is actually more than that. Now, Mariah has basically mastered the armament haki and observation haki. But because he was defeated by Kaido and his partner was brutally killed, he was devastated and his two-color haki faded, and his strength continued to decline. Before being defeated by Kaido, Mariah could be said to be a great pirate in the New World, and many people were optimistic about him becoming the Emperor of the Sea. Otherwise, the world government would not have made Mariah the first 7 warlords of the sea. At that time, Mariah could be said to have a very high reputation and had a large number of people under him. The world government has a high opinion of Moyan. This may be a flattery of Mariah, but it also proves Mariah's strength from the side. But the New World is always a world of the survival of the fittest. Mariah lost, Kaido won, and Kaido further consolidated his position as the Emperor of the Sea, while Mariah withdrew from the New World and never recovered. But now that I have come to this world, the tragedy of the past will not happen again, and let this world remember the name Mariah again. Mariah clenched his fist, but pulled the wound hard. Hiss. Now I'd better rest and heal my wounds. Mariah stood up, patted the dust on his body, and walked to the simple bed next to him. Instantly, the sword energy overflowed, and a slash came out from Kane's hand and flew directly towards the opponent. Let me show you the results of my practice. The sharp sword energy hit the enemy, leaving a wound on the fat body, and blood flowed out. Ah ha ha. Really amazing, kid, but this is not enough. Under Kane's gaze, the fat man's body gradually changed, and spikes began to grow on his body, hands, and feet, and the whole person began to transform into a beast. I am a devil fruit, a porcupine fruit ability user. How is it? Are you scared? Tisk, isn't it still a pig? Kane replied disdainfully. Damn kid. Porcupine quills, the dense long quills kept flying over, extremely sharp, and the trees next to them were directly shot through, leaving hollow holes. What sharp quills? Kane's face was only lightly rubbed, leaving no scars, and a trace of blood flowing out. Moreover, after this guy transformed into a beast, his speed became faster, and his body was covered with spikes, which made it difficult to attack him. Damn it! We must defeat it no matter what. Otherwise, I will not be able to live up to this famous sword in my hand, the famous sword that has killed a dragon in the legend. One sword Chingfang / Ding, the two began to fight fiercely in this deep forest. On the other side, Moria also sneaked into the castle directly. Using the shadow to pass through the gate, Moria came to the inside of the castle. He. It's really luxurious. It seems that this Gilson family is very rich. Looking at the magnificent appearance inside, Moria couldn't help but sigh. Moria remembered very clearly that when Moria and others found this terrifying 3-mast sailing ship, there were ruins on the island except for trees, and there was no such a large castle. Later, Moria and others repaired this huge ship, but just rebuilding the poles and oars cost Moria and others a lot of money, and between the house and other repairs, they didn't do much. At that time, the horror 3-mast sailing ship was not a ship at all, but an island moving with a pole inserted, which looked very funny. But now, Moria can see that it is being repaired everywhere since he boarded the horror 3-mast sailing ship. At least, now it can be seen that it looks like a ship. As for this huge castle, it didn't exist at all. Moria and others just built a few wooden houses with trees at that time. In fact, most of the time when Moria and others sailed, they still took the pirate ship. This horror 3-mast sailing ship was too big and slow. Apart from being huge, it basically had no function. But Moria couldn't bear to leave such a huge ship. He stopped and walked along the way and took this horror 3-mast sailing ship from the West Sea to the Magic Triangle. Now thinking about it, it was really a bit stupid at that time. Towing such a large ship was really a huge moving target. Because of this horror 3-mast sailing ship, Moria suffered a lot at that time. Moria now feels that he should thank the Gilson family. Not only did they repair the 3-mast ship into this state, but they also piled up various materials everywhere. It seems that the Gilson family also wants to completely repair the 3-mast ship. This will save Moria a lot of effort. However, where did the Gilson family get so much money? In 3 years, from nothing to having a base on the Grand Line, Moria continued to expand and recruit subordinates. Moria did not think that the little money offered by those pirate groups could do all this. Although the Magic Triangle is close to the waterway, Moria has at least not heard of the Gilson family's reputation outside, and the captain of the Green Bean Pirates said that the Gilson family's base on the Grand Line is very secret, mainly used to inquire about intelligence and build taverns. All of this costs a lot of money. The Gilson family also needs to expand, recruit people, repair the three-mast ship, plus various weapons and equipment, daily expenses, etc. Where does he get so much money? He. It's getting more and more interesting. When Moria was walking through the corridor, he suddenly heard someone talking in the distance, and hurriedly hid his body and went to eavesdrop. In a brightly lit hall, 2 people were talking. A very young man sat on a chair and listened to the old man's report. Young master, our losses this time are very heavy. Not only are shops everywhere hit by the world government, but the factories we control have also been blocked by the world government, especially the military factories, a large number of navy directly surrounded there, and all the military factories are now in the hands of the world government. The old man said, "How is it possible? How could the world government find such a hidden place?" The young man asked in disbelief, but then, the young man figured it out. The world government has been greedy for it for a long time, and there must be many insiders of the world government in the family. Only insiders will know such details. Damn traitors. Shang Lao, continue to talk about the losses. Since my father made that decision, the world government will definitely break with us. But it's a pity that my father didn't listen to my suggestion. He thinks that he is so rich that he can rival the country. At the same time, he has so many channels and has such great influence in the entire world. He doesn't think that world conquest will break with us. At most, it'll just cost you more. Alas! The loss this time is not unbearable. But fortunately, I still convinced my father to hide some important material transfers. We still have a chance to make a comeback. Tell me how your father and eldest brother are doing? Are they okay? Hearing the young man ask this, the old man fell silent for a moment, knelt on the ground and cried, "Young master, I am guilty. The headquarters was massacred by the demon-slaying order of the world government. 3 CP0s, 5 lieutenant generals, and nearly 10,000 naval soldiers. The headquarters was reduced to a sea of fire. Everyone died and blood flowed like a river." The old man said these words in a choked voice, his body couldn't help trembling, and his eyes were filled with hatred. The scene at that time was still vivid in the old man's eyes, and the scene of blood and fire will be with him for the rest of his life. "I'm sorry. Young master, I failed to protect my master." Tears flowed from the corners of the old man's eyes. He knelt on the ground and continued, "What? How is that possible?" The young man who had just listened to the old man's words immediately jumped up from his seat, came to the old man, lowered his head and tugged on the old man's clothes, and lifted the old man up from the ground. Roared loudly, "Are you lying to me? You should know what will happen if you dare to lie to me." The young man's angry gaze felt like he was about to eat the old man alive. The old man did not dare to look at the young man's eyes, but continued to lower his head and kept saying, "Sorry. After hearing the old man's answer, the young man asked the old man to throw him out. The old man fell heavily on the wall, and the wall dented directly. The old man fell down from the wall, continued to kneel on the ground, kowtowed, and continued crying, Sorry. But it's a pity that we lost. Now we have nothing." The young man couldn't help but cry softly, and tears couldn't stop flowing from his eyes. At the same time, all the shops of the Hill Chamber of Commerce on various islands in the Grand Line, as well as in places all over the world, were closed by the Navy and the world government, and everyone was arrested. All the property seized from the shops of the Hill Chamber of Commerce was collected by escorted by the world government, sent to the Holy Land Mary Geo. Although the Navy was suppressed by the world government, many naval generals still received treasures prepared by the world government. These were used by the world government to win over the naval generals. As for the Navy, it can only suffer this loss. After all, military expenditures have been greatly reduced and wages are much lower than before. There is no way around this. However, taking advantage of this opportunity, the warring states period organized manpower and the Navy also withheld a lot of funds from the world government. In a sense, it also alleviated the crisis of insufficient military spending. It was not just the world government and the Navy that benefited. The businessmen in chambers of commerce that had worked closely with the Hill Chamber of Commerce in the past, instead of lending a helping hand, silently supported the world government and stabbed the Hill Chamber of Commerce in the back. Indeed, with the Hill Chamber of Commerce, the largest chamber of commerce in the world, no matter where it is, other merchants have no way to compete with the Hill Chamber of Commerce. Over the years, the Hill Chamber of Commerce has grown up, secretly, for expansion and various purposes. There are countless opponents in front of him. Seeing the collapse of the Hill Chamber of Commerce, other chambers of commerce and businessmen were very happy to see this situation. Without the mountain of Hill Chamber of Commerce weighing on them, they could speed up their expansion. It is conceivable that in the next few days, there will definitely be a bloody storm among the businessmen from various places, and the forces represented behind them. The world government is also happy to see this kind of situation. No one wants their subordinates to be unified. Over the years, the ZN Chamber of Commerce, as the world's largest chamber of commerce, although not necessarily the richest force in the world, has a profound influence among the people. In all aspects, they are already enemies of the world government to some extent. Eliminating unstable factors is what the world government likes to do most. As for underground forces and pirates, for them, the more chaotic the world becomes, the better. In this way, the once largest chamber of commerce in the world was wiped out. There was no turmoil as imagined, nor was there a huge tsunami on the sea. Just like a pebble thrown into the vast sea, it cannot make waves at all. Instead, it is swallowed by the sea and falls into the bottomless darkness. The world is still this world. The disappearance of the Hill Chamber of Commerce has not affected ordinary people at all. It is just strange that the store in the past has changed its clerks. Changed a name? Or maybe they saw on the news that the Hill Chamber of Commerce, a large chamber of commerce, was jointly robbed by pirates. People just sighed that the sea was getting more and more unsafe, and the pirates were getting more and more rampant. In fact, as the second son of the Hill Chamber of Commerce, although he had completely severed ties with the Hill Chamber of Commerce 3 years ago, the Hill Chamber of Commerce announced that the second son, Hill Gilson, was accidentally swallowed by the Sea King because he fled privately. The ship was destroyed and people died. Therefore, the entire Hill Chamber of Commerce thinks that the second young master Gilson is dead. Some people know that he is still alive. The second young master with extraordinary talents, the second young master who awakened his domineering color at the age of 13, is known as the Peerless Prodigy. The young master disappeared completely, and everyone sighed. If the second young master had bowed his head to his father and admitted his mistake, such a tragedy might not have happened. In fact, Gilson did not die at the time, he survived. It was his father who saved him at that time and gave him a huge sum of money. From then on, there was no longer a second son of the Hill Chamber of Commerce, and there was an additional Gilson family on the sea. The conflict between father and son arose from the plan made by the father back then. Because the Hill Chamber of Commerce is too huge, it has threatened the existence of the world government. The Hill Chamber of Commerce is in danger at any time. And coincidentally, at that time, the Hill Chamber of Commerce accidentally obtained a piece of research information. This research information is a super potion that can allow people to break through the limits of their bodies, master incredible power, and become the pinnacle of power in this sea. This is undoubtedly a timely help, although the Hill Chamber of Commerce has existed for more than 300 years, and has relied on the continuous efforts of several generations over the years. The strength of the ZN Chamber of Commerce cannot be underestimated. The 5 guard elders all have the strength of a vice admiral. On top of this, there is also the position of chief. Those who can serve as the chief must reach the strength of a quasi-general. It is with strong strength support that the Hill Chamber of Commerce can continue to develop and expand and become the world's largest chamber of commerce. But it is a pity that for so many years, the Hill Chamber of Commerce has been unable to cultivate talents with general strength. It always loses one level in terms of peak combat power, so it has never expanded its business to the New World. First, everything in the New World is based on strength. Without peak combat power, you will either rely on others, or your ship will be destroyed and people will die, and it will sink into the sea. Second, the world government does not allow the Chamber of Commerce to interact with pirates in the New World. Therefore, the market in the New World is basically controlled by underground forces. Moreover, due to the strength of the New World, the tentacles of the New World's underground forces have extended to the Grand Line in the Four Seas region, and the Hill Chamber of Commerce has suffered a serious impact. Therefore, when a peak combat power that allowed people to reach the general level was presented to them, the Hill Chamber of Commerce agreed to the plan without hesitation. The only one who objected was the second young master. Although the potential of the second young master is very outstanding, the Hill Chamber of Commerce has no time to turn this potential into strength. But one of the raw materials needed for this super potion is the water of life, but this is undoubtedly a forbidden area of the world government. Once the Hill Chamber of Commerce moves inside, it will definitely be fully retaliated by the world government. If you are not careful, you will shatter to pieces. This is a huge gamble, and there is no way out. As long as there is a flaw in one of the links, the Hill Chamber of Commerce will be destroyed. Everything went according to plan. Although it paid a heavy price, in the end, the Hill Chamber of Commerce got the water of life. Next, it only had to wait for the birth of the super potion. The result was unexpected. This super potion could not allow people to break through to the level of a general. It was all a scam. This was used by the world government to induce the Hill Chamber of Commerce. It can be said that it has invested a lot of money. This super potion is also the latest research result of the world government. It can increase the possibility of people reaching the strength of a general. However, this has a premise. For use on people under 45 years of age. But here at the Hill Chamber of Commerce, the only person who has the strength of a quasi-general as the chief executive is already 60 years old. If it weren't for the huge investment in medication and maintenance over the years, his strength would have declined long ago. After learning the news, the president of the Hill Chamber of Commerce, Gilson's father, instantly understood that this was a complete scam. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in this world. And even if there is no trap of this water of life, the world government will find other excuses sooner or later, and the Hill Chamber of Commerce will not escape the fate of destruction. However, at least the bloodline of the Hill family was not cut off. The purpose of expelling the second son from the Hill Chamber of Commerce was to create a way out. The purpose is that if the Hill Chamber of Commerce is attacked by the world government, the Hill Chamber of Commerce can be transferred to an underground force. Now it seems that even if there is no such opportunity, the Hill Chamber of Commerce did not expect that the world government would be so quick to launch a siege on the headquarters of the Hill Chamber of Commerce the day after the immortality surgery was completed. The timing was so good that in one day, the Hill Chamber of Commerce had no time to react. Coupled with the internal support of the general manager, this war can only be said to be one-sided. The Hill Chamber of Commerce developed this technology by inlaying sea stones on the bottom of the ship to allow the ship to sail in the windless zone. It was with this technology that the Hill Chamber of Commerce was able to build a new headquarters in the windless zone. But no matter that he had an insider and was one of the top leaders, all the achievements of the Hill Chamber of Commerce over the years have been taken away by the world government. There is no time to move, and the Hill Chamber of Commerce will disappear from history. But before he died, he still contacted his second son through an encrypted phone bug. Although he has left the Hill Chamber of Commerce, he will still provide some help to his children within his ability, and occasionally have some contact, and this time, it is the last call. After telling his second son some secrets about the Zihai Chamber of Commerce and some hidden treasures left by generations, he hung up the phone and directly destroyed the phone bug. After doing this, he thought for a moment, seemed to have forgotten something, and took out another phone. This phone was used to call Mr. Shang, the old man kneeling on the ground. As his confidant, he was sent to transfer the assets of the Hill Chamber of Commerce and left just before the arrival of the world government. I hope he could escape safely and then help his son. After doing this, the president of the Hill Chamber of Commerce, a super rich man who was said to be as rich as anyone on the sea, looked at the gorgeous artillery fire outside and sighed no more. It was really a gorgeous funeral. As for escaping, it is true that the headquarters does have secret passages to escape from, but the traitors were responsible for building this headquarters. The people of the world government broke into the headquarters through the secret passages. The passages designed to save lives at the time have now become life-saving passages. Symbol. The old man did not go far at that time and had not yet left the headquarters of the Hill Chamber of Commerce. He soon discovered the Navy's fleet, but at that time, a call came from the president. After receiving the call from the president, in order not to expose the target and prevent the world government spies from being involved, he decided to kill all the people accompanying him. I only took the important information and came here alone. When I left, I could see the sky-high fire and the hellish scene, which I will never forget in my life. In fact, Mr. Shang has not left the scope of the Hill Chamber of Commerce headquarters, and his detection system can be observed. However, it is precisely because the traitors of the world government shut down all the detection systems, and the chaos at the time that no one noticed, that he was lucky. You can leave. This is all that Mr. Shang knows. After finishing speaking, for a moment, the entire room fell into absolute silence. Mr. Shang, thank you for your hard work. Now, there are only two of us left in the entire Hill Chamber of Commerce. The young man straightened Shang Lao's clothes and said, yes, there are only two of us left. At that time, everyone thought that you, the second young master, were dead, but what no one expected was that you, the second young master, were alone outside and had already established such a powerful force. He is indeed a peerless genius from the Hill Chamber of Commerce. His talent is truly astonishing. Second young master, I believe in you. You will definitely avenge your family and the many dead colleagues, Mr. Shang said with a sigh on his face. Hearing Mr. Shang praising himself so much, especially for founding the Gilson family, the young man's gloomy face showed a hint of pride. Ha ha ha, Mr. Shang, please stop praising me. The current Gilson family is still far behind. The future cannot be separated from your help, Mr. Shang. After all, it is still too difficult for one person to start a force. Except for the financial support my father gave me in the past, I have not had any interaction with the Hill Chamber of Commerce in the past 3 years. The foundation is still too thin, said the young man. Let's see what Mr. Shang brings to me. The current Gilson family is still far from enough. Upon hearing this, the old man reacted immediately and placed the prepared box on the table. Haha, second young master, look at my old man's memory. I forgot about it all of a sudden. This is the most important thing. I will open it for you right now. The old man hurriedly took out the key from his arms, then entered a long string of passwords, and the box was finally opened. What's inside is not gold and silver, but pieces of blueprints and information, as well as a potion. Is this the super potion, the potion that can help people stimulate their potential and break through to peak combat power? The young man asked. Yes, this is the super potion that our Hill Chamber of Commerce has been working hard for so many years. But unfortunately, it's all in vain. The general manager is already 60 years old, and this potion is useless. The user must be under 45 years old. But now, you still have a good chance, second son. You are so young and powerful now, and with this potion, it's just a matter of time before you reach the world's top combat power. By then, we must make the world government pay for its blood debt with blood, the old man said angrily. Believe me, there will be such a day. The young man kept looking at the light blue potion and said with certainty, I believe you, son. By the way, there is also information about the super potion and the research results of our Hill Chamber of Commerce over the years. I believe it will be of great help to the second son. And this, as he said, the old man took out a map from his arms. This is the map of the Hill Chamber of Commerce treasure that I was ordered to transfer. Every place is extremely confidential. All the participants have been cleared out. There will be no leaks. Young master, if you have time, it is best to take out the treasure. This will be beneficial to your development. The young man took the map from the old man, unfolded it and asked, is it really cleared out? No one else knows, absolutely no one else knows. This map has only been seen by the president, and then by you, young master. The old man answered firmly. Really? But it seems that one person is missing. When the old man heard the young man's answer, he reacted instantly and became more alert. The young man saw the old man's alert look, smiled, and said, Don't be nervous, Mr. Shang. I'm kidding you, there are only 2 of us in the entire Xian Chamber of Commerce now. How can we kill each other? Father can send you to hide the treasure, which shows that you are absolutely reliable. Where else can I find someone as loyal as you? I will let you see with your own eyes the day when we avenge the Hill Chamber of Commerce, the young man said. Mr. Shang, let me introduce you to the Gilson family first, said the young man. I am also very interested. How did you, young master, create such a large force in 3 years? The old man said with a smile. Mr. Shang, let me give you a good introduction, the young man said with a smile on his face. Mr. Shang, listen to me, this Gilson family has been. Moria, who has been hiding in the dark, now has a rough idea of the origins of the Gilson family. Moria couldn't help but sigh, this is really destined. At that time, on the Chambord Islands, the Hill Chamber of Commerce was competing with Moria for the Adams treasure tree. Unexpectedly, they met people from the Hill Chamber of Commerce here again. I have to say that the people of the Hill Chamber of Commerce are still in some misfortunes. The entire Chamber of Commerce has been targeted by the world government. The Chamber of Commerce, which has been inherited for more than 300 years, is said to be destroyed, and it is destroyed. The richest man in the pirate world. How much money does this cost? I don't dare to show it, and looking at the situation, the Hill Chamber of Commerce is still not weak. If I had known that there was such a force, it would be great to travel to the Hill Chamber of Commerce when I travel through time. I have never experienced the life of a rich second generation. However, no matter what, now the Gilson family has laid a good foundation of power for Moria, and they must find a way to turn this Gilson family into their own power. First, these 2 people must be dealt with. Moria has been thinking about how to use the shadow fruit for a while, and how to maximize the benefits of the fruit's ability. After thinking about it, the skills developed by Moria Yuan are really the best means of assassination. Now, let me test this silent assassination technique. Moria's figure disappeared quietly. The 2 people in the room continued to chat, unaware of the approaching danger. But as they chatted, the old man seemed a little strange. He felt that the light in the room had dimmed, and he couldn't help but feel strange. No problem, the magic triangle never sees the sun. This is normal. The young man replied, Mr. Shang, let's go take a look at the training ground now. Seeing that the young man had taken the lead to leave, he put aside his doubts and followed. The young man was still chattering about the development of the Gilson family along the way, but the old man was a little absent-minded and always felt a little uneasy. While walking, the old man suddenly stopped and asked the young man who had been introducing him, why aren't there any lights here? After hearing the old man's question, the young man also stopped and said doubtfully, no, it's always bright here. Why is there no light today? And this is the main passage. People don't usually come and go? Shouldn't there be no one at all? The young man also looked around warily. The 2 of them were back to back, ready to fight at any time. Moria, who was in the dark, saw this scene and sighed in his heart. Sure enough, for those who are proficient in haki, there is still no way to avoid being discovered. But it's okay, we're ready. Fall into darkness. Flying back, the light completely disappeared, everything fell into darkness, and the eyes were useless. However, the 2 of them were not weak, and they used the haki of seeing and hearing to sense the surrounding environment. In the darkness, something seemed to be approaching, and soon it was in front of you. It's bats, lots of bats. After sensing that it was a bat, the old man said disdainfully, Your Excellency, you underestimate us. This little trick is of no use. Moria heard the old man's taunt and did not answer, knowing that he was forcing himself to show up. Soon, you will know how powerful it is, Moria thought in his mind. Bats flew over one after another and started biting the two of them. Both of them defeated the bats easily. Just after the old man fought off a group of bats, he was about to open a way to leave. But suddenly a scream was heard. The old man immediately looked back and suddenly found that the young man had been restrained at some point. It turned out that when the young man was attacking the bat, his feet were entangled in black vines, and the bats suddenly changed and turned into vines, wrapping around their bodies. For a moment, the young man was unable to move. Seeing this scene, the old man stopped holding back and swung his sword with all his strength. A powerful slash flew directly towards the black vines, directly cutting off the black vines on the young man's body, and then the slash fell on the black wall. Forward! But the slashing attack was blocked at all levels, as if it was a slashing attack directed at the sea, but it was too powerful to be used. In the end, the slashing attack was exhausted and did not destroy the shadow space. At this moment, many bats swarmed up again and continued to entangle the young man. At the same time, many bats flew to the old man and turned into chains to tie him up. Vines stretched out from the ground and wrapped around the old man's feet. The old man's whole body was instantly tied up and unable to move. But the old man did not give up. His body was covered with armed domineering energy and he struggled to break free. Moria's black vines seemed unable to hold on. Just when the old man was about to break free, he suddenly paused and said, "Poisonous." Moria did not give the old man more time to react. The assassination originally required a quick and agile move. Shadow Horn Spear. Just when the old man struggled to break free from the black vines, a long spear flew out from the ground and pierced the old man's heart. The old man stopped struggling and slowly fell down, wrapped by the vines. When the young man saw this scene, he also burst out instantly, and the domineering color domineering burst out, directly breaking free from the attacks of many bats and the restraints of the vines, and came to the old man. He wanted to help the old man who fell to the ground, but in an instant, many bats also swarmed in, but the young man seemed to be more and more courageous, and so many bats seemed to have no effect at all. Moria looked at the young man in the shadow space and couldn't help but sigh. He was indeed a person with awakened domineering color domineering, but that was the end. Shadowhorn Spear. A black spear appeared from nowhere and pierced the young man's chest directly from behind. The young man looked at the spear that pierced his heart, gradually lost his breath, fell to the ground, and was also entangled by black vines and disappeared. This time seems long, but from the beginning to the end of the battle, it was less than 20 seconds. Moria mainly created a huge shadow box for the two people to ensure that the sound of the battle would not be transmitted, but now it seems that this is far from enough. There were still many mistakes in this assassination, which must be carefully summarized. The most important thing about this success is that Moria's strength has greatly increased. After the immortality surgery, Moria's strength should be ranked among the vice admirals of the Navy. As for this old man, Moria felt that although he could barely be regarded as a lieutenant general in strength, he always felt a little vain. Even during the immortality surgery, he could not compare to the Navy vice admiral who attacked Moria to steal the water of life. Even more so, needless to say, Lieutenant General Tandro, who fought against Moria in the New World. As for this young man, although he is very talented, he is still too young. Moreover, I feel that when he was a child, he showed irreversible domineering and squeezed his body's potential, but suffered irreversible damage. It must be said that Garp tried his best to give Luffy a try when he was a child. They laid a solid foundation and were very helpful. In addition to the gap in strength, many problems were exposed during this assassination, which must be solved. However, now is not the time to deal with this. The top priority is to completely master this power. How can such a good resource be wasted? This can save Moria a lot of time. Moria took back his Devil Fruit ability, and in the future the bodies of the two people were hidden in the shadow space, and the light returned to the scene. Just when Moria was preparing to deal with the scene, he took the information and potions on the table and turned around to find that at some point, in the direction of the door of the hall, stood a knight wearing armor and holding a spear. He is indeed a great pirate with a bounty of 360 million belly. In such a short period of time, the foolish and imposter master was quickly eliminated, and coupled with a strong old man, it was really impressive. I have no confidence that I can kill these two people in such a short period of time. Moria looked at the knight holding a spear, and after being slightly surprised, he couldn't help but say, "This is not difficult for you, right? And it seems that the actual person in charge of this Gilson family is you. This kid has all the domineering aura, but in fact he is just a paper tiger. His life potential has been squeezed out. His strength should have never improved over the years. And that old man, you were the one who gave him the poison, right? Otherwise, I wouldn't be so relaxed, am I right? The person who secretly poisons you behind your back." A knight was very surprised when he heard Moria's words, and he couldn't help but hold his spear tightly in his hand, looking on guard. "Oh, I was indeed the one who poisoned that old guy. But that young idiot is also my captain. How could I do such a thing to poison the captain? It's just that I overstressed my body when I was young, and then I did a little bit of manipulation. I will not bear this kind of murder of the captain. Don't think I'm so evil, he. Don't quibble. Moria looked at the knight and said, although my sense in color haki is not very powerful, it is very sensitive to sensing a person's life status. This guy has a lot of toxins in his body. He won't live long. Don't think how great you are, you know too much, go to hell. The burly spear knight said, took his spear and attacked Moria. It's so impatient. Moria was not idle either. He reacted instantly and started to attack. Sure enough, the moves used by this knight are the same as those used by the soldiers outside for training. What a powerful move. Although this knight is wearing armor and holding a heavy gun, his speed is not slow, but very fast. More importantly, his spear was very powerful, and the shockwave generated by the spear directly penetrated the entire castle. You can see a very complete round hole on the wall, and you can see directly outside from the hole. More importantly, the attack of the moves is very concentrated. The small round hole on the wall is very complete and smooth, and more importantly, other than that, there was no damage to the wall or any cracks. Moreover, he fired the gun very fast. If Moria hadn't used his devil fruit ability to swap his body with his shadow, the hole that had been pierced wouldn't have been the wall, but Moria's heart. Moria felt that this move was very suitable for him. He. Moria's face was slightly scratched by the shockwave, and a trace of blood flowed out. Moria wiped the blood from his face, looked at the knight and said, I really can't imagine what kind of conspiracy is hidden within the Gilson family with your strength. That's none of your business, pirate. The knight wearing medium armor continued to attack and stabbed Moria with his spear. Moria did not dare to fight directly with his body. He did not have so much trust in his own armament and domineering, so he hurriedly used the shadow warrior to position his shadow and body. Swap to avoid attacks. Feeling Moria attacking from behind, the knight quickly turned around and faced him. The two continued to fight. Moria continued to use his devil fruit ability to avoid his spear, while the proving knight kept attacking. The two of them just went back and forth. After another round of fighting, the knight looked at Moria in front of him and mocked, Is this all you can do to hide and hide? He. You are so powerful, I don't want to be shot by you. Stop talking nonsense, prepare to die. The knight continued to attack Moria, but he didn't notice that in the corner of the hall, there was suddenly a corpse, the owner of the Gilson family, Hill Gilson. More importantly, he had a den mushy in his hand, watching the fight between the two with wide eyes. Bang! This time, Moria did not use the power of the devil fruit to dodge, but used his shadow horn gun to directly hit the knight's heavy gun. The two long guns collided in the air, raising waves of air, and the ground where the two people stood directly sank, but neither of them stopped, and continued to compare strength. What a great strength! Moria thought to himself that he had taken advantage of his height, and after the development of life energy, his strength was several times more than before. If Moria's advantage is to be said now, strength is definitely counted, but even so, Moria did not take any advantage. More importantly, Moria's side was full of wind and dust, while the knight's side, although there was also wind, there was no dust under his feet. It can be seen that Moria actually lost this fight. Although Moria had great power, his posture was not very standard, and the power was not concentrated on the tip of the spear, and the power was dispersed a lot. On the knight's side, Li Yang's spear attack posture was very standard, and the power of his whole body was concentrated on the tip of the spear. The power was not scattered, and the attack was very restrained and concentrated, using the least effort to achieve the greatest offensive effect. At this time, Kane happened to see the fight between Moria and the knight. Because the two people were standing in different positions, Kane wanted to go into the castle, so he saw Moria and the two fighting at first sight, while the fat man was facing the castle, so he did not see the scene of the fight at first. Although he could feel the movement behind him, he had no way to turn around to see. After all, Kane's strength was almost the same as his own. If he turned around to check, he would definitely break the stalemate in an instant. But man's plans are not as good as God's plans. Moria's fight with the knight was far from an ordinary level of battle. This kind of battle has affected the entire terrifying three-mast sailing ship. Caught off guard, the Porcupine Man was affected by the fight between Moria and the two, and his center of gravity was unstable. He accidentally revealed a flaw. Because Kane had been prepared for a long time, although he was affected, he was still able to barely stand seeing the opponent's flaw. Kane knew that this was an opportunity, and seized this opportunity to attack the Porcupine Man. The fat man's abdomen was instantly injured by Kane's sword energy, and bleeding profusely. Although the fat man reacted quickly, he made a mistake and then made another mistake. With the opportunity created by Moria's fight with the knight, Kane finally killed the porcupine fruit user. There was no mercy. If it were Luffy and his friends, they might not take advantage of the situation and would have a fair fight, but such pirates are rare. Most pirates would not hold back in the battle, not to mention Kane, who grew up as a slave. To be honest, it is commendable that Kane did not become the kind of person who absolutely kills. After solving this opponent, Kane sat on the ground to rest and watched Moria's fight with the knight. In other places of the horror bark, whether it was Moria's men, the Gilson family, or the pirates who came to pay the treasure, or the merchants from outside, all put down their work and looked at the place where the battle was. In the air, Moria used all his devil fruit ability to frantically extract shadow energy and gather it into the shadow ball. Not only Moria was going all out, as his opponent, this knight was also going all out, gathering all his strength and swinging his spear forward. Feeling the recoil from the spear, he was also very shocked and surprised at Moria's strength. The two's moves generated a huge shock wave in the air, and as Moria and the knight continued to increase the power of their moves, the shock wave became stronger and stronger. As time went on, the place where the shadow ball and the spear collided was already slightly unstable. Moria felt the huge danger, but there was no way out at all. Once he stopped, he would be in greater danger. Now, it depends on who can hold on longer. Similarly, the knight on the opposite side could also feel the huge danger, but he could only grit his teeth and hold on. Now, it was a situation of life and death, and it depended on who could hold on. Bang! Finally, a huge explosion occurred at the center of the collision, a strong light flashed, and a huge shockwave followed. Everyone watched with their eyes, wanting to know the final outcome of this battle. But the huge shockwave made it impossible for people to open their eyes. After a burst of gunpowder smoke, everyone looked at the place where the battle took place. Hiss! The entire castle had been completely broken and turned into a ruin. A huge pit appeared at the place where the battle took place. The huge mast of the terrifying three-mast sailing ship, which was close to the battle, had been broken by the huge aftermath of the battle. Although it did not fall down, the huge crack basically indicated that the mast had been scrapped. Slightly closer, all the trees had been uprooted, and the entire terrifying three-mast sailing ship had a huge shake. All the houses and buildings on the ship were more or less affected, and waves were raised in the magic triangle. When the aftermath dissipated, everyone reacted and rushed to the place where the battle took place, trying to find Moria and the knight. Of course, during the period, Moria's men naturally met the people of the Gilson family and fought. The result was naturally that Moria's men were slightly better. After all, they had returned from the New World, and their strength was still better than that of the Grand Line. But the Gilson family has more people, and for a while, Moria could not do anything to the Gilson family. As more and more people gathered, the scene became more and more chaotic. Seeing the Gilson family being entangled, some people had bad thoughts and wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to get some benefits and fish. At the same time, due to such a big commotion, other pirate groups in the Magic Triangle also gathered to see what happened. At the same time, the waves also affected the adjacent waterways. Seeing the waves rising from the Magic Triangle, some curious people also changed their course to see what was going on. Curiosity has always been human nature. Watching the excitement is not just a privilege on Blue Star, but also in the pirate world. For a while, the Magic Triangle, which was quiet in the past, began to be lively. Ahem! In the ruins on the edge of the battle, a broken wall was pushed open, revealing the injured Moria inside. Moria was in a very miserable state at this time. His clothes were torn and his body was covered with wounds. Although he looked very miserable, the wounds on the surface were not serious. The serious ones were the internal injuries. Moria now feels that his internal organs have been seriously injured. It is very difficult to move his whole body a little bit. He feels like his body is on fire. Cough! Moria spit out blood again and breathes heavily. Damn, this time it's really a big deal. Although Moria used the Shadow Warrior to transfer in time, he was still injured by the shock wave generated by the explosion. Because Moria had no way to be distracted at that time, using the Shadow Warrior, whether it was time or physical strength, there was no way to transfer long distances, and only short distances could be transferred. However, the life energy absorbed on the Sabayati archipelago still worked. Now Moria can feel that the remaining life energy in his body is frantically repairing the damaged organs. But I'm afraid that after this time, there will be not much life energy left in the body. It's really little. Moria couldn't help but complain about the scarcity of life energy, but he didn't think about who was about to burst himself at that time. Lord Moria. Come on, the captain is here. Captain, are you okay? Soon, Moria was found in the ruins. Moria was quickly dug out of the ruins by his men and supported to fight. Come quickly, the Knight Commander is here. A loud shout came from afar. Moria heard the voice and, accompanied by his men, staggered all the way to the Knight Commander. Along the way, the Gilson family saw Moria coming. Although he was their enemy, the scene of Moria's fight with the knight just now was still echoing in everyone's mind. The Gilson family members acted on guard and pointed their weapons at Moria, but no one shot. It was really too terrible that everyone was scared. Bang! I don't know who was too nervous, and the hand holding the gun couldn't help shaking. In panic, he accidentally fired. But Moria was not hurt. The bullet was stopped by Moria's bat and fell to the ground with a crisp sound. On Moria's side, his men reacted instantly and shot at the shooter, and soon he was dead. The other members of the Gilson family were frightened when they saw this scene. They were already very scared and became even more panicked. I don't know who took the lead, and they threw away their weapons and ran away. Don't kill me, don't kill me. After the first one, there was the second one. Some people with weak wills followed suit, threw away their weapons and scattered. But not everyone chose to escape or surrender. Some people who were very loyal to the Gilson family picked up guns to resist. Don't run, don't run. Shoot me, shoot. The scene was in chaos again, but soon, all these people were killed by Moria's men. The leader was dead, and the rest were just ants shaking trees. Moria looked at the miserable state of the knight in the ruins and thought, is this guy dead? Then I'm at a big loss. The knight was much worse than Moria. The armor he wore was torn into pieces, and he was also seriously injured. There were all kinds of wounds all over his body. He looked like a bloody man, and his hands were paralyzed by the shock wave generated by the explosion. As for this guy's internal injuries, they must be more serious than his own. After all, at that time, he did not have the ability of the devil fruit to transfer, and the shock wave he received was far more than Moria. If it were not for Moria's observation hacky, he felt that this guy still had a breath. Moria would have thought that this guy was dead, but he felt the faint breath of life. If he was not treated in time, this guy would not be far from death. Hurry up and treat this guy. Don't let him die. Moria said to everyone, my Moria pirates have now officially recaptured the terror bark, and all rebels will be killed without mercy. Immediately accept the power of the Jason family. This is the territory of our Moria pirates. Let all the pirates under the Jason family gather here in 10 days. Remember, this is not a request, this is an order. Looking at Moria's serious face, everyone present nodded and agreed, for fear that if one did not agree, he would die here. At the same time, Moria's men also began to move and began to take over the Gilson family forces on the horror three-mast sailing ship. Seeing that all his men were moving, there was nothing for him to do. I'll go and rest first, Moria said weakly. Captain, it seems that there is no place to rest here. Otherwise, go to the ship to rest? The doctor who bandaged Moria said. Ha! Moria looked around, and it seemed that as the doctor said, there was no intact house on the entire horror three-mast sailing ship. In the battle just now, the castle that the Gilson family had worked so hard to build was completely destroyed, and now only a ruin was left. More importantly, the mast on the horror three-mast sailing ship had a huge break, and it seemed that it could no longer be used. Coupled with various losses, it seemed that he had lost. Hiss! This is really too much of a loss. The damn Gilson family, if there is no good harvest, it is simply too hateful. This mess, how much money will it cost? The doctor who was bandaging Moria heard Moria's reaction and thought it was because he was too heavy-handed and touched the wound, so he stopped and looked at Moria. Moria looked at the doctor's reaction and waved his hand, indicating that it was not your problem. I'm here now, waiting for the statistics from Mr. Jia. I hope this Gilson family will gain something, otherwise, it will be too disadvantageous. Damn guy, he actually hit so hard. Who is this person? My money. Moria was thinking about it like this, and at the same time, his facial expression was getting more and more angry. This made the ship doctor who was bandaging Moria a little at a loss, thinking that he had not done it well, causing the captain's wound to hurt. For a while, the doctor didn't know what to do, and it was really a dilemma. At this time, looking at the doctor who was bandaging the knight next to him, a plan came to mind, and asked the doctor of the Gilson family to bandage. My medical skills are indeed very average, and there may be some areas where I may not be able to treat such serious injuries well. Seeing that this doctor seems to have very advanced skills, I will let him treat Lord Moria. In this way, before Moria knew much, the temporary ship doctor on the ship asked the doctor of the Gilson family to treat Moria. It must be said that professional doctors are much better than temporary doctors. Whether it is the treatment method or the bandaging technique, it is better than the ship doctor on Moria's ship. Seeing this high-tech appearance, the ship doctor on Moria's ship automatically became his younger brother and helped him. It was not until the bandaging was completed that Moria found that the doctor who treated him had changed. Who are you? Moria asked. I am a doctor from the Drum Kingdom. I was auctioned here at a high price and became a doctor here. I don't know how my family is doing. After saying that, the doctor fell into painful memories. Yes, now the Drum Kingdom is under the rule of that bastard king, and many excellent doctors have been lost. That is, doctors are often captured by slave ships and auctioned to major forces at high prices. Should I pick up a leak now? Just as Moria was thinking about this, the voice of the old swordsman came from a distance. The old swordsman came from afar, followed by Kane, but Kane seemed to be injured, with bandages wrapped around his body. Captain, Kane seems to have discovered the treasure house of the Gilson family, but it seems the old swordsman was interrupted by Moria before he finished speaking. What, treasure house? Come on, take me to see it. He pulled the old swordsman and Kane back. Did you send someone to guard it? It's really unsafe. What if it's stolen by others? How much treasure is there? Jiao Lao, let's go. Along the way, Moria kept chattering, his feet were full of wind, and he was eager to see the treasure house. The old swordsman looked puzzled. Why did the captain change? And Kane behind him also looked like he wanted to say something but stopped. In a temporary house, Moria's men sat in a circle, listening to Moria's speech. This time, in the attack on the Jelson family, our Moria pirates won a great victory. When everyone heard Moria's words, they cheered. Oh, now let Jialao introduce the harvest this time in detail. After Moria finished speaking, he nodded to the old swordsman. This time, we harvested a lot of things from the Gilson family's treasure house. There are many supplies in it, mainly various weapons, sea stone, and a lot of shipbuilding wood. At the same time, in the Gilson family's treasure house, In the Gilson family's treasure house, Moria harvested a lot of supplies. It was really lucky to see these things. There was actually not much cash and treasure in the treasure house, but there were all kinds of supplies. This really surprised Moria. He didn't expect there were so many things in it. Roughly estimated, these goods add up to 2 billion Baileys. Moria just got about 2 billion Baileys of treasure on the Sabayati archipelago, but it is far less shocking than the Gilson family's treasure house. Densely packed weapons, various guns and ammunition, wood, sea stone, minerals, food, and experimental equipment. Many of these things may not be available for purchase. If you really want to compare, Moria will definitely use the 2 billion Baileys he got to exchange for these 2 billion Baileys of supplies. Hey, hee. Now, I, Moria, can be regarded as one of the richest people. I have to admire the wealth of the Hill Chamber of Commerce. According to the Gilson family's men, this was looted from a transport ship, but it seemed that there was no resistance at all at the time, and the ship was directly towed back. It can be known that the collected supplies should have been given by the cheap father, in order to give him some help. However, now all of them are cheap for Moria. Hill Chamber of Commerce is spread all over the Grand Line and the Four Seas. It can be imagined that there are so many materials on this route. There are 7 Grand Lines in total. Adding the various shops in the vast Four Seas, if you add them together, there must be at least 20 billion Baileys. How much wealth is this? I wonder if his cheap boss left her any records to know where the other treasures are hidden? However, even if there are really any, they may have been taken away by the world government long ago. After all, the spies of the world government are already high-level members of Hill Chamber of Commerce, and there must be many spies among them. According to the treasures on the Sabayati archipelago and the gains of the world government this time, it can be imagined that this time the world conquest has obtained unimaginable wealth. Even if the Hill Chamber of Commerce, which is known as the world's largest chamber of commerce, may be richer than some kingdoms, it is definitely a drop in the bucket compared to the world government. As for the power of the Gilson family, there was no setback in the acceptance. Except for those diehards, the others basically did not resist. The little tricks that Moria did at that time still played some role. When taking over the power of the Gilson family, Moria played the recording recorded by the Den Mushi, and that recording was when Moria was fighting with the Knight Captain. In the conversation, Moria exposed the Knight's true face and said the fact that he poisoned the captain. Although pirates are rampant on the sea, burning, killing, looting, and doing all kinds of evil, if they face the internal part of the pirate group, they will attack their own captain. Although this kind of thing has happened, if it is spread out, the reputation is still not good. In fact, the Gilson family is divided into 2 forces. One is the direct loyal Gilson family, very loyal to their family, and the other force is the confidant of the Knight Captain. When the Gilson family was created, the Knight was saved by Gilson, and then he felt grateful for saving his life and created the Gilson family together. As an elder, he co-founded the Gilson family. It can be said that although Jianshen received the best education in the Hill Chamber of Commerce since he was a child, that was only to constantly train himself and improve his strength. Even if the Hill Chamber of Commerce is good at business, Jianshen has never left the headquarters for protection for so many years, and has not personally practiced it. Theoretical knowledge is very good, but in actual operation, it is not like that. Alas, this knight is very handy in dealing with this aspect, so the Gilson family, in fact, was largely established by this knight. Of course, Gilson is not ignorant, but he is not as smart as this knight. He has been influenced by his ears and eyes since he was a child, and his management ability is also good. Therefore, although the knight has a high prestige in the defense, the position of the head of the Gilson family is still his own, not to mention that he controls the purse. You can't lose anything, you can't lose the purse. After all, you are a person who came out of the Hill Chamber of Commerce. If you are not smart, how can you get the title of the world's largest chamber of commerce? Normally, the Shenzhen Chamber of Commerce was very united, it was just a matter of who had more prestige. But this time, the recording in Moria's hand directly made the Gilson family give up resistance. This kind of thing was not fair at all. Not to mention that Moria showed Gilson's wounds to everyone, confirming that it was the spear that killed him, and then put the crime of killing Gilson on the knight. Although Moria himself had a shadow horn gun, Moria did not use it when fighting with the knight. Using a gun in front of someone who is good at spearmanship, isn't it asking for trouble? Therefore, these people from the Gilson family thought that it was the long spear that killed Gilson. Coupled with the powerful strength shown by Moria, many people surrendered. There are also those who are stubborn and have ulterior motives. Moria is not so polite. After all, it is impossible to let any unstable factors exist in his own internal affairs. Moria does not want to leave troubles like the Hill Chamber of Commerce. After taking over the power of the Gilson family, Moria also eliminated some people, some sneaky and some bad-tempered, and did all kinds of evil. Finally, on the terrifying three-mast ship, Moria only accepted 1/3 of the Gilson family. The remaining 2/3 were either those stubborn people, or they escaped in the chaos, or they were dismissed by Moria. As for the Gilson family's intelligence base on the Grand Line, in order to prevent exposure, this is a single-line contact, and only Gilson knows the list. Moria has not found where this list went. And even if you find it, people may not listen to you. After all, the people sent out are still carefully selected and may not be convinced by Moria. In order to win people's hearts, Moria collected all the bodies, cremated them together, and then let those Gilson family members take their ashes and scatter them in the sea, which can be regarded as letting them rest in peace in the sea. After all, in the pirate world, if a pirate dies in battle, no one will do this. At most, the body will be thrown into the sea and become food for the Sea King. With the addition of these people, the speed of clearing the ruins immediately accelerated a lot. Soon, 10 days passed, and all the pirates in the Magic Triangle arrived on the terrifying three-mast sailing ship. Looking at the large number of captains with different shapes, Moria was still surprised. He did not expect that there were so many pirates in this magical triangle area. With so many people added up, there were actually 5,000 or 6,000 people. Roger really created the era of great pirates. You know, when Moria first came to the Magic Triangle, he didn't see anyone. Despite the large number of people, Moria did not have stage fright. After all, Moria was in charge of more than 10,000 people before. The number was far more than this, and in terms of strength, he was more powerful than these people. He. First of all, welcome everyone to come here as scheduled. I would like to welcome everyone here first. Moria looked at the number of people and said, I'm not talking nonsense. First of all, our Moria pirates replaced the previous Gilson family and became the new masters of the Magic Triangle. So, if you want to continue to survive in the Magic Triangle, you must obey the orders of our Moria pirates. Once we have a mission, we must obey it unconditionally, otherwise, you know what will happen. Moria released his momentum and looked at everyone. Everyone who had been whispering just now felt a deadly threat, and the conference room fell silent instantly. If no one objects, then I will acquiesce in public and recognize the dominance of our Moria pirates. I hope that everyone will not refuse our orders in the future. Moria looked at the quiet conference room and said, the second thing is about everyone's monthly tribute. As far as I know, the Gilson family asks everyone to turn in 200,000 Baileys of treasure every month. Our Moria pirates, every month, all you need to do is hand over 100,000 Baileys. What do you think about starting this month? After Moria finished speaking, he looked at everyone present. The captains of the various pirate groups in the conference room started talking one after another after hearing this sentence. I agree, thank you Lord Moria for helping us. Yes. I like it. Yes. In this way, we can relax a little. Very good, it seems that no one objects to it. Moria said, then this matter is settled. Everyone must hand over 100,000 belly every month. The next thing is the difference between our Moria pirates. Our Moria pirates will introduce a mission system. Each mission ranges from a few mission points to hundreds of mission points. As for everyone present, each pirate team must complete 100 missions every month. Basic tasks of mission points. If it's not completed, don't blame us for being ruthless. Of course, these 100 mission points must be nothing to you. More importantly, this mission point can be exchanged for things. 100 mission points can be exchanged for 10,000 Baileys. If you have extra mission points, you can exchange them for Baileys or other things. In short, we won't let everyone suffer. As soon as Moria finished speaking, the captains in the conference room began to discuss among themselves. When everyone heard the new mission points proposed by Moria, they couldn't help but feel novel and very curious about this new system. There were those who were in favor of this kind of thing, and there were those who were against it. In short, it became lively all of a sudden. Moria didn't stop them, leaving them to argue. This mission system was introduced by Moria. At first, the old swordsman was also very curious about this system. After all, it is still very rare for pirates to implement this kind of system. But after reading it, the old swordsman felt that this was actually similar to the Navy's military-industrial system, except that the Navy's promotions were turned into mission points. Yes, the Navy also has a similar reward system. Otherwise, how could such a large Navy be managed by individuals? A complete system must be established to avoid trouble. As for pirates, it is not that there is no such incentive system. For example, if a large pirate group completes its mission outstandingly, the captain will also reward it. However, the system is not so perfect and is relatively rough. In fact, the vast majority of pirate groups basically do not have this system. First, because they are relatively small in scale, usually only dozens or hundreds of people. Pirate groups with more than 1,000 people are already very few. Secondly, because pirates rely on strength to speak, like the Navy, there is no requirement for promotion. As for treasure, reputation, and status, these are all obtained by strength. The stronger you are, the more you will naturally get. There is no need for this kind of incentive system. Strength is the best passport. As long as you have strong strength, everything else will follow. Moria discovered that ordinary people in the pirate world did not seem to value knowledge very much. Basically, as long as they could recognize words, other things were not taken seriously at all. Regarding science and technology, except for places with a strong academic atmosphere like O'Hara, I didn't see any schools, but it happened that everyone basically knew how to read and could read the words in the newspaper. Moria had asked his subordinates before why they could read without reading books, and the answer was that they could read by seeing others read. What a strong reason. In the world of One Piece, is everyone a top student? But everyone's answer was basically the same, which made Moria confused. However, in retrospect, Moria himself seemed to know the words in this way. No one taught him, but he heard others read newspapers and saw a lot, and basically knew all the words on the newspapers. For this matter, Moria could only attribute it to the special physique of the world of pirates. Ordinary people jumped from the third or fourth floor, and at most lay in bed for a few days, and then jumped up and down again. Moria thought, since the physical fitness is so good, the brain should be more developed, and it is not surprising that they can recognize words. In the world of pirates, you can see many gyms that teach swordsmanship and physical skills, but rarely libraries. Although people here are very smart, their knowledge is indeed very poor. Just like Nami, who has an unparalleled talent as a navigator, she has mastered all kinds of navigation knowledge completely through self-study. It was not until later that she systematically learned all kinds of navigation knowledge on the small Sky Island. Books are very expensive and the channels are limited. Most people will not take the initiative to buy books. The world government seems to deliberately suppress the development of civilian science and technology, but it spends a lot of effort to study it. In short, this is a very strange world. There is the most primitive social system, slavery, but there are the most advanced science and technology, bloodline factors, and modified people. The purpose of this task system promulgated by Moria is to dig out people from all walks of life and use them for themselves. In the task, there are many tasks about one skill, such as planting, navigator, shipworker, etc., which are not valued in the pirate world. At the same time, there is an infinite task, which is to collect medical books, unlimited acquisitions, and a large number of task points to collect doctors. Moria does not want precious materials such as Yuanko to rot in his hands. Although science and technology are not valued in the pirate world due to the strong personal strength, Moria thinks that knowledge is still very important. Don't you know? In the pirate world, Whitebeard has to rely on drips every day in his 70s, and you look at Sengoku and Garp, who are basically the same age as Whitebeard, who are not alive and kicking. Without advanced medical technology, how can it be possible to achieve this level? Moria does not think that he can do well in all fields and catch up with the research pace of the world government, but in terms of medical care, Moria must strive to do the best, not to say surpass the world government, but at least to achieve. Except for the world government navy, Moria has the highest medical level. Looking at Moria's back, each of the 30 or 40 pirate captains present behaved differently. Some pirate captains took up their weapons and left with Moria without saying a word. But there are only a handful of such captains, but most of them lower their heads and dare not speak. After Moria left, there were only 4 pirate captains who caught up with Moria. Among the 40 or 50 pirate captains, only such a few had the courage to follow. Moria was really disappointed. However, after thinking about it, if this is a good thing, at least in this way, Moria does not need to spend so much effort, and it saves some trouble to assess these people one by one. In fact, this is no wonder Moria. Now the first half of the Grand Line has become a more terrifying place than the New World. The Navy retreated from the New World. Due to the surgery for aging, the Navy was severely suppressed. The 5 old stars forced the implementation of the Shishibukai system. In short, the current Navy is a powder keg. If the internal emotions are not vented, then sooner or later it will cause major disasters. Accident. The Great Route Cleaning Plan was launched in this way. The Lieutenant General directly led the naval fleet to carry out free sweeps on the 7 routes in the first half of the Great Route. Suddenly, the pirates in the first half of the Grand Line suffered a disaster. Facing the pirates who have just gone to sea, pirates with a bounty of over 100 million in the first half are already rare. Facing the Navy elites who have returned from the New World, although they have no power to fight back, for a while, let people saw the power of the Navy again. At the same time, by doing this, Sengoku expressed his dissatisfaction with the world government to a certain extent. While the Navy was encircling and suppressing pirates, it was also cleaning up various kingdoms within itself and around the world. In the New World, the Navy is its elite. This is a battlefield where death is often accompanied. There is absolute loyalty to the Navy. Therefore, the world government does not have much say. However, there are countless naval personnel in various bases along the Grand Line, and since the sky is high and the Emperor is far away, there is naturally some corruption in the Navy, and some have been bribed by the world government. Through this event, those corrupt and bribed naval officers were directly imprisoned. At the same time, some illegal activities in underground forces were cleaned up, and all the funds obtained were used to make up for the lack of military spending. In this way, it not only improves the prestige of the Navy, but also solves the Navy's military expenditure problem. But in doing so, the Navy has affected the interests of many people. Franchise countries, mafia forces from all over the world, as well as senior officials and CP organizations within the world government, all forces hate this behavior, but they have no choice but to swallow it, break their teeth and swallow it in their stomachs. Wulaoxing is also filled with hatred. Many of the world government's funding channels have been taken away by the Navy, but he is embarrassed to speak. First, the Navy is arresting pirates and defending justice, but you asked him to stop arresting them. Pirate, doesn't this mean that you and the pirates are colluding with each other? Second, the current Navy is a powder keg. Anyone who dares to bump into it will face severe revenge from the Navy. Those forces that think they are smart will be directly wiped out by the Navy. But if the Navy is allowed to act like this, it is not an option. Over the past few days, Wulaoxing has heard many complaints from his subordinates about the Navy, and all kinds of reporting materials have almost piled up. Although it was heartbreaking, the 5 old stars did not stop it. In a sense, the Navy's actions also helped the world government to severely frighten its subordinates and the participating countries. Over the years, some officials have used their power to do evil and harm the world. The government's image has had a very bad impact. If the Navy does this, it will also be beneficial to the world government. Therefore, in this weird atmosphere, the Navy is busy catching pirates and ransacking homes, while the world government, on the other hand, allows the phone bugs below to ring nonstop, but remains unmoved and pretends that nothing happened. Look. The Warring States period was also a man of old age, and he knew deep down that he could not continue like this, so half a month later, he began to gradually recall all the navies, and Lieutenant General Mayer was also preparing to return to the Navy headquarters, and happened to pass by the magic triangle. I was repairing in the base next to me and felt the aftermath of the battle inside, so I came with the Navy in the base to encircle and suppress them. Bang, bang bang kill, destroy the pirates. Moria looked at the Navy that rushed onto the terrifying 3-mast sailboat. It was indeed very impressive. The pirates who came to the meeting immediately ran away like frightened birds as soon as they saw the Navy coming. Except for a few pirates, those who rose up to resist were basically Moria's men and the newly recovered Gilson family members. Having seen the big scene, Moria had no interest in watching this kind of battle. The old swordsman was also very smart and did not take any action. He just directed the new recruits to use these naval forces for military training. The 4 pirate captains who followed saw Moria stop and stop too. Go and fight with your companions. If you prove yourself, then you can temporarily join my pirate group instead of being a vassal. Hearing Moria's words, the 4 captains were very excited and rushed down to find their own crew members and fight with the Navy. During these days, the pirates on the Grand Line have been encircled and suppressed by the Navy, and the Navy has become their nightmare. These 4 people also hid in Tibet before arriving at the magic triangle. Although they failed, they were unwilling to give up because they knew this was an opportunity. Captain, is this your new member? The old swordsman came to Moria's side and asked. He. Yes. Because there is something called ambition in their eyes, Moria replied. Captain, aren't you afraid that their strength is not up to their ambition? The old swordsman said. If you don't even dare to think about it, why go out to sea? He. The real boss is here, I'll go meet him. Moria looked in the direction of the Navy, took out his double swords, and walked towards the Vice Admiral of the Navy. This Vice Admiral looked very young, and didn't look like he was 30 years old. Moria was surprised. Is this the new seed of the Admiral cultivated by the Navy? It's incredible that he has the rank of Lieutenant General at such a young age. But judging from the reaction of the observation hacky, it's only the level of a peak Major General, barely reaching the passing line of a Lieutenant General. How did he get the rank of Lieutenant General? Unless this guy's observation hacky is far superior to his own, Moria's observation hacky will not be able to sense his true strength. Ding! After Moria's double swords fought against the sword of the Navy Vice Admiral for several rounds, Moria was sure that this guy only had the strength of a peak Major General and could not reach the level of a Vice Admiral. Moria looked around again. There were no elite troops among the Navy soldiers. These soldiers were all from the base, and the Major General seemed to be indifferent to the Vice Admiral. Hiss! It seemed that he had discovered something. This guy was a second-generation official. Moria's eyes stared at the Vice Admiral of the Navy back and forth, making the Vice Admiral feel very disgusted and quickly distanced himself. Tisk tisk tisk. Damn second generation. You are really born at the end of others. What? The admiral didn't know what Moria meant. But from his eyes, he knew that Moria despised him. Damn it, a pirate dares to ignore me. Moria's contemptuous look completely angered the admiral. He took his sword and kept slashing at Moria. Looking at the admiral who was attacking crazily, Moria did not retreat. He held the double swords in both hands and had a swordsman duel. Although the strength of this admiral was not very good, he was also a real swordsman. Facing Moria, a swordsman with a lot of water, he still had an overwhelming advantage. Moria was defeated step by step, and his body was cut in several places by the opponent's slash, looking very embarrassed. But Moria still used his swordsmanship to fight, without using his devil fruit ability. If Moria's own strength was not higher than that of the admiral, I'm afraid he would have been unable to hold on. Bang bang dang dang, the two fought back and forth with swordsmanship for hundreds of times. Moria's body was covered with scars and his clothes were tattered, but Moria's eyes were shining. After a short pause, he began to attack. On the other side, the situation of the Vice Admiral of the Navy seemed to be much better than Moria. Although some places on his clothes were cut, there were far fewer wounds. There were only 2 wounds on his body, and he was breathing slightly. Moria's men had seen Moria's previous attacks, so they naturally knew Moria's strength. Doing this was the captain honing his swordsmanship, but others didn't think so. The Navy side, looking at Moria's embarrassed appearance, shouted, "You are worthy of being the Vice Admiral. Kill, destroy the pirates." The Vice Admiral of the Navy resisted Moria's swordsmanship attack. Although in the eyes of Vice Admiral Meyer, Moria's attack was very clumsy, but at every critical moment, Moria used his physical skills to avoid the fatal blow, and then continued to fight with swordsmanship. Ding! After the second fight, many beads of sweat appeared on Vice Admiral Mayer's forehead, and he was already panting. Although Moria had more wounds and his clothes were more tattered, he was still alive and kicking. He took advantage of the moment when Vice Admiral Mayle was taking a breath to launch an attack. Another fierce fight. Hiss, damn it. Vice Admiral Mayle had 5 more wounds on his body, and one was particularly serious, which had injured the bone and blood was gushing out. Although Moria had more wounds, Vice Admiral Mayle was no longer happy at this time. It can be clearly felt that the gap between the two is constantly narrowing. Before, Moria might have to suffer 454 attacks to leave a wound on the opponent, but now, this ratio has been reduced to less than 1/10, which means that Moria has made great progress. Coupled with Moria's own recovery ability and the help of the remaining life energy, now, it is the Navy that has fallen behind. No, we must fight quickly. One sword flow heavenly gang slash. Looking at the opponent's all-out effort, Moria knew that it was time to end this battle. Although he had a lot of blood now, he couldn't stand being chopped down like this. He didn't have such a perverted recovery ability. Secret blood all over the world. This was the skill of the blood knife at that time. After so many days, Moria also mastered this move. Moreover, Moria's strength is now much higher than that of the blood knife at that time. Although Moria has not reached the level of a swordsman, the power of the moves he used is already comparable to that of the blood knife at that time, and in terms of strength, it is even better. Bang! After the last round of fighting, the result came out. The two fell down at the same time. This fight can be regarded as a draw. Moria, lying on the ground, smiled happily. Finally, his swordsmanship can also be used. After this fight, Moria felt that his swordsmanship has reached a higher level. Those digested swordsmanship skills can finally be applied skillfully, instead of using them, always feeling that something is missing. The Vice Admiral on the other side was completely unconscious, and there was a very scary scar on his chest, almost disemboweled, very dangerous. It was this scar that made the Vice Admiral faint. The result of this battle, based on the status of the two, was obvious, and Moria was slightly better in the end. Although Moria was also seriously injured, relatively speaking, Moria was less injured in the last big move collision. It was not a problem of swordsmanship, but a problem of combat experience. No matter what, Moria had fought all the way on the sea, and had experienced far more battles than this Vice Admiral. But this Vice Admiral was different. Although he had received the most complete training since childhood, whether it was teachers or various resources, it was unimaginable for others. And Vice Admiral Meyer lived up to expectations and showed extraordinary talent since childhood. Among people of the same age, he was already a genius. Although Moria thinks that this Vice Admiral is just in name only and looks down on him a little, he can actually be considered a genius. At the age of 25, he has basically reached the level of a Vice Admiral. If all goes well in the future, he has a certain chance of becoming an Admiral. It is because of his strong strength and extraordinary talent that he is worth cultivating, so Jean Guo agreed to let this mayor become a Vice Admiral of the Navy. Otherwise, it is impossible for him to become a Vice Admiral of the Navy at such a young age. After the two fell, the Navy and Moria's men rescued them respectively. For safety reasons, the leading base commander announced that the troops began to retreat. Although he looked down on this Vice Admiral who came from behind, if he died here, he would be implicated to a certain extent, and the battle with Moria also made the base commander recognize this vice admiral to a certain extent. At least, he did not live up to the identity of the Navy. The next day, Moria, who was covered with bandages, woke up from the bed. This was a rare lazy sleep for Moria. He was awakened by the training sound outside. Looking at the soldiers in training, Moria felt very happy and proud. These are all my men of Moria. Here will be Moria's new beginning. Just as Moria was watching everyone training, a harsh voice broke the beauty of the early morning. Lord Moria, it's bad. It's bad. Navy Admiral Aokiji is here. Moria, who was still ambitious just now, almost vomited blood when he heard the news. No way. Is it so unlucky? Did you use up all your luck in the Sabayati archipelago? Moria hurriedly used the power of the devil fruit, riding on the bat cloud, and rushed towards Aokiji. On the side of the horror three-mast sailboat, Moria's men gathered together, all holding weapons nervously, looking at Aokiji with a vigilant look, and everyone surrounded Aokiji inside and outside. However, even so, it could not relieve the tension and panic in the hearts of the people. Some people had sweat on their heads, and their hands holding weapons were trembling slightly. There was no way to hold the weapons steadily. No one dared to move, let alone take the initiative to shoot. Aokiji looked at these people, but did not do anything. He just looked around curiously. This was the first time that Aokiji came to such a place, and this kind of large ship comparable to an island was also the first time that Aokiji saw it. I just don't know how it was built. Everything here is very new to relatives. If it weren't for the mission, Aokiji didn't know that there was another place like this in the first half of the Grand Line. Just as Aokiji kept looking around, he suddenly felt something and looked up. Mariah is here. Looking at the man in front of him, Mariah had to be cautious and let his men stay away. If they really started fighting, staying here would only be a hindrance and would be useless. If they came here specifically to catch me, they shouldn't have sent out a general. Mariah said to Aokiji, Mariah, shouldn't have such a big face that the general would come here specially. It seems that I guessed wrong. I came here specifically for you, Mariah. Aokiji looked at Mariah and said, but don't be so nervous. Mariah became more nervous when he heard what Aokiji said. As for what Aokiji said about not being nervous, who would believe such words? Seeing Mariah like this, Aokiji didn't explain anything, but slowly took out a letter and a den mushi from his clothes and handed them to Mariah. When Mariah saw this, he knew what Aokiji came here for, and invited Mariah to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The 7 warlords of the sea system was only proposed not long ago. The current 7 warlords of the sea are not yet full, and the Navy is still looking for suitable personnel. They sent Moria in person this time, which means that among the many pirates, the world government chose Moria. Faced with this matter, Moria was not too surprised. After all, Moria was one of the 7 warlords of the sea in the original work, and this matter was still within Moria's expectations. Open the envelope, and the conditions for becoming a 7 warlords of the sea are written inside. It is nothing more than allowing pirates to plunder legally and obey the command of the world government when necessary, plus some frameworks, which constitute the 7 warlords of the sea agreement. As for this den mushi, it should be the den mushi that can contact Sengoku. Beiji, Moses, this is Sengoku. Moria answered the den mushi, hey he. This is actually true. How could such a good thing happen to me? Marshal Sengoku. Moria said, and you sent Aokiji here. If he doesn't agree, he will come to kill people. You are really a wise general. On the other side, in the marshal's office in Marineford, the headquarters of the Navy, Sengoku heard the voice on the phone and knew that Aokiji had arrived at Moria. However, this Moria seems to be different from the previous Moria, and has become a little smarter. It seems that after the battle with Kaido, he has made some progress. Everything is for justice, you scum of the sea. I believe you also know about the 7 warlords of the sea. Now, I formally invite you to become a 7 warlord of the sea and accept the jurisdiction of the world government. Moria, now I am going to do something under the order of the Navy Admiral. You want. Before Sengoku finished speaking, Mariah yelled at Sengoku, asshole, what do you think of me, Sengoku? I am not your subordinate, let alone your servant. So, do you need to give up your position as a 7 warlord of the sea? On the other side of the den mushi, Sengoku ignored Mariah's roar and spoke calmly into the phone. No, I just want to say that the introduction of the Shishibukai system is actually a compromise and concession by the Navy to pirates. Your Navy is the loser. Marshal Sengoku, it should be your Navy that is in a mess now. How about it? It's not easy to be a marshal in the era of pirates. Moria retorted to den mushi, what's more, it is clearly written here that the Shishibukai must obey the orders of the world government during special periods, but not the orders of your Navy. Marshal Sengoku, asshole, you dare to be so arrogant. In the office of the Navy headquarters, Sengoku was so angry that he slammed the table. He hated Moria's behavior of rubbing salt into the wound. However, it must be said that what Moria said was true. In recent days, the Navy has been troubled by internal and external troubles. The world government has been suppressing it, and some generals are ready to move. Moreover, the tragic defeat of the New World Navy has directly triggered a wave of pirates. People from all over the world have gone to sea, which has put the current Navy under severe test. In fact, there is more than that. Because of the anti-aging surgery, the Navy has been missing 5 years of young elites for a long time. This is a bigger blow to the Navy than any other. But this matter cannot be made public, and the pain can only be silently endured. But when I think about it, Moria is changing the subject, and then I get angry, so I can negotiate a better price. Moria doesn't want to be a Shishibukai, but still wants some benefits. It seems that after being split open by Kaido, Moria's head has become much brighter than before, and it is simply enlightened. But what Sengoku doesn't know is that Moria has changed his soul. Don't deliberately change the subject, you must complete this matter. There are no conditions. Either become a Shishibukai and complete this task, or just stay in the city of Push. Sengoku's very arrogant words came from the phone, and then he hung up directly. After listening to this, Moria complained, "You are the admiral of the Navy after all, can you have some dignity? It's really unreasonable." Moria was complaining about Sengoku's shamelessness, when he suddenly felt a chill all over his body and saw that Aokiji was ready to fight. "Okay, you are all big guys, I agree, is it okay if I agree?" Seeing Moria signing the 7 Warlords Treaty readily, Aokiji put the treaty away with satisfaction. "Welcome to become a 7 Warlords. The Den Den Mushi in your hand is used for communication, keep it safe." The news of becoming a 7 Warlords will be published in the newspaper tomorrow. The most important thing is to complete this task. Aokiji took out another piece of paper from his clothes and handed it to Moria. Then he turned around and rode away on his bicycle. Just when Moria was still in a daze, Aokiji's voice came from the sea again. "Ice Age." In an instant, thick ice formed on the sea, and the entire terrifying 3-mast sailing ship was frozen. This is a threat, a naked threat. No wonder Moria was so afraid of the Navy in the original work. It turned out that this was the time that left a shadow. Others were all said in a nice voice by the Vice Admiral of the Navy, but when it came to Moria, it was simply frightening. "Okay? Become stronger, only by becoming stronger can you have more say." Never, never, the kind of thing in the original work will happen again, and Moria will not allow such a thing today to happen again in the future. Although Maria's process of becoming a Shishibukai was not very good, after becoming a Shishibukai, it must be said that Shishibukai is still very good. Perhaps some people say that Shishibukai are just running dogs working for the world government, and pirates look down on Shishibukai, but that depends on who they are. For big pirates like Kaido, Whitebeard naturally look down on the position of Shishibukai, but most pirates, although they say they look down on it, Mariah said that he works for the world government and is not worthy of being a pirate, but they must be envious in their hearts. This is equivalent to scolding others as scumbags and rich second generations, but envy to death in the heart. "Nima, it smells so good." Mariah couldn't help but smile when he saw the headlines of himself becoming Shishibukai. "Now, I can be considered a figure on this sea change. From now on, I will not be as unknown as in the original work, collecting corpses behind closed doors. It would be a waste if the benefits of the title of Shishibukai are not utilized. He. However, the most important thing now is to deal with the ice made by Aokiji." Mariah looked at the vast ice surface and was speechless. Although it is said that this ice will dissolve by itself after a week, Mariah does not want to wait that long. There are still many pirate groups in the Magic Triangle. Some of them did not come to attend Mariah's meeting. Even if they attended Mariah's meeting, those who fled when the Navy attacked may not all obey Mariah's request and leave the Magic Triangle. Now, we must take the opportunity of becoming Shishibukai to sort out the various forces in the Magic Triangle and the surrounding areas, and build a force of our own. After all, he is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, so he can't be too shabby. Among the 7 warlords of the sea, except Hawkeye who is a lone ranger, Jinbei has a fishman, Crocodile has a work company, the Empress is also the ruler of a country, Big Bear is the revolutionary army, and Minga has even more complicated relationships. It's too cheap to hide alone and play with corpses. No wonder no one wants to play with him. It's really a bit embarrassing. Hi. Moria swung out a sword again, cutting the ice on the sea surface, and pieces of ice floated on the sea surface. As Moria continued to swing the sword, the channel expanded again. As the last piece of ice separated from the ice layer, a channel that allowed a ship to pass was opened. This is the result of Moria's hard work for a whole morning. Seeing the route opened, Moria sat down on the ice. All morning, Moria had been using sword energy to open up the channel. Now he felt that his hands were no longer his own. He had no feeling at all and felt like they were going to be useless. Mariah could actually have a better way to open up the channel, but the old swordsman said that he was not going to pursue any power now, but to try to find the best sword-swinging posture and work hard to consolidate his swordsmanship foundation. And through this kind of ice-cutting exercise, he found the most standard and most suitable posture in thousands of sword swingings. It must be said that Mariah has really found some skills now. With the same strength, the power is greater than before. He is still talented, and Mariah is very happy with this progress. But I am afraid that Mariah has forgotten that this kind of ice layer, in Hawkeye's hands, only needs to swing a knife lightly, a small flat attack. Not to mention Mariah here, after the news bird spread the news that Mariah became a Shishibukai to all parts of the world, there were considerable reactions everywhere. In the New World, all the major pirate groups saw this news and despised Mariah in their hearts. After all, the pirates in the New World are very disgusted with the Navy and the world government, and they also have this strength. For them, the Shishibukai quota is dispensable and is very despised. Whether it was Whitebeard or Kaido, they were just surprised when they saw this news, and then they discarded it. For them, this kind of thing was just one more lackey. The title of 7 Warlords of the Sea could not scare them at all. But for the middle and lower level pirates, the 7 Warlords of the Sea is still very attractive. It is a symbol of reputation and strength. For them, being able to get the 7 Warlords of the Sea is already a very good result. The big pirate was just surprised. After seeing this news, he forgot about it after a few days, but the rest of the pirates came to Moria. Moria could become a 7 Warlords of the Sea, so why couldn't they? If Moria was asked to pull down, wouldn't it prove that they were more qualified than Moria? There are also some ambitious pirates who hope to improve their reputation by defeating Moria. In short, Moria will not be at peace in the near future. If even these challengers cannot be defeated, then it proves that Moria is just that. At that time, the world government will not recognize the 7 Warlords of the Sea. After this channel was opened, Moria began to clean up. Although he could still use Aokiji's ice to exercise, Moria didn't have so much time. The most urgent task was to turn the entire magic triangle into a sphere of influence. Under the leadership of the Green Bean Pirates, Moria began to sweep the magic triangle. It is worth mentioning that Moria still values this Green Bean head very much. Although his strength is not very good, this person does have a skill. This mung bean head, called Lington, came from the South China Sea. He was an out-and-out farmer. Due to the oppression of the nobles and the harassment of various pirates, all his family members were killed. Forced to make a living, he eventually went to sea to become a pirate. His family is an ancestral planting family. He has been planting various plants for a living since he was a child. Various rare plants and flowers, or medicinal materials, can be planted very well, so they can be sold at a high price. Therefore, it is also a wealthy family. But unfortunately, he finally became a pirate. Relying on various plant weapons, the Mung Bean pirates have been able to get all the way to today. Otherwise, they would not have been able to survive to this day with their strength. After Moria learned about it, he instantly felt that he had found a talent. So many different kinds of plants, if used well, the power is very good. The plant weapons used by this Lington are actually similar to those of Usopp and the Straw Hat Pirates, such as the plant that can grow instantly. Of course, there are some that Moria has never seen, such as the flame flower, which can directly spray flames, but this kind of plant needs to be planted for a long time and has a long growth cycle. There were many other plant seeds, which opened Moria's eyes. Then, Moria asked him to become his subordinate and serve him, and asked him to make a plan to see what kind of plants were suitable for growing on the Horror 3-mast ship. Under the leadership of the Green Bean Pirates, Moria soon met other pirate groups, without any courtesy, and if they did not obey, they would be sunk. In order to improve everyone's enthusiasm, Moria directly held a competition. Whoever won the first place would be the vice-captain of the first team. At the same time, Moria also set rewards for the top 3. The first place was rewarded with 500 mission points, the second place was rewarded with 300 mission points, and the third place was rewarded with 100 mission points. Don't underestimate this mission point. The current mission point is still very valuable. Since all those pirate groups ran away, Moria did not require the new members to hand in 100,000 Baileys every month, but settled with mission points. Whether it was those brought back from the New World or the new members, Moria uniformly required everyone to complete at least 100 mission points every month. No matter who it was, they had to complete it, including Moria himself. Because Moria didn't want his men to be lifeless, arranging mission points was to make everyone move, and at the same time give people the motivation to move forward, so that his team could continue to improve. If there are 100 task points per month, the requirements are still very low. Even if it is miscellaneous work, such as helping to repair the ship and transforming the terrifying 3-mast sailing ship, there are 20 task points a day, and those with special skills can get more. As for the combat troops, as long as they kill an ordinary pirate, they can get 100 task points. If they kill a pirate with a bounty, they will be given task points according to the size of the bounty. The more bounties, the more task points. Task points are very useful. After all, in the task hall in the fairy world, 100 task points can let Moria guide their own training. Although it only takes one day, the gains are still great. There are many other good things in the hall, such as guiding the practice of observation haki, armed haki, or swordsmanship, and can also exchange devil fruits or famous swords, etc. Of course, The number of task points required for these things is not a small number, and Moria plans to come up with a hierarchical system, with the lowest level, which means at least 100 task points per month. For level 2, at least 200 mission points must be completed every month. For level 3, 400 mission points must be completed every month, and so on. The higher the level, the more mission points must be completed every month. Now, Moria has classified himself as level 7, and he must complete 6,400 mission points every month. Most of his subordinates are level 1 and 2, a few are level 3, a few are level 4, and there is no level 5. For level 6, there is only the old swordsman for the time being. The level is reflected in the exchange of mission points. If you want to exchange for domineering training or devil fruits, you must reach level 5. Now, none of Moria's subordinates have reached this level. It's not that Moria doesn't want to open the level limit, but every time you reach a level, you must have corresponding strength, but now, the strength is still too weak. Even if you give these things to them, it's not much use. In the future, Moria will continue to improve this level. At the highest, Moria plans to upgrade to level 10. Level 1, Ordinary Navy Soldiers, level 2 and 3, corresponding to the combat power of the Navy Lieutenant level. Level 4, has the strength of Brigadier General. Level 5, has the strength of Major General, and level 6, has the strength of Ordinary Navy Vice Admiral. Level 7, the strength of Elite Vice Admiral. Level 8, Alternate Admiral level, with the strength of Brigadier General. Level 9, officially step into the Admiral. Level 10, is the legendary level, such as Rox, Roger, Garp. These things are arduous and long, but I believe that in the future, there will definitely be more and more people who will reach a higher level. As for why Moria rated the old swordsman as level 6, it is because when he was young, the old swordsman had the level of a peak swordsman, reaching the level of an elite vice admiral. Although his strength has declined a lot now, Moria recently gave the old swordsman Yuan, and his body has recovered a lot. In addition, with Cain as a disciple, he has let go of a lot of mentality, and his strength has slowly recovered to the level of a vice admiral. When Moria took out the Yuan, the old swordsman was still very shocked. He didn't expect that there was such a thing in the world. He told Moria that this thing must be protected and not let others know. Moria certainly knew, and secretly took the old swordsman to Lington to take a look at this mysterious Yuanko. The old swordsman was surprised and strongly asked Moria to do a good job of protection. After this time, in addition to training those young people, the old swordsman often came to Lington to see the cultivation of Yuanko. So, everyone can often see that Lao Jian is often squatting on the ground with a book in his arms after training, and he doesn't know what he is doing. About a week later, the reorganization of Moria's forces was completed. The reorganized pirate group became more orderly and everyone became busier. Everyone has their own things. Even those who are lazy by nature must complete the most basic tasks every month, otherwise they will be punished. And more people hope that they have more task points, so that they can use these task points to exchange for what they want. On Moria's thriller bark, mission points are equivalent to Bailey, but more important than Bailey. Looking at the people coming and going in the hall, Moria couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Everyone was talking about how many mission points they had obtained and what they were going to exchange for. Everyone was very motivated. Moreover, since Moria became one of the 7 warlords of the sea, there are obviously more pirates coming to the Magic Triangle than before, and they are all coming for Moria. In this way, it is easier to earn mission points. The ship doctor on each pirate ship is worth at least 200 mission points. In addition to the pirates killed, you can easily get hundreds of mission points in one trip. In order to deal with the pirates who continue to pour into the Magic Triangle, Moria has built 3 lines of defense in the Magic Triangle. They are all artillery formations composed of 10 ships connected in series. Moria requires each artillery formation to kill pirates as much as possible, but never engage in boarding battles with opponents. Once the opponent's pirate ship approaches, just give way and let them in. Although the individual strength in the pirate world is very strong, the large number of shells is still very difficult for ordinary pirates to deal with unless they are strong people with absolutely overwhelming strength. So these 3 lines of defense have sunk countless pirates in the past few days. The pirate groups that can finally reach the terrifying 3-mast ship are very few. Although there are few people, these people are all strong. Facing Moria's team, they are not inferior in the battle. During this period, Moria rarely took action. Most of the time, he let his men go to hone their skills. Except for those who are really strong, he took action to suppress them. In this way, Moria waited for the opportunity to work hard. Facing so many challenges, they were basically solved by his men. In the process, Moria also subdued a lot of pirates with some potential, and the power of his men was also expanded. Now Moria's daily life is to train in the morning during the day to digest the shadow of the night commander, and to guide his men and inspect the work in the afternoon. Go to the prison at night and use the observation color to see which pirates have certain potential and subdue a few brothers. In this way, after about a month, Moria's reputation gradually spread. People who came to challenge Moria basically never came back. Everyone gradually recognized Moriya's position in the Shishibukai and did not dare to go again. It's easy to provoke Moriya. During this period, Moriya also took action 5 times. These people were all very powerful pirates. Some rely on devil fruit abilities, while others rely on their own physical skills. At first, Moriya was very excited, because the more people like this, the stronger he is, and he can have this kind of strength in the first half of the Great Route, break through layers of defenses, and then be able to defeat Moriya. Subordinate, this shows that this person has a very strong talent. If he can harness it for his own use, he will undoubtedly be a very good subordinate. It's a pity that powerful people have their own arrogance and will not give in to others easily. Even if Moriya defeated him, put him in prison, and even used some punishment, he still couldn't subdue him and make him his subordinate. But Moriya has not accumulated these relatively powerful people. Whether he digests their shadows, improves his strength, or uses them as materials for making zombies, they are all rare materials. As for the captured pirates, they were all put in prison. But as time went by, the prison on the terrifying 3-mast ship was no longer enough, so Moriya put handcuffs and shackles on everyone as free labor. Although these people are not very outstanding in strength, they are large in number and they are all very good labor force. And there are also some people with outstanding potential among them. After inspecting them for a period of time, Moriya selected some pirates with better conduct among them to join his pirate group. What Moriya didn't expect was that during this period, among the pirates who came to challenge, there were actually pirates from the New World. Although these people could call the shots in the first half of the Grand Line, when Moriya saw these people, he thought they could have a happy fight, but it turned out that most of them were the kind of pirates who had a superficial appearance and had already lost their ability. With their aggressive spirit and the fact that most of them suffered huge damage, Moriya defeated them without much effort. Even once, while inspecting the prison, his subordinates pointed at a large group of imprisoned pirates and said to Moriya, "All of these are said to be pirates from the New World." It's so funny that the pirates of the New World were caught directly at the second artillery line of defense. Moriya felt its aura with the color of seeing and hearing. It is true that the original strength was not weak, but it was seriously injured, so its strength was greatly reduced. Later, the bounty was found, and it was finally confirmed that all these pirates had returned from the New World. These people are not weak in strength. Although they cannot compete with those big pirates in the New World, it should not be a problem to protect themselves. Did something happen in the New World? Moriya has been very busy these days and has not paid extra attention to the affairs of the New World. Later, after learning about it, Moriya learned that a competition for the Pirate King in the New World had begun. I don't know who spread the word, but the title of the 4 emperors made the pirates in the New World go crazy for it. Being called the Emperor of the Sea is really a great temptation for pirates. The Whitebeard pirates were directly crowned the Pirate Emperor. No matter their strength or status, no one can shake this. As for the remaining 3 positions, the remaining pirates went crazy for them, eager to seize the remaining 3 positions. The Big Mom Pirates, the Beasts Pirates, the Pirate Alliance, and many well-known pirate groups have all taken action to seize this title. Dad, this should be a conspiracy of the world government to make the pirates in the New World kill each other. Recently, our Whitebeard pirates have been attacked by many pirates, a pineapple head said worriedly. Goo la la la. The world government still underestimates the age of great pirates. I'm afraid I'll shoot myself in the foot. As for those challengers, don't worry about it. I have a white beard. The burly body stood up from his seat and waved his fist forward slightly. The air shattered instantly and the calm sea suddenly became rough. Yes, we are the Whitebeard pirates. A black man with a big belly and missing teeth laughed heartily. Dad, let those pirates see the power of my Whitebeard pirates. Ha ha ha. The New World now is a meat grinder. Moriya put down the latest newspaper and sighed. The only good thing is that we have now left the New World. If we still stay in the New World and get caught up in this so-called struggle among the 4 emperors, I'm afraid we will be shattered to pieces. The old swordsman took a slow sip of tea and said to Moriya, "Yes, with our current strength, we are simply not enough to participate in this competition. In the New World, this time, at least 30% of the people will die." Moriya sighed. Well, this is a conspiracy of the world government. The purpose is to make the pirates in the New World continue to kill each other. The old swordsman put down his teacup and said, "However, I'm afraid the world government will be disappointed, although this will be able to eliminate the pirates to the greatest extent. But this is like raising a poison. The strong ones become stronger and stronger. In the end, even the conquerors of the world dare not act rashly. At that time, the New World will completely become the territory of the 4 emperors." Moriya also drank a cup of tea happily and said, "But who doesn't want to become one of the 4 emperors? If it weren't for strength, who would want to leave the New World? After all, the attraction of the 4 emperors is too great. Even if I know it's a trap set by the world government, I will try my best." Moriya looked at the introduction of the 4 emperors in the newspaper with burning eyes and said with emotion, "Yes." The old swordsman also fell into silence. The 2 of them drank tea silently without speaking, but it was Moria who broke the silence first. Okay, don't think about these. Old Jia, is the ship ready? Moria asked the old swordsman. It's ready. It's just an ordinary kingdom. Do you have to go there in person? As far as I know, the Drum Kingdom has no resources at all, and the environment is harsh, so few pirates will go there. Except for the doctor, there is nothing, the old swordsman replied. It's enough to have a doctor. Those doctors are worth my personal visit. Moria looked at the people training below and said, in the past month, Moria has completely consumed the excess life energy in his body, and after continuous polishing, he has completely mastered the growth of strength and is no longer so frivolous. And Moria's height has changed a lot. Moria has grown taller and reached 6.4 meters tall. The muscles on his body have become more symmetrical, and each muscle has terrifying power. However, without the help of life energy, Moria's strength growth rate has suddenly slowed down a lot, which makes Moria very uncomfortable. Since he got used to such a strong life energy, and turned around to drink that kind of primary UN liquid, Moria's help is basically zero. Although Moria still has the water of life, of course, that kind of thing is one drop less. Now the most urgent task is to find scientists or doctors to purify the UN liquid. On the sea, a pirate ship was sailing against the Grand Line. The surrounding pirate group saw the flag of this pirate group and moved away, not daring to approach. This was the pirate ship that Moria was on. Looking at the reactions of other pirate groups around him, he now felt that his efforts these days were not in vain, and he had a little fame on the sea. However, Moria went to the nearby naval base instead of the Drum Kingdom first. The pirate ship that Moria was on was full of pirates with various bounties. These pirates had high and low bounties, and they were all caught by Moria in the Magic Triangle in recent days. On Moria's terrifying three-mast sailing ship, there were more pirates. These pirates sent to the Navy were basically picked out by Moria, pirates who did not need them, whose potential was basically exhausted, and had a certain bounty. These pirates were of no use to Moria, and giving them to the Navy in exchange for bounties could be regarded as waste utilization. The pirates left by Moria, except for a few powerful pirates, are basically ordinary pirates, cannon fodder on the sea, and there is no bounty. Although it seems useless, these are free labor, and Moria does not want to let them go. And the shadows of these people are good materials for making zombies. These zombies are naturally not the zombie army created by Moria in the original work. Such zombies are basically useless, except for scaring people. In addition to the corpses and shadows of those strong men, more powerful zombies can be made for fighting. Moria plans to use the shadows of these ordinary pirates to make various zombies, such as streetlights, trees, animals, etc., to make this place a zombie kingdom. Just like Doflamingo's Dressrosa, one is the toy kingdom of the New World, and this is the zombie kingdom in the Magic Triangle. However, these are just incidental. On the surface, Moria will also make the horror three-mast ship into the most prosperous medical sanctuary in the world. If you only rely on tourism, it is useless at all. It is just a false prosperity. If it is in the dark, then it is Moria's assassin organization, but the affairs of the assassin organization must be kept absolutely secret. Assassins originally belonged to the dark corners. If they are exposed to the sun, they are no longer assassins. As for the name of the assassin organization, Moria has already thought of it, called Shadow Assassin. Moria's own code name is called Shadow Emperor, which means that he hopes that he can one day obtain the status of the four emperors. But now, Moria is the only one in the entire Shadow Assassin organization, and everything is still in the plan. To really start, it still needs to be planned slowly. Now, let's get those doctors from the Drum Kingdom first. Moria has perfected some of his plans in his notebook again. The future will get better and better. Now, let's go around the ship. Moria put his notebook in the shadow space and got up and left his seat. On the deck, in addition to Kane practicing swordsmanship, there are also some members who are consciously exercising. This change made Moria very happy. Before, apart from Kane, not so many people consciously exercised. Although people are born with different talents, a person's achievements are more focused on acquired efforts. Life is a marathon. Don't stop moving forward just because you lose at the starting line. Life is still long and the result is unknown. Moria found that if you have a strong will and insist on exercising, once you break through the limits of your body, your potential will increase. This may be the secret hidden in your genes. When he was free, Moria came to the cabin where the pirates were imprisoned. Moria used his observation color to observe around and around to see if he had missed any pirates with high potential, but after walking around, he didn't find any pirates worth conquering. In fact, Moria just bet on a fluke mentality. In fact, Moria had already used his observation color to explore these people, and all of them did not meet his conditions. Things like picking up leaks will not happen to him. These people are either too unruly, or have limited potential, or are sneaky and have low morals. Even if Moria uses such people as free labor, it will destroy the atmosphere. Moria promised that if they do a good job, they can be relieved of their labor status and join his men. And unlike Kaido, they are not provided with 3 meals a day and have rest time. He is indeed a good person. Moria walked around in the cabin and came to a cage. Unlike other people, there is a person imprisoned here. The railings are all made of sea stone, and there are several layers of sea stone chains on the body to prevent escape, and there are special people guarding. Under such strict guard, it is revealed that this person is not simple. The pirate imprisoned here is a big pirate with a bounty of 460 million Baileys, which is 100 million higher than Moria, and he comes from the New World, so his strength is naturally superior. You have one last chance to become my subordinate, Moria said to the person in the cage. La la la. Listening to Moria's voice, the imprisoned person seemed to move. He. Little devil, I won't work for a young boy. Try to use whatever means you have. The voice of an old man came from the Zongzi tied up by the sea stone chain. This is the pirate from the New World. If it weren't for his own strength being greatly reduced, Moria might not even be able to take him down. As a top swordsman with 2 swords, he is proficient in 2-color domineering, experienced in combat, and a mantis fruit ability user. He combined his fruit ability with his swordsmanship and developed it to a very high level. Moreover, his quick sword moves are very good at assassination. This kind of talent is exactly what Moria needs now. But unfortunately, he has been famous for a long time and can be regarded as Moria's predecessor. It is said that he escaped from Roger's hands, but only left terrible scars on his body. He doesn't think highly of Moria at all, no matter how Moria tortures him or uses other means. Originally, he planned to come directly to Moria, snatch the position of Shishibukai from Moria, and live in peace. But this life seems to have an inseparable relationship with Roger's pirate group. On the way here, he happened to meet the Red Hair pirates. As a result, he recognized the Red Hair on the ship that year. Seeing the enemy, he naturally refused to let go. But in the end, he was defeated by the Red Hair pirates and his arm was broken. Finally, he came to the Magic Triangle and wanted to replace Moria as the 7 warlords of the sea, but Moria took advantage of him. If it was in his heyday, Moria would not be his opponent at all. But this guy was hard to deal with, and Moria had no choice but to send him to the Navy in exchange for a bounty. However, Moria had cut off the shadow of this guy. Although he was not suitable for the fast sword, this shadow, if he found a swordsman's body, would be very good whether as a zombie or for teaching swordsmanship. Looking at the naval base in the distance, there are densely packed naval stations. It seems that the Navy takes this mission of escorting pirates quite seriously. The leader was Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel, who led the Navy to greet them inside the base. It's really rare, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel. It seems that your Navy still attaches great importance to this old man. Moria looked at Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel and said, "Of course, this is a big pirate with a bounty of 460 million belly. It's all right to pay so much attention to it. After so many years, we finally caught it." Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel said, "On your part, I didn't think you could catch him. It's incredible. On behalf of the Navy, I would like to thank Mr. Moria." After saying that, he stretched out his right hand, intending to shake hands with Moria. Seeing Flying Squirrel's gentle appearance, Moria couldn't help but complain, why is Flying Squirrel a representative of the Navy's radical faction? How could he be so vicious like this? He promised to show no mercy to the pirates? Sure enough, although the plot is important, you can't be completely superstitious. Moria looked at the sincerity of the other party. Out of courtesy, Moria also extended his right hand. In this way, the Navy and the pirates held hands tightly together under the gaze of everyone. The next day, a photo of Moria and Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel shaking hands made headlines. Moria looked at the newspaper and was bragging about himself. At the same time, the world government said that it would speed up the advancement of the Shishibukai system. I couldn't help but lament that the world government was reporting on itself as a model for the Shishibukai. It seems that the world government has also felt the pressure and is eager to divide the pirate forces. No matter what, Moria still made a profit this time. After confirming the pirates sent by Moria, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel did not push back and happily gave Moria the sea tower stone and weapons he needed, Adam treasure tree and other material handover. Moria also checked it, and there was indeed no fraud. Everything was very good. Sailing on the sea, Moria sat on the bow, feeling the breath of the sea, and trying to gather the shadow energy around him. Moria was fully aware of the situation and tried to feel the various shadows in the air. In Moria's perception, shadows can be large or small, strong or weak, like insects, small crabs and other small animals. Moria can now pull out the shadow directly from his body and let the shadow obey him. The command. This is a very wonderful state. The shadow is independent of the body and no longer has any connection with the original body. When the body dies, the shadow can exist independently, because this shadow is completely dependent on Moria's fruit ability to exist. It can be said that although Moria was able to separate the shadow from the body before, there was still a close connection between the two. Once the body dies, so does the shadow. But this kind is completely different. It has completely cut off the connection with the original body and belongs to Moria alone. Moria sat on the bow of the boat, watching the fight between the two little crabs with great interest. The two little crabs each waved their own small pincers, and they went back and forth without giving in at all. One of them is a shadow crab created by Moria using his devil fruit ability, and the other one is a common small green crab on the sea. It can be seen that the little blue crabs are very wary and curious about this dark crab. After living in the sea for so long, this is the first time they have seen a crab with a dark body. They waved their pincers and attacked Moria's crab. Passed. However, there is a size difference after all. Moria's crab is still smaller than this little green crab, and its strength is naturally smaller. It is about to be unable to support it. This dark crab turns into a ball. The black shadow circled behind the little blue crab. Before he could react, Moria's crab pinched off one of the blue crab's legs. The little blue crab, who had never seen such a weird thing before, was frightened. In addition, one of its crab legs had been clipped off, so he jumped into the sea to escape. Yes, the shadows created by Moria can transform into shadows and real objects. Using the characteristics of shadows, they can gain the upper hand in battle and defeat their opponents. And in a sense, the shadow created by Moria in this way is immortal. As long as Moria can continue to provide energy, even if it is beaten to ashes, as long as Moria uses the fruit ability, it can recover. Moria speculated that the reason why the zombies created by Moria in the original work could not be killed was because of the shadow. But whether it is creating such a shadow, using it to fight, or restoring it to its original state, all actions and energy of the shadow come from Moria. How powerful this shadow can be, in the final analysis, still depends on Moria's own strength and physical strength. Moria looked at the shadow crab in his hand and released the fruit's ability. The shadow automatically decomposed and dissipated between heaven and earth. As for why it didn't return to its original body, it was because the original crab, after extracting its shadow, had been exposed to the sun and had already turned into ashes. However, it is still early for Moria to use this skill in combat. Currently, Moria's devil fruit ability can only affect some small animals, and it cannot affect pirates for the time being. But in any case, this is already a big progress. I believe that the day of establishing your own shadow army will not be too far away. Boom! Captain, an unknown pirate ship has launched an attack on us. A crew member came to report. Then let's deal with it. Moria replied indifferently. Yes, Moria's ship began to fight back. This should be a new pirate group that has just entered the Grand Line and knows nothing, or it is a super rookie who has already gained a certain reputation and is very confident, and wants to use Moria's reputation to fulfill himself. But looking at the one-sided battle, Moria is more convinced that this is a new pirate group that knows nothing, although the number of the other side is not small. In fact, Moria's men can solve such a small matter by themselves without asking for instructions. But Moria hopes that his men will be more disciplined and not be free and undisciplined like before, although this is the case for most pirate groups. Moria formulated a series of rules and implemented them on the ship. This is one rule. If you want to start a battle, you must first ask for instructions from the person in charge on the ship at that time. If the person in charge is not there, you will contact your superiors. If you can't contact them, the highest ranking person on the ship will automatically become the person in charge and command the battle. If you fight privately without asking for instructions, even if you succeed, you will be punished. If you ask for instructions, even if you fail, you will not be blamed. Doing this way, the benefits far outweigh the disadvantages. At least, under the organized situation, the team's combat strength is stronger. Moreover, this is also very helpful for Moria to control his subordinates. At least it will not happen that his subordinates have done something that he does not know. Captain, Harvey reports to you the results of this battle. Moria is listening to his subordinates reporting the results of this battle. This Harvey was brought back by Moria from the New World. He is quite strong and has a certain talent for command. Therefore, Moria transferred him from the first team to the second team and let him command a team. Moreover, in the previous battle, he served as the commander of the 2nd Artillery Position and sank and captured many pirates. And this time, Moria also took him with him to accompany him to the Drum Kingdom. Listening to Harvey's description of the battle process, how to use his own advantages, give full play to his 3-stage shooting method and artillery advantages, and finally defeat this pirate group. During the battle, although the enemy had slightly more people than us, we were in an absolute advantage. However, due to the lack of coordination, 10 members were injured, 2 of them seriously. This battle still shows that some areas are not good enough, and some areas need to be continuously improved. If you want to gain, kill the enemy. Gunner, go back and train me properly. How did you aim at such a small distance? Seeing Harvey preaching to the gunner, Mariah, who had just changed his clothes and came out, felt a little embarrassed and waved his hand to let the aggrieved gunner leave. Harvey came to Mariah and looked at Mariah with strange eyes, as if to say, Captain, it turns out you are like this. I didn't expect that you usually look very strict, but now, I feel like you have changed, Captain. Moria felt a little uncomfortable being stared at, so she changed the subject and asked, "How is the situation now? Is everything going well?" When Harvey was asked about the current progress, he stopped worrying about Mariah's coolness just now and reported to Mariah, "Captain, everything is going well so far. After we landed, we defeated the garrison from the Drum Kingdom that came to meet us. Following your instructions, we immediately started searching for the doctor. Currently, we have been divided into 3 teams and have gone deep into the Drum Kingdom to conduct hunting activities." When Harvey said this, he continued with some incredulity, "Captain, this king seems really incredible. He is simply a weirdo among kings. In order to gain wealth, they actually raised taxes on all doctors, making it difficult for residents to see medical treatment, or the doctors went bankrupt. In short, due to all the weird behaviors of this king, the life of doctors in the Drum Kingdom, a big medical country, is not easy. There are many doctors who want to escape from here. So, our arrest operation did not encounter much obstruction, and some doctors were even willing to leave with us." After listening to Harvey's words, Mariah couldn't help but sigh. This king is really incompetent, and he has wasted the medical advantages left by the Drum Kingdom. Whether it is his status as the king of the Drum Kingdom, his many doctors with superb medical skills, or his ability to swallow the devil fruit, the Tauntaun fruit, Moria felt that he obviously had so many advantages. As long as he used them a little bit and had a brighter mind, Valpo would not be as miserable as in the original work. And the ability to swallow the fruit, Moria believes that this fruit is not weaker than Blackbeard's dark fruit ability. In some aspects, it even exceeds it. This fruit should be regarded as one of the most useful fruits in the world of One Piece. 1. It can eat anything, digest it, and absorb it, and turn it into a part of its own body, or it can eat itself and change its body. So, is it possible to extract devil fruit by eating a person with devil fruit abilities like Blackbeard? And this fruit is originally focused on eating. As long as you eat enough, you can become stronger. If you eat the world government's dynamite rock and your body becomes explosive, wouldn't it be possible to fly? Or develop the Tauntaun fruit to a certain extent, so that it can directly digest and absorb the opponent's attacks. In this way, wouldn't it be possible to have the ability to recover unlimited blood, commonly known as being invincible? After all, the ability to swallow fruit is all about eating, and theoretically you can eat anything. In Moria's view, this Valpo really has too many advantages to take advantage of. In the end, it turned out to be like the one in the original work, and he was really seeking his own death. Didn't you see that Blackbeard made a special trip to the Drum Kingdom after gaining the power of the dark fruit? The original book said that he was looking for something, and Moria felt that it was Valpo's ability to swallow the fruit. Blackbeard, who was familiar with the Devil Fruit illustrated book, must have known how powerful the ability to swallow the fruit was, otherwise he wouldn't have made a special trip to see it. All I can say is that a good hand was beaten to pieces. "Harvey, let's go for a walk too." Mariah looked at the snow-white Drum Kingdom and said to Harvey next to him, "Good." After arranging for some people to stay behind, Moria set foot on the land of the Drum Kingdom again. Only this time, there are no residents in the port, only Moria's men are here. Mariah and Harvey were walking in the Kingdom of Drums, looking at the Kingdom of Wind and Snow. Due to the arrival of Moria and others, the residents here have closed their doors and everything is quiet. The only sound is the sound of Moria's men searching for doctors. Although the residents of the Drum Kingdom have suffered a lot due to King Drum's tyranny, the people of Moria are pirates after all, and the new king has only been on the throne for half a year. Everyone has not lost confidence in this new king. They believed that this was only temporary and everything would get better. In addition, it was difficult to leave their homeland, so the actions of Moria and others were still resisted by many residents. Many doctors fled directly with the help of residents, while some doctors rose up to resist. But after all, they were no match for Moria's men. Although there were some twists and turns, these resistances were quickly suppressed. There were also some doctors who took the opportunity to escape the pursuit of Moria's men and disappeared. After all, there are only a few people who escape. Moria said that since those who have already escaped, forget it and send those who have been caught to the ship as soon as possible. At the same time, bring back all kinds of medical books, equipment, medicines, etc. Bulu 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 bulu. While Mariah and Harvey were admiring the snow scene, the phone on Harvey's body rang. "Captain Harvey, the third team is under attack. Request support. Request support. Fire." Harvey just heard this, and the phone bug over there was hung up. He. "Now that you're here, let's go take a look," Moria said. Harvey put away the phone bug and followed Mariah's footsteps. When Moria came to the third team, he saw that the third team was fighting a Tauren. With the power of the Devil Fruit, Moria's men were at a disadvantage and could not do anything to the Minotaur. When Moria saw this, he knew who this person was. This is the guard captain who appeared in the original work, Dalton. This man is indeed somewhat powerful, and ordinary subordinates still can't deal with him, but Moria has no intention of taking action. Because Harvey took action, there was no need to do it himself. When Dalton was fighting against the third team, he didn't have time to notice Harvey's attack, and was instantly cut by Harvey's sword, bleeding profusely. In addition, he was shot several times while fighting the third team. This battle ended quickly. Dalton was defeated by Harvey and fell to the ground, unconscious. Without Dalton's obstruction, Moria's third team moved much faster and began to arrest doctors in this area and transport various medical books and materials. Muhahaha, you so-called pirates, how dare you come to my drum kingdom to rob? It's really abominable. Moria looked at Valpo and scolded him seriously. It seems that Valpo is not as absurd as in the later plot. Although he is a little confused, he still knows that he is a king. However, no matter what, Moria still wants to take all the doctors of the Drum Kingdom away. Originally, Moria didn't want to care about Valpo. After all, Moria is now a Shishibukai. It is still troublesome to openly attack the king of the member country of the world government, but now, he has to do it. Moria has also thought about controlling the Drum Kingdom directly like Doflamingo and becoming the king himself. This is not impossible. But on second thought, stealing a kingdom is still too troublesome, and Moria is not like Doflamingo. He is a celestial dragon. If a Shishibukai wants to become a king, the world government will not agree. I haven't seen Crocodile for so many years, and he hasn't become the king of Alabasta. He just quietly promoted the rebellion behind the scenes. In addition, this Drum Kingdom is really not that good. After taking the doctor and various books and materials back this time, there is nothing here that attracts Moria. For a dispensable chicken rib, it is not worth taking such a big risk. Seeing Valpo's indignation, Moria is ready to fight. Similarly, the soldiers and residents of the Drum Kingdom are looking at their king with little stars on their faces. They didn't expect that the king who was so absurd in the past would have such courage to face the big pirates today. Sure enough, his own king can still be saved. But Moria felt more and more wrong as he scolded. Why can't you just talk? Everyone is waiting for you to give the order and fire the first shot. Forget it, don't pay attention to this guy. Moria looked at Valpo, who was talking all the time, and he was really speechless. When did the swallow fruit become the chatterbox fruit? Moria called his men, don't worry about them, continue to capture doctors, and bring back all kinds of books and medical supplies as soon as possible. Now, the world government may have known the news, and Moria didn't want to cause trouble. Everyone also obeyed Moria's order, turned around, ignored the king of the Drum Kingdom, and scattered to continue capturing doctors and transporting supplies. And the people of the Drum Kingdom didn't dare to attack Moria and others without the king's order. Those pirates were so powerful that they defeated the captain of the guard in a few strokes. And some people also recognized Moria. This was a big pirate who had just become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. There was really no way. Just as Moria and Harvey walked away, a shout came from behind. Hey! Wait a minute. Moria turned around and saw that it was Valpo and his lackeys who ran over together. Moria looked at Harvey next to him, and Harvey nodded and went forward. Don't get me wrong, we're not here to fight. As they said that, they pulled Harvey aside, and they didn't know what they were talking about. After whispering for a long time, Harvey came back and reported the situation to Moria. It turned out that after knowing that Moria had come to their Drum Kingdom, Valpo and the others were scared to death. Moria has been in the limelight recently. First, he became one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and then went to the Magic Triangle to challenge many pirate groups, all of which never returned. In addition, recently, Moria escorted a ship of pirates to the navy, including a big pirate with 460 million Baileys. The newspaper said that this pirate has been very famous since the Roger era. For many years, he has escaped the heavy siege of the navy. Unexpectedly, he was caught by Moria now. Valpo definitely can't afford to offend such a big pirate, not to mention that he is a 7 warlord of the sea. He was originally ready to escape by boat, but it turned out that Moria's target in the Drum Kingdom was not himself, but just sent his men to capture the doctor. Valpo became bolder, and then his men said that they had thought of a great idea and could take advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune. So, the previous scene happened. According to Harvey, Valpo wanted to cooperate with him, saying that he would help Moria capture doctors and provide convenience on the condition of 500,000 belly per doctor. And in order to show sincerity, Valpo and his men did not call to ask for naval support. Hey he he. 1 million belly, a doctor. Moria lowered her head and asked Valpo. Valpo looked at Moria's tall figure, coupled with Moria's malicious smile and the oppressive feeling it brought, and unconsciously took a few steps back. Lord Moria, this is it. Our king sincerely wants to do this business with you, 1 million belly, a doctor. This price is already very affordable. Moria did not speak, but simply looked at them. Well, if you are not satisfied, the price can be negotiated. 800,000 Baileys. No, 500,000 Baileys, how about that? This is the lowest price. Time passed by second, and the atmosphere on the scene became more and more solemn. Valpo could even hear his own heartbeat. Just when Valpo and the others were frightened, Moria's yes made them feel relieved. but I have a condition, that is, I want to take all the families of those doctors away. After hearing Moria's condition, Valpo and his men immediately replied, no problem. In this way, without the residents of the Drum Kingdom knowing anything, their king sold them to pirates. With their help, Moria's people were much more efficient. Under the leadership of Valpo's men, all the doctors were captured and taken to the pirate ship. While Moria's men were arresting doctors, Valpo's men were looking for treasures in the room, rummaging through boxes and cabinets. Their proficiency made Moria, a pirate, feel a little guilty. Who is the pirate? No matter how you look at it, these Drum Kingdom troops are more like pirates than Moria's people. Moo ha ha ha, how is it? Moria, my soldiers have helped you a lot, Valpo said beside Moria. Yeah, it is true, but you can't just find some residents to fill in, I want doctors, Moria said. Of course, we are partners now. Valpo wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and said, yes, Moria, why do you need so many doctors and collect medical books? Valpo asked casually. Of course it's to improve medical skills, Moria replied. Looking at Moria's perfunctory expression, Valpo said in his heart, no wonder. However, he didn't dare to say it to her face. Moria, since you like books so much, as a friend, I will tell you quietly. Our Drum Kingdom also has a huge library, which contains various books collected by kings of all dynasties. Most of them are about medical books, and there are some other books. Look, Valpo looked at Moria with a smirk. 300 million Baileys, Moria said. Absolutely not, this is the treasure of our Drum Kingdom, and every generation of kings must protect it. There are millions of books in it, many of which are unique. Valpo immediately refused, looking like he would never compromise. 500 million Baileys, and I'll give you another 300 million Baileys after the job is done. Hearing Moria's words, Valpo immediately changed his expression and said, okay, no problem, I promise to satisfy you, Moria, the library is over there in the palace, please follow me. After the deal was finalized, along the way, Valpo, the king, kept asking Moria about the pirates. Now that the agreement has been reached, Valpo can be regarded as one of his own, and Moria is in a good mood now, so he is happy to answer. It must be said that Valpo is very interested in the stories on the sea. I also want to build a pirate country, and I am the pirate king. After listening to Moria's stories about the New World, especially hearing about the big pirate groups like Whitebeard, each one of them is like an emperor and has established their own pirate kingdom. Valpo is very yearning and thinks that such a monarch can be regarded as a qualified monarch. Unlike himself, he faces his so-called subjects all day long, and says that he must abide by the etiquette of the king and know how to love his subjects. Day by day, it is really boring and there is no fun at all. Building a pirate kingdom is much more interesting. Leading your own pirate fleet, you can do whatever you want, and you are so majestic that even the world government dare not provoke it easily. I want to plant the flag of my pirate kingdom wherever I go. I want to build the world's largest pirate kingdom, so that everyone will crawl at my feet. Moo ha ha ha. Moria looked at Valpo, who was making bold statements in front of him, and really didn't know where he got such courage to say such words. You probably haven't experienced the beatings of the real society, young man. You really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. However, if Valpo really wants to establish a pirate kingdom, this seems to be worth a try. The more chaotic the place, the more living space there is for the Shadowthorn organization. A kingdom composed of pirates is the best place to carry out the work of the Shadowthorn organization. Also, although this Valpo is not very strong, it can barely be regarded as a place like the first half of the route back. In addition, with the ability of the swallow fruit, he can provide some help, maybe he can do it. He. If you have this idea, then I will support you, Moria said to Valpo. Moo ha ha ha, really, then I'm so happy. A unique pirate kingdom will be born in my hands, and I will be the pirate king. Valpo kept talking along the way, describing the great future of this pirate kingdom. He was getting happier and happier, and his eyes kept shining. Okay, these are the books collected by the successive Drum Kings. All are here. Valpo and others brought Moria to the library and introduced it. Moria looked at this huge library and couldn't help but walk to the bookshelf and picked up a book to read. Moria, my friend, what's so good about these books? Let's talk about the Pirate Kingdom. Valpo looked at Moria flipping through the books and said with disgust, He. Don't be like this, these books are very precious things. Moria closed the book and said to Valpo, okay, are you satisfied? Everything in this library will be sold to you. You should continue to talk about the conditions for establishing a pirate kingdom. Valpo's mind is now full of the pirate kingdom, and there is no room for other things. He. You are so anxious. Okay, I will continue to give you advice. But it's almost evening now, is it here? I'm a little hungry, Moria said to Valpo. Come on, prepare dinner quickly, I want to have dinner with Moria. Valpo said to his men, come, let's go to the palace and discuss the matter of the pirate kingdom together. Valpo invited Moria and others to the palace, hoping to get more advice from Moria on establishing a pirate kingdom. On the way to the palace, Moria said to Harvey beside him, "How is it going? Have you notified the old swordsman and the others? How is the progress now?" Harvey replied, "At present, everything is going well. The only shortcoming is that we don't have enough ships. However, I have contacted the Terror Bark, and Gar and his men have sent 5 pirate ships over. And all members of Team 1, the entire army is out." All Team 1 is out, so is there no pressure in the Magic Triangle? After hearing Harvey's words, Moria couldn't help asking, "Gar has thought about this. After a month of challenges, Captain, your reputation has spread, and now basically few people come to challenge again. And there are the remaining members, plus Gar himself." Gar said that there is no need to worry about the safety of the Magic Triangle. Hearing what Harvey said, Moria nodded. Indeed, most of the members of Team 2, as well as various logistics troops, plus Gar, unless they are big pirates, there is really no need to worry about the safety of the Magic Triangle. Well, that's good. Go and check the specific situation of each team now. You must ensure that the doctors are not harmed. Try to bring all their families, as well as various books, instruments, etc. In short, you must supervise them well. If there is anything, call me, or come to the palace to find me directly. "Yes, Captain." Harvey said something to the people of the Drum Kingdom, then turned and left, while Moria continued to walk towards the palace, ready to fool Valpo. In the exquisite palace hall of the Drum Kingdom, Moria and Valpo sat opposite each other, and the table was full of various foods. "Moo ha ha ha, come on, come, cheers, he he he. Okay, cheers." At the table, Moria began his plan to fool people. It is a unique thing to say that the establishment of the world's first pirate kingdom, but it is not so easy to establish a pirate kingdom. First of all, the most important thing about the pirate kingdom is the word pirate. You must find many pirates and then make them your subordinates and obey your command. But it would be too much trouble to catch them one by one. If that were the case, I don't know how long it would take. Now, Moria has just caught a lot of pirates during this period, and can sell them to Valpo at a friendly price. Also, if it is a pirate kingdom, it must establish an invincible pirate fleet on the sea, so many pirate ships are needed. Then didn't Moria defeat many pirates during this period? Their pirate ships naturally fell into Moria's hands. These pirate ships, after a little repair, are intact, and these things can also be provided at a friendly price. In addition, pirates need weapons and equipment, various guns and ammunition, and Moria can also provide them at a friendly price. At the same time, since Valpo is a pirate for the first time, he lacks experience, and among these pirates, it is inevitable that some disobey orders and some unruly people. Moria can provide free help, such as training pirates, sending personnel to organize, etc. In short, Moria will build all the materials needed for the pirate kingdom and fool Valpo like crazy. Although buying doctors from Valpo is much cheaper on the black market next door, but all added up, the amount of Bailey Moria spent in the Drum Kingdom this time will not be less than 1.5 billion Bailey. Although Moria has much more than 1.5 billion Bailey in cash, he still can't bear the pain. Just transforming the horror 3-mast ship is a terrifying number, not to mention the various plans afterwards. The next day, the sun came out. It was rare that there was no snow in the Sigu Kingdom this morning. The rays of the sun shone on the white snow, making it look very beautiful. Moria was on the balcony, admiring this rare beauty. After watching it for a while, someone came to invite Moria to have breakfast with Valpo. The hospitality was hard to deny, so Moria and Valpo had a late breakfast together. It can be said that Moria is in a very happy mood at this time, just like the beautiful Drum Kingdom at this time. Last night, during dinner, Moria did a lot of fooling Valpo. Moria explained in detail all aspects of building a pirate fleet, and then started to promote his weapons, pirate ships, pirates, etc. Valpo also asked his men to learn about it, but he had to say that the things in Moria were much cheaper than buying them on the black market, and there was a lot of help. Valpo signed many purchase contracts with Moria in order to form his own pirate kingdom. Now, not only did Valpo not get much money from Moria, but he had to pay Moria from his own pocket. But when he thought about the pirate fleet that would sail the sea in the future, Valpo was very excited. These things were nothing. Besides, Moria is also a Shishibukai. With such power as his partner, there will be a lot of help invisibly. In short, the two talked very harmoniously, and each got what they needed from the other. It can be said that everyone is happy. Mohahaha, this is really great. Moria and Valpo continued to chat happily at the dinner table, especially when Moria said that the 5 pirate ships coming from the Magic Triangle had brought some weapons and equipment and some pirates. 2 of these 5 pirate ships were sold to Valpo. After this pleasant breakfast, Moria left the palace directly and came to the port. After all, there are still so many things waiting for Moria to deal with, and what should be discussed has been finished, and the remaining details and transactions are left to his subordinates. Also coming to the port with Moria were Valpo and his men. They have another purpose. Under Moria's suggestion, they want to expand the port so that more pirate ships can dock and build a pirate base. Regarding Moria's suggestion, Valpo discussed it with his men and felt that Moria's suggestion was very good. Indeed, if you want to conquer a pirate kingdom, then a pirate port for docking and replenishment is essential. But now the port of the Drum Kingdom obviously cannot meet this requirement. Also, Valpo has a lot of work to do next. According to Moria's suggestion, the place where the pirates live, the special training ground, the formation of the team, various defensive measures, weapons and equipment, etc., are all things that Valpo has to start preparing for. According to this blueprint, the Drum Kingdom will undergo a comprehensive transformation, and everything now will have to be torn down and rebuilt. The amount of work involved is not small, and a new magnetic Drum Kingdom will be ushered in. This is the final design drawing based on Moria's suggestion, Valpo's request, and the actual situation of the Drum Kingdom. As soon as he got this blueprint, Valpo came to the port excitedly, organized manpower, and started the first step to build the pirate kingdom and re-expand the port. Muhahaha, let's get started. Valpo stood in the port command road. However, if we use the strength of the kingdom to complete this transformation, I am afraid that it will take forever. Originally, Moria wanted to sell more pirates to Valpo so that they could serve as his coolies. However, Valpo refused. Although I was really excited, I really had no money. I had already bought so many things from Moria. If I bought these coolies for labor, I was afraid that the entire kingdom's treasure house would be emptied, so I handed it over. The sky is golden soon, and now there is no spare Bailey in the Drum Kingdom. But what to do? If the current progress is followed, it may take 10 years to build it, and Valpo doesn't want to wait that long. Therefore, Valpo ordered all residents of the Drum Kingdom to build a new kingdom unconditionally and perform forced labor. All of a sudden, what is not received is no longer just doctors, but everyone. Moria looked at the doctor, while Valpo counted the people. Bang! Obviously, this approach of Valpo has made the residents of the Drum Kingdom very disgusted. The environment of the Drum Kingdom is originally harsh and the resources are scarce. Everything needs to be imported from outside. The only income is to rely on doctors to see patients, as well as selling various pharmaceuticals. But now, all the doctors are sold to Moria and everyone is forced to work. This is undoubtedly driving people to death. People in the Drum Kingdom began to flee one after another, constantly avoiding the soldiers, and even fled into the mountains and forests. Valpo was not affected by this and still determined to arrest residents and serve as coolies. Now we have arrested more than 500 doctors, including more than 1,000 family members. Rough statistics indicate that the number of various books has reached 300,000. As for various medical supplies, they are even more numerous. While Moria was listening to Harvey's progress report, he accepted a phone bug handed to him. Brew brew brew, brew brew. Molia, what did you do? As soon as he answered the call, he cursed at Moria. At this time, Moria realized that this Den Mushi was given by the Navy and was used by the world government to contact the 7 warlords of the sea. He. Jean Guo, you didn't do anything. Moria replied with a smile. Don't quibble, why did you go to the Drum Kingdom? And you actually sent so many people there, what's your intention? Even if you are a 7 warlords of the sea, you can't do whatever you want. Jean Guo shouted at Moria. Don't be nervous, I'm a good citizen who abides by the law. I came to the Drum Kingdom just to do business. If you don't believe it, you can ask someone to collect evidence, or contact the King of Drum, either way. After Moria finished speaking, he handed the phone directly to Walpo next to him and asked him to communicate with the Navy. Damn it. After hanging up the phone, Jean Guo said pirates really can't be trusted. This situation is no different from robbery, it's just that the pirates and the king are in cahoots. Such a king is more hateful than a pirate. Jean Guo tried to calm himself down. In the current situation, one of the 7 warlords of the sea has just been confirmed. If he is replaced rashly, it will cause turmoil, and the world government will not allow it. Jean Guo thought about it for a long time. This matter is really tangled. Moreover, it is related to the member countries of the world government. From this point of view, it is indeed a transaction. It is better to leave this matter to the world government. Fire! Pay attention to the left channel, don't let them get close. On Moria's ship, the fleet commander was shouting desperately. This is the 5th wave of incoming ships this morning. Moria stood on the deck, watching the battle. This is a pirate group with a total bounty of 150 million Baileys, and the captain is worth 90 million Baileys, but Moria did not take action and left this pirate group to his own men. Although Harvey is not on the ship, he can still command. After all, in order to improve the command capabilities of these captains, Moria has opened a special school, and each captain must undergo corresponding training. Among Moria's combat crews, one type relies on individual combat and relies on their own strong strength to fight, just like those members of a team. Another way is that their own strength is not very outstanding, so they have to rely on the command of the team to fight. This is the case for the second team. There is also this kind of division of labor in the Navy, with combat troops and a staff headed by he. Moria also planned this. Anyone who wants to be a captain must undergo corresponding training, especially those in the first team. They are good at working alone and relying on their own strength to win. For command, they are completely unqualified. But there are differences. For a team, the position you take is determined by your strength. However, when it comes to commanding operations, you still need to know some basic common sense to allow the team members to cooperate easily. For the second team, strength and commanding ability are equally important. In some respects, commanding ability is even more important. Because the number of people in the second team is far greater than that of the first team, it will be a mess if there is no corresponding command to command a battle of thousands of people, or even more. This battle was quite good. First, the second team carried out an artillery attack. The 5 ships cooperated, set up a formation, and achieved fire suppression. Then, with the cooperation of the artillery shells, the elite members of the first team quickly boarded the ship to resolve the battle. The logistics team began to clean the battlefield. Although it is very simple, it is very practical. The naval battle in the pirate world is of this level. Basically, it depends on the adjustment of the ship formation and the competition of artillery. It is far less complex than the current joint operations of air, sea, and submarine, or even the combination of sea, land, and air forces. The reason for this situation is also very simple. It is that the technology tree of this pirate world is seriously distorted. Of course, if you encounter a powerful opponent, this kind of naval battle will be of little use, but in that case, Moria will take action. At least, naval battles are still very useful as long as you don't encounter opponents whose strength gap is too large. Just like this battle, under favorable conditions, the battle ended in 30 minutes. Although it can be done better, it is already very good. You must know that at the beginning, they did not cooperate at all and were just fighting randomly. Now, I already know some simple coordination, instead of just rushing forward. After loading some useful supplies onto the ship, Moria's fleet returned and continued sailing toward the Magic Triangle. Captain, this time we have 5 minor injuries, 1 serious injury, and no one was killed. We harvested 100 guns, 5 artillery pieces, 300 cannonballs, about 30 million belly in treasure, and some useful supplies. Commander Dure came over to report to Moria. This Dure is the commander-in-chief of this voyage. His commanding ability is very good and he is among the best in the school, but his own strength is far behind. But considering that there were so many people and everything was complicated, Moria still asked him to serve as the temporary commander. He did not disappoint Moria and took care of things in an orderly manner. At this time, there was no post-war joy on his face, but rather he was not very happy. Captain, after interrogation, it has been determined that these pirates came here because of underground bounties. There is a reward of 1.2 billion belly to get the license from you, Captain. Moreover, these doctors from the Drum Kingdom and the underground forces are also buying it at a high price. Currently, a large number of pirates have taken notice and are eager to get this treasure. Hearing Dure say this, Moria also understood how valuable the license in his hand was. The world government is really willing to spend money, Moria said. Captain, and Jilao's side were also attacked by many pirate groups, and there was also an unknown force with considerable strength involved. Is everything okay on the terrifying bark? Moria asked. The situation is not bad. Based on the geographical advantages of the Magic Triangle and the defense lines we deployed, Jilao has achieved considerable results, but they have no way to support us. Although we have the advantage, the other side deliberately does not allow Jilao to support us. Once the Jilao organization personnel break through the blockade, they will be attacked wildly. I think the other party's goal is us. Captain, should we change the course or avoid it? Dure said worriedly. No, everything returns the same way. Since the other party has already stepped up its posture and made so many preparations, even if we temporarily change the route, we can't hide it. Our footprints must be under strict surveillance. Moreover, these 5 ships are all fully loaded and have deep drafts. According to our speed, there is no way to avoid them. Moria analyzed. Captain, what should we do? The crew member asked. Of course we keep going. In this situation, no matter how we look at it, we have no way to escape. But, in the face of absolute strength, all this is just a joke. Moria clenched his fists and looked at his many subordinates. Little ones, let's do a big fight. Okay. Let those bugs taste our power. Kill. Yeah. No matter how perfect the plan is, it will be vulnerable in the face of absolute strength. Dure thought. Our captain is Moria. Thinking about this, Dure felt much more relaxed. After saying something to Moria, he turned around and left. As a temporary commander, Dure had a lot of things to do. Now he had to check on the doctors and couldn't make any mistakes. But before he could be happy for a while, another pirate ship came towards Moria, and there were more than one, up to 8. Moria saw through the telescope that these 8 pirate ships had different flags. It seemed that this was a pirate alliance formed by several pirate groups, and their purpose was to come for Moria. For a moment, everyone who had just finished fighting immediately became alert. Moreover, this time, Mariah would not just watch, but would have to exercise properly. All members listen to the order and rest on the spot. Prepare to clean up the battlefield. After Moria finished speaking, he flew directly towards the joint fleet on the Bat Cloud. Okay, kill. Come on. Looking at Moria's back, everyone on the boat was excited, and they all picked up their weapons and prepared to fight. Wait a minute, it seems that the captain told us to rest where we are? Yes, I heard it too, a crew member shouted from the crowd. Hearing his shout, everyone seemed to understand. It seemed that what Moria just said was not an order to attack, but to let everyone rest where they were and do a good job of cleaning the battlefield. Then, shall we go? Should we wait here or sail over? No one has a good answer to this question, so go help. He disobeyed the captain's order. You know, you will be punished for disobeying orders. Don't go. I also feel that there is a little bit of that. After all, there are so many people on the other side, and the captain is still at a disadvantage. Just when everyone was in a dilemma, Dur came back. Seeing everyone stunned here, he asked, "Where's the captain?" The captain went to deal with those pirates alone, and the leader also said to let us rest, he will come alone. Now, we don't know what to do. You are the commander this time, you should make an idea first. After listening to everyone's answers, Dur thought for a while and then said, "How about this? Since the captain has given the order, everyone should take a short rest, but we cannot move forward without any preparation, provide artillery support to the captain, and be on standby at any time. If any accident occurs, reinforcements will be sent immediately." Okay, that's all. Immediately, everyone was ready for battle on the deck. The gunners prepared the shells and started shelling when they entered the firing range. At this time, everyone on the boat had different reactions. Those crew members who had been following Moria since the New World looked at it with indifference, while those who had just joined were more complicated and concerned, some were nervous, and some were even a little scared. Moria's huge body will make people look at it a few times no matter where it is, let alone on this wide sea. Soon, the joint pirate fleet discovered the figure of Moria flying in the air, and began to adjust the muzzles of their guns and fire at Moria. Looking at the densely packed cannonballs flying in, Moria did not panic too much. He kept changing his position and at the same time used the shadow angle gun formed by the condensed shadow to knock away these cannonballs. When these pirates saw Moria easily avoiding the cannonballs and getting closer and closer, they all shouted to fire quickly and ordered the pirates to shoot at Moria. Dense cannonballs and bullets were flying towards Moria. Although there were some troubles, Moria was very happy inside. This situation is actually the best, indicating that the other party is not strong. After so many years of sailing, Moria has also concluded a rule. Although the pirate group that only knows how to shoot cannons looks very fierce, there is actually no master inside. Because the enemy attacks from the sea, especially from the air like Moria, the best opportunity is to attack Moria when it is close to the pirate ship. At this time, the distance is not very far. Moreover, the opponent is in the air and has no good foothold. Like what Moria is encountering now, they shout and fire, and bullets and shells come like raindrops, but no one takes action and launches an attack, which is the best. What Moria was afraid of was that if the other party made no movement, neither fired nor fired, but just looked at Moria quietly, then Moria would have to be more cautious. This shows that the opponent is confident in his own strength, and is also looking for opportunities to launch a fatal blow. Such a pirate ship would be very troublesome to fight. Moria dodged the dense bullets again. Looking at the pirate ship in front of him, Moria clenched his spear and swung it forward with all his strength. A terrifying shock wave erupted from the tip of Moria's shadow horn gun, rushing towards the pirate ship. Shadow gun shock wave. The shock wave formed by the convergence of Moria's shadow horn guns knocked the standing person away, and at the same time, a hole was cut through the deck and cabin of the pirate ship and the bottom of the pirate ship. Taking advantage of the opponent's panic, Moria had landed on the pirate ship and started attacking. Moria kept waving the shadow horn gun, killing pirates one by one. At the same time, the shock wave caused by the shadow horn gun caused huge damage to the pirate ship. After the destruction of the shock wave of Moria's shadow horn gun, next, the pirate ship became shaky and began to sink. 2 minutes later, after Moria killed all the members on the ship, Moria looked at the pirate ship next to him. He jumped onto another pirate ship, and another massacre began. "Damn it, get out of here. Aim at Moria and fire directly." "But, that's an alliance ship. According to the agreement, we can't fire," replied the gunner to the captain. "Damn it, do you want to wait for him to call you directly? Hurry up and shoot me." "Yes." The gunner quickly turned the muzzle and aimed at Moria's position. At this time, Moria, who was in the middle of the battle, suddenly jumped and left his original place. Immediately, the place where Moria was standing was hit by a cannonball, and an explosion occurred. "Come out through a big hole." And just now, the pirate who fought with Moria was seriously injured due to the sudden cannonball, which had no time to dodge. Moria kept changing positions on the deck, dodging cannonballs and bullets flying from all directions. Each time, he narrowly escaped. As a result, Moria was not injured, but many of the pirates on the ship were injured or even killed by shells and bullets. Damn it, you will dare to break the treaty. Fight back. At this time, Moria jumped onto another pirate ship, brandished the Shadowhorn gun, rushed into the crowd again, and started killing people. Shadowhorn shockwave. Under the continued destruction of Moria, the pirate ship began to become shaky again and began to sink. After Moria achieved his goal, he moved again and came to another pirate ship. In this way, after destroying one pirate ship, Moria moved again and began to destroy another pirate ship. At the same time, as Moria was rushing around in the fleet of 8 pirate ships, many pirates opened fire on Moria in order to eliminate Moria, causing heavy casualties to the pirates. This also caused the alliance that was originally formed temporarily for profit to become fragmented in an instant. Seeing the heavy casualties among his subordinates, most of which were caused by their own alliance, the red-eyed partners no longer cared about the agreement, firing fiercely at the opponent. When the pirates reacted, it was too late. The ship had taken on water and began to sink. At this time, the pirates fighting each other stopped firing and looked at Moria standing on the bow. Damn it! Don't be afraid, he's alone. Attack together. At this point, there is no other way. If you don't want to sink in the sea, the only way out is to defeat Moria and take Moria's pirate ship. Go! Everyone desperately attacked Moria in an attempt to turn the tables. Looking at the pirates swarming in, Moria really couldn't get interested now. When Moria was destroying the ship just now, those pirate captains or main combatants who came to obstruct Moria might still have some desire to fight, but these pirates really didn't have the desire to fight. If I had the domineering color domineering now, it would be a must for pretending and cleaning up the miscellaneous soldiers. Shadow Ball. Moria released the shadow ball that had been condensed for half a day from his hand. The shadow ball gradually enlarged, and finally, a powerful shock wave was generated, and huge waves were set off on the sea. Looking at the explosion, Moria still sighed that the shadow ball move still has many weaknesses. The powerful ones take a long time to condense, and the ones with a short condensation time are too small. For those with strong strength, it is just a tickle. But if you want to achieve great power, it will take a long time. After all, although shadows are also everywhere, Moria has one more condensation step compared to the bear's paw shock wave. Shadows are not like air, which can be compressed at will. Moria has to use the devil fruit ability to condense the surrounding shadow energy. But in battle, not every time like this time, Moria can condense a huge shadow ball leisurely. Moreover, the closer you are to the shadow ball, the greater the power, but the farther you are, the smaller the power. At least, Moria saw that there were many pirates alive in the marginal areas far away from the shadow ball, floating on the sea. What are you still standing there for? Clean up the battlefield, catch a few tongues, and force the person behind the scenes to tell you. Then continue sailing, Moria said to his men who were still in a daze. Moria's men then realized that Moria had returned to the ship without knowing when. Yes, the captain is so awesome. Long live the captain. Moria ignored them. Such a record was indeed not worth mentioning. Der had already given Moria the bounty orders for these pirates. None of them had a bounty of more than 100 million Baileys. No wonder they were so weak. Moria, who returned to the room, was still thinking about this battle. Originally, Moria wanted to use a few large shadow balls to quickly end the battle, but during the flight, Moria had a flash of inspiration and decided to try out the physical skills he had gained from the Knight Commander. It must be said that the knight spearmanship of the Knight Commander seemed to be tailor-made for Moria, and was very suitable for Moria. In more than a month, Moria's spearmanship has developed rapidly from nothing to something. The spearmanship and Moria's devil fruit ability are perfectly integrated together, and Moria has created this shadow shock wave in combination with his actual situation. In fact, it's nothing, it just turns the real spear into a spear condensed by Moria with shadows. Now Moria has completely digested the spearmanship, and the power is also very good. Now Moria can only penetrate one ship because he has just mastered it not long ago, and cannot penetrate several ships in a row and directly destroy the entire fleet. And this also makes up for Moria's current shortcomings in moves. There is no need for special preparation time, and the attack is very concentrated. Although the distance is relatively close, the power is very powerful. It seems that Moria can't use the sword to show off in the future. Compared with the sword, the gun is more suitable for Moria. Moria still chooses to improve his strength, which is more practical, and holding a heavy gun is not very ugly. The knight's charge, the cloak fluttering, is still very handsome. As for the pirates who united this time, Moria thought there should be another force behind them, otherwise, these people should not have the courage to trouble Moria. However, Moria's deterrence this time should be able to deter some people and make those pirates who followed the trend give up halfway. However, this time should be regarded as a test, and the next time, it should be the real master behind the scenes. Hey hee hee. Just when Moria was thinking about which force was targeting him, the force behind him also received the news that the pirate joint fleet was annihilated. What a waste! The person sitting on the chair cursed. Isn't this normal? Owner, the other party is Shishibukai. If he was killed so easily, the world government would not invite him to be Shishibukai. A person walked into the room and said to him. The sun shone on the face of the person who walked in, revealing a very young face. If Mariah was here, he would find that this person was the leader of the Hill Chamber of Commerce that he met in the Sabayati archipelago, the brother of Hill Gilson that Mariah killed, and the future successor of the Hill Chamber of Commerce. You are so rude. You don't know how to respect your elders? You didn't even knock before you came in. The man sitting on the chair said. Don't think that our Hill Chamber of Commerce has perished, and we are soft persimmons that can be squeezed at will. Owner, pay attention to your attitude. After saying that, the young man sat down casually, and opened a bottle of treasured red wine from the cabinet and drank it. It tastes really good. You! The owner seemed angry, and his men swarmed in and surrounded the young man, but in the end he did not order to shoot, and waved his hands to let his men leave. Although the owner was surprised about the destruction of the Hill Chamber of Commerce, he was still very happy, and obtained a lot of high-quality farms that originally belonged to the Hill Chamber of Commerce. This owner, as the name suggests, is the king of agriculture. He owns a large number of fields, various manors, and large farms. He is a grain giant of the underground forces. The circulation of grain in the dark must pass through his hands. It can be said that he is a well-deserved underground king. When it came to his generation, the owner of this generation was no longer satisfied with planting, but extended his tentacles to other fields. And this field is the slave industry. In the pirate world, all food needs to be planted manually, there are no large machines, and everything needs human labor. This also leads to the fact that each generation of farm owners needs to buy a large number of slaves to serve as labor in the farm, and the cost is a considerable number every year. In fact, since his grandfather's generation, he has been aware of this problem. As the area of the farms he controls becomes larger and larger, more and more slaves are needed. Therefore, in order to alleviate the problem of slaves, he began to organize slave ships and directly annex some small traffickers. But it has always been a small fight and can never meet the demand. One of the biggest reasons is that without the permission of the world government, the slave trade is often suppressed, and even affects itself, and many farms have been confiscated. And now, with Vegapunk's transformation of food crops, food production has greatly increased, food prices have begun to fall, and farm profits have begun to decline year by year. Even due to the increase in food production, fewer and fewer people buy food from here in the market, and the status of food giants has been impacted. I must get that license, of course, because I want to attack Moria. But you, what is it for? You know, everyone is calling for your Hill Chamber of Commerce to be beaten. The owner glanced at the young man and continued, many people are biting you. They want to get the treasures accumulated by the Hill Chamber of Commerce for hundreds of years. Hearing what the owner said, the young man was unmoved. To be honest, when the owner saw this Hilgola, he knew that his chance had come. If he could get the Hill Chamber of Commerce's century-old treasure from them, he could become the top existence of the underground forces. Now he is also one of the kings of the basement force, but his status as a giant is already in jeopardy. The food gap of the world government has been greatly alleviated, and in recent years, the world government's orders have become less and less. It's all that damn Vegapunk. Naturally, the owner immediately summoned his men to encircle and suppress the personnel of the Hill Chamber of Commerce. Unexpectedly, his forces returned in defeat. During the battle, the strength displayed by the Hill Chamber of Commerce surprised the owner. 3 lieutenant generals, and even a quasi-general. This simply overturned the owner's perception of the strength of the Hill Chamber of Commerce. The intelligence received by the owner was that under the Navy's demon-killing order, the Hill Chamber of Commerce was completely wiped out. Except for a lieutenant general level elder and some remnants who escaped, the rest were all eliminated. Even if the Hill Chamber of Commerce has been keeping a hidden hand for so many years, the owner would have accepted that there were 3 lieutenant general level figures, and it would not be too exaggerated. However, where did this quasi-general who suddenly appeared come from? If so, has the Hill Chamber of Commerce been completely eliminated by the world government? Then this is still a question mark. How many things are hidden behind it? There are quasi-general level strongmen in his hands. Any giant who can stand in the underground forces is not qualified to stand at the top of the underground forces if there is no quasi-general level person. Although there is a position, there is no virtue. Then, after a brief peak, they will be quickly pulled down, smashed to pieces, and devoured by other forces. Any underground giant, if there is no quasi-general in charge, can't sit in that position at all. This is why, although the world government has been suppressing it, it has never dared to overly stimulate the underground forces, and can only divide and win over, or even acquiesce in the underground forces to participate in the competition for the water of life. You know, if all the underground forces unite, the turmoil caused will be much greater than that of one of the 4 emperors. The entire underground force is naturally inferior to the pirates. But compared to the chaotic pirates, the underground forces are also chaotic, but they have formed a series of underground rules. especially the large mafia and underground families, which have completely broken away from the level of gangsters and formed a strict system. Relying on various systems and blood relations, the underground forces have been continuously passed down. Now, except for those supported by the world government and those who have risen rapidly by chance, most of the underground giants now have huge forces accumulated from generation to generation. Although the bottom of the underground forces is in chaos, the upper level has been completely stabilized and has strict rules. In addition, the underground forces have penetrated into all walks of life, and the huge network of interests woven by generations has made the world government dare not act rashly. Although the world government has the ability to directly use force to pacify the entire underground force, the consequences are unimaginable. The huge impact caused by all walks of life is not proportional to the benefits obtained by the world government. Moreover, after so many years, the world government and the underground forces have reached a symbiotic relationship. The world government wants to achieve various goals through the means of the underground forces in secret, and the underground forces also need the support of the world government to safeguard their own interests. Just like this time, it was difficult to wipe out the Hill Chamber of Commerce so quickly without causing huge turmoil on the sea without the help of the underground giants. The huge commercial channels of the Hill Chamber of Commerce and the Four Seas and the first half of the Grand Line alone have to be uprooted and quickly filled in order to avoid turmoil in the sea, which is a headache for the world government. Therefore, compared with the absolute freedom pursued by pirates, the orderly chaos of underground forces makes the world government more at ease. Although there will be some ambitious people in the underground forces every few years, compared with the chaos and destruction brought by pirates, it seems so insignificant. It can even be said that the underground forces are an important force in maintaining the current rules of the world and have made many contributions to the pirate world. But the underground forces are underground forces, and they can never become part of the world government. From the perspective of the power division of the entire pirate world, the world government, the Navy, the CP organization, the Celestial Dragons, and the various member countries represent the interests of the ruling class, so the pirates, the Revolutionary Army, and various opposition organizations are the opposing party. The underground forces are the gray area where black and white meet, and they belong to the neutral forces. When the world government is strong, the underground forces will obey and dare not make too many small moves. When the pirates are strong, they will secretly obey the orders and even stab the world government in the back. So, the underground forces are like fence sitters, they will go wherever the wind blows. But he is a powerful fence sitter, with various resources and channels, so he dare not act rashly. The world government needs the channels of the underground forces to maintain its own rule. Pirates and the Revolutionary Army also need to use the channels of the underground forces to obtain the weapons, various materials, and other things they want. There is no 1,000-year dynasty, but there are 1,000-year-old families. This is probably the case. Under such circumstances, the underground forces are endless and very stable. They will not be like pirates. Once the captain dies, the entire pirate group will fall apart. Even if the head of the underground giant dies, it will not cause much impact. At most, there will be a little turmoil. After the turmoil, a new head of the family will be born soon. Okay, stop, turn back. Although the strength shown by the Hill Chamber of Commerce is far beyond the expectations of the owner, if this is the case, it is not easy for him to do it. He can still share this news with the world government or other underground giants. As a whistleblower, the reward is naturally indispensable. But the information that Gola gave him made the farm owner give up this idea. There was a spy from the world government among his farmers, and this spy was in charge of nearly 1/5 of the family's business. Whether this news was true or not, the farm owner was very vigilant. Because the person Gola mentioned was really in a high position in the entire family, and had access to a lot of confidential information, and even had an armed force under his command. Such a person, whether he was a spy from the world government or not, once he rebelled, it would be a fatal blow to the entire family. Hill Chamber of Commerce was defeated because of the world government's spies and its top management. It was for this reason that Moria slowed down the speed of returning home. Let them fight against those pirate groups, and as long as the opponent is not too strong, Moria will not take action. Of course, it is not to let them die. In fact, the opponents selected by Moria should be considered to be evenly matched. With the cooperation of his side, they can still be defeated. This is the only way Moria can think of. Since this is a difference in concept, then he can only use iron and blood to break this absolute freedom and recast the rules. Accustomed to the gentle Moria in the past, this cold Moria suddenly made everyone feel a huge gap. In the battle, without Moria's help, coupled with the opponent's very good strength, which is not comparable to the previous small pirates, casualties began to occur continuously. After a difficult battle, there are rewards and punishments. Those who fight bravely are rewarded, but at the same time, these people are also thorns. When faced with some rules, they often violate them in life, so they are also the object of criticism. Similarly, facing those who are sneaky and slippery, Moria will naturally not show mercy. In this way, there are far more people who are punished than those who are rewarded. Everyone naturally has a lot of dissatisfaction in their hearts, even those who are rewarded. Some people directly propose to leave the Moria pirates. This is the last benefit Moria gave to these men. You know, in the pirate world, once you join a pirate group, you want to quit, it is equivalent to betraying the pirate group. Among these people, there are sneaky and slippery people, and there are some who are just idling, but there are also some who are the elites in Moria's current team, some people that Moria is very optimistic about, and even some old people who followed Moria all the way from the New World. The departure of these people made the atmosphere on the ship very solemn, and people were panicked. Even Moria himself asked himself more than once, is this right? Right. If he continues to follow the rules of the pirate world, Moria may be able to quickly win over many men with his own strength. But as long as Moria has something wrong, the pirate group will fall apart. Because everyone is afraid of your strength. Once you lose this strength, your subordinates will be ready to take your place. If you are forming a pirate group like Luffy, with a streamlined staff, this is naturally not necessary, because everyone's bond is very deep. But what Moria wants to form is an assassin organization that spreads throughout the pirate world. With so many people and so many places, Moria can't know everyone at all. It's already very good to know the main person in charge. Therefore, there must be a very strict set of rules and systems to restrain and manage the subordinates. While the Shadow Thorn has not yet been formally formed, it is better to establish systems and rules from now on. It can be said that a long pain is worse than a short pain. Moreover, the Navy has become the overlord of the sea, not only because of its strength and number, but also because of the strict system. In the next section of the voyage, people kept leaving and various casualties continued to occur. But this is a process that must be experienced. If this method is not adopted, it is difficult to transform the deep-rooted pirate thinking. Finally, when Moria returned to the Magic Triangle, the number of people who left and were injured or killed during the entire voyage accounted for 1/3 of the total number of people. But this price was worth it. After the transformation of Iron and Blood, everyone's tired face showed a trace of military temperament. As for the mastermind behind the scenes, he never appeared along the way, and when Moria was about to return to the Magic Triangle, these peripheral pirates left directly and disappeared without a trace. On the Horror three-mast sailing ship, the old swordsman was very surprised to see the changes in these returning people. After listening to Moria's story, the old swordsman felt sorry, especially because so many people left, including some elites. After Moria finished talking about his experiences along the way, he asked the old swordsman, did those people leave inexplicably? Well, I also find it strange. Although it seems that we have the upper hand, I feel that the other party has the strength to capture the Horror three-mast ship. But they just didn't do it, as if they were waiting for something. The old swordsman answered puzzledly. It should be coming towards me. Moria explained to the old swordsman about the world government's delivery of the license and the value of this license. It seems that the other party did it on purpose. Although I don't know the reason, I believe the real mastermind behind the scenes will appear soon. The old swordsman analyzed. Well, anyway, we have to prepare first. Moria said, Olgia, please go and arrange it. I'll arrange these doctors. Okay. The old swordsman nodded after listening. On the Horror three-mast ship, in the woods, Moria was leading his men to cut trees together. Moria planned to utilize this idle land as a place to accommodate those doctors, and on this basis, build the world's largest hospital and the largest medical research institute, making the Thriller Bark a medical sanctuary in the world. The medical field is the easiest field for Moria to get involved in at present, and it is very useful. Since Moria wants to build an assassin organization all over the world, it is naturally necessary to have huge financial support behind it. And this medical service is naturally a money-making behemoth. In the pirate world, various battles occur every day, and naturally, there are always wounded in every battle. But it is precisely such an important profession, doctors, but there are no large hospitals. Most of these doctors are passed down from generation to generation, and there is little communication. Of course, there has been no integration in the medical field, and the physical fitness of people in the pirate world is generally high. On the ship of the Straw Hat Pirates, except for Nami who was sick once, others have never been sick since childhood. For general gunshot wounds and sword wounds, sprinkle some medicine and wrap them with bandages, and they will be fine after a few days. Therefore, sometimes doctors only need to master some simple medical skills to meet basic needs. But all this is not without hidden dangers. The wounds basically rely on the body's self-healing function, and some hidden injuries are not treated at all. Over time, once you reach a certain age, your body will quickly collapse. Whitebeard is a living example. At the same time, Sengoku and Garp were still alive and kicking, but he was already shaky. Therefore, the medical market is actually huge, but it has not been taken seriously. Moria has high expectations for this. Not only does he want to create a gold-absorbing behemoth, but Moria also plans to expand his network of contacts. Big pirates like Whitebeard eventually had to retire because of their old age and illness. If Moria can attract these people, the combat skills accumulated over the years on the sea alone will be a very valuable treasure. There are also medical insurance, research on UNCO, and various other things. Moria thinks it is very necessary to build such a hospital. Now, let's clean up this area first and make preparations in the early stage. However, the headache is here again. Moria's current subordinates do not have such engineers who are good at building buildings, but in order to transform the Horror three-mast ship, he has recruited a lot of shipbuilders. One is a house builder and the other is a shipbuilder. Although there are many differences, there are still some commonalities. While Moria was carrying out construction work, the old swordsman was also nervously arranging troops. For a moment, the magic triangle was once again full of enemies, and it looked like a storm was about to come. In fact, even now, the Moria people can guess what kind of force it is? The only ones who are interested in the license in Moria's hands and have this ability are those underground forces. Moria sent someone to inquire about the information, and soon, the basic information of these forces was placed on Moria's desk. These are not secrets. In the dark world, those few forces can be called giants, and most of these forces have a history of hundreds of years. In terms of intelligence, you can know it with just a little research. Of course, these are definitely just forces on the surface. Behind the scenes, there must be a trump card. But even with these apparent powers, Moria also took a breath of air. Although there is no clear criterion for being able to sit in the position of a giant, over the years, an unwritten rule has been formed. To be called an underground power giant, one must form a monopoly in a certain industry, accounting for 70% of the market share, and at the same time, have at least one quasi-general and 5 lieutenant generals. These two items are to measure whether it is the most basic standard for a giant. Let's not talk about other things. Moria can't deal with this quasi-general. Although Moria's strength has improved a lot compared to before, the higher you go, the more difficult it is to improve. The strength of a quasi-general is already at a level that most people will find difficult to reach in their lifetime. The general level is an unbridgeable gap. I wonder how many people are stuck here. Talents, opportunities, resources, etc., everything is available. On the sea, among the great pirates who are famous in the sea, none of them are talented, but the higher you go, the harder it is to break through. If you want to break through, you have to be like Big Mom and Kaido, who have extremely enviable physical talents, plus the assistance of Devil Fruit. Or, like the red-haired man, he could follow a legendary pirate like Roger and receive the most comprehensive training. The 3 generals of the Navy also fall into this category. Although their talents are beyond the reach of ordinary people, they are still a little behind non-human beings like Big Mom and Kaido. However, the Navy has a complete inheritance, the experience of the powerful Navy in the past generations, and a complete training system can completely make up for the gap in talent. In Luffy's case, the protagonist has both aura, talent and training. Grandpa Garp and Father Drago said that Luffy's talent was poor, but no one would believe it. Coupled with Garp's training of Luffy since he was a child, and later Pluto Rayleigh's training, it can be said that no one can compare to him in terms of guidance. As for Moria himself, now he should be considered to be at the level of an elite lieutenant general, but he still has not reached the level of a quasi-general. If an opponent with quasi-general strength really attacks, Moria can say that there is no problem in self-protection. If you can't defeat him, you can still escape, but the opponent will definitely not come alone. Among his current subordinates, in addition to the old swordsman, there are also with a certain level of strength. No one else can stop a lieutenant general level attack. In the end, it can only be a failure. Although Moria can escape on his own, what is the difference between that and a bereaved dog? It's not like Moria has never thought about getting rid of this license, but everyone knows that this is a hot potato, and whether it is sold or auctioned, it is not a good idea. Small forces can't afford to offend them, and big forces don't want to participate. Moreover, if Moria does this, he will offend the world government, which can be described as a dilemma. Why use this license to make friends with a big force, get help, and develop rapidly all the way? This kind of plot will not happen, and Moria himself does not have the halo of the protagonist. You know, a license is not enough for those big forces to take risks to participate. The competition in the current slave market is already fierce enough. Even if you get a license, you may not be able to get much return, unless you are serious. This license is required. Therefore, no one would be stupid enough to participate in such a thankless thing, and they are not fools. Bang bang bang, come in. Jiao Lao. Are you all ready? Moria asked. Ready. But is it really going to be like this, Captain? The old swordsman asked with a worried look on his face. Jiao Lao, you should know that this is the best way. I'll leave the magic triangle to you. People from the world government will also help. Safety will not be a problem. Okay, don't worry. Yes, the only way Moria can think of now is to take the initiative. Instead of waiting for the opponent to attack, it is better to take the initiative himself. In terms of large-scale battles, Moria is no match at all, but if Moria acts alone, the result is hard to say. The Fang family has a huge business and a large number of industries. Moria doesn't believe that there are strong people in every place. Moreover, this operation also had the secret help of the world government. Since the world government has given you benefits, don't give them up in vain. Moreover, Moria also feels that the world government's relationship with these forces and their relationship is definitely not good. It can be seen from the Hill Chamber of Commerce that as long as there is an opportunity, the world government will definitely take action. So, Mariah called the world government's Den Mushi directly and told the world government that he was going to take action against the force that was behind the scenes. Mariah could kill those high-ranking officials and make them chaotic. He wondered if the world government was interested in getting involved and taking the opportunity to destroy the other party. At first, the other party thought that Mariah had given in and came to seek help, but when they heard Mariah's plan, they were shocked. You know, the other party is not a small force. It has existed in the underground forces for hundreds of years. Once it takes action, it will inevitably cause turmoil in the underground forces. This kind of thing is not something I can decide, so I hurried to ask the 5 elders. In this way, Mariah bargained with the 5 elders, the highest level of the world government, for a long time, and finally decided on this matter. As long as Mariah can really do it, the world government will fully cooperate, mobilize the CP organization, and even mobilize the Navy. Once the goal is really achieved, Mariah will receive a generous reward, and the world government will meet Mariah's requirements. But all these must be done under the condition that Moria succeeds. If Moria fails to achieve his goal, then he will be a discarded pawn. At that time, Moria will be the unlucky person. Moria, then we will wait for your good news. After hanging up the Den Mushi, Moria couldn't help but smile bitterly. As expected of the 5 elders, Moria's deception had no effect on them. Moria originally thought that he would make a fortune from them first, but in the end, Moria only got a lot of empty checks. This deal is a sure win for the world government. If it works, the world government will no longer have to worry about food, and there will be a lot of land, various channels, etc., which can be said to be a white wolf without any effort. If it doesn't work, the world government can also say, "What do you mean by taking action against the 7 warlords of the sea," and then blackmail them and push everything onto Moria, without any loss at all, and can also make a small fortune, and the world government only pays some intelligence and a few dispensable hidden pieces. Why not do it? Looking at the map and combining it with the information from the world government, Moria looked at the islands in the distance and murmured, "Then, everything starts from here." According to the data, although this small island looks ordinary, it is a branch of the owner, and it is also the outpost command post for the attack on Moria. Those who attacked the Magic Triangle a while ago are now here. Settlement here. According to what the old swordsman said, during that period of time, the old swordsman made 2 attacks in total, and both times were evenly matched. And although the opponent's face was covered, the old swordsman definitely told Moria that the opponent these 2 times was definitely not the same person. Therefore, there are at least 2 lieutenant general level opponents on this island, and according to the world government's intelligence, there are 3 lieutenant general level opponents. Moreover, this place is so close to the Magic Triangle. If the opponent is not eliminated, Moria will not worry at all. The strength of the 3 lieutenant generals is already an overwhelming advantage. Although the world government has promised to protect Moria's Magic Triangle, it only sent a warship to patrol here. If a fight really breaks out, Moria feels that this warship will be the first to escape. Although this small island is not big, it is bustling with people and business is very prosperous. Moria disappeared into the crowd as soon as she got off the boat. Looking at the various weapons and slaves, Moria seemed to understand why this place is so prosperous. This should be the transfer station that specifically provides underground goods to the Chambord Islands. The shady goods from all over the world are here. It is initially processed and then flows into the Chambord Islands. I really didn't expect that there is such a place near the Magic Triangle. This is a good place to set up a Shadowthorn stronghold. However, for now, let's complete the mission first. Mariah killed the big man in front of him and transformed into this big man. You looked at your clothes again and felt that there were no flaws, so you ran out and followed the patrol team. Bumman, what took you so long? It must be you. You ran away to be happy somewhere last night. It can't be done. Ha ha ha. Go away. I'll let you see if I can do it later. TCH, when it comes to fighting, I'm not afraid. On the field, after a battle, Bumman finally knocked down the opponent with his fists. In order to express the joy of victory, Bumman kept waving his fists, and the people next to him also shouted. The atmosphere was very enthusiastic. On the wine table, Bumman, let me tell you, you are such a big guy, you really can't see it on normal days. You defeated 10 people in a row today, that's awesome. Here, let me toast you. Okay, Captain, drink. After everyone drank, they naturally started chatting. Captain, how long do you think we have to wait? Obviously, we could have taken over the Magic Triangle directly before, saying that we were waiting for Moria to come back. But now, Moria is here, but he says he still has to wait for someone. Who is it? That's right, there are 3 adults here. No matter how powerful Mariah is, he is no match for us. Why should we cooperate with others? That's right. Who is it that makes us wait like this? The captain looked at the angry men, took a sip of wine, and cursed, "How do I know? If you stay here these days, you will soon fade away." But, after taking a sip of wine, he looked around again. Frustrated, Moria and the others put their heads over and whispered, "I also heard from you, sir, that this force has a grudge against Moria. I heard that Moria killed his brother, so I wanted to get involved. However, these are all excuses. Your Excellency has told us to keep an eye on them, especially what they are looking for." When necessary, the captain made a gesture of wiping his neck. "Understand, Captain, I promise there will be no problem. Come on, drink." At night, the streets were filled with drunkards and staggering mutual supporters, preparing to return to camp. Among them, no one noticed that one person was missing. I saw Bumman, who was still drunk just now, but now he still looked drunk. At night, the moonlight covered the earth with a bright veil. He. Mariah's body gradually disappeared into the dark night. After today's exploration, Moria has basically figured out the situation here. The opponent does have 3 lieutenant general level experts on this island. Moreover, tomorrow, the force that has enmity with Moria will also send 2 strong men of the lieutenant general level. In total, the opponent will have 5 people with the strength of the lieutenant general level, plus many subordinates. This kind of lineup is already comparable to the demon-slaying order. It is really a luxury to deal with Mariah alone. Therefore, we must first get rid of the 3 leaders on this island today, otherwise when the people and horses gather together tomorrow, Moria will have no choice but to escape. As for the force that had a grudge against Moria, Moria also roughly guessed who it was? Although I don't know how Hirami escaped from the world government's roundup, since the other party came specifically to find Moria, it must be about the treasure. But what makes Moria headache is that Moria only has half of the key in his hand. I really don't know why he separated the keys at that time. Wouldn't it be better to put them together? Moria once thought that the other half of the key had been taken away by the world government, but now, it looks like it is likely to be with these escaped people. It's really an unexpected gain. Taking advantage of the night, Moria used the power of the devil fruit, as if there was no one, and soon came to the first person in charge. This is an out-and-out drunkard. He always drinks and must drink all the time. He is addicted to alcohol. But don't underestimate this person. His strength is the strongest among the 3. It will be easy to solve him. In this room filled with the smell of alcohol, Moria's body gradually appeared. On the table, a disheveled man was sleeping with a wine gourd in his arms, and he didn't notice Moria's arrival at all. As a swordsman, it can be said that he should be the most sensitive to the arrival of danger. But now he doesn't move at all. Obviously, Moria has done something to him. The best way to kill a person or make him give up resistance is to poison him, especially if he is an alcoholic. Poisoning the wine is the best way. But don't forget that there is such a thing as domineering in this world, not to mention that swordsmen have a very scary intuition about danger. Even if it is Moria, if someone poisons the food he often eats, Moria will definitely know it. Because these things are so familiar, once something is done, he will definitely feel it. Similarly, if he poisons the wine he often drinks, it is basically impossible to succeed. Unless he eats something he is not familiar with or has never eaten, the chance of success will be greatly increased. Moria doesn't want to gamble on the success rate of 1 or 2%, so Moria didn't tamper with his wine. But this doesn't mean there is no way. Although Moria has not been able to create a shadow army yet, this does not mean that this skill is useless. On the contrary, it can play a greater role in certain situations. For example, in this situation now. To be honest, using these created shadows to fight is more for show than for actual combat. The strength of these shadows is the strength of the original body, but Moria has strengthened it again. It is better to let Moria himself, or Moria's own shadow, fight with these shadows. After all, Moria's shadow mage is the embodiment of Moria's own strength, equivalent to another Moria. But these conquered shadow brothers are different. They cannot exceed the strength of Moria's shadow. If they are stronger than Moria's shadow, they cannot be transformed at all. If they are weaker than Moria's shadow, they can only be said to be a burden in this level of battle, and will consume Moria's physical strength. Unless Moria uses him to bully those soldiers, it is almost the same. They cannot fight, but they are perfect helpers for collecting intelligence, lurking, poisoning, etc. These shadows are equivalent to Moria having an extra pair of movable eyes. Through these shadows, Moria can obtain the information she wants. The more shadows there are, the more information she can obtain, but the premise is that Moria's brain must be able to handle it. At present, after training, Moria's brain can withstand the impact of information brought by up to 10 shadows, but generally, Moria will not do that. That way is too mentally exhausting, and it can't last long. The most suitable is 4 to 5 shadows, which will not cause too much burden to Moria, nor will it be too small to collect effective information. Moreover, compared with human shadows, Moria prefers the shadows of various small animals and insects. Because the shape of human shadows is too large, although it can be hidden, it is still relatively easy to find, and the shadows of these small animals are different. There are a few small animals and insects in any place, even if they are seen, they will not be suspected. This drunkard swordsman is Moria. Using a shadow beetle to do the trick, Moria let this shadow beetle carry a kind of drug and use it in this room. This drug has a faint fragrance, but in this alcohol-filled room, it can't be smelled at all, and even if you smell it, you will think it is the fragrance of flowers outside. This drug is very powerful. No matter who it is, it can make him fall into a state of extreme sleep. For 3 days and 3 nights, he has no perception of the outside world. During this period, you can do anything to him, even if you cut off his limbs and take out his heart, he will not react at all. But it is so powerful, and naturally it has disadvantages, that is, this drug must be used in large quantities, and it must be inhaled continuously for more than an hour. Moreover, 1 or 2 packets, with a small dose, will not work at all. It must reach a dose of more than 10 packets. The more doses, the stronger the effect. Therefore, due to various shortcomings, this thing has always been used as a spice, or extracted and used as a sleeping pill. Even if Moria used a modified version, it still has the disadvantages of large dosage and slow effect. No one would be stupid enough to watch you sprinkle powder all over the room without any reaction. Moria had thought of using other kinds of drugs, but none of them were as effective as this one. In the pirate world, some ordinary poisons had no effect on the strong. Moria didn't know what the principle was. Maybe the strong's immune function became stronger? In order to achieve the effect, Moria finally chose this drug with major flaws for the sake of safety. So, the shadow beetle turned into a hard-working little bee throughout the afternoon, pushing the drug ball made of drugs from the outside, constantly going back and forth in the room. Naturally, the behavior of this little black bug also caught his eye, but he didn't suspect it, thinking that this bug regarded this place as its home and wanted to make a nest here. Even when he was drunk, he drank with Moria's shadow beetle, and felt very funny watching the bug fluttering in the foot water. But he didn't realize that this little bug would kill him immediately. Moria's shadow beetle's work results in the afternoon were very significant. He moved 20 bags back and forth and spread them in the room. When Moria came to the room, the drunkard swordsman had completely fallen asleep and didn't notice Moria's arrival at all. Naturally, Moria easily completed his first goal, but the remaining 2 goals were not so easy. One was very smart, and his words and deeds were all noble. He was the leader this time. He had no bad habits in life. Moreover, Moria's shadow beetle was killed by him as soon as it came to his room, and he couldn't even get close. As for the other one, he is very burly and looks like a rough man, but he is also very delicate. He has been mixing with his subordinates in fighting. Don't look at him as a warrior who knows how to do 2 big and 3 big things, but Moria feels that among these 3 people, his prestige is the highest among his subordinates. Moria's shadow beetle hiding in the crowd was crushed by him several times, so Moria didn't dare to get close and could only monitor from a distance. For the remaining 2 people, Moria thought about it and decided to attack the leader first. On the surface, the burly man is easier to attack, but Moria can't see through him. And the leader, although very smart and without any flaws, Moria still thinks he is easier to deal with. Moria has already solved one, and Moria only needs to solve 1 more of the remaining 2. Then even if Moria is exposed, it doesn't matter. The remaining 1 is no threat and can be directly crushed with strength. After dealing with the drunkard swordsman, Moria took advantage of the night and quickly used the shadow warrior to come to the leader's room. The room was very elegantly decorated, and the leader was reviewing documents on the table. While Moria was still in the form of a shadow warrior, he directly used a shadow horn gun from the shadow. Although Moria had hidden his killing intention to the lowest level under the cover of night, he still made the other party aware of the danger and escaped dangerously. But Moria did not gain nothing, and the other party was still injured by Moria's attack. After failing to hit the opponent, Moria quickly launched a second attack, seizing the moment when the opponent had not yet recovered and causing damage to the opponent. Since he had been exposed, he could only fight quickly and get rid of the person in front of him before the support of another person arrived, and then, if possible, get rid of the other person, then Moria's goal would be achieved. This time, Moria directly used the skill of Shadow Mage, allowing his main body and Shadow to fight together. This is the first time Moria has fought like this in such a long time. Moria's Shadow has always been used by Moria to teleport, as a displacement skill, and also to leave a way out for himself. Once he is defeated, he can use Shadow Warrior to escape. Now, in order to quickly end the battle, Moria used Shadow Mage. This is equivalent to Moria cutting off his own retreat, proving that Moria is now going to do his best, either you die or I live, and life and death must be determined. Moria's Shadow has always been used by Moria as a clone to train and improve his strength. The strength of Shadow Mage is not comparable to those shadows created by Moria. How strong Moria is, how strong Shadow Mage is, which is equivalent to facing 2 Morias. Moreover, this is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Shadow Mage is Moria's shadow. The shadow and the main body are perfectly connected when they cooperate. It is with this trump card that Moria believes that he can quickly take down the leader. After all, with this trump card, Moria was confident that he would not be at a disadvantage against the general, not to mention an opponent who was weaker than Moria. This was indeed the case. After dodging Moria's attack, the opponent did not expect that Moria had such a trick. Without any preparation, the opponent was hit by Moria's Shadow Mage. The situation quickly became clear. In addition, the opponent was already injured. Under the relentless pursuit of Moria's body and shadow, he was defeated and in danger. In the end, the opponent was restrained by Moria's shadow and his movements were delayed for a moment. In just such a moment, Moria's attack had arrived. Moria's shadow horn gun directly crushed his heart and took away the last bit of life. The second goal was completed. Such a fierce battle naturally attracted everyone's attention, and they immediately realized that this was an enemy attack. However, Mariah's actions were too fast. When everyone arrived, they only found the body of the leader who had just been killed in the ruins of the broken building. Mariah had already disappeared. At this time, in the dark sky, Mariah was flying southeast at a high speed on a bat cloud. In Mariah's perception, the captain named Helson Berry was fleeing the island at a rapid speed. Mariah's shadow beetle had been monitoring Berry. When Mariah assassinated the leader just now, the aftermath of the battle naturally attracted Berry's idea. Berry was different from the two people Mariah had just killed. He did not live in a special room prepared, but lived directly in the arena, so that he could train and exchange martial arts at any time. When Mariah took action, Berry woke up, but he did not support him immediately. Instead, he first summoned the troops and sounded the alarm. Although it did not seem to take much time, it took half a minute to go back and forth before rushing to Mariah. So, after such a delay, it could have been felt in half a minute, but now it takes a minute. At this time, Moria had solved the opponent within half a minute and rushed over here. Berry was originally the son of the deceased friend of the owner, and there was no blood relationship, but after the current owner took office, due to the kindness of his past friends, he still took care of him a little, brought him out of the slums, and arranged him to work in a farm in the family. Although it was hard, it was a million times better than the slums he had before, and he didn't have to worry about food and clothing. After that, he didn't pay attention to it anymore. What the owner didn't expect was that the son of this old friend, relying on his own efforts, started from a small soldier and climbed up step by step. Since then, he has been reused by the owner, and he is no longer expected, and he has completed the task beautifully. However, people are ambitious. Because of his excellence, he was considered the best among the young people of the same generation in the whole family. Moreover, more importantly, he married the daughter of the farm owner, so he was also considered a core member of the family. The farm owner only had one daughter. Therefore, the next farm owner would naturally be decided among the many young people in the family, and he was naturally included in the list of candidates for the next farm owner of the family. Regarding the selection of the farm owner, under the condition of being a core member of the family, more attention is paid to personal ability. The farm owner of this person is not a close relative of the previous farm owner, but he also went through layers of tests and finally broke through the siege and became the current farm owner. As for sons-in-law like Berry, although there is no precedent for him to become a farm owner in the family history, he became the best candidate with the efforts of his father-in-law and his own efforts. But there is no fairness in the world. Since you, Bali, can become the selected person through the relationship of your father-in-law, naturally, in this prosperous family, there are also many descendants of powerful elders who are strong competitors for the selected person. Compared with Bali, these people have more advantages in status and have obtained the support of most elders and senior officials. Bali, who was born in poverty, can get along well with his subordinates, and naturally won the support of many lower-level captains and soldiers. But there is no way to be good-born, even if he has the support of his father-in-law, the owner of the field. He was supposed to be the leader this time, but in the end, the elder's son got it, and he was excluded everywhere. Originally, when he noticed Moria's attack, Berry planned to delay a little time, let Moria teach him a lesson, and then go to support and defeat Moria, so that he could become the biggest hero. However, what he didn't expect was that Moria's speed was too fast, or rather, Berry didn't expect that he would be defeated so quickly. You know, although Berry looked down on the other party, he had to admit that his strength was not weaker than his. In such a short time, he was killed by Moria. The enemy was not something he could resist. Must escape immediately. The family elders who also lived in the same house were so close, only one house away. Such a big movement would definitely not be noticed later than him, but he didn't see anyone, which means that something had happened, and maybe Moria had already solved it. After Moria killed the elder's son, Berry didn't care about anything. As long as he could survive this time, he would accept it even if he faced severe punishment from the family afterwards, because the biggest competitor was dead, and the remaining people in the family were definitely not his opponents. Moreover, due to the competition for this candidate, his father-in-law, the owner of the field, was already unhappy. The owner of the field is in his prime, and you are jumping so happily. What does this mean? Therefore, Berry planned to avoid the limelight and keep silent for a few years. Berry dared not underestimate his father-in-law. Once he felt that his position was threatened, he would never show mercy. Whoever jumped out at this time would be unlucky. Unexpectedly, Mariah ended the battle in such a short time. Escape, as long as you escape to the sea, plus your good water ability. Mariah, who is a devil fruit ability user, can't do anything to you. The location of the arena was not far from the seaside. Soon, Barry arrived at the seaside. Without any hesitation, Barry jumped into the dark sea. At this time, Mariah also came to the seaside. Moria didn't hesitate at all. He held the spear tightly, pointed it at Barry, and used a shadow horn shock wave. The attack broke the silence of the sea, setting off huge waves, and the waves were soaring into the sky. After that, it returned to tranquility. In the end, Moria was unable to keep Barry. By the time the coast returned to calm, Barry had long since disappeared. Even Moria, sensing Haki, who was very sensitive to life, did not detect his aura. The opponent had escaped from Moria's perception range. However, the opponent was still injured, and the injury was not serious. Moria looked at the blood in the sea and could tell. In that blow just now, Moria was not only a combination of devil fruit ability and physical skills, but more importantly, Moria was also mixed with a thin armament of Haki. Yes, Moria has been able to use Haki better. Although he can still only use it briefly, it has made great progress compared to before. Therefore, when faced with Mariah's move, the opponent was in a panic and there was absolutely no way to avoid it. He just didn't know how much the opponent was hurt. However, although the opponent was not eliminated, it was no longer important. Moria's mission to come to this island had been completed. At this time, the threat in the magic triangle was lifted. Next, there will be nothing more to do with Mariah here. Soon, Anzi, who was arranged by the world government on the island, passed what happened here to the 5 old stars. I really didn't expect that this Moria actually did it. After hearing the report from his subordinates, Wu Laoxing was a little surprised. But isn't this better? We can take this opportunity to get rid of this underground force in one fell swoop. They have always benefited from the food issue. Now, it's time for them to spit it out with interest. However, we have to show the strength of the world government, otherwise, we may be looked down upon by others. Well, that's right, it's time to take action. Otherwise, those bugs in the underground world will laugh at us. This kind of thing has to be done by pirates. Moreover, if we don't do anything, I'm afraid even Moria will have some bad thoughts. Okay, let the CP organization take action, and the Navy. If we can't even compete with a pirate, it will be ridiculous. Just when the world government was considering taking action, the owner of a large manor in the South China Sea also learned the news. 2 of the 3 lieutenant general level masters were killed, and the remaining one was missing. Especially this person. Still his son-in-law. Although the owner of the field does not have much affection for him, there is no doubt that he is his right-hand man and has removed many obstacles for him. Now that he is missing, he will be affected to a certain extent. At least, it will be difficult to find such an obedient subordinate. However, what was the information about Moria? I paid enough attention to him and sent 3 people with the strength of a lieutenant general. Unexpectedly, I lost 2 of them in one fell swoop. Rao's family has a great business, but the loss at the lieutenant general level can be regarded as a serious injury. It is difficult to cultivate a strong man of this level without more than 10 years. Although he was suspected of being opportunistic, he was able to kill the core members of his family in such a short period of time. With ordinary combat power, he was no longer a match for Moria. Damn it, I have to raise the price with the Hill Chamber of Commerce. The current price is no longer comparable to Moria's strength. It's not good, Master. His men rushed in and said, Master, just now the second elder threatened to take revenge after knowing that his son was killed. No matter how much I try to persuade him, I can't stop him. Now he has gone to sea. What? When the owner heard the news, he stood up. Damn it. At this critical moment of this transaction, what happens to other people is none of Moria's business. Now that the enemies at the door have been dealt with, the rest will be much easier to handle. Killing 2 powerful men at the level of lieutenant general was considered a heavy loss even for the Navy, let alone an underground force. Moria's goal is only to disrupt the opponent and reduce the opponent's strength, but not to fight head-on with the opponent. Moria is not that stupid. After what happened this time, the other party will definitely not despise Moria anymore. These little tricks are definitely useless. If they fight head-on, Moria will definitely suffer. Moreover, the opponent also has a strong man at the level of a quasi-general, so he definitely won't be able to do it, so it's better to be a little more obscene. The breakthrough has been opened. The world government will definitely no longer just watch. The real main force is coming. Now, Moria still returns to his auxiliary position, hiding behind, doing odd jobs, harassing the opponent, and reaping benefits. Anyway, just hang out. Moria went all the way back along the Grand Line and sneaked into the opponent's stronghold. Now, killing people is not important anymore, it is the truth to reap the benefits as soon as possible. If the people from the world government arrive, or if the other party reacts, Moria will not be able to get any of the good things in this. As one of the giants of the underground forces, Moria is in charge of the lifeline of food. Moria doesn't believe that there is nothing good in these strongholds. Even if it is food, Moria wants it. Whether it is stored by himself or sold, these are all white silver. So, along the way, Moria contacted Harvey in the Drum Kingdom and the Old Swordsman in the Terror Bark, asking them to secretly send people to follow Moria's route, find the marks made by Moria, and quickly transfer and deal with the things Moria took from the stronghold. It must be said that he is worthy of being a food giant, just different from ordinary pirates. Moria got a lot of food and Bailey in various strongholds along the way. But what makes Moria more interested is the various rare herbs and rare plants. Needless to say, herbs are greatly beneficial to Moria's world's first medical Holy Land plan. And those plants with various uses, some can fight, some confuse the enemy. These, Moria plans to plant all on the Terror Bark, so that the combat effectiveness of the Terror Bark can be greatly improved. But in this case, Moria had to deviate from the original route. Because these plants, although there are a little in the stronghold, are more distributed in various farms and manors, and the distribution is very secret. Moria spent a lot of effort, tortured, sneaked behind the enemy, followed and tracked, and finally found the address. Even after some tricks, Moria also found a secret stronghold that did not exist in the world government's intelligence, as well as a scientific research base. This time, Moria was very happy. Regardless of whether the world government deliberately concealed these strongholds from him or the world government did not find them at all, Moria had only one sentence in his mind at this time: move back, move them all back. Moria's move disrupted the arrangement of the owner and the world government. On the owner's side, the second elder personally sat in the stronghold on the Grand Line and laid a net, but Moria did not wait. On the world government side, Moria was asked to attract firepower, so that the masters of the CP organization could take the opportunity to remove the important strongholds of the Grand Line and deal a heavy blow to the other side. As a result, neither side saw Moria. Instead, the CP organization, led by the CP leader, plunged into the trap set by the owner. Oh my god, it was a lively scene. The owner's people thought that Moria had called for help, and the CP organization thought that the people here had been led away by Moria. As soon as the two sides met, they immediately started a shocking battle. When the second elder was young, he had the strength of a quasi-general, just a little short of the general level. When he was young, he was not inferior to the general. Although he is old now, he still has the strength of a quasi-general. And the CP leader of the world government, who can sit in this position, is naturally not a weak person. He is a quasi-general and in his prime. In this way, the experienced and old quasi-general faced the CP organization, a quasi-general in his golden age, plus their respective subordinates. The battle was so fierce that the whole town was wiped out, the island was torn into pieces, and huge waves were set off on the sea. For this level of battle, it is not easy for the New World to have several battles in a year, not to mention, in the first half of this period when there are few real strong men. The next day, the passing ships saw this scene and could not believe their eyes. The town was gone, the whole island became bare and torn apart, there were wreckage and ruins everywhere, and the seawater was dyed red. For a time, rumors were flying all over the sky. Some said that it was a big pirate in the New World, some said that it was a curse from heaven, and some said that a huge monster appeared there and killed all the people. In short, everyone felt that the cocks and cranes were crowing, and the storm was coming, so they had one after another, and even the pirates on the waterway were much less. Damn it! Moria, what are you doing? After hanging up the phone with the five elders, Moria looked at the various supplies piled up in front of him. The zombie soldiers who were temporarily created were constantly carrying the goods. The team was endless and there was no end in sight. Moria felt that this was the true meaning of being a slacker. However, no matter what grudges the world government has against Moria, Moria will not give up what he has obtained. These things are too important, so important that Moria can turn against the world government for these things. After everything was arranged, Moria slowly set off. However, what Moria did not expect was that Moria's stealing action this time would suddenly detonate the entire situation. Originally, the relationship between the family of the owner of the field and the world government was not very good, and they were wary of each other, but the two sides at least maintained superficial peace. And now, due to this sudden battle, the situation got out of control in an instant, and the two sides suddenly reached a situation of no end. The world government originally thought that after waiting for a while, they would not be affected by the other party's food, and then they would attack it. But now, such a big battle has already happened. Although the world government suppressed the news, it can only deceive ordinary people. For those who are interested, such a big thing has happened, and it can't be concealed at all. It is not as easy to attack the family of the owner of the field as it is to deal with the Hill Chamber of Commerce. Hill Chamber of Commerce, even though it is known as the world's largest chamber of commerce and has been passed down for 100 years, has never been an underground force. Hill Chamber of Commerce rose to prominence by doing business with the world government. To put it bluntly, it is a chamber of commerce supported by the people in order to better control business. Although the Chamber of Commerce has been trying to get rid of the control of the world government for so many years, it still cannot get rid of the world government anyway. Most of the business is related to the world government. The underground forces are different. Although the business of the underground family will be greatly affected once it breaks with the world government, it will only hurt the bones and will not shake the foundation, because these grey businesses are not subject to the jurisdiction of the world government. In this eternally chaotic world of pirates, there will never be a lack of markets. What's more troublesome is that after so many years of development, although there are various competitions between the underground, once facing outsiders, they will unite to deal with them together. If the world government wants to deal with the owner, there will be no help from the underground world, and even it will be unanimously obstructed by the underground forces. This is why the underground forces have existed for so many years and have not been controlled by the world government or pirates. If there is no unity in dealing with the enemy, the cake of the underground forces would have been divided up long ago. Once the world government damages the interests of the entire underground world too much, then the world government will be counterattacked by the entire underground world. Although the world government is fully confident in facing the counterattack of the underground forces, doing so will undoubtedly cause turmoil worldwide. If it is not handled properly, it will cause a crisis for the world government. Now, the world government lets Moria harass in order to make the other party bow their heads, negotiate, and greatly weaken the other party. After a few years, when the food reserves are completely up, we can take action. At that time, there will be not much resistance, and we will be at the mercy of others. On the other hand, watching the quarreling elders, the owner of the field is also overwhelmed. Although according to the agreement signed by the underground giants, when facing strong enemies, all the giants will provide more or less support, but that's all. Once there is enough interest, the owner of the field is very clear that he will definitely quickly add insult to injury. They will not be stupid enough to follow the treaty agreement. The reason why I am putting some pressure on the world government now is that the benefits offered by the world government are not enough. Once the price is agreed, I am afraid that they will be the first to attack me. Damn it, because of a damn Moria, it has become so troublesome. The only way now is to give up some of the benefits and stabilize the world government first. I believe that the world government does not want to confront it head on. The owner of the field knows very well that this is just a delaying tactic. He has been on the blacklist of the world government. When the world government has enough food, it will be the time for the family to perish. Now, he can also agree to the conditions of that person and join them. Although it is a bit embarrassing to do so, he can't care so much now. Moreover, the conditions offered by the other party are also very generous, enough to make the owner of the field interested. Okay, I have decided to agree to the conditions of that person, and our Hausen family will join that person's men. What do you think, elders? Okay, that's the only way. Since it has been decided, we have to deal with these things. Negotiations with the world government involve the transfer of goods, personnel, and materials, and the arrangement of backup, etc. All of these are complicated and cannot be wrong. Brew 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 brew. The owner of the field connected the Den Den Mushy with some trepidation, praying that nothing bad would happen. You know, this Den Den Mushy can contact the family's top secret base alone, where the family's core secrets are. This is also the reason why the family has been standing firm for so many years. After listening to the content of the Den Den Mushy, the owner of the field was furious. Damn it, go to war with the world government and fight to the death. The elders who have not yet recovered don't know what happened. It is not a good decision to fight the world government to the death now. But when they heard that the family's secret base was directly destroyed, all the elders present were instantly upset. This is an unprecedented shame and loss for the family. There is absolutely no compromise. The world government must be made to look good. Yes, the owner and others blamed the world government for this incident. They never believed that Moria had the ability to sneak into the family base and transfer so quickly. In this world, only the world government has the strength, and has the space-based devil fruit to transfer materials. All this is done by the world government, and it is the world government's strongest shield of celestial dragons. The other party negotiated with Moria and CP to attract Doctrine, and sent the strongest combat force to launch a sneak attack. Good plan, good means. On this side, the people of the world government were just about to negotiate with the Hausen family, but in the end, the officials who went to negotiate and the CP organization members who were protected were wiped out. At the same time, the world government also received news that food prices had skyrocketed in the Grand Line and the Four Seas, and riots had occurred in some poor kingdoms and regions. Immediately afterwards, the world government received news that many government officials had been assassinated, and many actions of the world government were frantically destroyed, and bad things happened one after another. Damn it! Is the Hausen family crazy? Looking at the things that his subordinates kept reporting, every one of them was related to the Hausen family, and the 5 elders couldn't help but get angry. Now it's not time to discuss this issue. We must quickly eliminate the other party and quell the chaos. Many forces have begun to stir because of the Hausen family's affairs. Even the Revolutionary Army has begun to emerge. If you want to fight, then fight. The Navy and CP organizations all go out and issue the first call for the 7 warlords of the sea. Those pirates can't just take the benefits and not do anything. Also, we have to go and check what happened. Tisk tisk tisk. It seems that I'm in big trouble. Moria had just come out of a Hausen family base and saw a new newspaper, so he took a newspaper for fun. He was shocked by the news above. The Hausen family was going to fight the world government. What about the price of food and the Grand Line soaring, the kingdom in the South Sea rioting, the king being killed, the naval branch being destroyed, and many high-ranking officials being assassinated? However, this is not a bad thing for Moria, but a good thing. At least, at this point, no one has the heart to care about Moria's mess, and there will be no more problems with the terror bark. Now it's not Moria who is anxious, but the world government. As for the things that Moria got from the Hausen family, this matter must be handled with great caution and must not be exposed. After reading the latest newspaper, Moria randomly found a restaurant to sit down. He hadn't had breakfast yet. No matter what, he should fill his stomach first. Suddenly, while Moria was waiting for the food to be served, a bat with a letter flew to Moria's table. Moria was very familiar with this kind of bat. In the original book, this was the bat that the world government sent a letter to the 7 warlords. After Moria took the letter, the bat flew away. When he opened the envelope, it was as Moria expected. It contained the world government's 7 warlords compulsory recruitment order. It seems that the world government is really serious. However, how did the world government find Moria? Did Moria have any tricks on his body? Or did the world government steal his nails and make a life card? Or was it the magical bat? Thinking of this, Moria used the power of the devil fruit to transform into flying bats and chased out. Perhaps it noticed something. The bat of the world government stopped, flapped its wings, and looked at Moria's flying bats. He looked left and right, and felt that there was nothing wrong, so he stopped paying attention and called twice to let Moria's bats make way so that he could continue to return. But Moria's bat group had blocked his way forward. Flying to the left was not possible, and flying to the right was also blocked. This immediately stimulated the bloodiness of the bat, and it flapped its wings directly and attacked Moria's bat group. With such a fast speed and strong power, it solved several of Moria's flying bats in one go, turned left and right in the bat group, broke through the blockade of the bat group, and then flapped its wings and disappeared into the sky. Moria, who was sitting in the restaurant, felt this scene and couldn't help but become interested in this kind of bat. You know, as Moria's strength grows, the strength of the flying bats has also increased a lot. Now, an ordinary Navy soldier is definitely not a match for Moria's bat, not to mention that dozens of bats together are more than enough to deal with the lieutenant-level Navy. Now, although this bat sent by the world government to deliver the letter looks ordinary, the power it bursts out at this moment is probably almost the same as that of a rear admiral, right? Sure enough, it is impossible for this bat to find the 7 warlords of the sea in the vast ocean and deliver the letter to them without a certain level of strength. You know, on the Grand Line, the unpredictable climate, predators, and idle snipers may cause the envelope to be lost or other pirates to get the envelope. If it contains the 7 warlords of the sea invitation letter, the world government will lose face. Sure enough, you still need strength to show off. At least, Moria thinks that in this kind of situation, there is a den mushy, but they have to make a bat to deliver the letter. Isn't this a waste of time? However, Moria is very interested in this kind of bat. Let's not talk about how he found Moria in the vast ocean. Just the strength beyond the ordinary Navy makes Moria feel very useful. Isn't Moria going to build a zombie park next? How can the theme of a horror park be without an animal like bats? Isn't this ordinary looking but powerful bat the best choice? Let's see if we can get it then. After Moria had enough wine and food, he just found a hotel to stay in and waited for his pirate ship to come. Since the city government has issued a call for the 7 warlords, there is no need to rush. It's the first time in history that the 7 warlords have gathered. When Moria goes on stage, he doesn't want to have no ship. At that time, a group of guys are pretending to be there, and Moria doesn't even have a ship, which is too embarrassing. However, I'm afraid that the benefits promised by the world government are gone. Although Moria hasn't had time to count, Moria is sure that the things taken out of the secret base of the Hausen family this time will exceed all the conditions set by the world government. Moria has already got the benefits that should be taken, but he still has to pretend, and even has to get some benefits from the world government. Moria has gone through so much trouble. If there is no reaction at all, the world government will probably be more suspicious. There are only a few suspects. If you, Moria, have come here with so much trouble and done so many things, and you still pretend that you don't want anything, it will be hard not to suspect you. After calling the world government, Moria was naturally greeted with a scolding. The 5 elders said that the world government had fought with the Hausen family for you, Moria, and now suffered heavy losses. Everything was caused by you. You, Moria, must bear all the charges. Asshole. 5 old men, don't be too aggressive. I killed 2 strong men on the other side. Even a fool would react. It's your people who are too stupid. They know that the other side will definitely be prepared, even traps, but they still rush in. If this is not stupid, what is it? After scolding the 5 elders, Mariah felt refreshed immediately, as if no one in One Piece had ever scolded the 5 elders like this, only Akainu had contradicted him. Ah, is this considered showing off? Asshole, Moria, who do you think you are? How dare you talk to us like that? Believe it or not, I will immediately revoke your Shishibukai qualification and imprison you and impel down. I am one of the 5 elders, and you are just a small pirate. How dare you? Naturally, Mariah just finished scolding the 5 elders, and the other party started to scold him. As expected of the 5 elders, they were really cruel when scolding people. However, Mariah was not worried that the other party would cancel his Shishibukai qualification. If the other party really wanted to cancel Mariah's Shishibukai qualification, they would not say such words to threaten Mariah. However, Mariah felt very happy after scolding the 5 elders, but scolding these words was not without cost. No matter how Mariah bargained, the 5 elders would not give in. If Mariah did not kill another opponent of the Vice Admiral level in the next war, the world government would not give Mariah any benefits. Moreover, this Den Den Mushi would be useless in the future. If there was anything, he would directly use the Den Den Mushi given to Mariah by the Navy. In the future, when Mariah made a phone call, it would be under the management of the Navy, and he would not talk directly to the 5 elders again, unless it was a very big matter. After hanging up the phone, Mariah was relieved. However, the world government asked Moria to kill at least one admiral-level opponent. I'm afraid it's not just to let Moria work, but also to test Moria's strength to see if Moria did it to capture the secret base of the Hausen family. If Moria wins very easily, it will be very suspicious. It seems that in the next battle, even if Moria doesn't want to let go, he has to let go for his own life. In this case, then carry those 2 big knives on your back. You can pretend to be cool and let go, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In addition, the private Den Den Mushi given by the world government was abolished, which also reduced Moria's doubts. Otherwise, why can you, a pirate, bypass the Navy and communicate directly with the 5 elders? You are not a member of Tianlong, nor are you an illegitimate child. If the world government has no intention, how could it pay so much attention to Moria? On the sunny surface of the South China Sea, a huge pirate ship is moving forward. This pirate ship is the pirate ship that Mariah is riding on. It is the Ironwood ship that was snatched from the Mafia in Ironwood Town at that time. This pirate ship is really well built, and Mariah is also liked very much. So, after some slight modifications by the shipwrights, the ship became Moria's special seat and was named Moonlight by Moria. The bow of the ship is shaped like a giant bat, and the entire ship is dark and clean. At the same time, the boat is decorated with pumpkin lanterns, skulls, and crystal balls, which look scary and mysterious. However, although it looks scary, there are no shortage of facilities on the ship. Moreover, after Moria's request, there are aquariums, swimming pools, coffee concerts, botanical gardens, training halls, etc. on the ship. Moria has added all the activities and leisure places. This pirate ship, which looks scary on the outside, has more leisure and entertainment functions than combat functions. After all, Moria demolished many combat areas in pursuit of comfort. In terms of firepower configuration, this pirate ship has a very low firepower configuration among large ships, even inferior to some medium-sized pirate ships. There is only 1 main gun, and 5 cannons on each side, for a total of 11 cannons. This configuration is already very low among large pirate ships in battle. The other pirates wanted to install as many cannons as they could, but Moria was doing well and tried every means to reduce the number of cannons. If it hadn't been for the shipwright's strong suggestion, Moria would have wanted to dismantle all the cannons, leaving only 1 main gun. In fact, it is no wonder that Moria is like this. This Moonlight, as the ship that Moria is riding on, can ride on the same ship as Moria. Naturally, there are many requirements for strength. Moria requires that it be able to board. Yes, the strength must at least reach the level of a major general. Of course, if it can reach the level of a lieutenant general, that would be even better. As for the Moonlight, Moria plans to recruit only 150 crew members. This is a very small number for the crews of large ships, which generally reach the standard of more than 300 people. There are only 150 crew members, 50 of whom are used as odd jobs on the ship, and the remaining 100 are combat members. However, Moria felt that the symbolic significance of the Moonlight was far greater than its actual significance. From now on, the most he could do was go out and show off, or take his important cotters to go out for fun. The rest of the time, I'm afraid it's just parked in the terrifying 3-mast sailboat. You know, the idea of Fat House is still deeply rooted in Mariah's mind. Even if Mariah goes out for the Shadow Thorn incident later, he can't go out in the Moonlight. Wouldn't that expose his identity? Therefore, the Moonlight is built and taken away purely for enjoyment and show off. Just like this, drinking juice, sunbathing, and blowing the sea breeze, don't you feel comfortable? What puzzled Mariah the most was Hawkeye. A man was driving that small coffin boat with just a place to sit and a cross sail, not to mention how to sail, how to deal with the bad weather on the sea. Just tell me where to put the food? The sea area in the pirate world is so large that you can't touch an island for 3 or 4 days in a row. This situation is very common on the sea. Therefore, basically, every ship must prepare at least a week's worth of food in fresh water. You can travel all over the world with your eagle eye, and you can catch fish to eat when sailing on the sea, but you must always prepare some fresh water. I don't understand. Moria looked at the eagle eye in front of him with curiosity. Yes, Mariah met Eagle Eye on the road. Seeing Eagle Eye driving the small coffin boat alone, Mariah was worried that a random wave would capsize the small boat. Therefore, out of humanitarianism, Moria directly invited Eagle Eye to board the ship and go to the South China Sea together. Eagle Eye thought about it and did not refuse. In this way, Moria asked his men to fish out Music's small coffin ship and put it on the deck. Moria didn't dare to drag this small coffin boat behind. If a wave hit it and broke it into pieces during the voyage, it would be difficult to compensate him. Hawkeye watched the movements of Moria's men and said, "Actually, you don't have to do this. My boat is very strong." After hearing what Hawkeye said, Moria still looked at Hawkeye with disbelief. Maybe he felt a little embarrassed, so he shook the red wine in his hand, took a small sip, and continued, "As for the questions you asked, are they actually no secrets? I usually use slashes to travel. I can reach my destination quickly, so there won't be any food or fresh water crisis. Besides, before traveling, I will plan the route in advance so that nothing like that will happen. No matter the weather, waves, etc., just swing the knife and it's easy." After hearing Hawkeye's answer, Moria couldn't help but complain. "You became the world's greatest swordsman just so that you can go to sea better and deal with bad weather. Swinging a knife, to put it simply, it takes such a powerful slash to open a way through the... Okay, let's be normal." Moria waved his hand and said, "Did the black swords among those famous swords be trained with armament color haki?" Hawkeye thought that what Moria was going to say was about summoning the Shishibukai this time, but he didn't expect that Moria would ask this. "If you mean something like my Black Blade Knight, then that's it. Theoretically, all knives can become black knives after being forged with domineering strength. Then help me see if these two knives have the potential to become black knives?" With that said, Moria asked someone to carry 2 big knives and handed them to Hawkeye. The scabbards of these 2 broadswords are very gorgeous, and you can tell at a glance that they were expensive to make. Yes, these 2 swords are the same 2 swords that Moria had before. However, after Moria fought with Vice Admiral Mayer, Moria spent a lot of money on those 2 swords. Entrust the swordsmith to recreate it. The 2 knives were not damaged, but it was a problem with Moria's height. After passing through the Chambord Islands, Moria's height had grown taller, and the 2 big knives were a bit small again. Let's end it once and for all and find someone to build 2 8-meter-long swords. This was calculated by Moria based on his own height. Now Moria's height has reached more than 6 meters. In the original work, Moria's height is also nearly 7 meters. Moria guessed that after the Water of Life with the development of Moria, coupled with his own training, he should be 2 or 3 meters taller than in the original work. The final height may be fixed at about 10 meters, creating 2 8-meter swords, which are neither too long nor too long. Not too short, just right for Moria. At the same time, let's improve the quality of these 2 knives. Since the quality of these 2 knives is not bad, and Mariah is willing to spend money this time to remake these 2 big knives, these 2 big knives are completely comparable to famous knives, and can even reach the level of fast knives. This time, they just finished building it, so they brought it over with them. Hawkeye looked at the broadsword, which was nearly as wide as his own height, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. "Is this the broadsword you call? Only people of your height can use it." However, when Moria's men pulled out the 2 knives, Hawkeye's eyes lit up and he was immediately attracted by the 2 big knives. The knives are good knives, but it's not easy to refine these 2 knives into black knives. After looking at these 2 knives, Hawkeye said to Mariah, "General knives are mostly about 2 to 3 meters in length. A 5-meter-long sword is very rare, let alone an 8-meter-long sword like yours. The bigger the sword, the more domineering it consumes, and the more difficult it is to make a black sword. With swords of general specifications, it requires a swordsman's persistence of more than 10 years to become a black sword. With these 2 swords, I'm afraid it will take 30-40 years, or even longer, to become a black sword." "Degree. You sure?" "Sure, at least, I am also a swordsman." Moria answered affirmatively. "All right, so, next," Moria asked Hawkeye for advice on how to refine a sword into a black sword. It has to be said that Hawkeye is worthy of being the world's greatest swordsman. After some exchanges, Mariah benefited a lot in swordsmanship and even vaguely touched the threshold of a swordsman. But just half a day away, when he was about to reach his destination, Hawkeye would rather die than get off the boat and take his own little coffin boat. Hearing what the world government official said, the Shishibukai all looked at Moria. "Yes, that's right. the opponent's strength is indeed terrifying. It's simply not comparable to ordinary gangs. Such underworld forces, if placed in the New World, may not be worse than those big pirates. After listening to Moria's words, combined with the information from the world government, everyone put away their arrogance and thought about this time's opponent. Although the world government has dispatched 2 generals, the other side also has 3 quasi-generals. In order to ensure that the other side can be quickly dealt with, the 2 generals will face 1 quasi-general, and the remaining quasi-general opponent is left to Mr. Hawkeye. As an additional reward, the world government will copy a copy of the Great Swordsman's experience and give it to Mr. Hawkeye. I hope Mr. Hawkeye will not refuse. The world government official looked at Hawkeye and continued, moreover, the other side is also a strong man who has entered the realm of the Great Swordsman. I believe that Mr. Hawkeye will be satisfied. Hawkeye, who was sitting on the side, had been listening silently. Although the heart of a great swordsman was very precious, it was not very useful to Hawkeye. It was not until the world government official said that the opponent this time was also a great swordsman that Hawkeye's eyes lit up and became interested. Sure enough, the strong are respected wherever they are. Although this official was also very polite to Moria and others, there was no respect in his words, and there was more hypocrisy. Since the other side has 10 lieutenant generals, but our world government and navy can only dispatch 5 lieutenant generals in total, so everyone here will have to face at least 1 lieutenant general. Moreover, maybe the Housen family has hidden means, so please do your best. If you don't even have this little bit of strength, then the 7 warlords of the sea will have no meaning. So, this battle is also a test of whether you have enough strength to serve as the 7 warlords of the sea. However, I believe this is a piece of cake for everyone. After the official of the world government finished speaking, the hall fell into a brief silence. Tisk, boring, stop talking nonsense, and end this meaningless meeting quickly, Sand Crocodile said directly. Okay, since everyone is very confident, I won't bother you anymore. The meeting ends here. Everyone, please go back to your room or stay here. Please do as you like. So, everyone went back to their rooms, leaving Moria and Jinbei to continue talking about medicinal herbs. Just as they were about to go back to their rooms to rest, Moria called Jinbei, who turned around. Jinbei, be careful. This time, the opponent we are facing is more powerful than what the world government said. Jinbei turned around, looked at Moria with a serious face, nodded, and left. Moria also returned to the room prepared for him by the navy. Yes, the information given to Moria by the world government was absolutely inaccurate. Just what Moria himself knew was definitely more than these people. When assassinating the 3 elders of the Housen family, Moria accidentally learned about the Hill Chamber of Commerce. Unexpectedly, the Hill Chamber of Commerce, which had been destroyed by the world government, still existed. Although I don't know how many people from the Hill Chamber of Commerce escaped from the hands of the world government, but even if only 1 more lieutenant general level elder is added, it will have a huge impact on the entire battlefield. Moreover, after Moria sneaked into the secret research base of the Housen family, he stole the core secrets of the Housen family and understood the trump card of the Housen family. To be honest, the strength of the 3 quasi-generals, the real lieutenant general level elders, has surprised everyone. On the sea, how many forces can achieve this level? Not to mention such a mafia family. But he did it, which is incredible. I'm afraid this is why the world government has not dared to take action against this underground family. Even though the Housen family has been threatening the government with food and swallowed up countless benefits, the world government has not taken any action. Moreover, Moria sneaked into the secret base of the Housen family and discovered a shocking secret of the other party. The Housen family didn't know where they found an energy crystal. They found that this crystal can help people quickly improve their strength. In the end, after research and invention, a potion that can make people reach the strength of a lieutenant general was invented. This is undoubtedly terrible. But this potion also has fatal shortcomings. First of all, the strength of the user must reach the level of Major General, otherwise, the body cannot bear it. But this is still terrible. Compared with training a Major General and a Lieutenant General, the time and resources spent will be greatly reduced. In addition, the lifespan of people who drink this potion is only half a year, or even shorter. No matter how it is improved, there is no way to eliminate this side effect. However, even so, this potion is very terrible. Through this potion, the Housen family was finally successfully established, and the Housen family has continued to this day. But this kind of crystal will eventually run out. More than 100 years ago, the Housen family made the last crystal into a potion. Since then, the Housen family has no such cheating device. However, after years of inheritance and development, the Housen family no longer needs this kind of thing. After the resources that the predecessors exchanged for their lives, the younger generation in the family is fully capable of supporting the burden of the family. Thus, the glorious Housen family is now established. Most of that kind of potion is now preserved and sealed as the family's heritage. Once a crisis occurs, it will be taken out and used. It is with this potion that the Housen family has overcome one difficulty after another. Although it is not known how much of the Hausen family is left, even if there is one bottle left, it is enough to change the entire battlefield situation. Not to mention that this time, the remnants of the Hill Chamber of Commerce are also involved. Moreover, over the years, the Hausen family has not done nothing. The Hausen family knew that this crystal would eventually run out, so they desperately looked for various substitutes, planted rare herbs, collected various minerals, and searched for rare animals. Finally, after many studies and experiments, they finally developed a low-end potion. Although, whether it is the strength of improving strength or the length of time it lasts, it is far less powerful than the potion made with crystals, but this kind of thing can be endless. Although various materials are very rare, they can still be found, unlike this magical energy crystal, which has never been found again. Moria found various low-end versions of enhancement potions in the secret base of the Hausen family. Moria speculated that all the potions on the black market that consume vitality to enhance strength should all flow out from the Hausen family. I am afraid that the murderous medicine of Mermaid Island is also related to the Hausen family. However, those that have been circulated are inferior potions that are no longer needed. After years of research and improvement, the Hausen family can already produce multiple types of enhancement potions. Among them, there are two types of enhancement potions that are produced the most by the Hausen family. One is a potion that can greatly increase the strength of ordinary people, and can make an ordinary Navy soldier reach the level of a Navy lieutenant. Although even if you drink this potion, your strength is not very strong, but the point is that anyone can drink it. Imagine that all the soldiers have drunk this potion, and each soldier has reached the level of a lieutenant. Such a force is absolutely impossible for the Navy to resist. According to the data, the Hausen family produces 500 bottles of such potions every year. The other one will pose a threat to Moria. Although this potion is very precious, the production volume is only 30 bottles per year. This potion can make the strength of the lieutenant level reach the level of brigadier general or major general of the Navy. Don't think that it is easy to become a brigadier general or major general. Most people on the sea have not crossed this threshold. But even so, Moria would never dare to underestimate the Hausen family. 5 brigadier generals and major generals, Moria might be able to deal with it, and reaching 10 is barely enough, but if it exceeds 30, or even 50, Moria can only escape. A large number of ants can kill an elephant, not to mention that these brigadier generals and major generals are no longer ants. Therefore, the soldiers are completely crushed. The Hausen family uses the collected potions, plus the help of the Hill Chamber of Commerce. In an instant, there will be 3 more lieutenant generals, which will completely change the situation of this war. Therefore, based on the principle of caution, Moria decided to put away his 2 big knives this time and stop pretending because his own life was still at stake. But looking at the others, especially the sand crocodile, walking directly at the front of the entire fleet, pride was written on their faces. It seems that this huge combined fleet of the Shishibukai and the Navy is under the leadership of his sand crocodile. Ships from the Shishibukai were required to walk ahead of the naval fleet, attracting firepower and acting as the vanguard. However, the other party is also a food giant after all. It trades food on the sea all year round, so there will naturally be many ships. In front, densely packed ships are lined up, waiting for Moria and the others to enter the shooting range. Moria regretted it a little now. His ship was the largest in the Shishibukai. Naturally, it was also the biggest target. If he had known better, he would have listened to the shipwright and installed a few more cannons. Now, the firepower is completely unequal. Moria himself is not afraid, but the moonlight is so huge that there is no way to avoid it. Moria doesn't want to go out once and the ship will be gone. On the other side, the residents of the Hausen family. Report to the owner of the site and report from the forward position. They have discovered ships in the Shishibukai, followed by a large Navy fleet. Okay, monitor closely. Once the opponent comes into range, fire immediately and show no mercy, the owner said while looking at the big screen. Yes, I will tell the front line immediately. Ahahaha. Come on, world government, let you see how powerful our Hausen family is. At the same time, on the warship where the Navy was located, Admiral Akina looked at the densely packed ships in front and said directly to the world government officials next to him, "Is this what your world government calls foolproof?" Judging from the number of the other side's ships, the number of the other side's soldiers is far greater than our naval soldiers. In a large-scale battle, we have no chance of winning. How did you arrange your troops? Although Akina will do whatever it takes to achieve his goal, even sacrificing the Navy, this is based on the situation where the gains outweigh the losses. In a situation like this, once a large-scale artillery battle occurs, it will obviously lead to death. That's why Akina treats the people of the world government like this. Although Akinu is cold-blooded, he is not stupid, but very smart. Otherwise, he will not be able to achieve the position of Navy Marshal in the future. After all, Navy Marshal must not only have strong strength, and must have excellent wisdom. General Akainu, please be patient. Although there is a little accident, the Navy will never die in vain. Besides, isn't there the Shishibukai ahead? The world government official said with a smile on his face. Cut, I hope there are no surprises. Akainu had a look of disgust on his face. It was obvious that he did not trust these Shishibukai. Lord Moria, we are about to enter the opponent's shelling range. There are simply not enough people on the ship. What should we do? The navigator ran over and reported to Moria. At this time, Moria was standing on the bow of the ship, looking at the densely packed ships in front of him, and his scalp was numb. It seemed that the ship could not be saved. In the past, Moria had been suppressing others with firepower. Now, the situation was reversed, and it was Moria's turn to suffer intensive artillery fire on the ship. Is the submarine ready? Report to Lord Moria that you are ready. In this case, if the ship is hit by intensive firepower, you are allowed to abandon the ship and escape. Moria said calmly. Lord Moria, how can this be done? Their non-competence can allow them to escape, but we, the elite members of the first team, have to participate in the battle. Yes, there are 20 team members on Moria's ship. They are here to do odd jobs, deal with the little pirates who have no eyes, and protect the ship. But now it seems that they cannot protect the ship under this kind of artillery attack. When Moria was about to let them execute the retreat order, a crew member suddenly shouted, "Look, Hawkeye is taking action." When everyone heard the sound, they immediately looked forward. Hawkeye stood up from his boat, slowly pulled out the black knife from behind, and waved it forward slightly. Although it didn't seem to use any strength, the moment it was swung, it formed a strong slash and flew towards the fleet in front. Here we go, this is the strongest ping-a in the world. I saw that the densely packed ships ahead were split into two in an instant. Except for the entire Hausen family fleet, which was located far away or in places where the attack could not reach, the rest of the ships were. All were destroyed by Hawkeye's sword, and less than 1/10 of the entire fleet remained. Okay, great. Is this the slash of the world's greatest swordsman? Terrible. Whether it was Moria's men or the Navy's soldiers behind him, everyone was shocked by Hawkeye's slash. With one sword, a large fleet of more than 50 ships was completely wiped out. It was simply inhumane. This is the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Jorakor Mihawk. It was really terrifying. After seeing Hawkeye's casual slash, Moria felt that it was the most correct choice not to carry the two swords on his back. This kind of power has probably reached the level of the supreme swordsman, right? Legend has it that the existence of the highest level of swordsman is beyond the level of the great swordsman. Don't be stunned, attack. Akainu's voice came out from the radio, and everyone immediately came to their senses and began to attack. Fire! After such a blow from Hawkeye, the fleet of the Hausen family was no longer a match for the Navy. It has become a living target on the sea. He. Now that the opponent's fleet has been dealt with, then you must guard the moonlight. Yes, after Hawkeye's casual attack, the Navy's fleet was no longer hindered and began to march straight and hateful. On this side, on the side of the Hausen family, the family elders are very unwilling to see their hard work being ruined by Eagle Eye. Prepare to ignite the fire and activate Plan 2. All members, start evacuating. But there are many brothers in the sea, said the other side of the phone bug. Executing in order. Yes, after hanging up the phone, the elder prepared to evacuate. On this side, after receiving the order from the elder, the Hausen family's control room took urgent action and began to implement Plan Number 2. Although you can see on the screen that there are still many soldiers of the Hausen family struggling in the sea, and they feel a lot of unbearable in their hearts, but this is an order and must be carried out. After a series of operations, the operator finally pressed the start button. At this time, the Navy, which was sailing on the sea, suddenly discovered that there were black figures floating in the sea and hurriedly reported it. What? It turns out to be a big pumpkin. After seeing the floating objects clearly, the naval soldier said in a false alarm, "No, why is there a big pumpkin in the sea? Get out of the way." The Navy quickly realized that this was completely inconsistent with common sense and hurriedly ordered the warships to avoid it. But it was too late. A warship was unable to avoid it and had already hit the big pumpkin. There was no explosion as expected. The pumpkin was directly knocked away by the warship, and its juice floated on the sea. What? It turns out it's really just a pumpkin. Seeing this scene, the Navy immediately felt relieved and continued to move forward. More and more pumpkins are floating up from the sea, and they are so densely packed that they have covered the sea area. Navy warships are moving forward among the pumpkins, and the juice of the broken pumpkins is flowing on the sea. Go to hell, Marine. Seeing that it was almost ready, the elder gave the order to start lighting the fire. Cannonballs were fired one after another from the remaining ships, but their shots were not accurate. They all fell into the sea, and not a single cannonball hit the warship. Ahaha, their gunners are so stupid. The Navy soldiers on the ship laughed at this scene. However, just when the Navy relaxed its vigilance, the observer shouted at the sea is burning. Those pumpkins floating from the sea burned quickly after encountering fire. The flames began to spread on the sea. At first, there were only a few fires, but in an instant, the entire sea area was ignited, and the flames shot into the sky. Whether it was the naval fleet, the ships in the Shishibukai, or the Hausen family fleet that had no time to escape, they were all surrounded by flames. Help! Damn it! Put out the fire quickly, the flames are going to spread to the ship. Quick, leave this sea area and rush out at full speed. There were shouts and firefighting sounds, and for a while, the entire naval fleet was in chaos. On the sea, the soldiers of the Hausen family who fell into the water had no time to escape and were instantly engulfed in blazing flames. On the battlefield, while gunpowder smoke filled the air, there was also a smell of meat in the air. It was the smell given off by the soldiers' bodies being cooked directly by the flames. This area of the sea instantly turned into a hell. On the sea, soldiers were burned alive by flames. The sound was like the scream of the devil. Moreover, the various miserable conditions of the corpses were horrifying. This place has become a Shura field. Some timid sailors were so frightened that they fainted. Even if Moria himself has the memory of Moria's original body, coupled with various experiences in the new world, dead people are already familiar with it, but this is the first time he has seen such a scene. Not to mention, the aroma of meat was still filling the air, and Moria swore that he would never touch any barbecue again in the next month. And Moria's men all turned pale, and some who had eaten barbecue in the morning were already squatting on the ground and vomiting. It's really amazing, he can actually use fire attack. Moria looked at the burning sea and said angrily, all members, hide in the submarine immediately. Abandoned ship. Captain, although everyone is very reluctant to give up, there is no way to do this now. Moria thought that after Hawkeye eliminated the opponent's fleet, his own moonlight could be saved. But I didn't expect that the Hosen family would have such a skill. This moonlight is entirely made of ironwood. Although ironwood has various advantages, it is very strong and has a certain degree of fire resistance. But wood is wood, and these floating pumpkins burned one by one, faster and more fiercely than the best oil. The sky was dyed red, getting hotter and hotter, and the sea water gradually boiled. The moonlight, which was made of ironwood, had been ignited and began to burn brightly. It has to be said that the Hausen family's move severely undermined the world government. You must know that because most of the pirate world is ocean and islands are rare, there are relatively few iron or resources that can be developed, and more mineral resources are in the ocean. Therefore, steel is mostly used to make weapons, and ships are made of wood. This is not just a matter of price. In this sailing world driven by wind, wood is lighter and faster than steel. Moreover, some wood is as hard as steel or even exceeds it. Therefore, even if it is a naval warship, although part of it has been made of steel, wood accounts for a larger proportion on the warship. Moria was very angry at this time, but at this time, someone was angrier than Moria. Damn it. Information on what your CP organization is doing. Didn't you say it's foolproof? I kinda directly punched the world government official to the ground, and the CP organization next to him quickly came over to organize it. Akaina's hand has turned into lava. If he were to punch him again, it would be no joke. At this time, the official lying on the ground kept mumbling, no way, this is impossible. After being stopped by the CP organization, Akaina no longer took care of the government officials on the ground. Solving the current problem was the most important thing. Many naval warships began to burn, and the flames ignited ammunition and exploded. Akaina stood on the bow of the ship and activated his fruit ability, intending to absorb all the flames. As a rockberry fruit user, Akaina was not very proficient in fire, but as the ability of magma itself, if he uses magma to absorb these flames, Akaina can still do it. Akaina activated his fruit ability, the magma flowed, and the surrounding flames began to gather on his body. Gradually, as Akaina's fruit power activated, the flames around the warship began to gradually decrease. When many navies saw this scene, they all cheered. It's no use, Akainu. Seeing Akaina beginning to absorb the flames on the big screen, the host smiled and said, this is specially prepared for your world government. If Aokiji comes, maybe we can freeze these flame pumpkins, but you can't, Akainu. The flesh of the flame pumpkin contains a large amount of special oil. Once it burns, it cannot be extinguished. The only way is to wait until it burns out on its own. At this level, I'm afraid it won't be a problem if it burns for 5 days and 5 nights. Just when Akaina was about to absorb all the surrounding flames and was about to leave and go to another ship to absorb the flames, suddenly, the flames shot up again. There was no way to extinguish the flames and they were still burning. Damn it, there is no way to put out these flames. Whether the Navy used water to put out the flames or tried to slap them, it was useless. As long as they were stained with a little bit of the juice of the flame pumpkin, no matter how much water was poured, there was no way to put out the flames. Whether it was the Navy fleet or the ships of the 7 warlords of the sea, they were all covered with the oily juice of the flame pumpkin. The entire ship had begun to burn fiercely. The fire was extremely fierce and there was no way to put it out. A Navy ship finally rushed out of the sea of fire, but the hull was already covered with the juice of the flame pumpkin. The hull had been burned through, the flames could no longer be controlled, and finally sank. Damn it, Akaina said angrily as he looked at the flames that had rekindled. Although he could use his fruit ability to absorb the flames, once they stopped, the flames would burn again. In such a large area, as a strong man at the level of an admiral, Akainu could actually cover it all with magma, then absorb all the flames, and maintain it for a period of time, so as to buy time for retreat. However, this is on the sea. Once Akainu's magma touches the sea, there is no way out. All the naval ships have been burned, and some ships have even begun to sink. The situation on the scene is already precarious. Help! Ah! It's so hot! Help me put out the fire on my body. Damn it, are we going to be wiped out? The screams of the Navy soldiers echoed on this sea. Akainu's eyes kept scanning the sea. After seeing Moria's flag, he suddenly thought of something and immediately used the moon step to rush towards Moria's ship. Captain, the flames are too fierce. We can't open the cabin and release the submarine. Moreover, the seawater is almost boiling and we can't dive. What should we do? Captain, listening to the report from his men, Moria was in a really bad mood at this time. This fire was really too fierce. Looking around, there were flames everywhere. In this case, Moria's crew had no place to escape. Damn it. Hey, Moria. Just when Moria felt helpless, Moria seemed to hear someone calling him. Captain, Akainu, Admiral Akainu. The crew next to him reminded Moria and pointed behind Moria. Akainu. Moria turned around and looked at Akainu. Why are you coming to my ship instead of putting out the fire? Stop talking nonsense. Moria. You have developed your ability to fly, right? When you were in the Sabayati archipelago, you used your ability to break through the ice of Aokiji. Akainu said directly, use your ability quickly to make this ship fly. When Moria heard Akainu say this, he remembered that he had this ability. Why didn't he think of it? It seems that when people are in chaos, they are easily panicked and even forget this trick. However, the flying ability was only demonstrated that time in the Sabayati archipelago. I didn't expect Akainu to know his intelligence so clearly. It seems that the world government really doesn't underestimate him. Moreover, according to this, Akainu must have read all the detailed information of the 7 warlords of the sea. He is really a terrible person. Who is willing to read those boring information? At most, he would listen to his subordinates to understand. Moria looked at Akainu. Sure enough, with this kind of workaholic nature, there is a reason why Akainu can become the admiral of the navy. Moria, hurry up. To some extent, you are the cause of this war. Akainu looked at Moria for a long time without any response, and said, he. Akainu, I won't take the blame for this. Remember to put out the fire. After that, Moria activated the devil fruit ability. Scatter the bats. Seeing Moria take action, Akainu also started to activate the fruit ability and began to absorb the flames on Moria's moonlight. It has to be said that the ship where the mafia fought was not cut corners at all, and it was all made of ironwood. Even the interior of the entire cabin was made of ironwood. Although the surface had begun to burn violently, the burning speed was not very fast due to the certain fire resistance of ironwood, and the interior of the ship was not affected. After Akainu's efforts, the flames on the surface of the moonlight began to gradually decrease, revealing the charred ironwood. I hope this ship can still hold up. Scatter the bats. Bats began to gather one by one, and the moonlight began to rise slowly. All troops retreat. All navy who can do the moon step, do your best to save people. Akainu shouted on the deck. It's the admiral's voice. We are saved. Great. The navy heard Akainu's voice, and at the same time, saw the flying moonlight, and cheered. At the same time, the other 7 warlords of the sea. Bartholomew Kuma, with a nonchalant look on his face, as if he were a philosopher thinking about life, stood calmly on the warship, flipping through the Bible in his hand, in sharp contrast to the panicked navy next to him. Since the meatball fruit does not require a ship at all, naturally, Kuma did not sail over, but chose to go with the navy. Bartholomew Kuma, your fruit ability can make people teleport, right? Send us all to a safe place, a rear admiral said to Kuma. But Kuma seemed not to hear it, and continued to flip through the Bible as if nothing had happened. Damn it! Didn't you hear what I said? The rear admiral looked at the bear who didn't react at all and cursed Admiral Akainu as right. Pirates are unreliable. All soldiers, gather together. Those who are strong, stand out. This height is not high, you can throw everyone up. I will use the moon step to watch in the air to prevent accidents. Just as the rear admiral was giving orders, the soldier next to him shouted, Major General, be careful. Before the rear admiral could react, he suddenly found that Bartholomew Bear was standing next to him at some point. Where do you want to go for a trip? What? Without any reaction, the rear admiral was slapped away and disappeared. Major General, damn it, what did you do? The surrounding navy casually saw the rear admiral suddenly disappear strangely, picked up their guns, and aimed at Bartholomew Bear. Shave Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, who had just been driven out of the cabin, drew his knife and struck. But after the attack, he suddenly found that Bartholomew Bear had dodged the attack at some point and was standing nearby. Damn it! After failing to hit him, Ghost Spider did not attack again, but pointed his knife at Bartholomew Bear and asked, "Where did you send him?" "I just sent him to where he wanted to go," the silent bear answered. "Ghost Spider, what are you doing?" "Retreat quickly," Akainu's voice came from above. "Everyone get ready, start retreating." As a last resort, Ghost Spider put away his knife and began to command the Navy soldiers to evacuate in an orderly manner. Bartholomew Bear, as if nothing had happened, was silently flipping through the Bible in his hand. At this time, although Bartholomew Kuma had joined the 7 warlords of the sea, he had not yet signed an agreement with the world government, so he would not be so obedient. The name of tyrant was really earned after countless killings. It was only after he met the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, that he became much better and less bloodthirsty. Although Kuma was ruthless to the enemy, his words were still trustworthy. He said that he would send the Major General to a safe place, and he should have sent him to a safe place. Unfortunately, Bartholomew Kuma still has too much resentment towards the world government, and he has always rejected all requests outside the mission. Otherwise, using his fruit ability, he can quickly transfer. Ghost Spider glanced at Bartholomew Kuma, who was reading the Bible, and thought to himself. In any case, with Moria's flying ability, he finally got out of the Sea of Fire and avoided the end of annihilation. Although the other 7 warlords of the sea were not afraid of the fire, there was no way to save their ships. Sand Crocodile used his sand fruit, which should have been able to put out the fire well, and he did so. He raised a sandstorm on his ship and effectively controlled the fire, but suddenly there was an explosion, and the flames shot up from the inside of the ship, and the ship broke apart and began to sink. It turned out that the flames burned through the bottom of the ship from the outside, and the fire pages raged in the cabin, eventually detonating the gunpowder, causing seawater irrigation and sinking the ship. It can only be said that the quality of Old Sand's ship is not good. Perhaps it is because Sand Crocodile spent all his funds to set up Baroque works, so his own ship can only make do. Although Jinbei has superb navigation skills, he has no advantage in the face of this fire and can only abandon the ship to escape. Hawkeye is more exaggerated. No matter whether it is a mountain of swords or a sea of fire, as long as he has a sword in his hand, nothing can stop Hawkeye, and he can directly open a path in the sea of fire. As for Hawkeye's ship, how to prevent fire? This guy directly covered the small coffin ship with armed color domineering. No wonder he said his ship was very strong. It was wrapped with domineering. It was impossible not to be strong, right? Moria seriously suspected that not only Hawkeye would train his sword into a black sword, but his small boat would soon become a black ship after being blessed by his domineering. But the most outrageous thing was that the Empress relied on her own charm to surpass Hawkeye. Hawkeye, who spoke with strength, was dim in an instant. When the Empress's ship came out of the Sea of Fire, it was intact and there was no burn at all. The reason was that there was a large group of Navy with peach blossom hearts in their eyes on the ship. With her own beauty and the blessing of the sweet fruit, the Empress directly fascinated a large number of Navy, who were willing to work for her and drove the ship out of the Sea of Fire intact. This is simply a miracle. These Navy officers watched their warships being engulfed by the fire one by one, and they were helpless. But when it came to the Empress, she was able to drive the Empress's pirate ship out of the Sea of Fire intact. Is this the legendary power of love? This is not the level that Moria can participate in. To be able to save people from Akainu, it must be the strength of a general. This is already the highest level of game. Can't afford to offend, can't afford to offend. At the same time, the world government also knows the seriousness of the matter. There is no benefit in letting the 7 warlords participate, so Moria and the other 7 warlords are sent back directly. Since the matter has developed to an uncontrollable level, the various benefits that the world government promised Moria before are naturally out of the question. However, although the core members of the Hausen family have escaped, the remaining things are enough for the world government to make a lot of money. For Moria, the world government still gave some benefits. What Moria asked for were many exotic plants, medicinal materials, some planting materials, etc. of the Hausen family. But the world government promised to give Moria medical books and advanced medical technology. No matter what Moria said, the world government just didn't agree. The direct reply to Moria was one sentence: since so much has been obtained from the Drum Kingdom, it must be unnecessary. It seems that the world government's control over technology is not ordinary strict. I just don't know what level of technology the world government has reached, but from the various performances in the original work, it is definitely in a leading position. They are almost at the magic triangle. Moria originally planned to invite Jinbei to visit the terror bark, but Jinbei politely refused. It seems that something happened to Mermaid Island again. The ship of Mermaid Island came directly to pick Jinbei up. Moria had no choice but to say goodbye to Jinbei. However, regarding Moria's cooperation in purchasing underwater medicinal materials, Jinbei said that he would discuss it with the king and believed that there would be results soon. Moria told Jinbei not to worry. After all, his own hospital has not been built yet. When the Moonlight returned to the terror bark, everyone was busy unloading the various plants and materials obtained from the Hausen family. Moria only said a few words to the old swordsman, took the navigation chart and compass, and hurriedly flew away from the magic triangle, disappearing in the thick fog of the magic triangle. Where is Moria so anxious to go? Yes, it was the secret base of the Hausen family that the world government did not get. That secret base had been emptied by Moria a long time ago. Naturally, when the people of the world government arrived there, they found nothing. This was Moria's biggest gain on this trip. The little benefit given by the world government was nothing. However, when Moria discovered this secret base, he put a lot of effort in order to deal with the guards in this base. In fact, Moria was going to give up at that time, because the defense here was too tight, and in this secret base, although the Hausen family transferred the quasi-generals back to the family headquarters because of the war with the world government, the remaining people were not something that Moria could deal with alone. 5 lieutenant general level elders guarded the base together, plus the dense patrol soldiers and various monitoring facilities, so that even a fly could not fly in. Although Moria disguised himself as a soldier and got in, after getting this information, Moria couldn't help but feel nervous and in a dilemma. With such tight defense and the scientific researchers coming and going, the things inside must be extraordinary. But the defense here is so strict that Moria can't deal with it alone. If he is not careful, his life will be lost. After some thought, Moria decided to explore. Even if he couldn't beat them, he should use the skill of Shadow Warrior to save his life. Since he has come, it would be a pity not to bring something back. So Moria started to act. After some exploration, Moria found that there were indeed many good things inside, and there were many places with strict guards. Moria couldn't get close. There should be something better inside. Moreover, Moria found that among the 5 elders stationed in the base, 2 elders behaved very strangely. When they saw the other 3 elders, they would take the initiative to salute, and when the soldiers under them saw these 2 elders, they called them captains instead of elders. After some investigation, Moria finally determined that these 2 lieutenant general level strongmen were not elders at all, but people who were forcibly upgraded to the strength of lieutenant generals by the Hausen family using the ancestral enhancer to consume their lives. No wonder in Moria's perception of the color of observation, the strength of these 2 people was very superficial. They were obviously in their prime, but they were dying. Since there were 2 imposters, then, this was easy to deal with. Moria didn't spend much effort to deal with these 2 people. The method was also very simple, that is, Moria used his shadow to lurk beside the 2 of them, directly cut off their shadows, and the 2 immediately fell unconscious, and then directly ended their already short lives. If it was a real lieutenant general level strongman, this move would certainly not work, but who made these 2 people imposters? Although the speed and strength were improved, there were some things that potions could not improve, that is, domineering, because it consumes life to forcibly increase strength, and domineering itself is the potential energy in the human body. This method of consuming life will not only not increase domineering, but will weaken it. It's even possible that these people never mastered domineering at all. Naturally, there was no awareness of Moria's actions at all. After getting rid of these 2 fakes, the remaining 3 can only fight with real guns. Moria doesn't have much time, so everything can only be resolved quickly. But this time, these 3 elders did not have any hobbies of drinking and drinking. Everyone was very alert, and the 3 of them were concentrated in one place. Moria had no choice but to attack by force. Of course, Moria tried to create some chaos and spread the 3 out, but alas, this little trick didn't work. Seeing that the 3 people were not separated, Moria had no choice but to alert the enemy and must take action immediately. Moria used the Shadow Warrior to sneak attack and wanted to kill one person first, but unfortunately, although the other person was injured, he was not killed in one blow. Next, it can only be a cruel and tough battle. Moria's body and shadow, working together, unleashed the strength of a quasi-general. But these 3 elders of the Hausen family, who can guard the core secrets of the family here, are naturally not weak. Moreover, the cooperation between the 3 of them is also close, and the fighting power they explode is even stronger than Moria. On several occasions, Emolia is hovering on the line between life and death. If this continues, there is no solution. The 3 opponents are stronger than Moria when they join forces. If the stalemate continues, Moria will only suffer. Moreover, time must not be delayed for too long. The longer it is delayed, the more dangerous Moria will be. As a last resort, Moria could only forcefully exchange injuries for injuries. At the cost of being seriously injured, one of the opponent's combat effectiveness was lost. Moria himself was not much better. Although he could interchange with Shadow, he still suffered fatal injuries. Blood was flowing from his chest, and, just a hair away, the opponent's knife almost touched Moria's heart and pierced Moria's entire body. Ahem! He. One more time before the hell gate closes, Moria said while covering the wound. However, since the Hausen family can take medicine to improve their strength, Moria can also take medicine to maintain combat effectiveness. In the end, Moria finally won this victory by consuming 8 drops of water of life. The next thing will be much easier to handle, and no one can stop Moria anymore. Through the temporary zombie army created by Moria, Moria quickly turned the base upside down, and all the information was taken away by Moria. In fact, there are a large number of scientific researchers in this base, but these people have been serving the Hausen family since their ancestors. Many of them are even direct descendants of the Hausen family and have succumbed to Moria. It's simply impossible. After Moria entered the laboratory, he found that someone had begun to destroy data. In order to avoid being traced to himself, Moria had no choice but to kill everyone in the entire base without leaving anyone behind. At the same time, in order to try his best to destroy the evidence and get rid of suspicion, Moria not only destroyed all the surveillance cameras, but also changed his appearance. Moria felt that this was not safe. After all, he was the only one with the shadow fruit ability. Some shrewd people would inevitably find some clues through the traces left behind in the battle. The place where Moria is rushing now is the place where Moria had hidden the information before. Before, due to the agreement with the world government, there was no time, and there was no way to take back so many things, so Moria had to find a place to hide. Now, due to the sudden appearance of the black-clad man, the world government is still tracking the whereabouts of this secret base. But most of the energy has been attracted by the mysterious force, and the world government speculates that it is likely that the mysterious force took it away. But even so, the world government still did not give up, and has been searching, not letting go of any clues. In fact, Moria did not want to go to the hidden place. If he left at this time, there would still be a risk of exposure. But he had to leave. First, he left in a hurry at the beginning, and so many things were easy to be found by people. Once exposed, it would be all over. Another point is that Moria used a temporary zombie to guard there without any antiseptic treatment. Although he had been made into a zombie by Moria, he was theoretically immortal, but the body was constantly decaying. In the original book, even after treatment, it will decay, not to mention this kind of corpse that has not been treated. When the corpse decays to a certain extent, the shadow will naturally detach from the corpse. And now, in Moria's perception, some shadows have already detached from the corpse and returned to the original owner. Now we must hurry to the hidden place, otherwise when the corpse is completely decayed, then the stench alone will arouse great suspicion. And this place is close to the direction of Shimu town. In order to cover up a little, as soon as Moria left, the old swordsman and his men would lead some men, drive the moonlight, and come to Shimu town in a mighty manner, and incorporate Shimu town into Moria's sphere of influence. On the surface, Moria came for the rich ironwood resources, but in fact, it was to transport things moved out of the secret base. Of course, if Shimu town did not have this incident, Moria would definitely include it under his command. After all, isn't it good to have one more source of income? After a day and a night of travel, Moria finally came to a big island. This island is not an uninhabited island. There is even a large town on it. But at that time, Moria had no time to choose carefully. He could only find a place at random, so he chose this place. Of course, there is another reason, that is, this island is large enough, with dense forests, many ferocious beasts, and few people, which is enough for Moria to hide things in it. However, although this town is not Moria's destination, Moria still decided to stay here for a while. After all, after flying for so long, his physical strength has been exhausted. He needs to rest for a while and replenish his energy. In a restaurant, a giant man is eating and drinking crazily. In front of him are full of empty plates as high as a mountain. The customers next to him are very surprised to see this giant man. He is really too good to eat. Is this guy's stomach a bottomless pit? Burp. After finishing the last dish, Moria burped. Not bad, I am finally full, and the quality of the food in this restaurant is really good. The fried rice here is better than the chef on Moria's own ship. This giant who eats and drinks like crazy is Moria. As for why he dresses like this, it is mainly to avoid the spies of the world government. After all, no one knows whether there are people from the world government on this island. After eating and drinking, Moria did not rush to the forest, but found a hotel, booked a room, and had a good sleep. Since he has come here, there is no need to rush for a while. Moria went around and stayed in this town for a day. After making sure that no one was following him, he set out to the place where things were hidden and began to go deep into the jungle. This is a valley with only one entrance to the valley. There are dense trees everywhere, which are difficult to find. If Moria had not been attacked by a giant bird, Moria might not have found this place. As soon as he came to the outside of the valley, there were zombie soldiers everywhere, as well as some huge beast zombies, including the giant bird that attacked Moria. However, due to the warm climate and humid and hot air here, the bodies of these zombie soldiers created by Moria have been decayed to different levels. Some of them have been completely decayed, and their shadows have already fled. So, when Moria came to this valley, he almost fainted. The stench emitted by various decayed corpses made Moria miserable. The meal he had just eaten was in vain, and he vomited it all out without leaving a single bit. Moria swore that he would never create any zombies again. This kind of experience really made Moria miserable. A few days ago, he had just experienced a hellish visual shock, and now he was going to enjoy a devilish smell feast again. Moria felt that if there was a Guinness World Record in the pirate world, he would definitely be the world record holder. However, no matter how hard and tired he was, he had to move this thing out of the valley. Who made him not choose a slightly colder place at the beginning? On the other side, the people of the world government were searching for the whereabouts of the mysterious force in full swing, and at the same time, they were also tracking down who dared to pull out the teeth of the tiger's mouth. After the world government found the secret base of the Hausen family, it saw a ruin in front of it. After careful analysis and identification by intelligence personnel, combined with the traces at the scene, a conclusion was drawn: the secret base may not be the work of the Hausen family themselves, but a third-party force intervened. This force may be the mysterious organization, or it may be other forces. However, the possibility of other forces is greater, because the mysterious black-clad force, from the incident of rescuing the Hausen family, shows that this mysterious organization and the Hausen family are partners. Regardless of what agreement the two sides reached, or the Hausen family directly joined this mysterious organization, both sides can be regarded as people on the same front. It is a bit unclear that the mysterious force will take action against the secret base of the Hausen family. According to the traces at the scene, although the other party detonated the explosives depot, turning the entire base into ruins, and tried to eliminate the traces, but through some clues, it was concluded that after the battle here, the other party killed all the guards of the Hausen family, and then emptied the place in a swagger, and finally blew it up. Moreover, according to some intelligence left by the Hausen family, this base is guarded by a general and 5 lieutenant generals, as well as many soldiers. If the world government wants to capture this place by force, it will take a lot of effort, not to mention other forces. If it is not done by the Black Organization, then there are only a few families that can do this. However, it cannot be ruled out that the Hausen family itself and the mysterious forces staged a big drama. In short, there are many possibilities here, and we must find out clearly. Finally, Moria arrived at Shimu town. The first thing he did was to go to the bathhouse to take a bath. After soaking for a long time, Moria felt that the stench on his body was gone, so he got up and came out. After taking a bath, Moria went to buy a new set of clothes, threw away all the previous clothes, and then found a dessert hall to sit down. It can be said that Moria is now starving. It took Moria a day and a night to rush here. He had eaten and drunk well, but in the end, the smell of the rotting corpse made Moria miserable. Until now, Moria has basically not eaten anything. Even though he was so hungry, Moria still had no appetite. It was really that all this journey had left Moria with a psychological shadow. Although there was no difference on his body, Moria always felt that there was a stench on his body, which made him unable to eat anything, especially meat. In the past few days, Moria has seen the most meat: corpses roasted by fire, rotten corpses. Now, Moria is disgusted when he hears the word meat, but he can't not eat. After all, Moria hasn't eaten for several days. In this way, a strange person appeared in Shimu town, a big and strong giant. He didn't sit in the bar to drink and eat meat. He always went to snack shops and candy shops to eat candy and snacks, and then drank a few cups of coffee or fruit juice. The key is that this giant patronizes every day, but eats very little. Many candies and snacks are distributed by this giant to those children and girls. In this way, such a strange thing was quickly spread by people's gossip after dinner, and even by the gossiping crowd. It became more and more outrageous and turned into various rumors. Some people said that this person fell in love with the owner of this dessert shop and was proposing. You know, this boss is the most beautiful girl in Shimu town. Many people have pursued her, but unfortunately, none of them succeeded. Now, this giant has learned from the lessons of his predecessors and knows how to outflank. And it seems that the effect is not bad, because in the past few days, Moria has been able to take this opportunity to chat with the boss. You know, when the previous suitor proposed, the boss didn't even say a word and directly rejected it. All of a sudden, the business of the dessert shop became popular instantly. It was not the children who came to buy desserts and snacks, but the big men. But unfortunately, the boss of this dessert shop still ignored these people and just chatted with Moria. When Moria heard these rumors, he stood up and explained that he was just communicating with the boss about the skills of making desserts and had no other ideas. After all, although the boss's craftsmanship is very good, there are too few types of desserts, so Moria just gave some pointers. I don't believe you, you are a bad guy. After hearing Moria's explanation, everyone thought of this in their hearts. Moreover, some people who disliked Moria came directly to the dessert shop to make trouble, but they were defeated by Moria in 2 or 3 moves. This is even more difficult to explain. In the pirate world, there are prosperous cities with extravagance and luxury, and there are also quiet and peaceful towns. In Shimu town, a closed town that has not changed for hundreds of years, this kind of routine has never been seen. All of a sudden, other suitors felt that they had no chance and withdrew. However, Moria's routine inspired many people. In Shimu town, many rough men became idle overnight and ran to flower shops, cosmetic stores, and women's clothing stores every day. Fortunately, the old swordsman and his friends have arrived, and Moria finally doesn't have to endure this embarrassing scene anymore. He directly returned to the original state and returned to the moonlight. However, a custom has been passed down in Shimu Town since then. On a fixed day every year, the men in the town will gather together to give each other desserts. As for why they do this, it is said that it is to commemorate a person who brought them a happy life. No matter what the people in the town are like, Mariah, who returned to the moonlight, had only one thing to do: rest and heal. The rest was left to the old swordsman and the others. Yes, heal. Mariah and the others were always injured. When attacking the secret base of the Hausen family, although Mariah consumed the water of life to heal himself, there were many wounds that could not be healed by drinking the water of life alone. And in the subsequent sneak attack led by Akainu, Mariah was also injured by the black-clad man of the mysterious force. Although Mariah's wounds have healed due to his extraordinary physical fitness, there are still many hidden injuries after all, without special medical treatment. Mariah plans to build a world sanctuary, so he must first get his body right. Otherwise, why would Mariah open this hospital? As Mariah's ship, the Moonlight naturally has an operating room and medical equipment. However, in the last action of the world government, due to insufficient preparation, the medical staff had not yet boarded the ship. This time, the medical staff have come with the ship. Moreover, Moria discovered a bad habit, that is, in this pirate world, because everyone's body has a strong self-healing ability, many people only simply bandage after being injured, and then no longer apply it. After further examination and treatment, the healing of the wound depends entirely on the body's self-healing ability. This is a very bad habit. Doing so will put a lot of burden on the body, and various hidden injuries will accumulate. Once you reach old age, your physical fitness will decline rapidly. Speaking of which, this is the first time Moria has received formal medical treatment in this pirate world. After a series of examinations, Moria's physical report came out, and the results were more serious than Moria imagined. There are actually 6 foreign objects remaining in Moria's body, and there are also some hidden injuries. Although they are very minor, if they accumulate for a long time, they will cause irreparable damage to the body. What's more serious is that it's Moria's head. In the battle with Kaido, Moria had a narrow escape from death. At that time, he was on an isolated island and could only do emergency treatment by himself. He later recovered. After that, I didn't feel anything strange, so I thought it was fine. But now it seems that this is not the case at all. Moria's skull is cracked. Although there are signs of healing, there are foreign bodies left in the middle. At the same time, Moria's brain has also been affected to a certain extent. To be cured, it must be a major surgery is required. However, Moria does not yet have this condition. Some sophisticated medical instruments still need to be purchased, as well as surgical plans, doctor selection, etc. For the moment, it is better to deal with the hidden injuries on other parts of Moria's body first, and then perform head surgery after preparations are completed. During this examination, it was also discovered that Moria's body structure seemed to be somewhat different from that of normal people. Moria seemed to have a trace of human blood. Judging from the bone age, Moria's body still has the possibility to grow again, but the doctor concluded that it could grow up to 10 meters, which would not reach the height of a giant, let alone the height of a demon. But it cannot be said that Moria belongs to normal humans. It can only be said that Moria has some characteristics of the demon race, and other characteristics of the body belong to normal humans. Based on the above conclusions, the doctor speculates that Moria is more like the demon blood in his body being stimulated. As for how this trace of demon blood came from, the doctor speculates that it may be Moria's ancestor, who once had the experience of intermarriage with a demon. This conclusion, for the time being, is just a speculation by doctors, and no one can be sure. After all, it is difficult for humans to intermarry with giants, let alone with taller demons. This is the first time this has happened. Where did Moria's demon blood come from? The final result still requires a series of research. However, no matter what, Moria was very excited when he heard this conclusion. Whether they are giants or demons, they not only have unparalleled huge bodies, but also have a long lifespan that far exceeds that of humans. Although it is impossible to live to be 300 or 400 years old, Moria's lifespan is still longer than that of normal humans. Doctors speculated based on the developing bone structure and concluded that Moria's lifespan should reach 150 years, or even higher. At this time, Moria only said one sentence: "Long live our ancestors." It's really awesome. In the next 10 days, Moria never left the moonlight. He recuperated quietly on the ship. Occasionally he went to the deck to bask in the sun. Even his daily exercise was stopped by Moria. Perform some simple rehabilitation exercises. After all, your body comes first. While Moria was recuperating on the ship, the old swordsman and the others had already eliminated the other forces in Ironwood Town and established a stronghold here. From then on, Ironwood Town fell within the scope of Moria. This did not take much time. After all, the previous mafia in Ironwood Town was killed by Moria, and the remaining other forces were even less worth mentioning. For the residents of Ironwood Town, the mafia that had ruled Ironwood Town for a long time had been killed and replaced by pirates, but this was just a matter of conversation after dinner. The common people never cared about who was the ruler. Yes, can it bring benefits to myself? Moria still attaches great importance to this Ironwood Town. Not only is it rich in ironwood resources, but there are also many precious medicinal materials in the forest. This can be used as an important base for Moria. However, at this stage, the most important thing is to quickly complete the renovation of the terrifying three-mast ship and build a medical holy place. As for Ironwood Town, it is better to wait and develop it slowly later. Anyway, it is now Moria's sphere of influence. There's no rush. At the port, Moria and the old swordsman watched as their men recruited workers to load numerous ironwoods onto ships. This time, the old swordsman not only brought the Moonlight, but also brought 2 other cargo ships to carry the ironwood back. This time, ironwood will be the lumber base. From now on, there will be no shortage of lumber. Moria said, "It's also time to start a medical plan." "Yes." The old swordsman replied, "Captain, while you were summoned by the Shishibukai, we have sent people to the capital of 7 Waters to invite many shipwrights back, and we have also recruited many craftsmen. Now, they are already designing a plan." Moria was very happy to hear what the old swordsman said. He. The medical plan is finally about to begin. However, Jilao, I think now that we have captured Ironwood Town, shouldn't we form a chamber of commerce? Moria said thoughtfully. Chamber of Commerce? The old swordsman also fell into deep thought after hearing Moria's suggestion. In Moria's original plan, there was no intention to form a chamber of commerce, but the plan could not keep up with the changes. Now that World Conquest has issued a license to Moria, and after the hospital is built in the future, instead of buying medicinal materials from others, it is better to form a chamber of commerce yourself. After all, the money from this medicinal material business is nothing if not earned. Yes, no matter from which aspect, the advantages of forming a chamber of commerce outweigh the disadvantages. Even if we build the hospital, the huge demand for medicinal materials will be a huge expense, so we might as well build it ourselves, the old swordsman replied. Obviously, the old swordsman also agreed with the establishment of the Chamber of Commerce. Forming a Chamber of Commerce is not only about making money, but also about establishing Moria's own intelligence network while promoting it, or providing cover for the Shadow Assassin organization, etc. It has many benefits. This Chamber of Commerce, Moria has decided to open. Okay, the name of this Chamber of Commerce is the Bat Chamber of Commerce. Moria looked at the bat on the bow and said, "Bat Chamber of Commerce?" The old swordsman heard Moria's naming and said, "This makes it clear that this Chamber of Commerce is run by you, the captain. Does it mean that by choosing another name, I don't know that this Chamber of Commerce is mine? Instead of doing this, it's better to expose it directly. This kind of thing cannot be hidden at all," Moria said. "Yes. I've got something wrong," the old swordsman said with a smile. "Then, for the time being, I would like to trouble you, Jilao, to open this Chamber of Commerce," Moria said to the old swordsman. When the old swordsman heard what Moria said, he wanted to refuse, but when he thought that Moria didn't have a particularly suitable candidate under his command now, everyone had their own affairs, and he was the most suitable, he agreed. The next morning, the 3 ships loaded with cargo left the port of Ironwood Town. However, this time, Moria planted his pirate flag above Ironwood Town and was fluttering in the wind. At this time, in the darkness, a spy from the world government was reporting information about Moria. Nothing suspicious was found. The ship contained normal cargo and no suspicious objects were found. Moria himself didn't go out and found nothing unusual. Yes, the world government's intelligence organization has implemented strict surveillance on Moria in Ironwood Town. After all, the secret base of the Housen family is close to Ironwood Town, and Moria came to Ironwood Town at this time. More importantly, there is a lot of suspicion on Moria, and the world government decided to investigate Moria implement strict monitoring. If it is discovered that the secret base of the Housen family has been captured, and this matter is really related to Moria, then the world government will never let Moria go. However, during the past few days in Ironwood Town, the Century government found nothing, so it removed Moria from the list of suspects. Moria came to Ironwood Town this time to transfer the supplies. However, Moria did not say that he would transfer them back this time. It is impossible to transfer so many things back at once, and there is a great possibility of exposure. At the same time, Moria was also thinking about whether he should also set up a secret base. It is always right to be cautious. No one is a fool, and danger is everywhere. Before, during the time when Moria was in the Magic Triangle, Moria was practicing his Devil Fruit ability. By chance, his Bat Shadow clone saw one of his cotters passing information to the world government. This cotter was also one of the supervisors of logistics management. Moria was very optimistic about him. If there was no accident this time, Moria might really let him get in touch with the core secrets in the future. At that time, Moria might become the second Hill Chamber of Commerce. No, it will be worse than the Hill Chamber of Commerce. After all, Moria does not have the foundation of the Hill Chamber of Commerce for so many years. Under the attack from both inside and outside, he was desperate and was eventually eliminated by the world government. Later, Moria thought about it and decided not to do it first. Even if he killed him, the world government would definitely send people to infiltrate Moria. An exposed spy is much better than a hidden spy. Moreover, if the 7 warlords of the sea had no backup plan, the Housen family, which is so powerful, would have been wiped out by Akaina's sneak attack. Therefore, Moria decided to keep some backup plans and learn to hide himself. This is the basic skill of an assassin. Once an assassin is exposed to the sun, he is not an assassin at all. Moria only took out a small part of the relatively basic information from the pile of information, and took it out first to practice with his doctors, lay a good foundation first, and then slowly select from them. Moria is not sure that there are not many spies of the world government among these doctors bought from the Drum Kingdom and the black market. If the core information is given to them, once they recognize it and pass this information to the world government, Moria will be finished again. Therefore, you must hide and you must learn to hide. In short, this time, Moria was quite stimulated. When he accepted the call of the 7 warlords of the sea, Moria had nothing to do. At night, he sneaked into the Navy's data room with the shadow bet he made to see if he could find the Navy 6 styles. As a result, he found information about the Housen family. Inside, the information about the owner of the Housen family, his living habits, how many cigarettes he usually smoked, how many times he went to the toilet, what he ate, and how tall he was were all written in detail. This is simply incredible. An underground giant that has been passed down for so many years must have its own intelligence network and must have strict confidentiality measures. But now, the facts tell Moria that the boss of the Housen family actually has no secrets at all and lives completely under surveillance. What a terrible intelligence network the world government must have. No matter what his subordinates think, since Moria has made the decision, there is no point in opposing it. This seemingly unreliable Tyalun has now officially become the shipwright on Moria's ship. Tyalun is always alone, and he has nothing to take with him, so he picked up his toolbox, patted his butt, and followed Moria and his group. The whereabouts of Moria and his group did not attract anyone's attention at all. Moria, who returned to the horror 3-mast ship, immediately started his own construction plan. Tyalun, together with the craftsmen and shipwrights, repeatedly improved the transformation plan of the horror 3-mast ship, while Moria's other subordinates stepped up the purchase of various materials to prepare for the transformation of the horror 3-mast ship. At the same time, Moria got Morgan's phone number through the black market and prepared to start advertising. Speaking of Morgan's, the president of the World Economic News Agency can be said to be in the limelight now. With the latest developments of the battle for the 4 emperors in the New World, the World Economic News Agency has attracted a large number of readers and has occupied the leading position among various newspapers, even surpassing the Navy's own newspaper. Yes, the Navy now has its own newspaper. With a large number of Navy soldiers, sales were once in the leading position. However, the current sales are getting worse day by day, and there is a risk of being cancelled. In Moria's view, this should also be a means for the world government to suppress the Navy. The Navy controls the army and has a good intelligence system. No matter who it is, they will be afraid. He. Morgans, I want to discuss a business with you. Moria said, it's about the transformation of your terrifying 3-mast sailing ship. Morgos answered at once. He. You are worthy of being the president of the World Economic News Agency. The intelligence is really well informed, but it's not just that. I want to build the world's #1 hospital and the world's most terrifying horror park. One side is heaven, and the other side is hell. How about it? Are you interested? Hearing this, Morgos narrowed his eyes and became interested in the two things Moria said. If it was just ordinary advertising, at most it would be an advertising fee, but whether it was the hospital plan or the horror park plan that Moria mentioned, if it could succeed, it would bring a steady stream of income. Moria, do you mean that other people can participate? Morgans asked. Yes, Moria, open investment, not only you, but also other forces in the underground world. But I don't want my partners to be a bunch of scum. No problem, after all, the weak have no right to participate. Morgans replied. Next, Moria and Morgos discussed some issues about publicity. At the same time, in a month, the first shareholder investment meeting will be held at the horror 3-mast sailboat to discuss the details of everyone's shareholding and start the bidding for the first phase of the project. With the end of Moria's call this time, this news spread quickly. Naturally, the well-informed world government also got the information. Regarding Moria's plan, no matter how you go around it, you can't get around the world government. As long as the government makes a little move, Moria's entire plan will be greatly discounted, so this time, the partners must have the participation of the world government. Logically speaking, Moria should have called the world government first. However, in the last cooperation, the world government's greed was too ugly. Although the world government gave Moria some seeds of exotic plants, Moria went back to investigate and found that these things were not very rare plants. They could be bought on the market, and it only cost 50 million Baileys. Moria attacked and killed 2 elders of the other party. Even if the other party was not an elite vice admiral, but the level of a new vice admiral, if converted into a pirate, the bounty was not 500 million Baileys, but 200 or 300 million Baileys. The two added together were worth 500 million Baileys, not to mention that the person Moria seriously injured was not counted in it. Not to mention that you really took something worth 500 million Baileys, even if you gave a 50% discount and gave 250 million Baileys, Moria would accept it. But what's the situation with you? You suddenly lost to zero, just like sending a beggar. This is too much. When Moria transported pirates to the Navy, although it was not an equal exchange with the Navy, considering the scarcity of those materials, they might not be able to buy all of them on the market, plus the time spent during the period, etc. Moria's transaction with the Navy can be said to be an equal exchange. From another perspective, Moria even took advantage. In short, Moria and the Navy did not lose in that transaction. But why did it change when it came to your world government? In the next few days, Morgans began to fulfill the agreement with Moria, began to vigorously promote Moria's plan, and looked for partners. At the same time, he began to advertise in newspapers, which were on the front page for several days in a row. For example, he invited famous doctors from all over the country to join in, promoted the horror park, and announced the project bidding plan. In short, those who didn't know thought that Moria's world's largest hospital and the largest horror park had been built. In short, with the propaganda of World Economic News, more and more people know about Moria's plan, and gradually start to focus on the magic triangle. In fact, some well-informed developers have already come to the door in advance and started to deceive Moria. For such people, Moria neither agreed nor refused. He only said that everyone would wait until the day of the bidding meeting and everyone would work on their own merits. As the day approaches, the magic triangle becomes more and more lively, and Moria is too busy to even touch the ground. However, the world government could not sit still. Moria even asked his subordinates to invite the Navy, and talked about retirement plans for retired Navy generals. Seeing that the time was getting closer, but among the forces invited, the world government was the only one missing. Molia, what do you mean? Without the support of our world government, you can never achieve anything. In the end, the world government did not remain calm and called directly. He. You still have the nerve to say that your world government is so dishonest. The last cooperation made me unable to trust you. Moria said, stop being wordy. In the face of absolute interests, I believe that the partners I have found will never let this business go to waste. He. Don't you think so? If you can't show sincerity, then don't continue talking. I'm very busy now. Wait a moment, the world government said. In the end, after some bargaining, in order to show enough sincerity and make up for Moria's last loss, the world government will give Moria a large number of seeds and planting techniques for rare plants and medicinal materials, and will also allocate several buildings to Moria farm as compensation. At the same time, the world government promised to open a batch of medical technologies to Moria, and also gave Moria many sophisticated medical instruments as capital for this participation. But the world government wants 60% of the profits with just one mouthful. Facing the lion of the world government, Moria flipped the table angrily. Since it was such a naked threat, I will quit. If you have the ability, you can come up with a medical plan yourself. There are still mostly pirates in this world. I don't believe that pirates would go to the hospital built by your world government to see a doctor. It's a waste of money, no way. In the end, the world government still took 30% of the profits. This was the final price. If it was any lower, the world government would directly withdraw and suppress Moria. After hanging up the phone, Moria couldn't help but twitching at the corner of his mouth. It was so cruel. He hadn't even started yet, and he had transferred so many shares in one go. I'm afraid that when the time comes, Moria's final profit may not exceed 30%. However, there is no way around this. At this stage, Moria does not have the capital to bargain with the world government. With the propaganda of Morgans, more and more people began to come to the magic triangle. There were many rich people and investors, as well as many doctors and craftsmen who were attracted by the news. Regarding the former, Moria actually didn't pay much attention to it. These unknown little rich people could spend a few dollars and prepare to take a few places with good locations to spend their time. On the contrary, Moria is very interested in the latter, because there is a person named Hogbark, the ship's doctor in Moria's original work. Moreover, he brought a coffin, which should contain the female star named Sindori. However, now that he is here, Moria will not refuse. However, Hogbark will not have the same status as in the original work. After all, Moria now has many people under his command. Promise him to turn Sindori's body into a zombie, and let him be the leader of a research team in the medical department. If he is promoted, other people should have opinions. There are really many doctors under Moria now. Even Darvis, the half-assed ship doctor who followed Maria back from the New World, became the Minister of Medical Affairs based on his own strength and senior qualifications, but since Morley after brought back so many doctors from the Drum Kingdom, coupled with a wealth of medical books, his medical skills have also improved by leaps and bounds, and he is not inferior to a famous doctor at all. If Hagebek wants to become a senior cadre, then it will not be that easy. In short, those who apply to join Moria's command must be assessed and rigorously screened before they can become a member of Moria's command. There are many people under Moria now. The only thing missing is the kind of people who are really talented and hardworking, so the requirements are naturally higher. Conducting assessments for new recruits, the transformation blueprint of the terrifying three-mast sailing ship, stepping up preparations to form the Shadowthorn organization, etc. In addition, Moria also needs to undergo training. Naturally, Moria's requirements for those wealthy businessmen just turned a blind eye. But once, in a conversation with the old swordsman told Moria that the rich people wanted to participate. Although, from an individual point of view, the funds were not much, but if added up, the funds had already reached 10 billion Baileys. I hope Moria can solve this matter. How many? 10 billion Baileys. After hearing this data, Moria, who was eating at the time, almost choked. Are these guys so rich? Thinking of so much money, Moria couldn't help but decided not to build this hospital at all, and just do this, so that he wouldn't have to worry about it in his life. Perhaps seeing what Moria was thinking, the old swordsman coughed lightly and said, "Cough, they just sent a representative each, and they didn't bring any money with them. Even if we catch all these people, we won't get much money at all." Hearing this, Moria nodded. That's right, after all, no one can carry so much money with them, let alone these ordinary people who don't have enough strength to protect their own money. Having too much money on them is a life-threatening talisman. However, through these words of the old swordsman, Moria felt more intuitively how rich the rich people were. In the New World, ordinary people don't have so much money at all. Money is concentrated in the hands of those powerful pirate groups. The stronger the pirates are, the more wealth they have. However, in the first half of the Grand Line and the Four Seas region, this rule will change slightly. Due to the protection of the Navy and the rule of the world government, although there are still many pirates, the strength of these pirates is generally not high, so ordinary people have more wealth in their hands. Of course, these ordinary people are not ordinary people. Most of them are privileged classes, such as kings, nobles, etc., as well as some businessmen and ordinary people. The vast majority are still very poor. Originally, Moria didn't want to talk to them. After all, these people were too weak and would not be of any help to Moria. But when he heard the figure of 10 billion Baileys, Moria felt, maybe it would be good to get people like them to invest in it. After all, this is the power of public opinion and the general trend, which cannot be violated. I did this to conform to public opinion and the general trend. Moria thought to herself. Well, that's a happy decision. Moria immediately met with the representatives of the rich and businessmen, shook hands with them one by one, and promised them that even if other shareholders did not agree with their participation, the Bat Chamber of Commerce established by Moria would welcome everyone to participate. I definitely won't let everyone's trip be in vain. Regarding Moria's decision, these representatives of the nobles, rich people, and businessmen were all very happy. It was rare for Moria to be so reasonable. In the past, because they did not have enough strength, these investors were always turned away, and their lives were often in danger. In the evening, Moria even organized a dance for them, which was a great time. Moria's men were puzzled by Moria's approach. Even the old swordsman was puzzled. He just asked Moria to solve the investment problem, but Moria's approach was completely different. It is to regard these wealthy businessmen as partners. But no matter how the old swordsman looked at these people, except for a little money, they were completely worthless and not worthy of Moria's attention at all. Regarding these doubts of his men, Moria just replied softly, never underestimate the power of capital. For these ordinary people who are powerless, being able to obtain so much wealth by their own means in this world of pirates where strength is supreme is a manifestation of strength. What kind of royal descendants of the member countries of the world government, noble titles, etc., have no deterrent effect on pirates at all? On the contrary, they are still the objects that everyone is scrambling to kidnap and rob. Unless you are a celestial dragon, otherwise, these so-called noble titles of member countries and non-member countries can only be a burden. So, now these investors who come to Moria can be said to be smart people. In any slightly normal world, they are definitely the best in various industries. Moreover, after some communication and understanding, Moria found that these rich people and businessmen not only rely on the power of the ruling class to obtain wealth, but more importantly, they create new businesses by themselves and work hard bit by bit to make huge wealth. Everyone who comes here is never proud of their noble titles, but proud of creating wealth for themselves. Looking at the familiar scene in front of him, a word suddenly emerged in Moria's mind: capitalist. In this way, these emerging nobles, businessmen, and investors can indeed be called capitalists, and the world government that always uses power and strength to rule and exploit the people can indeed be regarded as feudal rulers. Hiss! According to this, I am now involved in the social change process of the pirate world? Then I am not very dangerous, then I am not half a revolutionary army? However, these people will not think so, and the world government will not think so, because the pirate world has no such concept at all, and the world government still rules the world and holds the most powerful power in its hands. But the future is not necessarily, after all, under this calm sea, a new order is being nurtured. Once that day comes, the entire sea will be turned upside down in an instant, the old order will be broken, and a new order will be established. Sure enough, it is absolutely the right choice to pull these people to invest. This is the general trend, the general trend. Time always flies, especially when a person is busy. In a blink of an eye, the time for Moria's investment conference has arrived. On this day, ships from underground forces, the world government, and the navy came to the magic triangle of Moria one after another. The scary three-mast sailing ship that used to be some spooky things in the past started to become lively. As everyone arrived, the investment meeting organized by Moria officially began. However, although Moria is now a Shishibukai, has some impressive achievements, and has a certain reputation in the sea, it is not a top force after all. Naturally, many of the people attending this meeting were sent representative. The head of the family himself did not come over. The only people who came in person were Morgans, the president of the World Economic Army News Agency, and the patriarch of the Tanzanian family, a large family specializing in medicinal materials, but compared with the Hausen family, they were far behind. All the remaining forces sent representatives. Of course, it's not that these forces look down on Moria. After all, the people sent here as representatives are all young heroes in the family. They are extremely outstanding people, and they are all trained as family heirs. However, Moria was still a little unhappy. After all, when Auntie held a regular tea party, all those underground giants were present in person and gave various gifts. When they arrived at Moria, they became representatives, and all of them were arrogant. What a huge difference! There is no way, now that we have reached this stage, there is no way that Moria will go back on his word. I can only bite the bullet. The first half was basically Mariah's stage. Mariah introduced the medical plan and the horror part plan to everyone, as well as his outlook for the future. Everyone was very happy, applauding or nodding. Of course, in the second half of the chapter, when the shares and interests were divided, Moria basically couldn't get in the conversation. The entire home court became a home court where the world government, the navy, and the Elias family competed. The rest of the people were all became a foil. Needless to say, the world government is still as domineering as ever. As for the navy, after Sengoku saw Moria's navy retirement pension plan, he decided to send someone over. The Elias family is a huge family with a history older than the Hausen family. Even Morgans doesn't know the specific information. He only knows that many underground forces are related to this Elias family. The family is inextricably linked, and it is rumored that the family's headquarters is on the Red Earth continent. Morgans didn't know the rest. When Moria heard what Morgans said, he knew that the Elias family was a terrifying existence. Although he didn't know why he fell in love with Moria's plan and came to join the Yinjiang River, he was able to challenge the world government. Yes, he must be a big boss, and he can never afford to offend him. After a fierce battle, the world government has the largest share, naturally, with a share of 34%. Moria ranks second, with a share of 21%, and the Elias family ranks third, 20% of the shares. The remaining 25% of the shares are naturally divided between the Navy, Morgans, and other forces. After the meeting, the results of the shareholders' meeting spread quickly. Morgans praised Moria in the newspaper as president of the World Medical Association, director of the world's largest hospital. Titles such as Director of the Horror Paradise and Terror Master were all assigned to Moria. The world government also praised Moria fiercely, saying that he had made outstanding contributions to maintaining world peace and stability, and that this medical plan would benefit millions of people. In short, for a while, the topic of Moria ranked first in the hot search, becoming a famous figure in the pirate world. But as the saying goes, laymen only watch the excitement, while insiders watch the door. Only Moria himself knew that his so-called CEO was just a high-level wage earner, and that all the real bosses had been taken away by those big forces. Although he holds 21% of the shares and is the second largest shareholder on the surface, Moria alone has to provide 48% of the construction funds, and the remaining funds will be shared by other shareholders. This is obvious. What's more, they work hard but don't work hard. Maybe in a few years, Moria's strength will improve, and if Moria comes to plan this matter again, perhaps Moria's situation will change a lot, but Moria doesn't want to wait that long anymore. Moreover, it is not that Moria has gained nothing. Just the World Medical Association that Moria authorized the world government to establish, there is a lot to be done in it. Also, all the medicinal materials and medicines needed by the hospital in Moria are purchased through the Bat Chamber of Commerce in Moria. Medicines purchased from other shareholder forces are also handled by the Bat Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, the Bat Chamber of Commerce is not affiliated with underneath the hospital is Moria's private chamber of commerce. In order to achieve this goal, Moria also lost 3% of his stock, just to enable Moria's own Bat Chamber of Commerce to become the hospital's #1 drug provider. Coupled with Moria's position as the president of the World Medical Association, in a sense, Moria has the possibility to monopolize the entire pirate world's medicines. When the time comes, Moria's lost profits will definitely be doubled. Get it back. Morgan seemed to have seen something about Moria's tricks or his well-informed information, and said that since you can get those ordinary rich people to participate in the Bat Chamber of Commerce, then you should also get involved. Before leaving, Moria exchanged 500 million Baileys for 5% of the shares of the Bat Chamber of Commerce from Moria. Moria did not refuse Moria's participation, and guaranteed that this investment would definitely bring rich returns. As soon as the meeting ended, Moria started the bidding for the first phase of the project without stopping. This time, it can be regarded as Moria's home court. In the previous meeting, although he was the host, he was actually a soy sauce. However, Moria standing there was useless. The whole process was very smooth. The bids were made. After a while, the first phase of the project was all bid. The remaining details were the negotiation between Tyalun and the engineering team. Moria could not understand those professional things. Moria looked for a while and left directly. As for the Bat Chamber of Commerce, the old swordsman has already started negotiations. After all, he is an old and experienced person. Facing those shrewd businessmen, it is much better for the old swordsman to come forward than Moria, a half-baked person. All of a sudden, Moria has nothing to do. He is still a little uncomfortable with the change from the busy days to the days with nothing to do. All the important things have been explained. The transformation plan of the Horror 3-mast ship will be handed over to the people below to implement. The training of his subordinates has been put on the right track, and Moria does not need to worry about it anymore. The task system has also been fully rolled out, and everyone is busy with their own tasks. As for the intelligence organization, the first batch of personnel have been dispersed, and some intelligence has been collected intermittently. There are also the schools and training systems opened by Moria, which have also begun to show results. As for the secret investigation and law enforcement organization, the personnel still need some time to train, and they need to take it slowly. Moria the Pirate 3 Emperors in One Alliance MTL books. These days, newspapers are full of headlines about Moria, but news is always only hot for a while, and soon, everyone's attention has moved away from Moria. Because something even bigger happened. The War of the Four Emperors in the New World is coming to an end. This incident instantly attracted the attention of the whole world. Since Whitebeard ascended the throne, Kaido's beast pirates, after continuous fighting, defeated a large number of invading pirates, and ascended the throne of the Four Emperors with their own iron-blooded means. Soon, not long after Kaido became the Four Emperors, Big Mom also successfully ascended the throne of the Four Emperors. With her unparalleled physical talent, the ability of the Soul Fruit, and her many children, Big Mom sat on the position of the Four Emperors as a woman. These two consecutive major events instantly attracted the attention of the world, and everyone was speculating who would be the last of the Four Emperors. Soon, the last of the Four Emperors was about to be revealed. However, this is not a single pirate group, but a pirate alliance composed of multiple pirate groups. One-Eyed Pirates, one of the three giants of the Pirate Alliance, Captain One-Eyed, a great swordsman, bounty of 1.88 billion Baileys. Roaring Pirates, one of the three giants of the Pirate Alliance, Captain Thunder, the ability user of the Sound Fruit, bounty of 1.95 billion Baileys. Tenchu Pirates, one of the three giants of the Pirate Alliance, Captain Ghost Calculation, the ability user of the Calculation Fruit, bounty of 1.76 billion Baileys. In addition, there are 8 captains under the Pirate Alliance, each of whom is also very powerful, and at the same time, there are a large number of pirate groups under them. In order to seize the position of the Four Emperors, the Pirate Alliance fought with Kaido and Big Mom respectively, and also laid a large area in the New World. Of course, if they fight alone, the three giants of the Pirate Alliance may not be the opponents of Kaido and Big Mom, but facing the combination of the three giants, Kaido and Big Mom will not get any benefits. After all, although the three giants of the Pirate Alliance have not yet reached the level of the Four Emperors, they are only a little bit away from that realm. The battle for the hegemony of the Four Emperors seems to have come to an end here, and the New World has since formed the form of 3 emperors and 1 alliance. The 3 emperors are Whitebeard, Kaido and Big Mom, and the 1 alliance is the remaining Pirate Alliance. After the war ended, the New World returned to peace. The pirate groups and the Pirate Alliance that ascended to the position of the 4 emperors began to stop, recuperate, reorganize and digest the territory in their hands, and began to exercise the rights of the 4 emperors. However, under this peaceful new world, the undercurrent is still turbulent. The biggest problem is that the Pirate Alliance ascended to the position of the 4 emperors in the form of an alliance. Although the 3 giants are all powerful, no one among them has reached the strength of the 4 emperors. Without the strength of the king, it is naturally impossible to sit firmly on the throne. In the New World, apart from Whitebeard, Kaido and Big Mom, there are few pirates with the strength of the three giants, but they are not absent. These people either lost in the competition for the position of the other four emperors, or were defeated by the three giants. However, these losers did not withdraw, but lurked, licked their wounds, and prepared for the final battle. Since your pirate alliance does not have the real crushing strength, and can only get the position of the four emperors because of the cooperation of the three giants, then you can join forces, and naturally, everyone can also unite. After all, if you really talk about fighting alone, everyone is evenly matched. This is the external threat faced by the pirate alliance. Those famous pirates have temporarily united for the position of the four emperors and are eyeing it covetously. At the same time, the pirate alliance also has considerable problems internally. The pirate alliance was initially established just to gather together and deal with the threat of the pirates, but now, everything has changed. Now that the four emperors have been appointed, who does the pirate alliance listen to? Four emperors, there is only one seat, but there are three people on the pirate alliance side. If you say that you are not tempted by this position, no one will believe it. Although the pirate alliance is still united now, it is because of the huge external pressure. Once those pirates are defeated, one of the three giants will be selected to become the real four emperors. Although the pirate alliance is still united now, the internal struggle for power has begun, and no one knows who will be the final winner among the three giants. During this period of calm, everyone's advantages are basically the same. What really determines success or failure is to break through first and reach the real four emperors, not the fake four emperors. But how can it be so easy to break through? Otherwise, why haven't everyone been able to break through yet? In short, for this last four emperors position, everyone can only rely on their own means. For Moria, who is familiar with the plot, he naturally knows that this last four emperors position fell on Red Hair. However, Moria also admires Red Hair for being able to fight through the siege and finally sit on the position of the four emperors. After all, this last four emperors position can be said to be the most competitive among the four emperors. Whether it is the losers who competed for the position of the four emperors before, or other ambitious people, they will never miss this last opportunity. The competitive pressure faced by Red Hair can be imagined. However, although Red Hair is also a famous pirate, he is not listed in the list of strong contenders for the four emperors, because compared with other competitors, Red Hair is far inferior in terms of bounty and power. Naturally, no one thinks he can sit in the position of the four emperors. Moria is far away from what happened in the New World, and even knows very little about the intelligence. However, since Moria knows that the future four emperors will belong to Red Hair, he can still get a little benefit from it. In the World Economic News, Morgos, in order to attract attention and make profits, held a four emperors guessing event. That is, Morgos wrote all the strong contenders for the four emperors on it, and placed bets. Whoever can guess the final result can win a generous reward according to the amount of bets. Morgos, this guy, I am afraid he has made a lot of money now. However, because Red Hair was low-key in the New World, he was not on the list, so Moria had to call Morgans and ask him to add Red Hair's name to the list. Morgans was very fast and added Red Hair's name to the list the next day, and the profit was 1:5, which means that Moria invested 1 billion Baileys and finally got 5 billion Baileys, which was simply a overnight fortune. At first, Moria was very confused about Moria's request. Red Hair was a super unpopular player. When confirming the list, it was because Morgans thought it was impossible that Red Hair was not included in the list. But now, listening to Moria's solemn promise, Morgans thought it would be safer to investigate Red Hair's information again. Thanks to the efforts of the Morgans Intelligence Network, the information about Red Hair was soon presented to Morgans. After a detailed understanding, Morgans confirmed that Red Hair was actually a strong competitor for the last of the four emperors, but he was seriously underestimated, and even his bounty was deliberately lowered. Red Hair is very young, but his strength is not weaker than those competitors, and Red Hair was once a crew member of Pirate King Roger. These things made Morgans feel that there was a big hand deliberately concealing Red Hair's information. This Red Hair was definitely not simple, and it was even very likely to become one of the four emperors. Thinking of this, Morgans changed the profit margin of Red Hair from 1/10 to 1:5 for the sake of safety before sending it out. Morgans also asked Moria why he was so optimistic about Red Hair. Naturally, Moria would not tell anyone that he was familiar with the plot. He just said that Red Hair's conqueror's haki impressed Moria deeply. That natural king's aura made Moria think that he might be the final winner. Morgans did not doubt Moria's answer. After all, among the intelligence he collected, there was information that Red Hair was very good at conqueror's haki. Just when Moria was thinking about what to do with the 5 billion Baileys he earned, the New World, because of Moria's intervention, Red Hair began to enter everyone's field of vision, and the original trajectory began to change quietly. "Captain, you've reported it." After the crew member who went out to purchase supplies came back, he held the latest newspaper in his hand and shouted loudly towards the depths of the deserted island. Hearing the crew members shout, the members of the Red Hair pirates who were training stopped, gathered together, and passed the newspaper to each other. Captain, you're famous. Captain, it says here that you are a strong contender for the remaining 4 emperors. I really didn't expect the captain to have such a past. Everyone talked about it. Ben Beckman came over, picked up the newspaper and read it. The title on it was 4 Emperor Candidate, Red Hair's Past. The news first briefly introduced the current situation in the New World, and then detailed Red Hair's strength and various past experiences, including what big pirates Red Hair had defeated, and stayed on the ship of Pirate King Roger, etc. All kinds of things, detailed. John Hunk's past was dug out clearly, and then, with the help of Whitebeard's evaluation of Red Hair, but an unusual kid. In the end, Red Hair, who has reached such strength at such a young age, is a well-deserved candidate for the 4 emperors. In the future, there are unlimited possibilities, for example, becoming a figure like Pirate King Roger. Seeing such a report in the newspaper, Ben Beckman's face was solemn, and he did not cheer as happily as other crew members, because he knew that this newspaper would undoubtedly push his captain to the forefront, and the Red Hair pirates would also face a very serious situation. Ben Beckman took the newspaper and went to the woods to find Red Hair. This is exactly the case. As soon as this newspaper came out, it instantly ignited the peaceful new world. Although Pirate King Roger is dead, there are still many characters from the Pirate King Roger era in the New World. All of these people are strong competitors for the position of the 4 emperors. Many people have personally experienced Roger's deeds, and, looking back, this red-haired man was indeed a member of Roger's ship at the time. In this way, this red-haired man is likely to be Roger's successor. Moreover, compared with other competitors, Red Hair appeared on the list with such a young appearance, and it can be said that he has a bright future. Originally, although Red Hair was also a well-known pirate, since the turmoil in the New World, Red Hair has been very low-key, so that people almost forgot about the Red Hair pirates. But now, Red Hair, which suddenly made the headlines, reminds people that among the competitors, there is also this low-key Red Hair pirates. Whether it was the pirates who were defeated by Pirate King Roger and wanted revenge before, or the ambitious people who are eager to get the position of the 4 emperors now, without exception, they have all set their sights on the Red Hair pirates. On this side, Ben Beckman passed through the dense forest and came to a piece of rubble-covered open space. Here, it is just a simple rubble-covered open space, but when Ben Beckman stepped into this area, the whole person was hit by the strong domineering aura, his consciousness became trance, and the whole person was blank. If an ordinary person enters this area, he will become a fool in an instant. Of course, Beckman is not one of these people. With his own strong strength, he quickly recovered and continued to move forward. However, although he has long been accustomed to the captain's domineering territory, even so, Beckman is still amazed at his captain's domineering aura. The domineering aura of Red Hair is not just as simple as mental shock, it can already cause substantial damage. These rubbles on the ground were all intact huge rocks before, but now, under the pressure of the domineering aura, they have all become fragmented. Moreover, in the territory of Red Hair's dominance, Beckman felt that he could not move an inch. This was not an illusion, but his own strength was suppressed. Now he could only exert 70% of his usual strength, and he had to divide his energy to resist the mental shock. In the open space in the middle, Red Hair was practicing his domineering color domineering, concentrating his energy, and launching a domineering color attack on a huge rock as high as 7 or 8 meters in the distance. In an instant, the hard rock turned into fine sand and formed a sand dune. Seeing this scene, Beckman couldn't help but say, "Captain, your domineering color has improved again. I'm afraid that if we only talk about domineering color, Captain, you can already be called the strongest domineering color." Beckman grabbed some fine sand with his hand and looked at it carefully. These sands were of uniform specifications and uniform sizes. There was no gravel in the middle. It can be said to be the best building material. Not enough, at least, I can't turn the stone into powder. Red Hair picked up a small stone from the ground at random. In an instant, the stone turned into a pile of powder in Red Hair's hand and drifted away with the wind. "Go ahead, what's the matter? Is it time to have a party?" Red Haired said to Beckman. "Take a look." As he spoke, Beckman handed the newspaper to Red Haired. "Our peaceful days are about to be broken. Next, we will probably face the Pirate Alliance, other pirates who aspire to be the 4 emperors, and other forces. In front of the throne of the Sea Emperor, everyone except ourselves is an enemy. Because of this report, we have been involved in the huge whirlpool of the New World and cannot get out." For his captain, Beckman felt that it was necessary to let the captain know what kind of situation he was going to face. "In that case, let's have a party. Aren't we planning to stop training and set sail again? What's the impact?" Red Hair interrupted Beckman and said, "Yes, what's the impact? It's no use to continue training now, and as long as they go out to sea, the Red Hair pirates will inevitably fall into the vortex of this struggle. It's just a matter of time. Now, it's just a matter of time. Then, let's have a party." Beckman glanced at Red Hair and said, "Okay, let's have a party. Beckman, I'm sure I can get you drunk this time, you always get away." Red Hair said with a smile while pulling Beckman. "That's because we need at least one sober person in our pirate group. We're always drunk." What if the enemy comes? What does it matter? We should have fun at the banquet. On the other side, One Eye and Lei Ming were sitting in their seats, watching the numerous numbers and symbols flying all over the sky. The numbers were chaotic and dazzling. Finally, these numbers formed a strange symbol in the air, which flashed for a while and then disappeared. What a strange fate, it's hard to see through. The ghost Calculation, who had been closing his eyes, suddenly said, "This man is like a fog. He is clearly there, but he can't see it clearly." Okay, don't talk about these weird things. Tell us directly, is red hair a threat? The hot-tempered Lei Ming asked directly. Although I can't see through it, the calculation shows that this person's fate has long been intertwined with our fate. The ghost Calculation answered. Fate has already determined that we will meet red hair, and it is inevitable. Just say he is a big threat. Okay, in that case, then pay special attention to red hair. Lei Ming said, since he is an enemy, there must be no mercy. Not only the Pirate Alliance, but also many pirates in the New World have their eyes on red hair, more or less. At the same time, the Navy and the world government are also paying attention to the red hair pirates. Jean Guo looked at the information on the table and had a headache. After seeing Morgan's report, the Navy also responded quickly, collecting all the past of red hair, and finally concluded that if it is not contained, red hair is likely to become a big problem for the Navy. Naturally, the Navy is preparing to increase the bounty for red hair, and the amount has been determined, 1.3 billion Baileys. But along with it, there is also a pirate encirclement plan from the world government. In short, it is to use the incident of red hair to break the tranquility of the New World, and the Navy will take advantage of the chaos to carry out a large-scale arrest of pirates. There is no problem in catching pirates. After hearing the plan of the world government, Akaina rushed to the New World in a hurry. A while ago, the Navy suffered such a big loss in the New World. This time, it must be returned fiercely. But the problem is that the plan says red hair is the trigger for disrupting the New World, and its safety must be ensured. If necessary, the Navy needs to help red hair resolve the crisis. What does this mean? Sengoku naturally knows that red hair has a certain effect as the best bait to disrupt the New World. But no matter what, red hair is also a famous pirate, and his degree of danger is, to some extent, higher than the Pirate Alliance. When red hair encounters a crisis, shouldn't the Navy add insult to injury? Is it to go with the flow and arrest the red hair pirates together? What does it mean to protect the red hair pirates? This plan is the Navy's encirclement and suppression plan for the New World pirates. It is indeed correct, but if you look at it from the perspective of the red hair pirates, the world government is pushing the red hair pirates to the top.